Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
All right, and with only 4 weeks remaining here at the ESL Pro League, it is now week 7. We are back to give you a pre-show that we normally do on Tuesdays to kind of lead you into today's matchups and all-encompassing storylines across the scene. We've got rosters, we've got Star Ladder, we've even got Mountain Dew League from this past weekend. But on top of that, we're also going to get these standings as we do get into a little bit later developed season that we have on our hands. But let me take some time now to introduce my counterpart here for the pre-show. We've got Vendetta. What's up, Vendetta? Talk to me.
I mean, I'm doing good. Just came off a week of doing absolutely nothing. I felt pretty good. Not sure about you. Did you get the same luxury?
Absolutely not. I actually just moved into an apartment.
Oh, that's fun stuff.
Yeah, I mean, between that and other stuff I do, it's
no rest for the wicked.
Good God, it was it was a hell of a weekend. But you know what? An even more impressive weekend than that is Dallas for the ESL Pro League Finals. Make sure you get your tickets for those right now at proleague.com/Dallas. And I've said it once, I'll say it again. It's a hell of a time over there.
Yeah, and Southern hospitality, all that good stuff. Excellent CS team, home of CS in many ways.
Oh yeah, I was thinking Counter-Strike in Dallas is a hell of a time. You're not going to want to miss this thing. You're by all means, make sure you get out there and check it out if you haven't gotten your tickets already. I mean, Vendetta, the matches don't start till about 5 p.m., but we're going to get into this thing. We've got a lot to kind of go over the course of the weekend, even the past week that we kind of missed, where we weren't here, you weren't here, none of this was going on. But to kind of get that one going, let's kick it off with a little bit of roster changes. And actually, to point it out directly, let's talk about the curious case of Selfless Gaming.
Curious case of Selfless Gaming, who, from the looks of it, have seen their end as of right now, because it's been announced that the Selfless CSGO division is coming to an end after this league or season of Pro League. So I guess not having the greatest way of going out, but obviously we kind of saw, the writing on the wall early on. By far the team in the league with most roster changes. As you can see, there was CJ replacing no one. Then you had Slemmy leaving. Then you had Nifty getting sold to Renegades. You had Dizzy being in 1 week, out 1 week. DSR, same thing. It's just a bit of a mess, really, throughout the entire season for those guys.
Well, even more so, I guess, at this point in the season, to kind of see changes like that, even more so now.
Yeah.
Surprising would be the Misfits situation that's going over there. We have a lot of rumblings coming out of that camp about roster changes, this and that, who's out, who's in. And then the two faces we're talking about coming in, it's kind of like, what? What's going on?
From wine country, coming from France, actually. Yeah, it's a bit of a weird mix, actually. Obviously, Amanek and Devodek from the previous Vex lineup in France doing pretty well for themselves in online tournaments and so on. Devodek as well being, a part of that envious lineup for about 3 days before Scream decided that he wanted to play too. So, he got very silently benched, but definitely a bit of an odd move. And I don't think that's a move that Misfits initiated. I think that's very much off the back of that. And, you have a certain talent called Twists on that lineup who very well could be in a new team very soon.
Well, that albeit is a weird situation over there. If you would have said to me 2 years ago, hey, Sean Gares is going to lead a team that's middle of the pack or even on the lower side of the pack, to where it is now, I would have said no. There's no way possible that could have happened. But obviously, seeing what's going on over there, I don't want to say the word is disappointing, but it kind of makes me a little sad.
But it could, there's two sides to every story, right? On one end, it could be disappointing because you expected more out of this team, but also it could also mean that the rest of the competition is doing better than expected as well.
Well, it's funny you say there's two sides to every story, because this next story is actually a really, really interesting one if you've been following along. Let's talk about the Winter Fox just implosion of just bad news bears.
I mean, they're kind of going real old school Australia here right now, because they're kind of stuck back home, not really being able to get back to the US due to visa issues, which is a bit of an issue when you have to finish your regular season of Pro League here in NA. A bit of a mess, unfortunate incident, and apparently it's not the first time this kind of stuff has happened, sadly.
But like I said, there's two sides to every story, so you can determine on your own which one you want to go with. There, obviously, a bad situation for those players,
exactly,
regardless of what's going on around the camp. But a good situation. Let's talk about FaZe at Starladder. We did watch Starladder this past weekend, and FaZe come out on top. Nico picks up the big trophy. Impressive showing.
Oh, impressive, and not only just from Nico, but the entire squad as well. A very, an eluded or a victory that's been eluding a lot of the players on that side. You have the storyline of Alu pretty much being a great player, being in so many good teams, but not being able to win that first Premier title. Same thing with Rain as well. And Nico there in there as well. And then you have Kerrigan going up against his former teammates, the team that lost faith in him pretty much. And that's one of the exciting reasons as to why he had to go from Astralis initially, being able to show that, it wasn't all him. He wasn't the problem. And obviously you have the problem himself in Keo, just showcasing time and time again that he's, an integral part of a championship team.
Well, it's interesting when you take a look at an international lineup like that.
It's unheard of, actually.
I mean, it's happened before, way in the past. But I think within CS:GO, it's definitely something that's kind of.
I mean, even if you go even back in 1.6, 1.5, and so on, if you want to talk about, you've had mixed nationalities within lineups, but obviously it's Americans and Canadians or Norwegians and Swedes, that kind of a mix-up. So, language barrier isn't that great. In FaZe, you actually just have an entire team of completely different nationalities. You have, obviously, Nico from Bosnia and Oliver from Finland, Rain from Norway, Kerrigan from Denmark, and then Keo from France. There's, literally no synergy there right off the bat. So that, it requires all the more work from them, and they've made it work somehow, some way. Initially, you would have looked at that and been like, that's going to be a mess to no end.
How fitting to be under an American organization, right? With the melting pot,
exactly.
of CS:GO teams
it's
right
beautiful.
Here. That is FaZe, ladies and gentlemen. But on the other side of things, we can look now at IEM Sydney and say, okay, are we going to see FaZe and Astralis head-to-head there?
It's very possible because, you know, going into this, playing great, they were the finals from Katowice as well, so, you know, why not, you know, make a thing out of it, make this the new hot rivalry. That said, there are a couple of good teams, you know, also attending that Sydney event. You have Optic, North, and SK2, who will have something to say about that, but as of right now, FaZe and Astralis are probably the two best performing teams in the world. So
absolutely, and Astralis, you know, riding there, you know, they seem to be consistently doing well at events.
Oh yeah,
and it's working out for them by all means. Now we used to say that about SK.
Yeah, we used
by
to.
all means, they are still two-time world champions. These guys are still monsters in the server. But this is not the same SK we saw.
No, it's SK. We have hit a couple of bumps in the road. Obviously, they haven't necessarily lacked fire or missed any firepower with Phelps coming into the lineup. But there's definitely some issues as to how they're going to work out their roles. And we've seen that Phelps, even though he's been able to maintain his level, fallen. Other people have kind of fallen off a bit. You know, no pun intended. But that's kind of the situation SK find themselves in right now.
Well, even within the Brazilian scene. Okay, let's take a look now at that second counterpart there. Not counterpart, but that second powerhouse within NA would be that Immortals lineup. I mean, in all reality, these guys were booming this time last year. What's going on in Immortals?
I mean, Immortals, I wouldn't, raise any red flags as of right now. They didn't have the best performance at Star Ladder. We saw them pick up wins versus, a Chinese team and MVP from South Korea, and that was pretty much all they had to showcase for. Not really what you expected, especially with kind of, the rising trend we saw at Katowice, what they did, and just in general, really, when they played in Pro League here as well. So I think this is more just like a temporary hitch, and they'll get over it with time.
Well, what I can say, I hope, isn't a temporary hitch, and I think I was wrong. I think I said earlier in the season, it's not looking so hot over there. Hot shot, get it? Haha. Let's talk about Counter Logic Gaming. And just this path they're on. These guys have come together, and they're really kind of putting some work in.
Oh, yeah. No, they're putting in much more impressive results than what we initially expected. Obviously, we figured that Ricky might be a slight improvement from what we saw with the lineup to start the season off when they had Sabros in it, but not really to this extent. Making it to the playoffs, as you can see, beating Immortals on Cash as well. Also taking a map off of, or taking Cobble off of Gambit, which is kind of unheard of, even if, you're a top-tier team. Just very, very solid stuff from CLG, and I think you have to give a lot of credit to a guy, one guy in particular, which is FNS, for being able to create that kind of system where all of these players are thriving, and also being able to, get the best out of them at the LAN as well, because oftentimes you'll see hotshots on, in online games fall completely flat as soon as they get to that big stage, but that's not been the case this time around.
Well, even seeing them right here in front of us, right? CLG looks like they're enjoying it. This doesn't look like a team that's been drugged through the mud, through certain roster iterations and guys leaving and coming and going and this and that, and then role problems. It looks like these guys have found a system that they're comfortable competing with. Yeah, and that's super fun to see because you can tell what it actually does for them. They're performing super well, taking maps off of big teams, honestly. If you had a map ranking instead of just a straight up 1 to 10 team ranking, Gambit would definitely be amongst the top three on a map like Cobble, for instance, but CLG managed to grab that W. So just overall, a lot of positive things going in for CLG, and it's really cool, considering that we're getting into the tight stages, very end of the regular season as well. Well, coming also to an end of their season overall, let's talk about the Mountain Dew League we saw this past week, and we did see Splice requalify and find their way back into EPL next season. And then on the second and third placings there for Mountain Dew League, we see Bees Money Crew and Enigma 6. Bees Money Crew being the third. Yeah. But actually, go ahead and check out ESA.net/MDL in case you missed any of that action as we kind of go over it here. Make sure you're listening to our beautiful voices in the background while you're doing said thing on your opposing browser. Now, this Splice lineup, an interesting one. I almost call it the Splice project, right? Because before, they had this, we got Machine Gun, we got all this going on. Crucial, yeah. Now it's looking like a totally different landscape in terms of the players. Yeah, they've, gathered people from the same region. That's a bit of start, not just going to be, Mr. Worldwide in that sense. The pit bull of CS, if you like. But no, it's obviously been doing wonders for them in the sense that they're back in EPL. They're going to have a shot at actually staying in EPL, which is obviously I think what's going to be the main goal. Obviously, still a lot of time until we see the next season of EPL in that sense, so things can still happen. But judging from the paper, a lineup like this shouldn't ever be in Premier. I think that's safe to say. You got Arya, Roka, Semphis, Rix, and Drone. Like all of those players
belong at the pro league level.
Well, there's some serious veterancy on that squad.
Oh, it definitely is. Semfis, obviously, being one of the first NA players really to go out at international events, actually find success in CS:GO as well. So there's no doubt that they have a ton of experience from just playing a lot of tournaments. Same thing goes for Ari as well. Not at the same level as Semfis, but still, they've been around the block for quite some time.
So, well, being around the block, never think about that. But check this out. I mean, the cool part about Mountain Dew League is the fact that it's kind of a system for you and your team to kind of enter and build your way up through the minors, if you will. I don't know if you're familiar with the American baseball or something of that sort. You kind of play your way through the ranks, and then you get the chance to play amongst the best. You could find yourself competing amongst the pro teams. And we saw that happen with several teams now.
Yeah.
Even dating back to last season, we saw... Well, I guess they would have been Muffin Lightning at the time.
Yeah, Rush now.
Right, Rush now finding themselves in the pro league, and that's the path they took. And it's a good system for teams to come up.
I think and a lot of the times when you talk about taking the step into the pro scene and becoming a full-time professional player, a lot of people have issues finding what direction to take, where are they going to go, how are they going to actually make that dream a reality, and getting the chance of actually playing like leagues like the Mountain Dew League. And having the chance to, where it's all on you, really. Like, you can either, decide your own fate in that sense. If you do well enough, you're going to qualify and actually have an opportunity to play versus the best. And that's how you, create a name for yourself. So I think it's a great springboard and stepping stone for a lot of these semi-professional and hopeful players.
We'll call it the gap closer,
yeah,
if you will. But like I said, you can check out ESEA.net/MDL to get all the details on that league in terms of how you can get involved, how you sign up, how you and your friends participate going into the next season. But to bring it back to this season, let's take a look now across the standings. And I believe we're going to start with the EU division. And Vendetta, this one's all you.
Yeah, so obviously with the week off, not too many changes, or no changes actually in the standings as of right now. So 2 Danish teams at top with North and Astralis, both sitting pretty comfortable as of right now, followed by Navi, Mousesports, Hellraisers, and FaZe to round out that final 6th spot that currently sends them to Dallas. But as you can see, Fnatic, Envy, NIP, and even Virtus Pro on their heels, still in playoff contention in that sense. And then, at the very second to last spot in G2 Esports, they're starting their climb. They started off like 1-7 or something, so they're definitely not out of the playoff picture either.
Well, let's take a look now at the playoff picture here on the NA side of things. SK, Cloud9, Liquid sitting on top, Energy, Optic, Immortals thereafter, filling up those top 6 positions. And then we kind of get down into Renegades, CLG, kind of their own little Cinderella storylines where Renegades had a really rough start of the season. They've battled back now. Don't know what happened over there, but hey, whatever happened, good job. It came together.
Something in the water.
Something in the water. They have a team house in Detroit. Anyway, the point is, the point is, these teams, obviously some separating themselves from the pack, and then what happens at this point? You got me.
Yeah.
You got me. I'll give you that.
I actually didn't consider the fact that they're from Michigan.
It's regardless. That's wrong. But some of these teams now separating themselves from the pack, going into that 2-digit win club, but they still could face a little bit of mortality there, if you will.
Oh, definitely so. I mean, it's not over until it's not over till it's over. To put it really easy, and. From what you can tell in the standings, it's super close for every team. And the cool part about it is with how the season rounds out, a lot of these teams that you see in contention for the 6th spot, and even in relegation, they're going to be playing each other. So, in that sense, a lot of these matchups have double impact to the point where, not only is it going to, give potentially 2 Ws to someone who's close to you on the standings, but it's also going to send you 2 back. So, I expect a lot of changes actually to happen, over the course of the last 4 weeks, and I think it's going to be super fun to watch.
Well, it's interesting, too, if you look at some of these teams in the 10-plus win club, some of these teams have to be by far getting through with fire superiority and skill, because some of them just maybe lost their in-game leader halfway through the season or tried 2 different in-game leaders. I mean, even their coach disappeared,
Yeah.
Like, let's take a look at Optic here, for example.
I mean, Optic. Optic. At least, they've done one thing. They found a stand-in, and they're sticking with him from at least as far as we know. So Jason R was playing with them, 2 weeks ago, and they were actually the first team to take a map off of SK, which is no small feat by any means. So if they're going to ride out the season with him, I think that's probably the best choice they can make at this point. They get, a pseudo in-game leader in that sense to kind of delegate roles or actually run the ship for the time being. And you can't really, I think that's the kind of the best way you have to go about it, because as of right now, or what we saw from before, they were kind of just fully reliant on their individual skill, and now they can have at least a little bit of structure to them that they can rely on if things are not, necessarily panning out, if Mixwell is not hitting all of his crazy shots and so on. So yeah, stability, I think that is going to be more stable than the initial Optic was at the start of the season.
Well, Cloud9 currently sitting at that very, very high #2 spot. And at the rate they're going, they should be okay to make playoffs no matter what. Whether they get there as the #2 spot, that's to be decided.
Yeah.
It's really the ball's in your court, boys. I can't really stress that enough. But let's talk about this Liquid path to the finals, right? They're sitting at 11-5 on the season, but they do still have some pretty tough matchups ahead of them. And like you're saying, some of these are gap closers between these top teams at the top tier.
Yeah, and not only that, they don't even have a full 5 as of right now. As far as we know, obviously the rumor is that Twist from Misfits is going to be the 5th member of Liquid to replace Pimp eventually. But, there's no confirmation on that. It's simply just a rumor at this point. And, if you consider the matches that Liquid has to play through to actually make it to Dallas, they still have to go through Cloud9, Immortals, Luminosity, Optic, and SK, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think you can get a much tougher road to close out your season than that, and especially considering the fact that you don't actually have a team to practice with in that sense.
Right. I mean, they definitely haven't locked in or made any sort of official announcement of who they're going to be playing with, how they're going to approach it going forward. We do know they lost a big strategical component of their core there with Stan leaving for Liquid, which was a setback, but it seems like they're trying to find that pace. Like they might be okay.
I mean, they might be okay, but as of right now, I think Liquid, as weird as it sounds, because they're in 3rd as of right now, they might be in danger of actually dropping out, considering how tough of a schedule they have going at it. And, with these massively impactful games, like if they drop 2 maps to Immortals, that can swing Immortals past them, and all of a sudden you're on, a bit of an avalanche in the wrong direction, or going downhill real fast.
Well, I don't know how many different directions you could be an avalanche in, but let's take a look again at these standings and kind of take a look at 6th to 10th place as our main focus point. Now, these 2 places are really just separated by about 2 maps, I believe it is.
Yeah, not a lot, separating them at all. And in addition to that, it seems like Immortals and CLG both sitting on 14 games played instead of 16 like most other teams around them, or just in the league in general, which also allows them to have a bit of a cushion where they could mess up, they could go 1-1, and still, make a bit of a climb and actually jump up the standings to make it even tighter between the remaining teams here.
Now, you're going to notice that Renegades and CLG logo up there, and in all reality, we kind of touched on this a minute ago. These 2 teams, one of them had a much rougher start than the other one.
Oh yeah,
to the season. Now, how important is it for them to stay on this trajectory of climbing up these ranks? I mean, it's good on them, especially for CLG to have that strong showing on LAN. That's a confidence booster. Are they 2 teams that can run with this momentum?
I definitely think so. Obviously, a bit of a different, situation going into it. CLG having, a lot of success on LAN. Renegades predominantly, online, and also we have to consider the fact that they have brought in new members as well, because they did it with a bit of an unstable lineup to get to the point where they've gotten so far. But they spent that week off boot camping in, I think it was Serbia actually, with their new full roster. So that could actually be a bit of a honeymoon period for them for the next 4 weeks.
Now, when you say a honeymoon period, it's kind of funny because this next team we're going to talk about, the 3rd Brazilian team in North America, it seems as though they're kind of leveling out here towards the middle of the pack. Let's talk about Luminosity.
Luminosity's honeymoon period kind of ended and did so somewhat abruptly as well. It's not like they've had a bad season. We went into the season saying that they might need 1 more before they can start contending for a top 6 spot and actually make it into LAN playoffs, sitting at 8-8 right now. And I think they're on a bit of a downward trajectory. Obviously, they've had a couple of tough games. They do struggle versus their other Brazilian counterparts. So, yeah, no, I mean, I think you got to commend them for what kind of a season they had initially, and then be happy about the fact that you're in the middle of the table, and obviously there's still stuff that can happen. Considering teams might mess up, you might have a couple of good games here and there, but even if they don't make the playoffs, I think they can be okay with how they've performed throughout the season.
Well, teams, the next 6 we're going to talk about most likely are not okay with how they performed over the course of the season. Let's take a look again at these standings and kind of run over these bottom 6 teams. Now, it's a little bit rough. Let's start from the bottom up, so that way it's equally dispersed. We've talked about Selfless and their situation all around. Not going to happen. Winter Fox, Rush. Winter Fox in another bad situation.
Not even in this country.
Still weren't even gaining too many W's over there as they were. However, you know, that's another totally situation.
Yeah.
Rush, Complexity, Misfits. Okay, well, I guess it'd be Rush and definitely Complexity. Two teams that had a chance. Rush, maybe another team that needs another season to kind of progress and grow. But Complexity, just a lot of turbulence within the roster. Yeah,
and hopefully they will have kind of settled down now that Summy's on the lineup. They can start building something off of that. And I'm crossing my fingers that they won't make any more roster changes, at least for the foreseeable future. If not, foreseeable future, but at least, the remainder of the season. But I still think Complexity out of those four you mentioned should be the strongest. This should be in a position where they can feel somewhat comfortable as to not be relegated. And for the rest of the three others, I think it's a bit up and down. But honestly, if you want to see, look at the teams and see that this team has had at least some positives to them, it would be Rush actually, because they haven't had a lineup change. They've actually showed that they can play as a team every now and again. And when it comes to Selfless and those guys and Winter Fox, that's not been the case really.
Well, even so. Right. Let's think about this Misfits team that, isn't quite grouped with those guys.
Yeah.
But there's a lot going on in the Misfits camp. I mean, we do know that there's a potential roster change coming soon.
Yeah.
Not even potential. I do believe the organization even confirmed it. The CEO did.
Yeah, that something is happening, but we don't know what.
That something is happening. Now, all around bizarre, but is there a chance that this Misfits team could find themselves in some sort of relegation or even down there clumped with that group of teams?
No. I don't think that's the case, because I think Misfits are a team that are not bad enough to get relegated, and the other teams aren't good enough to actually do anything about or actually contesting the spot that Misfits have as of right now. Obviously, it's going to be a big hit to them if they lose a player such as Twist, because we've talked about it. Week in, week out, he's one of the biggest talents in the region, and is obviously going to be a big part of what Misfits, or he was a big part at least of what Misfits wanted to build on. But one of the issues they had was that those, I guess, three, powerhouses that they're meant to have in Shazam, Sick, and Twist never really came online at the same time, and you kind of need that in order to be able to compete over the course of a season.
Well, we definitely saw Shazam doing a lot of work.
Oh yeah,
over the season. I mean, I believe he had one of the highest stat lines. I couldn't be exact to which stat line, but
I think it was like top 3 for the better part of the season, actually.
Right.
For a long, long time.
And I mean, he was quick with it. He was on point, and things seemed to be going well for him. But just like you're saying, it's pretty impactful. If one player doesn't show up, if two players don't show up, but you still have one guy firing away on all cylinders, it's not enough to win games. Yeah. Unless that guy just absolutely loses his mind.
Yeah, but, unless he's like completely godlike the entire time, then you're not going to get a lot of W's. You're going to get a lot of cool, close games, etc. But close games doesn't really give you any points at the end of the day. So for Misfits never to really have both, Shazam, Sick, and Twist go off at the same time, but just having Sick having one good map here and then Twist having another map like 2 games later, that doesn't really cut it. You need more than just one hard carry really to compete with these guys, because the level of the Pro League right now is so high that if you want to have a Dallas spot, you got to bring it every night.
Well, I mean, bring it every night. You're right. Top performers over there on that Misfit squad.
Top performance, obviously Shazam, hard to get away from, but Twist, obviously you could see that in the highlight clip we showed, that's one of the games where he drops over 30 bombs and they still end up losing the game. So, I would have to go with, over the course of the season, it has been Twist, it has been Shazam.
Well, I do think now we're going to kick it over to my top 2 performers, and that is Blue and DeBears, who's standing by with a little bit of a segment called Buy or Sell.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for buy or sell. I want you to pretend for a minute that there's an NACS stock market, and we're investing or selling teams depending on if their performance is going to improve or diminish over the final weeks here at the ESL Pro League, and most importantly, if they'll make it into the top 6. So,
not gambling. Anyway, continue.
Important note for the kids out there. Anyway, moving on. Our first team, let's take a look at them. Currently 3rd place in the division with an 11-5 record, Team Liquid. Are we buying or are we selling?
Team Liquid, you know what? I'm going to buy them because I like the idea that they have a roster change coming, rumored, maybe Twist might be joining them, and I think it's going to help them. They do have a tough lineup, playing against like C9, Immortals, Luminosity, Optic, and SK, but I think they're able to win 5 to 6 more maps at least and secure their playoff spot.
I'm going to go in the opposite direction, and not for the reasons some people may think. It's actually going to be because of those tough matchups. There's reason to believe that they could actually lose every single one of those matchups, you know, or at least trade them 1-1, and that could leave them, you know, just shy. Even if they 0-2 in like 2 or 3 of those matchups, it could leave them just shy of a top 6 position there, and that's what's really going to kill it for me. So it's going to be a sell. Moving on, take a look at Optic now. Is number 5 in the division currently with a 10-6 record.
Optic,
buying or selling?
I have to sell on them because even though they have a couple easy matches like Winter Fox, Complexity, they're considered guaranteed wins, but they're never guaranteed. With Optic always having change of 5th, new coach, roster placement, at least within the last like 5 weeks or how long that like they've been switching out players. And they're a little toxic too. I'm sorry. I mean, I don't know them. I'm sorry. But, you know, they seem a little toxic. I don't want to be too judgmental because I don't know them, Blue, but that's just me.
Calling it
my
toxic,
opinion.
though, man.
It's my opinion. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They just seem a little angry, okay? They seem a little too angry to be professional gamers.
All right. Well, I'm going the other direction here. I'm actually going to go with a buy because of some of those easy matchups that you mentioned. That could be up to 4 points right there. And generally speaking, in past seasons, like the magic number to be within the top 6 has been somewhere between like 13 and 16 wins. So I think that could put them within that safe zone there. Now, it's nowhere guaranteed a safe zone. They could very well be knocked outside of it, but I think they'll have just enough to be able to push forward considering those easier matchups there, plus any other ones that they do happen to win.
True.
CLG, this is the next one. They've been on an upswing recently, and I think this is a good team to invest in right now as they've been going up, up, up.
You know what? I agree with you. I'm buying on these guys. I'm sure you're probably going to be buying them too. I called it at the start of the season. These guys will be good. They practiced hard. They put in a lot of effort. And again, as you say, with the rise or the addition of Ricky, they've been playing better. They did awesome this last event. And they put in so much time and effort. You'll see progress as you've been seeing. They're going to get better, Blue.
Yeah, Ricky, just as a note there, too, like a side note, first Australian player to ever make the playoffs of a major tournament. Last weekend at Starlight there, too. So already
Congratulations
some big stuff for that new roster as they do come together. And Kusta coming back into form, too. Very important. But moving forward, Luminosity is our next one. The new Brazilian team, they came into this season. Everybody thought they were going to be hot stuff. It seemed here in the midseason now that maybe it's not so much, as they're currently 8-8 with an even record. What's this going to be? Ooh,
I'm selling.
Right to the sell.
Well, not to knock them down too much. I thought at the start of the season they'd be teetering by the end of playoffs or like towards the bubble of the playoff. They're a little inconsistent. I think maybe not this year, but next year they'll have a better season once they have more, I guess, comfortable playing against these top teams and win some more matches. They do have matches like C9, Team Liquid, Optic. So those are going to be really hard matches for them. And being at 8-8, it might not be enough, you know, when they beat teams like Rush and Selfless, who, you know, not guaranteed wins, but they are the clear favorites of that.
Yeah, I'm going to go with a buy here, but it's a bit of a hesitant one. I think that they may just be able to sneak into the top 6 here, considering some of their matchups, and I think that, you know, overall, they're still a pretty solid team. Like you said, just very inconsistent currently, but I do think they're going to have enough power to just push through. And as an important note, too, remember, Renegades is also up here as well, but we've excluded them because even if they do make it into the top 6, they've already mentioned they're going to decline the invite to the grand finals because of the Asian minor dates colliding with the ESL Pro League final dates, so they may end up being that team that's in 7th position and just gets bumped up because of Renegades declining the finals invite there. Anyway, moving on to our last team, it's Misfits. 7-9, 10th in the league. Some roster change rumors coming up over the horizon here with the possible removal of Relics and Twists and the additions of 2 French players, which seem to have come out of nowhere. Devo Duvek and I think it's Amanek, if I'm pronouncing it correctly.
I don't even know. Are these like
they're like
premier players or something?
They're like kind of second-tier French players at this point. They're actually, you know, they're not bad by any means. Both of them were on a team just called Rank S.
Okay.
And managed to take maps off of LDLC as of late. I think they actually beat them in a best-of-3 series.
Wow.
Beyond that, though, it is a little bit tough to find any like major accomplishments of those players outside of the French scene. So it is a little bit tough to judge how exactly they're going to do all of a sudden hopping onto an American roster.
Give them a chance.
All right, so buy or sell this team?
I'm going to sell them just because one reason is the roster. They might lose one of their best 2 players, hard fraggers, and the record's so low, even though they're playing teams like Winter Fox, Energy, Complexity, and RNG, I think their score's too low for them to really just bounce back and make playoffs, so that's why I'm going to sell them.
All right, well, I'm going to be in the same boat as you. It's going to be a sell for me as well. Like I said, I think it's going to take a little bit too long. Even if those French players do come into the mix and it helps them, it's going to take a while for them to kind of get together as a full 5-man roster and get used to the strats and everything. And in these last very crucial weeks, I don't think they're going to have that time to put it together so quickly. So there you have it, folks. Thanks very much for tuning in to buy or sell for this round. We may be back in a few weeks here to see how our predictions turned out. out. But for now, let's send it back over to the analysis desk. Stunna, take it away.
Thank you, guys. Honestly, I think they were pretty close. I think they were pretty close to accurate. What do you think?
I mean, I think there's definitely some valid arguments for both sides, even when they disagreed on, you know, what to buy and what to sell and so on. I think I'm leaning more towards blue in terms of what I would have selected myself, although I probably would have sold on Luminosity as well. But, you know, overall, you know, cool stuff to see from both of those guys.
In case you're just joining us now, I want to let you guys know that the first set of matches is set to start at 5 p.m. This is the pre-show. We're talking about all the cool stuff that you missed out on over the course of the weekend while you're out and about doing you things. So we were in here, you know, putting in the numbers, really just kind of hammering it down. But to stay on the topic of scheduling, let's take a look at the matchups of the week, and let's kick it off with Tuesday, which is today, the first match of the night. Cloud9 Selfless, not going to be you know, your real heavy hitter, but the one afterwards could have some implications.
Yeah, definitely. So obviously, Cloud9 Selfless is a bit of a David versus Goliath. We've seen a couple of those throughout the season. So yeah, instead of, you know, focusing on the second matchup of the night, Optic versus Luminosity, big game for Optic. Obviously, this is one of the easier opponents, I guess, in that sense that they're going to run into. But you know, you talk about easy. Luminosity have taken some scalps over the course of the season, and they're not like they're out of it either. They're sitting at 9th with an 8 record. So they're not doing poorly by any means, and I think it's, you know, we talked about how stable Optic are looking, how good they potentially could be if they're, you know, a safe spot for that top 6. I think a game like this would tell a lot of what we need to know.
I think it's important to note too that it depends on which Luminosity come out to play. Right?
Oh, yeah.
If they're the explosive Luminosity we saw at the beginning of the season, Optic could find themselves in a pretty rough one.
Yeah, if Yellow and Pickle come out to play, really, that could be a tough game for pretty much anyone in the Pro League so far. So for Optic, who definitely not going to be as well versed as the old lineup, right? That they might run into issues.
Right, and you know, pending their lockdown of that next player is, I think, the obvious next step for these guys. I mean, they kind of need to do that in order to solidify the path they want to find themselves on for the rest of this season. Let's take a look at the next day's matches, which is Wednesday, because that comes after Tuesday. In case you guys, if you didn't know,
you know math, you know days.
Hold on, I never said I know math. Everybody, calm it down. I'm not a big math guy from Alabama. Give me a break, all right? So we've got Liquid and Optic, and we've got SK and Cloud9. Now that is like some solid Counter-Strike there.
These are the games of the games right here, man. Wednesday's going to be so good. Liquid versus Optic, again, massive matchup just because of the, you know, where the teams are in the standings, how much of a question mark there are with both of the lineups. At this point, weirdly enough, you know, Optic looking more stable than Liquid in that sense, because we don't know who Liquid's 5th is going to be, and obviously Optic have been playing with Jason R, so at least we kind of know what to expect from them in that sense. And then kind of the master matchup, really, SK versus Cloud9, the two top dogs. Yeah, it's two top dogs of the Pro League for the last 2 seasons, right? Yeah. It's going to be a sick matchup. I don't think that has as big of implications in terms of, you know, the grand scheme of things, because I don't see a world where both Cloud9 and SK don't make it to Dallas, right?
Both those teams are going to land.
Exactly.
Almost
but it's going to be just a super fun game to see just because of how good they are.
Right.
Yeah.
And then in their tenure of playing one another, it's
always
the top of the North American crop, right?
Oh, yeah.
And that's really been the storyline for those two teams. So to see them battle it out online here at ESL Pro League Season 5 is definitely what you want to do. Let's take a look at Thursday's matchups. The final day of the week, you're going to see Immortals and CLG there. To me, should be a close bout. It's actually a rematch from Starladder. And then on the other hand, you're going to have SK and Liquid. Now, personally, who you got in that Immortals and CLG matchup?
I mean, yeah, as you mentioned, CLG got the better of them in the first match at Starladder. I'm still gonna have to side with Immortals because the initial favorite, you know, going into the season, I think they've, you know, barring that performance at Starladder, they have been pretty good, and I still think they have enough quality in their team to take down CLG. But obviously, CLG has shown that you can't count them out really by any means. Kusta as of late has been playing like a madman. Everybody seems to be thriving in their system. Nate or Ethan, I should say. Actually, Nate. Yeah, it's actually the most confusing nickname in CS as of right now. But
it took me a minute But then I was like, oh, wow. You know what? And it'll never be Nate or Nati or Nate.
But
it's
it actually
be
works backwards
forever.
as well, right? That's the messed up part. But, you know, regardless of how confusing his nickname is, he's not confused as to what he's supposed to do inside that team. And to show that, Starlighter had multiple great games where, you know, he's top fragging and doing a lot of work for his side. So CLG, you know, even though they're not necessarily world beaters on paper as of right now, they're looking really strong. So it's going to be a super fun matchup.
And like I said, as long as they have the system and stuff in place that they want to have in order to succeed and move forward, they have a plan.
Yeah.
Which is sometimes you look at some of these roster changes and some of these teams and
they don't make sense.
Dare I say, organizations is like all across. Like the plan just doesn't seem like it's there. We'll bring a player if we can get him. Or if it can work, it can work. If not, we'll just ride the lightning, I guess.
Yeah, a lot of it seems to be like haphazardly changing stuff, just crossing their fingers, hoping that, you know, something's going to stick to the wall in that sense. But CLG actually seem to be knowing, you know, what kind of path they want to take.
Would you say that, I mean, obviously that's one setback for North American Counter-Strike, right?
Yeah.
And not even just let's hone in on the pro scene right now. The roster instability is a huge deal in terms of building a long-term successful team. But what would you say are some other flaws, glaring flaws here in North American Pro Counter-Strike?
Well, yeah, outside of stability, I think actually one of their biggest flaws in the past is actually starting to go away with time, and that's one of the, you know, again, coming into this with having a plan actually for what you want to do with your team, not necessarily in terms of just a roster, but, you know, coming into the games, and you can see more and more of the top NA teams are playing more and more structured to the point where, you know, you see teams like Optic having a sound fundamental idea of what they want to do for every game, find success with that kind of a play style, and I think that's why you're seeing the upper level of NACS right now is, you know, at an all-time high. Even though there is instability, even though you have roster changes here and there, they're still better than what they were last year. So I think that's a cool, cool progress to see really from this region. That's always been kind of, you know, looked down upon in that sense because they do, you know, seem a bit chaotic from the outside, but there is actual improvement.
It's because we have all this knowledge for all these Lamborghinis and stuff. But in reality, Vendetta, you've been playing quite a bit since you've been here.
I have trying to assimilate, you know.
I know you're trying to blend in, and you actually do a phenomenal job in terms of like your accent and whatnot. But in terms of playing just in terms of playing pickup games across the board here in North America,
wannabe pro games, in other words,
has it been a rough thing for you?
It's been a very rough experience. I've gotten to the point where I'm you know, going to bed at night, desperately missing my Russian teammates. Even though they don't speak a lick of English, you know, they can differentiate between A and B. You can go like pointy letter, round letter, or you can say mid. They'll follow you, you know, into battle and everything. Haven't had quite the same experience with a lot of these American players so far, but, you know, I'm crossing my fingers and hoping that it's going to get better.
So you're obviously referring to the matchmaking system, because on ESEA, you know, that is where the true money making is. That is the cream of the crop right there.
That's where you got the 128 tick.
That is true. I mean, you could be having these terrible times on 64 tick, and by all means, I love 64 tick, but I also do like to jump over to 128 tick because I feel like that's just the pro standard. Like that needs to be the standard across the board.
Yeah, that's where that's when your shots actually register.
But one place you can do that is ESEA, so make sure you head over there. I think every single time I get on the browser to go to this website, I still type play.esea.net. I don't know why.
I still do that too.
And like it's just natural. It just seems like the way to go. But yeah, get over there. Bring your friends, get on the client, don't get cheated, play on 128 tick, and you know what? Try to go pro, because that's also where you're going to play the Mountain Dew League.
It's true.
It's weird how that works. You know, I think this is probably my favorite part of this whole show, and we're going to get into the top 5 pay safe card plays of the week.
Neo lurks in the smoke. He knows the bomb's ticking away fast. He knows someone's trying to defuse. Does he have time for this, though? Here's the defuse. It's stopped. Neo's in there. He gets himself 2. One more for Neo, and that is the round for Virtus Pro.
You're going to see a bit more of an aggressive push comes in, but he gets the quick scope, and he got dizzy jumping. So he's able to follow it through into the second, and then a no scope as well on a CJ. Oh my god, and then he hits ZQK as well.
Unsure what's going their way, but RPK adjusts so well on the angle. Going to swing out and find Pasha, but now the short play comes in. There's still players in towards me. The spray is so good from RPK. He has decided everything on towards this, and that's his ace as well.
Flamey's down. Guardian's lost his wingman. Now he needs to do it on his own. two very low health opponents on the map. One goes down, now looking for one more. Guardian makes it happen through the top of the box.
As you can see the smoke starting to come in. I said he's the master, and there's the first headshot, looking for more.
He's very, very good with this gun. Knows they're going to be close to Reese. The flash means they've got to be there. Lines up the headshots. He's got number 3. Bomb down as well. There's the 4th. Nico nearly goes for a Deagle ace.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL.com! Superman shots in a row. Phoenix about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no, Phoenix!
Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW.
He's looking for a look. He's gonna get a hit by headshot again. Oh my god.
It's important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
You know, with the sponsor Mountain Dew, can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I'd never take it for granted, that's for sure.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
All right, we're back here at ESL Pro League Season 5. We're actually here now, I think, on week 7, I do believe it is. But we've got some exciting matchups for you tonight. We've got Cloud9 and Selfless, as well as Optic and Luminosity. We're actually going to start the conversation off tonight with my counterpart here, Vendetta. We're going to talk about Optic and Luminosity first, because honestly, this one has some serious implications going forward.
It could potentially be massive for a team like Luminosity. Obviously, with 2 wins here versus Optic, they actually equalized the same score as Optic has, and we know Optic are currently in that top 6. So, could create a massive swing in the standings as of right now. But, easier said than done.
So, noting the maps, we're going to have Cabal. We're going to have Cabal.
Cabal and Kosh.
We're going to have Cabal, Cash, and then Nuke and Overpass. So, disregarding what's going on in that first matchup, we'll come back to that one in a minute. Let's stay on the path of the second one. Nuke and Overpass. Are there any teams favored here in this matchup?
It's actually a very weird, weird couple of maps to end up on, because it's not, too. Neither are actually, a favorite map in the sense that one team plays it a lot, really. So, Optic, they sure they'll play Nuke. It's not like it's an instant veto for them or something, but they don't play it a lot. Same thing with Overpass as well. I think Luminosity, at times might have leaned towards playing Overpass quite a bit, but that's, far in the past at this point. So, no real clear favorites. So, with that said, I'd kind of, lean towards Optic, just having a stronger core of players.
No clear favorites, but you definitely have some favorites. I can hear it right there when you said it. All right, let's take a look at Optic. Tarek, Rush, Naf, Mixwell, and you're going to notice Hazed in there, and you might be wondering why. Well, they did say he's going to be standing in as a coach for this team.
They lied. Lied to us.
And then
just plopped him into the lineup.
And, well, I mean, he had to, I believe, fill in tonight. Jason R's had prior commitments. He had priors. So
Jason R had priors. That's a headline right there. No, again, it was so we talk about, it's a big talking point in the pre-show. How stable can Optic be? We're saying, Jason R, he's going to be the solution.
Well, the solution could be over here. Let's take a look at the Luminosity side of the board. Destiny, Pickle, as Blue coined it, and I think it's going to stick forever. Pickle, in case I didn't say it loud enough. Pickle, and Pickle again. Yell, Shez, and Showtime. I think every time we've gone down this roster, I've kind of had to question how I say SHZ.
I'm just going to say Shaz from now on. But it's going to be 2 Shaz.
The real heavy hitters here, let's look at Yell and let's talk about Showtime.
Yeah, obviously Yell, their main opper, massive impact for them so far in the season, and one of the big reasons why they've had that honeymoon start to their run. Really, I think the entire team as of late has kind of dipped off. That's to be expected by a fairly inexperienced team, because the guy you mentioned a second there, Showtime, is really the only guy with any experience at all, at least from playing internationally. So he's going to be vetted in that sense and actually know what to go up against. When you play like an entire season of Pro League, but the others not going to be used to that kind of competition for that long of a time. So for them, it's going to be in a big way just adapting to the environment, I think.
Now, a win here for Luminosity would be huge.
Yeah.
In terms of like their stature within the season, they need every win they can get at this point, because like we said in the pre-show, their sort of train is slowing down. That sort of momentum they had in the beginning of the season, where they're like, hey, we're going to have potentially 3 Brazilian teams in the finals.
Yeah.
They're not on that same trajectory.
No, it's fading slowly, but it's true what you said, and especially with changes again being made to the Optic lineup, this is a golden opportunity for them to actually get even score-wise with Optic.
Well, we're going to see them on Nuke and Overpass, but not before we take a look at Selfless and Cloud9. Now, I don't know if you have a favorite in this one, but we do know what's going on over there in the Selfless camp.
Is it possible to have a least favorite, even though you don't have a favorite? Because I know who that would be.
Cloud9?
No.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
No, I mean, obviously a lot going on. I think these guys are kind of identifying as a different team now, too. And I'm not even sure that it's all
Foundation or something.
The Foundation, a prior team name. Let's take a look at the Cloud9 roster, though, at this time. We've got Jordan Gilbert. We've got Mike Zeshek, Tyler Latham, Jake Yip, and Timothy Ta over there on the Cloud9 side of things. Now, these guys, at some points, and some even consider Team North America almost, outside of obvious Brazilian invasion.
I think that's fair, and it's one of the cool things that at least this lineup remains consistent for the better part of it. Obviously, we had the one hiccup with Ska having a health issue in the middle of the season, but you know, for the better part, that Cloud9 lineup is a Cloud9 lineup. You know, they don't make a lot of changes, and they're still finding pretty decent results, especially in North America, and obviously if you go back to Season 4 as well of Pro League.
Well, I think it's funny you guys talk trash about Shroud, right? So let's take a look at him right now, because this guy, he's on the up and up. We're even seeing him bring the AUG game and really kind of inventing his own metas across the board here with this thing.
It's cool to see it being brought out on Nuke. That's actually where it initially saw its prominence as well, before it had all the changes, when it actually just was you know, a bit of a niche weapon. If you saw guys like Tizian from Mousesports use it out in the yard. Shroud kind of taking it to a different level, just going everywhere with it. Seems to be working out nicely. I think he dropped the 30 bomb in that Nuke game as well.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah, so, you know, not too bad. And he's been doing pretty well for himself. And yeah, so it's kind of cool to see him taking a bit of a new take on it. You can see him using it on Train as well. And to be fair, the weapon is pretty good. The only reason why I shy away from it personally is because of the scope. It kind of makes me seasick when you walk around, and much more prefer the just straight up zoom, like old school way that looks terrible, you know, from a design point of view. But you know, that felt more natural to me, at least, as I was running around there.
That motion sickness from Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it's tough, man.
It's got to be a rough one. You know, on the other side here, these guys playing Selfless, and we can't harp on it too much because I believe we have already. And then the lineup's going to come up here, and it's an interesting one because this is almost
a new one.
Yeah, it's almost a brand new one from the last time I think we saw these guys play, which is interesting. ZQK, Caboose, MCE, D, and Dizzy Weed. Now, if you were to say who is
MCE
blank, who would you insert in that blank?
Half the team. I mean, just like, it's obviously we know who Dizzy Wee is because he's been around that team, like in and out for the better part of the season. Outside of that, it's pretty much just Caboose and ZQK that you can actually look back at and be like, okay, yeah, I remember these names.
Well, even ZQK playing, I believe, from Brazil in the internet is just,
it's not great.
It's not good.
He's having 150 ping on a good day.
That's a good day.
Yeah.
Which, if you're playing in under that, never mind. Before we even go down that path, that was going to be bad. But, you know, standing by, it's time, I think, for a little bit of Stromberg strategies. In all reality, Cloud9 on Cobble, what else is there to say?
Thank you, guys. Welcome back to another Stromberg Strategies. We're going to take a look at Cloud9 on Cobble. And one thing I want to take a note in is the structure behind Cloud9's play. Their style is, they have a style where they have a little structure, but they're able to branch off, make individual plays. As you can see right here, Cloud9, they're set up for a heavy drop defend. They hear them, they heard them drop, they're going to kind of, you know, pay attention, say, you can't come here, guys. No, not at all. But as you can see slowly, after some time, they slowly walk back. They're not making noise in this area. No noise, because if they're on platform, they can hear that. So smartly, Cloud9, their next part of the strat, fall back, play the platform. As you see, Shroud still by the rock. He's kind of watching drop a little bit, but he's more focused on like the sidewalk. If they rush out, come through, nothing gets picked off. So now Cloud9's in a very weird kind of situation. They have to make plays. Shroud, he's like, I got to make a play, guys. He's going to hop on through. And so as he gets just 3 kills. Why not? And the reason why that works so well is you see from Skadoodle's point of view, he's watching the window push. So as soon as he moves in to watch the window, that allows Shroud to kind of play more towards Rock, play more towards B. He got you back, dog. And this flashbang right here, boom, it blinds this people on the platform. You'll see on Shroud's point of view a little better. As you can see right here, he first smokes off the E-box area. He's like, look, if you're going to take off E-box, you got to push right through the smoke. And that's very dangerous, so it kind of forces the terrorists to stay back in there. As he's rushing through, the flashbang's going to hit right now. Boom, they're blind. Easy kills. They make it look too easy. And the point being is, you start off in a structure, you practice 100 times. It's just like basketball. You have a zone defense. You practice a certain way a lot of times, and after a while, as what Shroud did is that in the moment he had to make a play. He went off an instinct. He's like, okay, I practiced 100 times before. I know that this is weak if I push here as my teammate flashes. So it works well. Cloud9, very good job, and hopefully we could see more of them in the future. Back to you guys.
Thank you to Bears. Appreciate you per the usual. Miss you, my man. Now, look, we know going into this the clear favorite. We do know that it is Cloud9, given all the circumstances and all the storylines that are laid out there. But is there a chance there for Selfless?
You never want to go 100% on anything, but honest.
God.
It's actually normally, right? You'd be saying, "Oh, there's always a chance." I think in the case of Selfless, no, there isn't. And obviously, that's because they've put so many obstacles in front of themselves to the point where when we last saw them play Cobble, you had CQK actually finding some, a way of being impactful on the CT side, because obviously playing, a Halls, for instance, with a Mag 7 drop with a Mag 7, that could actually work for you, even though you're obviously at a massive ping disadvantage. But as soon as you swap over to that T side, where you're actually going to find anything you can do, somewhat consistently, or at least, find any sort of any sort of help for your team. And I think that's the kind of issue they're going to run into time and time again.
Well, I think it's important to note at this point that we are just waiting for the players to get in the server and actually ready up for the matchup. But with that being said, I think it's very important here for Selfless to not maybe get down super hard on themselves, even given their situation.
No, yeah, definitely. And if you come into this as Selfless, you go up against one of the top 2 teams in the entire league for the entire season. You know it's going to be an uphill struggle, and you're playing with 2 completely new players. So at this point, it's just a learning experience. You do what you can. Every round you get, just take that as a bit of a bonus victory for yourself and feel good about that. And if you lose horribly, then so be it. That was kind of written in the stars. And if you can do anything to go against that, then, kudos to you. I think that's the kind of mentality they have to have going into it. Obviously, you never want to say to someone, go into that game expecting to lose. Obviously, you should have the mindset that you should win, but you also want to be realistic about where your opportunities actually lie.
You're not wrong. I'm going to tell you that. You know who else isn't usually wrong? Our commentators. They're standing by. We're going to bring them now into the discussion with us. We got Blue and Dazed over there. Now, what do you guys think about this situation, right? Obviously, Selfless is in a bad way. Is this a night where they can have a chance? Is this a night where they're going to get double digits?
Well, they have one slight advantage going for them, and that's going to be the fact that Skadoodle actually is not going to be playing for Cloud9 this evening, just having some personal issues, I think. So they're actually having Valen step into this match, so he's going to have to hop into the driver's seat and see what he can do and filling in for Skadoodle this evening. I don't think that's actually going to affect the outcome of the match. I still feel like this is, like you guys were describing, a pretty quick 2 over C9 overall, though.
Yeah, it would take just huge blunders by C9 over and over again, and Selfless, I mean, they just have so many things working against them right now. Between the roster changes, obviously just losing over and over again. And this is a team we actually saw. I know they got relegated last season, but if you remember last season, almost every match they lost was like 12-16. Even against teams like Cloud9. I mean, it was 12-16, 13-16, 14-16. So they took just a giant step back here this season. And, I mean, Cloud9 is just, if Stewie wants, he could probably have like 30 frags this game in like 20 rounds.
It's
with the AUG.
Stat farming, if you will. It's almost at that point.
I think it'll be a stat pad match. It will.
Definitely. Actually, I think I played squad with Skadoodle the other day. He's in high spirits. Like, guys, he's doing fine. This isn't detrimental, let's put it that way. Sure, he'll be watching from wherever he is.
Yeah, giving Valens op tips, maybe. Just sending him WhatsApp messages, just like, Valens, what the hell are you doing? This is all wrong.
Why?
Yeah.
Well, we're going to go to a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to jump right into this Selfless Cloud9 game. So make sure you don't go anywhere. Grab your popcorn. We'll be right back.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Pro League. It is time to jump into our first map of the evening. It's Cobblestone once again, which has become the NA standard for this season, and it's Selfless going up against Cloud9, number 2, up against what I believe currently is number 14 in the league. Pretty straightforward match.
Are they last?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Them, Winter Fox, and then Rush. I think Selfless has 1 win, 2 wins on Winter Fox, 3 on Rush, I believe.
Yeah, and the complexity is a little bit.
And you know, the surprising thing is Renegade started out, I think, I think they've won 7 in a row or something like that. I think they're, 8 in a row. They're 9-7, right?
They're 9-7 now, so they're actually in contention to be in the top 6.
Like it's crazy. That team is just so up and down. I mean, we were casting them earlier in the season. No, we're not casting them today. And I'm just like, I mean, how often was I bashing them? I'm like, there's zero strategic insight to them. They just look like such a mess. And then bam, they do some roster swaps, and they win 8 in a row.
Yep.
Just crazy.
Seems to work out well for them. Anyway, unfortunately, they're not going to be able to participate in the grand finals, even if they do make the top 6.
Oh yeah, because of the minors again,
right? The minor
really
date overlapped again. That's the second season
so
in a row.
They're just kind of playing to play.
Yeah.
They're playing to play for next season.
Pretty much. Yeah, they're playing to play so that.
And I mean, they did it already, right? They got like, what, 9 wins now, so they're not going to get relegated, so they could just coast.
Anyway, though, we are getting live with the match, so Cloud9, and again, as a little bit of an asterisk on Cloud9 tonight, they do have Valens filling in for Skadoodle. He had a personal commitment, I believe, and couldn't make this match, so they're just going to have him step in. Going up against Selfless, however, and considering they just used, I believe, what is their last 2 roster swaps they had available for this season, we have to hope that this final 5 can get something done to get them out of relegation. And the start is not going to be so swift. Automatic immediately one-tapping MCE as he tries to push his way out into the mid-connector. He spots 2 more, but for now is going to fall back a little bit deeper into the site.
Yeah, so this is the first time we're seeing D and MC, I believe, right? I don't think we've seen either of them this even, unless D is DSR.
No. D's completely new.
Okay.
So D and MC are the 2 new additions that are apparently going to be in here to ride out the roster for the rest of the season. And this is supposedly the five players that are going to ride out the last couple weeks here for the Selfless players. But nice trades there against Automatic and Shroud to open up another opportunity for them to swing into the site. They have not seen the bomb just yet, so we're not going to see a full commitment on the rotate from C9. Valen's kind of holding over here on top of the balcony, but he's going to get flashed out, so won't be able to really spot the cross. Has his teammate roll in. Not for long, unfortunately. Nothing will go down. Valen's at 10 HP, and Stewie's still rotating over, so this is actually looking great for Selfless right now to hold control on the pistol, and there you go. Valen's down, so just 1 more to go in Stewie. And he's going to try to leap out here to see if he can get anything done, but it's not looking good. They all know he's positioned at the doorway, and his options are slim. So ZQK will finalize it, and we will indeed see Selfless slamming the pistol.
Yeah, the amount of respect they were giving to Automatic there. I'm surprised Automatic wasn't able to get more kills, but he did get that one, make it 4v5, just stayed around middle the whole time, and Cloud9 kind of obliged them. They wanted Cloud9 to peek into him. Automatic gets a little bit more aggressive than you probably want in that situation. Pays the price for it, kind of opens up that A site for Selfless. Now for this anti-eco, Cloud9. Recently they've been buying very conservatively on these, actually, but right now they buy very, very heavy, just Valens with basically the full save and Automatic.
Rolling up. Just hits one against ZQK, immediately knocks him out. It was a bit of a misnomer, too, because ZQK got isolated from the rest of his teammates because there was a whiff molly. So there wasn't even room for anyone else to kind of be behind him to be able to try and push forward and trade that out quickly enough. So they're basically going to have to take that in stride and bring it down to a 5v4 right off the bat. They are going to try to turn this into an A split, though, and we can mind that's only the 1 kill that they've gotten. They're going to trade 2 more back as they do attempt to push their way up towards A. And now Cloud9 with only 3 players remaining. They do have 1 on each site, and then they're keeping Stewie as kind of a rotator in between them at this point. Selfless themselves have really slowed it down. They're going to let the clock run down a bit before they eventually follow through with the execute.
Yeah, and again, pretty much the same situation just happened. Automatic makes it 4v5, kind of, gets a little bit too aggressively, peeks aggressively into middle, exactly what happened on pistol round, gets punished for it, and all of a sudden, Selfless 4v3. They're grouping up towards A, so Valens is going to be the lone player here to try to stop this, and all he has is a P250.
And that's not obviously going to work out too well for him as Selfless do start to roll back in. No sign of rotation anytime soon from Cloud9, so he just backs up to the default plant position and is looking for peeks here. As soon as he's spotted, immediately eliminated by Dizzy, and that'll kill most of the opportunities for Stewie and Shroud to actually wrap back in here and make this a 2v4 victory. Making the duel, some damage done to D, but he'll promptly fall away from that one and avoid taking another risk anytime soon. MC's going to spot Stewie peeking up again. Good damage being done, but D weighing out his own aggression there, trades it on to Stewie, eliminates Shroud, and there you have it. 4 life for Selfless, as they do, with the exception of that start there, end up relatively clean as they take the 2nd round victory.
And now the full eco, they have the 2 Mac 10s, so look for them to try to just go in first, clean up, get some money to their name. And Valen's full saved, so I'm assuming he's going to drop an op actually to Stewie, which would be my guess for the next round.
No, Selfless, we can already see them pretty much just rushing over here towards the B halls right at the start. Cloud9 decided to take a risk this time and have a big 4 stack of players out from A long. That's already dematerializing. They were going to start to fall back and rotate Shroud around over here towards B. I imagine he's heard a couple footsteps in his position there at this point, so he's calling for a little bit of help here to at the very least find a couple trade kills so they can keep the money low going into that first gun round, but currently going to be looking realistic unless they're able to line up some good positioning here with the Cloud9 members shuffling around, potentially out in the open. It's going to be easy frags. There's one. Good trade from Stewie. Just with a measly little USP as well. Now D jumping over there, gets one, gets two, and now only 2 remain on the Cloud9 side. One in drop, one trying to flank an Automatic's position over there as he works his way over towards the platform push. The Molly will block out Valen's, and it looks like Automatic is just going to end up going towards drop himself, so this will most certainly be the 3rd round for Selfless. Maybe plus or minus a few players, depending on if Cloud9 can get any or multiple on the exits here.
Yeah, just looking through a little bit of the players' histories on Selfless. So I'm looking at D's profile, and I think he's probably a friend of Caboose. Looks like they played at Philadelphia together, got 3rd there. And then has also played in Premier this season with a team called the Foundation, and they're actually only 2-14. So
apparently they may be taking that team name as well.
What was that?
They may be taking that team name as well.
The Foundation?
Yeah. I think that's what Caboose tweeted earlier. Yeah, Caboose tweeted earlier they were going to actually take that as the team name for right now. Like, officially speaking, for this game, they're still called Selfless, but I think they're going to be trying to change that over the next day or so here. So, it's an interesting side note there, too, is they're kind of...
So I guess Caboose is kind of like the leader now.
It seems like it, yeah. As that worked out. Well, ZQK... Things not working out for him, is going to try to leap over here towards drop, immediately knocked out by Shroud. Caboose is trying to molly this out and make up for it. Hopefully he could find a player close up to where they usually boost position, but not going to be the case this time. After they do find the kill, Cloud9 actually really good with the positioning. They just kind of back out. They'll let Selfless move in if they can trap another player in here. That'll be even better for them. Does still appear as though Selfless are playing into the default, though. No huge adjustments after losing ZQK. Kind of just having, I believe it's MCE on the outside, watching out for A long or mid connector pushes, and beyond that, everybody else just waiting in the B halls for the time to run down a bit here.
Yeah, only one player towards A and Automatic, and this is something that Cloud9 does a lot. Like, Automatic is just a force and a rock over there at A. That's very hard to move him out of that spot without him getting information, without him, delaying the other team, and also multi-fragging at many opportunities. So they have a double drop setup. Right now, they're kind of playing outside of it. But Shroud, he listens, he knows they're down. Valens is already there at the window, and it looks like it's going to be 2 towards B halls, 1 down drop, and then 1 towards A.
Yeah, MCE is the one lurking in towards A, but I imagine he's going to be a late entry to try to catch rotators off and make the post-plant situation a little bit easier. And actually getting onto the site, though, is going to be the tough part, especially with this timer they're working with. Only 20 seconds remaining to actually kill these B-site defenders, get out onto the site. That's a good start from D, though, but unfortunately, the kills will get traded up. Caboose finding one more. Stewie actually does die to the Molotov. Caboose left as the last man standing, but he's only got 10 seconds left to go grab the bomb and plant it on the site here. Thankfully, no one will be on a flank, and he mollies off the correct position over here, so he should be able to get it, but Valence decides to push through the molly anyway, and he does take down Caboose before the bomb can go on the ground.
Yeah, not a bad round there. I mean, they manage, even in that 4v5, to get 3 kills. That means if they win this round, they're going to force Cloud9 and Nico in a very bad economic situation. So they can definitely have a chance to, go up big early here in this game, and I mean that's kind of something you need if you're Selfless, if you want to compete against C9 right now.
Yeah, we can even see C9's investment going into this 5th round here isn't going to be that great.
Their investment is better, for sure.
Cloud9's still working with 2 Omps. They have Valens down on a FAMAS right now, and 2 Scavenged AKs from the last round, so at the moment, Selfless do have a better opportunity to push through. The one thing they are going to be slightly limited on is utility. They still have 2 Molotovs and pretty much full smokes across the boards, though, so it's actually not as limited as it may appear at first glance, just to be a little bit more cautious in terms of where they decide to use these. Anyway, on the opener, though, pushing themselves over towards A-Long. Automatic waits in the corner, is caught with a nade out, so loses about 1/4 of his HP, not too much, and is promptly just going to fall back. Safely gets over towards the A-bomb site, so won't lose himself here, and that will hand over A-Long and mid-connector control to Selfless early in the round.
Yeah, so they're going to give a boost up on that wall there, and then we'll see what the second player plays. Looks like he's just going to play around Broken Wall. Or, sorry, Wood Wall. But 2 players working in towards B, 3 players towards A. Not sure the direction of this strat. Looks like these guys are just going to try to get picks at B, challenge nothing, and Stewie.
They actually do catch nothing, leaping up too, so a bit of a lucky break for Caboose there. Finding that first kill, the smokes go in. It's an imperfect smoke though, so Stewie wanted to try and challenge that he could hold the corner, but at the moment sits back and plays the patient game. Instead decides to go through, but Caboose, a nice read on that one, actually does go back to check it. Finds Stewie lurking through before he's taken out, and Caboose picks up a 3rd kill now. Banelin's moving into mid-connector, trades, but then tosses his gun away, thinking he's safe in picking up that kill, thinking the hit would have gone to A. Automatic has a chance to turn it around. Beautiful spray control to pick up 2, and falls back into the ramp where he's safe for now. Also the last man standing too, so he's got to pick up a double kill. There's going to be the first one if he can get it. 19 HP, switches over to the pistol to close. He gets that kill. Caboose trying to go through the crawl space, only 8 seconds left. He takes that duel, gives away his position. He can just hide right now, but decides not to. And Caboose will barely win it out with 20 HP, but he does indeed do so, and with the 4K to top it all off.
Yeah, Automatic almost salvaging that round. Just very, very patient. Knows that, hey, if I rotate to B, even if the bomb's there, I'm probably not going to win the round. I might as well just stay here and hope it's a fake. But really, the question for me is, I mean, all 3 kills that Caboose got at Long B, not one bullet was fired back. Nothing was jumping in the air. Stewie was trying to make a play through the smoke that got red, and Shroud had a nade out.
That doesn't really work out too well for Cloud9. And immediately here, D is found by Stewie this time as he gets hyper aggressive, works his way up. D tries to hide behind a box, but part of his body's still peeking out, so he's able to detect that. Stewie is anyway on the repeat there. Now is going to continue forward to try and recover the gun, I think. It just didn't really work out too well. I think it was a little bit too far past, and now we'll see the trade come out from Caboose. Flash probably not going where they wanted it to, as Caboose again does get boosted up here. But Cloud9 pretty much had enough of the aggression at Broken Wall for right now. It's done enough to kind of scare Selfless. It's doing the job whether they chose to stick here or not. And nothing again looked like he wanted to try and go back up to challenge, but decides against it at the very last second. A good thing too. Both Caboose and his teammates still sitting here ready to challenge anyone from C9 that would attempt to jump up there, and they no longer have a smoke or flashbang or anything to try and initiate that, so it would just be a blind peek and hopefulness that they would be able to pick up headshots quickly amongst it. Out they will go though, and again, just these 2, the other 2 remaining for the Selfless side are still back in the B hulls defending the bomb right now, watching for flanks. So they haven't made a commitment yet, but much like many of the past rounds, they're really running the timer very low in order to do this. Finally, we start to see them move out onto the site here. Waiting close up is going to be Shroud. That's an easy kill, unchallenged. Nothing up on top of the boost position though. He's able to catch a trade, taking down Caboose. Timer continuing to get lower. Only 20 seconds remaining now for the Selfless players to get site control. As they do move in, they'll be in close quarters battle. Another trade back to back, but CQK picks up an additional kill and closes out against Automatic as well.
Yeah, and all these close rounds going Selfless's way. That looked very scary there. Successful eco round for Cloud9. We'll see if they buy off that. If I was them, let's see. It looks like they are going to save. They feel... I think if they were playing against someone who they felt was like maybe a better team, they would buy there. But they probably feel right now, hey, you know, let's calm down. Let's get a full buy going, and then, you know, let's win out from there. But Selfless is doing great so far. I mean, it's 5-1. Cloud9's still on a save. And you wouldn't expect this, you know, coming in for them to even put up this much of a fight, right? You'd think it was just a steamroll, at least I would. I mean, there are 2 pickups, right? D was on a 2-14 Premier team. MCE is on an 8-8 main team. You know, and they're all just kind of put together. They have a guy from Brazil with 160 ping. It's like 180 ping. And all of a sudden they're at 5-1 and have Cloud9 forced to an eco.
Yep.
What's going on?
I don't know.
What's going on, Blue?
Entry power right now is working out great for Selfless, it seems. Specifically, Caboose is coming in here with a pretty strong performance. I think he's pretty close to 10 kills already, which is these 6 rounds being played out. So,
was Ryu the problem? Ryu? Are you the problem?
They've gotten rid of him, and now there's this confidence coming in all of a sudden. But Caboose picking up the first kill this time around. They're not paying attention to the drop room flank. Thankfully, Caboose handles that one. The rip Shroud to shreds as he also tries to push out from there. Nothing's already down at 9 HP. Not a whole lot he can do. So more than likely, he's just going to give up on this one. He's got armor. He's got a couple bits of utility and a P250. Obviously, the P250 is the low light of that save, but the armor and utilities actually going to save him quite a bit of money going into the next gun round. So he'll decide to pull away and save because of that, and just let Selfless get a 6th here.
Or is it that Skadoodle is just all of Cloud9?
Maybe, man.
Without Ska. He's the back. He's the glue.
It all just falls to pieces without him.
He's the glue.
All right, right, well, indeed, 6-1 for Selfless here, and again, Caboose multi-fragging. You can see it again, they're sitting at 11-2. Definitely leading the team by a pretty big margin and finding most of the initial kills, too. He's usually the one that opens up the site for them, and it's almost been a consistent B push for most of these rounds.
So full buy comes out for Cloud9. See if they get any type of aggression going towards the B plat. That's kind of what I would expect from them from here. They still don't get an off though. Shroud goes to the AUG. I believe the AUG is a one-shot headshot kill, but you have to be very up close. I believe. But we'll see. I'm gonna have to start experimenting with the AUG a little bit. I'm gonna start using it a little bit because
it's not used right.
It's pretty nuts. Yeah. And I think it costs 3,300. I'm not 100% sure.
Oh, Shroud again may actually get himself quite a bit of the early action, considering the.
And I mean that is like the coolest skin of all time. So.
Have you seen the new AK one?
No.
The new AK one's pretty cool too. It's got like
When did it come out?
It was in the most recent case, I think. I think this one is too. It has like all this like Japanese writing and stuff on it too.
Oh, kind of like our Japanese NMDs?
The NMDs?
Yeah.
It actually does. It did remind me of that when I first saw it. Different color scheme altogether. That's not the.
Should we just make our own skins, but just copy like NMDs
just
and
Arrow
stuff like that? Yeah.
Arrow and Sons AK,
Would we get sued by? We make Yeezys and we just get sued by Kanye West.
Be great, dude.
I know Stunna would buy the Yeezy skins.
The Yeezy AK.
He's got like 4 pairs of Yeezys.
It's just a regular AK with an orange stripe that says whatever, Sply 350 or whatever the Yeezys say on them. MCE.
The thing about these skins though is they cost $1,000 each. Like,
it's a special case for MCE's gonna pick up a double here, and again the rest of the team cleaning up shop pretty quickly after he is finally taken down. It's again nothing left as the last man standing here, and once more, much like many of these previous rounds, probably is not gonna be able to get a whole lot done here. He may catch 1 or 2 players off guard on exit, but that would be like a really optimal situation. And yeah, he doesn't even catch 1 off guard.
What is going on?
He just swings into him there.
2-14 Premier Team. D comes in just pistol whipping everybody. MCE on an 8-8 main team comes in, just wrecking Cloud9.
This is their chance, man.
What if they just win out the season? They're just the best team from there on
End
out.
up in like 8th place.
Yeah.
Probably beat the best.
Still managed to get relegated somehow because they only have 1 win. Just win out.
That would be so.
But I mean, think about it, man. An 8-8 Premier, or 2-14 Premier player, 8-8 main player, a guy from Brazil with 180 ping, and they're up 7-1.
They're destroying their economy too. Like again, they're on an eco here.
Dizzy, a female streamer.
What?
Dizzy Kitten?
Yeah, that's not who that is though.
Really?
Yeah, dude.
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that was a little too obvious. Got me confused for a second there, but we do see again Cloud9 on essentially just an armor pistol buy for most players. Nothing, only working with a deagle.
And honestly, they're getting closer on these rounds than they are a lot of these gun rounds. I mean, Automatic in that 4v1 almost won it, but you know, it's still a 4v1.
An Automatic close up to the suicide steps here. He's gonna have his chance to maybe cripple the Selfless push a little bit here if he can, but unfortunately squanders it. ZQK is smart to check out Suicide before they blindly push forward. They even got smoked off on the mid connector outside door here anyway, so now Valens will maybe take a chance at it.
Look at this, double nades on him. Molotov comes out. They're taking it slow, just kind of waiting it out. A flank is going to come through connector. There's no way they're losing the shot.
Yeah, Caboose is a long control already. They've already pushed out there. There's the connector flank you were talking about there. So Caboose finishes off, takes down Shroud, and it's all 5 alive for Selfless. Again, the eco round doesn't do that much. 8-1. I think Cloud9 just paused in the last round. It was like a really smart, short pause, though. It might have just been technical. I would not be surprised if we see a tactical one coming in a second here, though.
I would not be surprised if we make a movie out of this. True underdog story.
I mean, we said it was a stat pad match. It's just a stat pad match for the wrong team right now. Selfless is the one that's kind of dominating here, and it's a big surprise for everyone. So let's take a look again as we do get into another gun round. Double op set up for Cloud9. Shroud with the AUG going down right at the start again, same as the last gun round it looks like here. So he's going to get knocked out pretty quickly. Now we have to hope that these double ops can do some work. Stewie being positioned directly behind the statue here. Oh, but he looks away just as they were starting to push back out. Still lines up the hit through the smoke against D though. So gets the beautiful timing shot and will probably toss the molly out to avoid any retaliation from anyone else that was going to push out from Plat. This has caused a pretty big slow on the Selfless side, and I imagine they're going to kind of just slow things down overall here. They need to take a moment and recenter themselves before they decide where they actually want to take this execution towards.
Yeah, and again, Automatic just at A by himself. Nobody helping him out. So looks like they're going to want to go drop to A maybe, while two people go out long.
Boost going down. Even shoots on the way down there too. And nothing goes for the peek. That's another time though where nothing just goes for a blind peek and loses it out. He's going to have to stop doing that because it keeps giving Selfless man advantages in a lot of these rounds. Valen's maybe next up to bat on it here. I think Caboose had spotted Valen's. The reverse is true as well, though. And Valen's does go for the re-peek in window, taking down Caboose. Recentering a slight advantage for Cloud9 here. And we even have Stewie getting hyper-aggressive on platform there, too. He's already pushed all the way through the halls, so they know this is coming to A. It's more about just getting Valen's prep for it. He got flashed out, did good damage to MCE, and oh, Automatic misses what should have been an easy shot for him against MCE. Doesn't hit it. Stewie's rolling it on the flank, wastes no time taking the shot on Dizzy right there. And now he's got to hope he can somehow pull off this 1v2. Spots the head of a player with 1 HP. Could have easily taken him down right there. Missing the shot. Both of these players incredibly low, but they hold on. MCE gets his third on the round and closes it out with only 25 HP.
MCE just destroyed them. Like, he absolutely destroyed. Did you see that last kill on Stewie?
Mm-hmm.
This guy's a beast.
From main.
Who would have thought?
I mean, look, it's obviously Caboose is like the highlight right now, 15 and 3, right? But then the next two down.
That kill on nothing, going down drop like that, kind of opened things up, and then MCE just flew out. They got the perfect smoke onto Automatic.
D as well is doing pretty fantastic right now. Straw's going to take a risk here, trying to jump up on Broken Wall. Actually doesn't take any damage, despite there being like 4 players on the outside. D does get tagged once or twice, so down to 51 HP, and the rest of the team is trying to go for this. This could be a trap that this may not work out so well for them. They are set up for this one. 2-1 in the favor of Selfless, though. They're keeping it recovered. 3-2 now after everything is set out here past the Broken Wall itself. With MCE taking down Automatic, it's down to Valen's in a 1v3. Caboose is going to knock him out, and there you go. It's another round for Selfless. They're up to double digits now against Cloud9, who still only have 1 round on the board so far.
All 5 C9 players there, by the way. All 5.
Yep. And then we're set up pretty well to counter out just a Broken Wall push, but couldn't get any of the kills.
Is this the end of the AUG meta? Has it ended before it even started?
I don't think he's gotten a single kill with it so far. Every time he picks it up, he's like the first player dead. Coincidence? Well, we do have Selfless going in for a mid-push. Automatic set up for it, but misses the spray. And there you have it again, Selfless starting off with the initial kill.
So many times that a player is just trying to make an individual play on C9. I mean, Automatic did it pistol round and that round with the D. You saw him do it again there. We saw nothing do it in drop room, and they're getting punished for it each and every time.
ZQK is probably going to have to wait a few seconds unless he wants to get a bit adventurous.
Do it.
Judging from the scoreline, I wouldn't be too surprised. Valens is waiting for that one, though, and I think he's going to be able to get an early detection on him there. So he'll get the kill. Shroud, maybe looking at what I think would be his first kill with the AUG so far. Caboose, though, sneaking back up. I don't think he's realized he's this far pushed up. Ooh, and he almost loses his life. Dinked to 15 HP, but he does pick up the kill against Caboose, leaving this into a 2v4 where Cloud9 does have pretty decent control. Selfless with the bomb. D is going to try to push out towards Broken Wall. MCE still holds drop control, and he's been quite a menace so far. D tries to react to the push from nothing, but is going to be unsuccessful in doing that. And now, with the bomb drop, they can rotate the A players over here. MC tries to lurk a bit, but is taken down by Stewie with a USP. So finally, the second round goes up on the board for C9.
Finally, indeed. Luckily, they did win that round, you know, with a lot of live. So hopefully, for Cloud9's sake, if they lose this round, they're not going to have what happened to them earlier on in the half, where they end up getting reset. So Shroud 2-11.
I mean, pretty much everybody on Cloud9 right now, when you take a look at them. Stewie's up there a little bit, but the other players on the team, including Shroud, as you said, yeah.
Too much PUBG last night.
I guess so. It's taking up everybody's time. That's the real problem here. Well, we do have Selfless, again, just lining up in pretty much a default play on the opener here. Molly attempts from Cloud9 to try and hold them back, but for the most part, this isn't really going to do much against Selfless.
Yeah, and these are the things, wow.
The nade against Shroud, double nading, in fact, bringing him down to 66 HP. He is ready for this push, should they decide to swing out against him from the drop room.
I'm sorry, this is like the coolest skin I've ever seen. I want to use the AUG just
like like a comical space weapon almost. D with a nice shot though, destroying Shroud at close range, and he peeks up for another one. Nothing with good positioning though, gets 2 headshots back to back. That's D and MCE, the 2 new acquisitions for Selfless going down. He is low, however, 14 HP and currently the only one in this site. But since Caboose is taking it slow enough, Valens is going to be given enough time to rotate in. He takes the drop route though and is waiting on the outside, and now they know where nothing is over here by the chicken coop. With him being that low already, it's an easy closeout for Caboose to swing in. Valens trading 1, 2 more to go. He's going to find one of those 2, and now 1v1 here. The bomb being down, there is 30 seconds left, so Dizzy's got a decent amount of time to play this out. His priority right now, not the bomb, but to get the kill. He does need to start thinking about that, though, with time getting lower and lower here, and Valen's not showing any signs of going for a peek. The flash out, he hits himself a bit. That'll give Dizzy room to pick up the bomb and get over here towards the statue. Fakes the planet first. And Dizzy again out in the open, but that's going to give Valens the route to shut out the round and end up with a 3K on it as well.
Yeah, no reason for Selfless to lose that round. 3v1 D just...
Second shot to be nicely found.
Yeah, that was a sick shot. Are you serious? That was nutty. Stewie was posted ready for him, and he just outreacted him. Just like quick peek, outreacted him. Wow. I mean, a 3v1 to Valens there, when they're all set up, they should definitely not be using that. Dizzy crossing to the site, should have been able to trace that kill. And automatic again, dying at middle.
Caboose just ran him over that time, though. Valens with a nice trade up at the top of the suicide steps at the very least, but he's going to be forced back kind of into A-long here. Caboose goes hunting. He knows that another player worked their way out the doorway, and Shroud's kind of just sticking here, but he did get a double kill before going down. Has to wait for Valens, though, and the patience from Caboose, it pays off. Unfortunately, re-peeks into Stewie's op, and it's now going to leave it down to Dizzy in a 1v2 to clutch.
He does have the bomb, so a lot of the time what experienced players do here is they kind of wait and they let their defenses reset, and a lot of the time it ends in like a 1-to-1, right? One player, as he just creeps right past Stewie.
And I think Stewie checks the wrong position. Stewie's going out towards long right now, but the problem is Dizzy doesn't realize this either, so this might work out for Stewie if we do see nothing going for a peek. Where is Dizzy actually going, though? He's trying to take a slower route down the ramp right now, and Stewie going back in. The problem for Dizzy now is when Dizzy does go for the peek towards the doorway, I think Stewie's going to be looking towards him. No, he actually has it blocked off right now. And there we go. He sees him, though, finally. He takes the route over there towards the shed instead of going into the doorway, and that's what finally gives him away and allows for Stewie to find the final shot.
So unfortunate.
There's the AUG doing a little bit of work.
I just can't remember how much it costs. I think it's 3,300.
I think it's 33 or 35. Somewhere between there.
There's someone tweeted.
Probably.
Let me check.
Well, anyway, on to the last round here. Cloud9 does have to force into it a little bit here, but still definitely, a decent buy. Valen just got to be playing close up at A-long with a shotgun. Perfectly capable position to play that in. Everybody else back up to their own full buys here, and there's Valen's 1 going for 2. They've got to be careful with the timing on these peaks. He tries to hit another shot, but unfortunately will miss it, so it just ends up getting traded 1-to-1. Took a while, though, to take him down, so Cloud9 will be given plenty of time to react to that loss and spread their players around the map accordingly. Should Selfless just go for another direct A play again, much like they did in some of these previous rounds here. It was very B-centric at the beginning, but they started to experiment with A couple rounds back, and they've actually been playing around with it a lot more because of how easy it has been to dispatch of usually automatic in a lot of those situations down into the connector, but this time they do find Valens first off.
Yeah, I think you take that 4v4, though, if you're Selfless and are fine with that. Cloud9 should be a lot more experienced in these scenarios and should do well with them. I think Cloud9's mistake this game was not, pushing upper B, maybe boosting up drop and things like that, and kind of making it uncomfortable where they have to make Selfless react and kind of just letting Selfless do whatever they want. And that's kind of what got them in this situation. Because whenever you play against a team like Selfless who let's be honest, they have no experience together, really. They shouldn't be able to know how to react to those things. Now they get grouped up at A. Automatic's going to push in, though. He's very, very close, so they need to check this corner.
They're not going to do so. Automatic picking up a first one and a second as well as he swings into the headshot on D. Almost traded out by ZQK, but he does get behind the alleyway in time. Will still get eliminated by Dizzy, but Shroud is also up on the A platform at this point. 10 seconds remaining. ZQK, a nice kill against Shroud. He's still got to plant the bomb with only 5 seconds left, and he instead just leaps out, doesn't have his gun ready when nothing does go for the swing, and there you have it. Cloud9 do recover quite a bit towards the end of the half there, end up with 5 rounds overall, but still, what a start from Selfless, going up 10-1, where we finally saw Cloud9 getting themselves back into it there. Well, we'll see if they can continue this and possibly upset in this first map in just a few minutes right here at the ESL Pro League, folks. So stick with us.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
All right, and welcome back. We have a new Selfless roster with 2 new players hopping in. Unfortunately, CJ and I believe, I forget the second, is out. But we do have MCE and D hopping back in using the last available roster slots for this team. One of them coming from main, one of them coming from a bottom-of-the-barrel premier team. And so far, it's worked out well for them. They had a stunning start here, 10-1, where we finally saw Cloud9 picking up some rounds. He did bring it back to 10-5 at the end of the half, but at the moment, it is Selfless that lead the charge here on Overpass, or excuse me, Cobblestone.
Yeah, reminds me of a little bit of maybe Tony Romo could do the same. Do you have any idea what I'm talking about, Blue?
Not really, but I know who Tony Romo is.
You do?
I know who, like he's an athlete, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know anything.
Tell me more.
Football, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know teams or anything like that, but
he's like a Dallas Cowboy great. He holds like all the passing records for the Dallas Cowboys, and he's going to be a broadcaster now.
Oh,
with the Dallas Mavericks, who's an NBA team, right? He's going to be suited up and like, he's not going to play, but he's going to be on like the bench and stuff, like in uniform for the Dallas Mavericks for the last game. Like these guys get called up from Premier, playing against Cloud9, they're just dropping balls. What if Tony Romo gets in there?
I don't know.
I don't think he could play, but it would be hilarious if he played for like 2 minutes.
And we can take a look at the stats here as well. We could see, as we were mentioning before, Caboose really showing up today. ADR of 137.2 off the first half, and a KD of 22 and 7. D a little bit farther behind, of course, but still impressive at 13 and 10. And MC as well at 11 and 10, hitting D, I think, actually hitting some nice op shots, and MC with some nice entries and drop control throughout the course of that half.
Yeah, drop. I mean, honestly, there was problems all over for Cloud9. I mean, they pulled it together at the end of that half, but that could have been even worse. Let's be real. Dizzy was in position to win that 1v2. They had the 3v1 on Valens. That would have put them on a poor economic situation. I mean, they could have easily won that half 12-3, 13-2.
So let's get back into it now and see if Cloud9 can keep the road to recovery rolling, or if Selfless is going to be able to claim the second pistol of this map and be able to try and, well, push themselves, assuming they don't get eco in the next round, of course, push them into a position where they could very easily just be set up to win out this map with 1 or 2 gun rounds in their favor. Shroud early on is expecting aggression to come through the broken wall, and he does find it, but is not really available for the shot when push comes to shove, and only connects for 1 hit. MCE, as they do bait Shroud into the open, finds the headshot when needed, and ZQK with a 5-7 actually here on the pistol round, knocking out automatic. Dizzy falling through with one of his own. He's being trapped now.
The flank, though.
Yeah, so we do have nothing dropping back in, trying to look for a kill, but Caboose is going to close out, and there's Selfless with the second pistol on the map.
Team ace. Everybody getting 1 kill. Shroud just kind of going out into no man's land, and MCE just, it's a banger. Just 1 shot, kills him while he's chasing his teammate. Opens up the round right away. Auto shotgun comes out for Dizzy. I like it.
Now it is going to be the force from Cloud9 too, since they didn't get a plant second or first round there. So just Tech 9 armors across the board. Valen's a little bit of a lighter bite into the PT50s. They can get a second smoke and a little bit of flashbang power to work with here too. Pretty much everybody pushing towards platform though at the start, and
nothing already on 2 HP.
Yeah, that was the work of D, I believe, trying to push
Dizzy
forward.
is gonna own them. Keep it on Dizzy. Keep it on Dizzy.
Can see also a slight push towards the broken wall itself, but at the moment we're waiting for this drop play to come in, and there's he actually doesn't kill anyone. Bit of disappointment there. He brought Stewie down to 30 HP, and I think a little bit of collateral damage, but it's actually the guys on platform who already dropped the bomb that are doing most of the work right now. Stewie took him a minute, but he does find a kill here finally. Coming in from the backside, it's ZQK with a Mag 7. That actually
Is it bad that I am like pretty good friends with a lot of the C9 players, right?
Mm-hmm.
I know nobody on Selfless, but I'm rooting for Selfless. I'm like, yes, you could do it.
Everybody loves a good underdog story.
I can't. If they win, I'm just gonna tweet right. I'm like, you're the problem. You're the problem.
So Cloud9 will full eco here, and I don't imagine they'll do anything too crazy. Yes. Looking at like strats and whatnot here, just a default split of players across the map, keeping the bomb in those B halls. Selfless, pretty similar buy to what we had before. No auto shotty this time, but they still have one more gun going up to an M4 and just 2 SMGs along with ZQK keeping the shotgun. Looks like they're going to try to go for drop control again. 3, possibly 4 players going in there. MC a little bit late on that Molotov, still able to recover though, and the Molly does block out a second player from going in. Ironically enough as well, the player that does swing out towards him is the one with the bombs. That works out well, but Automatic somehow got himself out through the window and around into the site quickly enough to where he's going to be able to recover that position. So they're moving in now. Problem is they're going up against vastly superior power here, and Dizzy, great hold there, even getting the support from ZQK at the very end, does close out with 2 kills and an assist. As Selfless are 3 rounds away from upsetting against Cloud9 here on Cobble.
Okay, so now how do you win this? Like, how do you close this out if you're Selfless? Are you just saying right now, like, you have confidence that you're just the better team at this point and just play your spots, like, straight up? Or do you take risks and you put 3A halls, maybe 4B, 3 in drop room, things like that, and just take kind of calculated risks like that and hope you win the round that way? Do you opt unconventional spots? Like, what do you do? Cloud9 setting up for a full exec, so they're going to do the old nip smokes.
And Selfless don't necessarily feel
D.
Look at him.
Look at D.
He's not spotted them though. He hasn't seen the head of any of these players on the right yet. He should see or hear the smokes in a second though. So that should give it away. But right now he's just chilling.
I know, but look where he is. He's underneath 3 people.
And he could, if he goes back up and around, line it up. The problem is he's going to be a little bit late on this now. But oh my god, he's dropping right back down. And somehow he headshots that one as well. I don't know how he headshot that kill. But Automatic is going to trade him up before he can get anything done. Meanwhile, out over here, it's MC out in the open on the platform that picks up a double kill against Nothing in Valens. No additional splits coming back in. They did rotate a little bit early off the A bomb site though. And currently it's ZQK. Yeah, that shot's not going to hit at that range. So he has to fall away, as he has to wait for teammates to support him when he rolls back in, and Cloud9 could certainly...
This is smart by them, though. They're waiting for MCE to flank, and that's going to make things a lot easier.
It's going to make things obvious, though, is the question. As we can see, Automatic looking back down towards the connector to check for that one now. And as MCE rolls in, important to note as well, all 3 Selfless players have kits, but MCE just destroys Automatic. Now it's down to Stewie, lines up for one. ZQK is getting close with the shotgun. They know exactly where he's at, and ZQK will close out. It's Selfless going up to 14 now. 2 away, and Cloud9 more than likely will have to eco or half by going into the next round.
But do you see what happened when MCE went and they waited? Automatic had to go back and watch that flank, and he made noise, and MCE just pops him right in the head. But the fact that he had to go back means that they could go through the doorway a lot easier. Now, all of a sudden, Stewie has to watch Rat Hole, Heaven, and the door, and the connector. It's just, wow.
It's working out great for them all of a sudden. Selfless, let's see. As Cloud9 did decide to force into this one. They had around 4K each, so it's actually not too bad of a force, but they end up with a Galil, an Ump, a Tech 9 on Shroud. Everybody getting utility, of course, but having to downgrade those guns in order to get to that quota point. So now we see pretty much everyone on Cloud9 working their way out here to take platform control early on. And Shroud taking the initiative here. Good flashbang, but I think Shroud got hit by it a little bit too. Now the smoke wall's in. Caboose can't even actually safely push through this right now. He's got to be the player to put a stop to it. Not going to work out though. Shroud catches the first one. No one else at the moment on Selfless trying to challenge that. Just sitting back and waiting for them to plant the bomb and these smokes to fade away so they can better go for this retake here. Dizzy lines up for a headshot, but the immediate trade from nothing, knocking him out. This is looking good for Cloud9 to stabilize a little bit here. And Stewie swinging in with Shroud. They close out on the last 3 kills and give themselves a 6th.
Yeah, so Cloud9 just goes with the full B exec. And one of the reasons that made it so successful is the missed Molotov by Selfless allowed Shroud to get by the box, and he gets really deep positioning out there, and then he's able to run with the smokes and flashes even quicker than you would ever anticipate somebody doing. And that's something that I believe SK does. I think North does as well with either Magic or Config out there. And it's a really good way of just getting somebody like into the site, running with the smokes and flashbangs just faster than you would normally anticipate.
Yeah, so now Cloud9 going for the same 3-player stack on the outside here to try and line up smokes towards the B hit again. We did have MCE take a route up the steps here to try and potentially challenge an earlier platform push. He's being a bit hesitant on it, as we can see, kind of shifting all around currently. The smoke blocking off the cross is now long gone, and the C2s are going to reapply one of their own as more of the T smokes do start to roll. And this could put a bit of a damper on the Cloud9 plans, but in the meantime, Shroud, I think, catching D mid-air with a headshot of his own, may send this.
But they're not over-rotating at all.
They still suspect something because of the smokes were out on B that they may still decide to deploy out here. And indeed, Caboose commits to it first. Commits to the wrong position, though, and is going to get overwhelmed as they do start to push their way back in. Now it's primarily just MCE. He misses the first volley. Thankfully, Stewie's not paying too great of attention, so he's able to pick up that kill. Wasn't talking to his left side, though, so Automatic's going to trade that one back out. Shroud finding another kill on Dizzy. Just leaves ZQK as the last man standing, and he's won any piece of the 1v4. He's going to fall back to save.
Yeah, Selfless was actually set up pretty decently there, but MC and who was that on the platform? Was that Dizzy or D?
I think it was D.
Yeah, when he started spraying through the smoke and whatnot, Stewie just took the advantage or the opportunity to kind of just jump out, made him have to look there, made him have to look to his right. MC had to watch E-Box a bit, kind of made it very tough on them. Now ZQK just trying to save this off.
At the moment, playing it passively, he certainly heard Valen's footsteps a second ago. Oh, he that was definitely a bit of interp.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, there's that shot from Shroud again. Look at this, just ragdolls him. Goodbye. And that was actually D right there, so I think the other position was the other player from Selfless back over on the B site. Now we have seen Selfless's money brought down to far enough of a point that they are going to have to eco here. Still a few upgraded pistols and ZQK having the op at the very least, so maybe a little bit of fragging power coming out from that. But overall, more than likely, we should be able to see Cloud9 push through and pick up an 8 here. Let's see, though, if any surprises await us. As Cloud9 early on is taking early control of long A. They have Stewie checking out towards mid-connector. There's actually a pretty large presence here from Selfless. They've got one on the suicide steps and one outside of the mid doors there. Molotov going to go down. It does force MC out, and nothing will handle that kill pretty quickly. So D chooses not to challenge inside of the mid-connector, and instead is just going to wait outside the doorway and hopefully surprise 1 or 2 players. In that, though, we have seen a bit of an over-rotate from the Selfless guys. They rotated 2 additional players in, and they're just keeping ZQK with the op on B right now.
Yeah, Bomb's kind of going back, though, so they might end up going back there. And ZK could have a chance.
Especially if they don't properly smoke.
Maybe just watching the flank, and now it's going to be a drop to A split. Ooh, nice shot.
So swipes down onto D to knock him out, and we do indeed see this A split coming back in as they take drop control here. You could have heard it. Automatic sneaking back up, misses the first chance takedown Caboose, but he's not choosing to challenge us with just a little USP. Made the noises to make it look like he had dropped down from heaven, but it's not going to throw a fast one against Shroud at all. He's ready for that one, even catches Dizzy as he wraps back in. So down to ZQK again, who really didn't have a chance to fight all that much in this round at all, and once more just going to have to fall back and save again. There are players already waiting for him, however, trying to work their way back quickly towards T-spawn and prevent that save. And in a moment here, we've already seen Stewie that drops down the Rapunzel steps. Takes the shot at ZQK, but it is a miss. And now an attempt to flash him out. We see him in the open again. Stewie misses once more, but so does ZQK. And finally, Stewie hits the shot on the 3rd attempt and prevents the saving of that up.
So Selva's going to get quite a few chances to win this game, or at least, you know, go on to game point. I mean, at this point, Cloud9's so far behind that Selfless is going to have just so much money bonus built up by the time Cloud9 even gets to 11 or 12 or whatever. So they're going to have so many opportunities. Now we have MC on a Scout. ZQK on the Mag 7 again. Seems like he uses this weapon quite often. Now they have a little bit, they have 4B right now.
The close-up here is going to be caught jumping by Shroud. Already we see Cloud9 picking up the first kill. Holding beyond that, though, but the Molotov, I think, is going to send Shroud up. They're not paying attention to those steps. Just really not expecting there to be 2 players close up to the steps position. Caboose found health, though, and they jump back in.
Why is MC running to his teammate?
Now Dizzy's alone here on the site. He is getting the rotate from ZQK, but there's a smoke in the way. And I think Dizzy actually may just hold close up against the statue here. Possibly try to push past, but those smokes are not fading anytime soon. They aren't really perfect either, though, so we can see a lot past it and see that they're safe in a lot of these positions. There's Stewie with going down as the first one. Nothing's going to be able to trade it, and now it's just ZQK again with the shotgun in hand, lurking around to try and find Nothing. He sees him there somewhere. He hears him at the very least. He's got him so low. Nothing just backs away, though, plays this one at range to prevent himself from getting knocked out, and it's automatic up on the platform that does finish things off.
Yeah, and pretty much every single round, C9 just going into some type of a straight execute on these gun rounds. But MCE, what are you doing here, man? You have a Scout, and you ran just... What are you doing?
I guess. Maybe it was just, I guess they didn't expect the hit to come, and he was going to try to trade positions with whoever that was up on the stairs originally, maybe. And then it just didn't really work out with the timing aspect of it, but... I don't know. Anyway, we do go into a pause here, assumably from the Selfless side, as Cloud9 is closing the gap a little bit. Still 5 rounds straight now are needed to be able to actually tie this one back up, and 2 more to close out here without taking this into overtime. It's a relatively quick pause, though, so may not have been tactical in nature. We are already counting back down. So let's take a look and see if Selfless, again, are going to be able to pull off all that much and try to push themselves up towards 15. Another Scout purchase does come in and actually brings MC's money down a little bit lower than the rest of his team. Pretty much everyone else, though, buying out around between 2 and 3K there, as they get either pistol with armor or just the pistol itself in the case of most. Caboose and D only going for P250s, whereas Dizzy and ZQK are able to afford armor buy-ups. MC challenging early on, does hit the shot too, brings Nothing down to 9 HP. So not a bad start here at all for the Selfless guys. It's just going to be actually impacting beyond that. That will be the issue. Yeah, that molly's way too deep, so certainly not going to send Caboose out from his box position here. For Cloud9 beyond this, though, Nothing may walk out into a trap, and indeed he does. Should have seen that, though, and that should call for pretty much a straightforward, yeah, guys, just go into B now, because they're all stacked out here, and they're going to try to flank you. ZQK now armed with an AK, and Caboose almost got that kill close up. It's being recovered now by Cloud9, though, as they bring this into a 3v3, and Stewie getting a little bit aggressive there up on the actual CT side of the rock position of the door. Just going to wait to see if they try to push their way back in. Cloud9 has already re-smoked the platform, and they're going to do it again as it's about to fade. They knew that this flank was coming before the hit even started. Molotov sends D into the open where they'll eliminate him, and Stewie and Valens do close out on those last couple kills.
Yeah, I think it's better to just save the guns there in that situation, even though you're getting a full buy this round. Just save them, because, I mean, you have no idea what's going to happen even if you win this round, right? So you just want as much money as possible. And in that 3v3, Stewie already set up there. They have the smokes down. They have a lot of utility as well. Caboose getting pretty unlucky there. I mean, Shroud just... That was pretty crazy by him.
So now Cloud9 again continuing to try and go back to what they thought the match should have been, which is an easy one for them. As so far, Selfless, after picking up the pistol in the following rounds, have been unable to impact here on the gun rounds. Sitting at 14 rounds, though, the ability to close out at any time is still a very real possibility. Cloud9 themselves into the default split, but once again, also trying to line up those smokes for another quick execute out on towards B. D is the player this time that's playing it very forward here up on the platform, basically no support, since Selfless have 3 players out on A right now. Even Dizzy's kind of in the middle over there inside of drops. With the loss of D, that may already be the site too far gone. You have to hope Dizzy can kind of trade this back out, but he's also caught by Shroud. Him making those 2 entries again. Here's the thing, though, is that Cloud9 are actually going through with another execute over here, and ZQK had a shot, missed it. He only legs another one and gets nothing, but the good news is he's spotted this now, so he can call for rotations, he can call for assistance. They've even pulled the bomb back, and Caboose right outside of the rat hole there catches Automatic trying to swing through the doorway there. They bring this down to a 3v3. Shroud, of course, had B control this entire time. Just now, as Selfless realize what's actually happening, and they're going to start the rotate. Unfortunately, they're going to be on retake duty, however, as they don't have anyone else left in that B bomb site. And not even rotating MCE over just yet either. ZQK not going to have the opportunity to knock out nothing here. But the good news for Selfless is that Cloud9 also don't really have any smokes or any utility at all left to stop Selfless from pushing their way back in. And in the meantime, Selfless have a smoke remaining on Caboose. MC's got a Molotov to try and play with. They are going to spend a little bit of time here trying to set something up as they've boosted. I think it's Caboose over top to try and go around towards a flank, which could give them an easy kill against Valen. ZQK taking contest early on. The Molotov goes out on a platform here. Out will swing MCE. He goes down, but Caboose does pick up a kill. ZQK trying to distract a little bit here as he moves forward. He finds 1 kill. Shroud trades out another one. Caboose very low. That bomb timer also getting low. He just sticks onto it. The smoke in the way, but Shroud finds the shot through the smoke and just barely wins out that round for Cloud9. He actually, I think, ends up with an ace on the round, too.
Yeah, I think so. Just bad positioning to be every single round by Team Selfless right now, and getting punished by it all the time. Shroud going out to that box, running with the smokes. That round just taking individual duels pretty much. Selfless is going to be able to half buy here. MC gets that scout again. Hits nothing again. I think that's 3 rounds now that nothing's got hit by a sniper in a row.
Tagged by it too, as well. The scout's been not too kind to him. And he will hold down below. So if he decides to peek into that again, pretty good chance for MCE to actually knock him out completely since they still have a 2-stack inside. That'll change now, though. No follow-through from anyone else on the T side, and a lot of drop pressure about to work its way in here, so they are suspecting this to just go back to the normal B route that we've been seeing a lot of the time from C9, and indeed, this will be the case. MCE finishes off nothing, though, actually catches him on the way out. Dizzy close up Stewie. Didn't see him. It looked like he was out of the smoke completely. Thankfully, Shroud and Automatic are having better luck outside, and Shroud with a beautiful shot on ZQK. Knocks him out, brings us back under the control of the T side. 3v2. Automatic not going to be tripped by Dizzy. MC does claim a second with the scout, but after that, Valens finishes off the round.
Shroud is hitting some insane shots right now.
He's about to be the one that saves his team in this one at the moment. Making all these entries from that platform. That's been his playground for this entire map so far.
Look at this shot. Are you kidding me?
Nicely found. That's ZQK that goes down there. And yeah, 2 more rounds to go, and Cloud9 will have officially closed the gap. 5 AK buy for them once more, as Selfless also do buy into this. But ZQK still working with the Mag 7. Everybody else, though, back up to the, they got the Op on D, 3 M4s beyond that, a decent utility, too. But ZQK being that A-long player. At this point, though, they have to kind of expect it to be Mag 7, since he's almost always taken that, even on gun rounds.
Yeah, he usually never sees action here, though. And I think he finally will. They almost always avoid this at the start of the round, this area Cloud9 has, as they usually just set up into straight execs. But now it looks like they're going to go through middle, and they will probably send Valens there.
MC even playing with him, but they're going to completely bypass the A-long area of the map there, which means they're going to swing right up. MC, though, has a crossfire, but misses his shot. Dizzy's also mollied out from like 3 different directions here. There's not a whole lot he can do currently. He does try to lurk back in. Stewie's already knocked out ZQK. And oh, Dizzy had a lineup for 2, and he almost took down the second one, but misses out on that opportunity. It's just Caboose left alive. Automatic hitting some nice shots close up here as well. Survives it with 9 HP. And ends up
all falling apart. It's all falling apart. ZQK buys an op, just snap buys it.
It's a glass cannon too.
Yep.
And MC's a scout. So this will be...
I don't mind this at all. They're going to have to buy, because ZQK is just going to have a shotgun next round anyways, so why not just have an op this round and try to win it? Why not?
Yeah. Let's see what Cloud9 do decide to do here. Again, it's actually ZQK instead of MC that takes the duel at mid this time, since he's got the op. Bit risky, but if it pays off, of course, it'll pay off in a huge dividend. Especially if they find nothing peeking out there, which has been a very common theme. And again, he is out in the open, but he's with Stewie this time. MC trying to challenge Shroud. Shroud's been the dominated king of the platform, though, for this entire half. And most attempts to knock him out early on have been rather unsuccessful. They're even trying to check out and see if they get aggressive over here towards the boost-up position, which might be the case. In fact, it is the case. I didn't realize Dizzy was this far up already. He's already positioned here. CTs are going to smoke it out to try and isolate it. It's a trap, though, if they do go for it. I don't think Automatic realizes that Dizzy is already up here, though. So if they just go into this room without checking for it, he could just sneak in the kill. And he can see the barrel of the rifle there. They close up on him. He gets the first kill. Tries to go for the second, but Stewie's going to be available to trade that back out. Sends us down into a 4v4. No sign of rotation yet from the CTs, but they may need it. D, however, wins a very important battle and drop, and that will give them a lot of control on the site. MC's running. He gives up his position further up here, and instead plays to behind the statue, as they still have two more from Selfless playing below the broken wall. There's one from Caboose. He knows he's got a second lined up back here. Closes out on that kill. It's down to nothing now. In a 1v3, he's eliminated one. Two more to go, and he's got a lot of time to actually play this one out. 35 seconds remaining on the clock. Lines up one more kill. It's him versus MCE now as the molly goes deep. Burns back. I don't think that's going to spread on the hit position, but he catches him unawares anyway. And nothing clutches it out to win out the round there in a 1v3, and now ties it up against Selfless.
So many close rounds. ZQK has to be kicking himself for not killing him there. I mean, he's posted a rock, knows exactly where he's coming from. Just didn't even seem like he fired a shot. Ping could have definitely played a part in that. But now we go on to 14-14. Selfless, no op this round, but they have ZQK on the Mag 7, and everybody else has full utility and M4s.
Cloud9 just go, I think they're just going to go right for it this time. They're already creeping back up. They've smoked off the cross to try and give them a little bit more room to push out here. Molotovs further back to stop the Steps guy from having any impact, although that went a little bit too deep, so Caboose couldn't go up here, but yeah, not only up, Caboose has also fallen off. We've seen
him to throw HE grenades out. I mean, he's just behind this box every time. HE grenades just destroy this player.
Well, now they're going to move back out. MC's blind. He can't do anything there. Gets knocked out really quickly. Dizzy takes a tool in the open. Finds a whole swarm of Cloud9 players there. Now D, holding up close at the very least, catches a bit of an eager Automatic swinging out from the smokes themselves. The problem is now this is a 2v4, and ZQK still only has that shotgun to play with here. So really, it's just on D in terms of the very important battles here. They've already lost ZQK, and nothing's going to swing out to finalize it there. 15-14, Cloud9, one more to go, and they'll win it. Selfless will have to force here. If they can win this one, we'll take it to OT, of course, but at the moment, Cloud9 certainly have the advantage. And I believe tactical pause being utilized here finally. Full tactical pause, one would hope, from the Selfless side. And that will indeed be the case, as they need to strategize here, considering that we've already seen one of their players invest, and it's just down to an ump. I think at most, like one or two of them would be able to get an M4, and that would be without utility. I don't even know if that's possible. So this is going to be rough for them to try and swing it back and take this to OT to somehow still try and upset on this map, which started off so well for them. Up 10-1, I think, at its best point. Ended up going down 10-5 at halftime, and even won the pistol round and picked up the following few rounds to bring it up. I think it was like 14-6 or 7, somewhere around that at its best.
Yeah, this has just been a roller coaster, Blue.
But Cloud9 brought it all the way back, and now they do have the lead, and we are going into what may be the last round right here, and you can see the buy. 1 M4 on Caboose with no utility, just the reg armor. Doesn't even have head armor behind it either. Dizzy, kind of the same fate. At the very least, he gets a little bit of extra utility. ZQK, or actually, no, it's D this time, excuse me, with the Mag 7, and MC back to the old standard on the Scout, which has been one of his favorite weapons. And again, he tags nothing, but nothing has learned from this.
He just gets in every round.
Caboose,
finally, Shroud goes down.
That's a huge deal, because beyond him, we haven't really seen anyone making those big key entries here on the B side. So Cloud9 stick with going for this type of a play. Could be rough. Smoke's in the way, actually. Pretty good smoke. That does counter out the molly and would have screwed up these positions big time. This counter moves might be a little bit greedy, though, and they catch D jumping, so that's where the trade's going to roll back in, and now they move in to finalize it, taking full drop control. That eliminates Caboose. ZQK and Dizzy now left alone, and they're even split is the other problem here. With drop control, Valens can just nade the hell out of that doorway area outside around the pole here and try to prevent ZQK from wrapping for as long as possible. Now Dizzy going to be waiting back here. I don't think they were expecting him to be that close up, but Automatic catches the kill anyway. ZQK with one trade, a second one, 2 more to go. Bomb on the ground as well, but 45 seconds remaining, still plenty of time to play with. ZQK is going to try to remain a little bit more mobile here. He goes inside of the smoke. That's only going to last for a few more seconds, however. So he's got to be cautious and be ready to move when it does start to work its way out. He snuck back up. He has been spotted, however, and now he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Here behind the statue, Stewie's up close to challenge him in a moment. They're both going to double peek, and he got one of them. But Stewie, thankfully, for the Cloud9 fans out there, was available to trade. So they do indeed round it back, and at the end of the day, it's 16-14 for Cloud9. What a map from Selfless, just couldn't close it out at the very end.
Yeah, I mean, they almost had him. Cloud9 just kind of, just as a whole, playing like, just not really giving the other team much respect, you know, just not making them work for it, just letting them do whatever they want, especially around drop, giving it up every round. You know, not really doing anything at B-plat, like taking control and pushing and making Selfless react. Like we saw on T-side, right? On T-side, the reason they were so dominant is because they're making Selfless react to things. They're making them do an exec, right? And then they have to react properly, and they have to have teammates and team flashes and stuff. And it doesn't happen. But on CT side, they're just letting them do whatever they want. They're not making Selfless work for it, not making them think, and having to react to what C9's doing. And that's why they kind of got themselves in that situation. Not taking anything away from Selfless. Selfless played great, but, you know, if they play that 100 times, Cloud9 probably wins like 99 times, and they probably win by a pretty fair margin. So, good game nonetheless, and you know, my hat's off to Selfless. I think they did more than anybody could have asked for or thought that they could have done.
Well, let's bring the analysts into the conversation now and get their thoughts on just how Selfless almost pulled this off, guys. What did we see there from Selfless? This was actually a pretty huge stride from them right at the start.
So you're telling me a team that was 2-0'd by Complexity and Rush leaves the organization and almost beats Cloud9?
As is expected. I mean, Daze pointed it out. Riot was the problem. I think, you know, that's all the answers we need really right there.
I mean, very much. No, I'm kidding. That's not even much of a possibility. It has absolutely nothing to do with that. Wow. You know, these guys are not going to be identifying as Selfless. They're going to be going forward as the Foundation or something like that.
Yeah, ballers.
But regardless, to come out and the storyline of this matchup being they run the score at 5-1, then they run it up
7-1,
10-3 at some point. You're like, wow, you know, this is kind of crazy. This could happen. They pick up that next pistol.
I think it was 14-7 at one point, and at that point you're thinking like, okay, even though Cloud9 is a much better team, this is still getting way too scary.
No, yes, it definitely got to that point. It elevated to the point where there was a serious glimmer of hope. There was a chance that they were going to walk away with that W on that map. But as the story unfolds, we did see it Cloud9 battle their way back up.
Yeah.
And then eventually take the W. Probably adrenaline wearing off for these Selfless guys. I don't know that we're going to see that same performance going into this next matchup. But what went right here for the Selfless squad?
I think in the first half, I think a lot of things went right for Selfless because Cloud9 made it upon themselves to do wrong things. Just constantly taking aim duels. And that's one of the first things that you can notice very easily with a team that's just heavily favored is whether or not they still have the confidence as a favorite should have, but you can tell whether or not they're having a good day individually speaking. And in that first half, you saw a lot of the players, pretty much everyone had a go where they try to go into a 1v1 duel with no external help, no flashes for themselves, just straight up going into a gun battle that doesn't favor them and fail horribly and doing that, repeatedly over and over again. And here we see, this is one of the rounds where you see Cloud9 have that issue. Nothing kind of gets, caught out jumping in the middle of nowhere for no good reason. Obviously, Stewie trying to kind of regain some information, gets caught out as well as he walks through the smoke. So already Cloud9 is down 2 men because of over-aggression from 2 players. Shroud gets caught in the middle of nowhere for God knows what reasons, and Valens, tries to re-aggress after picking up 1 frag. But even with all of that, so you lost 4 players due to just kind of haphazardly walking about. Automatic is still a good enough individual to the point where you can actually make it a pretty tight round. And that's really what you saw towards the end of the game for Cloud9, the fact that their individual skill just trounces anything that Selfless has to offer in such a big manner that even if you are up 14-7 and you're Selfless, you're still going to have such a hard time to actually close it out.
Well, let's think about this for a second, right? Cloud9 in the beginning of this matchup seemingly came in with quite a lack of respect to Counter-Strike, And actually, what they ended up doing, the Selfless squad was able to kind of like, hey, we
feel confident.
We can fit in here. We can make this work a little bit.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's a huge component when you look at matchups like this. You see Cloud9, obviously the bigger, better team, But hey, all it takes is a couple rounds here and there, a couple anti-ecos, and it's it's a different ballgame.
Yeah, it's always talk about with having swing rounds go the way of the underdog and all that kind of stuff, and pistol rounds as well. They won both pistols, which is a massive part in a best of one. And I think you need that to go your way as well, and that's where the economy part of the game becomes so interesting as well. But obviously, it became a bit of an uphill struggle, and I think that's partly because a lot of the individuals on Cloud9's side stepped it up towards that second half.
Well, speaking of stepping it up, let's take a look at this ace here by Shroud. Vendetta, walk us through it.
Oh, yeah. So Shroud, for the better part of the CT side, did nothing at all of use, really. And throughout the T side, this was kind of his story. Walking out on B plat alone, just finding opening frags after opening frags. And even though Cloud9 initially wants to set up and kind of have Shroud draw over rotations, it ends up just working out so well that Shroud gets B control while the initial A take fails horribly from Cloud9. So again, this allows for Shroud, who's already taking control of the B bomb side, to work as a bit of an anchor, allow for a rotation to come back towards the B bomb side, as you can see here on the overview. And eventually they close in the round. Shroud not getting too aggressive, not playing outside of his limits, making sure that his teammates can get on site, and just playing it as safely as possible to make sure that Cloud9 still has a fighting chance. Because this was one of the very real scenarios where Cloud9 could have dropped the ball, even though they're in the or winning rounds very dominantly on the T side. All it takes is one slip up, and you're out of it.
I mean, this round alone could have sealed their fate.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why you don't want to give the underdog this big of a cushion as the Cloud9 did from the first half initially. Right, because even though you are superior in pretty much every way, shape, and form, as a team, if you toy with your food too much, it might end up eating you.
What kind of food are you eating?
I mean, sharks, live sharks. Is that what everyone does?
Yeah, man. Yeah. Anyway,
and the Caboose with a bit of a fumbled smoke there at the end as well. Probably didn't make the Shroud's job a lot harder, but. Overall, Shroud really came alive on that T side. So I think we can, safely assume that Hog should probably be put to rest. Get him an AK whenever you can, and you'll be fine.
Well, that, and it's not Nuke, and
yeah,
not every day do you just invent your own meta. But regardless, I think, like I said, really and truly going to this next map, we're going to see Cash after the break, and of course. It's going to be a different storyline here. I don't think that we're going to have the same problem. Obviously, we are also looking at Cloud9 playing with a stand-in due to Skadoodle not being here tonight. He's playing with Valens, their coach, who also came up in his own rights in some big ways. I seen him, he took a was it 3v1? Yeah, in the B site, and it just, hey, that's good. You're pulling your weight.
Yeah, no, he definitely was doing his part. And I think going into Cash as well, that's one of the maps they have actually played with Valens earlier in the Pro League when Scott was out. So that's going to be, I guess more comfortable for them as well. Selfless on there, and with their old lineup, I guess the one map they could actually put up a decent effort and good fight versus other teams was on Cash. Obviously, there's not much, actually, there's not anything left of that team. It's just Caboose at this point. So we'll see how much of that translates, if anything, right? But...
It's just Caboose at the end.
Yeah.
Imagine, think about that for just 1 second to the audience at home. It's just Caboose at the end. I try sometimes. I dabble in the art of memes and things of such. But we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to go into Cash. It's going to be the second map here of this doubleheader. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
All right, we're back here at ESL Pro League Season 5. It is week number 7. We got 4 weeks left here as we do see the race for playoffs getting closer and closer. I'm your host, Stunna. Joining with me is Vendetta. And he's actually sitting right here with me, in case you didn't know that. Vendetta, that real barn burner we just witnessed.
An unexpected barn burner.
Just unbelievable almost, right? Because it was like really right there.
You know, had that kind of like Miracle on Ice feel to it for a second there, and then it just didn't have that happy ending, I guess. Just ended with a finals loss, if you want to put it that way.
I guess if you don't, I guess that would be considered a final loss if you don't have the good ending.
Yeah.
But anyway, the point is, looking back at this at Cobble, they came out, they were ready to play. We don't know exactly that they'll be able to continue that up for this next matchup, which we're going to be seeing on Cash. Very much so. Could be a toss-up, though, because if they do come out swinging like that, there's a chance.
I mean, yeah, we've grown accustomed to this saying there's never, not a chance. But I'm expecting Cloud9 to come out much better or much stronger than what they did on Cobble.
Warmed up.
Exactly. I mean, you can see the kind of difference in level between the two sides, honestly. When Cloud9 get rolling on that T side, Shroud just kind of goes out and B plateau, does whatever the hell he wants for about 6 rounds in a row. And then, when that doesn't work anymore, then you have 4 others to, showcase their tricks. And I think that's going to be a massive issue. Just like winning the individual battle for Selfless is going to be so tough, and I think Cash is a map that allows you to actually do it with how open it can be. Cloud9 can basically set up and do super simple strats, whether it's mid control or just basic A hits and so on for the better part of their T side, and still come out favored in those just because they have so strong individuals.
Well, absolutely. This is one of those times where we do our thing here, and more so than us, Eric DeBear Stromberg does his thing with Stromberg strategies. He's going to run us over a little bit of Selfless as Cash. I can only imagine how this one's going to look.
Hello, guys. Welcome back to another Stromberg Strategies. We're going to look at formerly known as Team Selfless on Cash. And the thing that I want to take a point of this is that they start off with their default, guys. It wasn't working. Complexity was tearing them apart. Their spacing, their kill exchanging, their strats were not working. So when things aren't working, what you got to do is either simplify things or change it up. As you can see right here, they decided to actually do both, to change it up and to simplify it. They're going to do an A rush bomb site. They haven't done this yet, and you can see the Molotov's fence, site, and Quad, it forces Def to play alone and isolated, which allows an easy kill for the terrorists to come on by. They get 2 kills, they get the bomb down, and then on a half buy with Tech 9s and some utility, they manage to take the bomb site. And it works so well because by playing their standard default, it forced Complexity to play more heavy towards middle. They played either one like Z Connector, or I'm sorry, Z Highway, or pushed up. And so Team Self is like, you know what? Our default's not working. Let's just rush A. They're playing heavy towards middle, and it works. So sometimes you got to change it up, guys. Don't be scared just to rush somewhere or just play something that you haven't practiced. Or maybe practice very little. Back to you guys.
He's not wrong. He never is. And if you ever thought that, you're wrong. And that's how I feel about it. We're going to go quickly into this matchup, but before we do that, give me a quick prediction, Vendetta.
Quick prediction is going to be stay with the favorites. Cloud9 are going to dominate this game.
Well, I can't say that you're going to be wrong, but we were almost wrong last time. We almost ate our words. I do believe standing by are going to be our commentators. Blue and Dazed. Guys, just take it from here.
All right. Thank you very much, Stunna. Yes, it's time for cash now and seeing how these two teams will be able to fare off there. Probably a little bit better for Cloud9, I would guess.
Yeah, I think, maybe they sobered up a little bit. They had some coffee.
It's like, all right, guys. It's gonna be. We're gonna have to try here tonight and be able to win out these two. So maybe a little bit more serious at this time. But they're already readied up here. They're pretty much just waiting for us essentially at this point now. And indeed, they have unpaused the match, so they're ready to indeed go into the pistol. Let's take a look, folks, and see if Cloud9 are gonna be able to make this one an easy 2-0, or if Selfless still have a little bit of gas left in the tank to be able to push themselves forward and maybe upset at least one of these maps tonight.
Cloud9 starting on that CT side. Valens with Kit Smoke. Looks like they're going to play a retake A. He'll just play from truck. They'll smoke out A main and then retake together if they do hit A. But MC just leading with the Teague.
And Hinny goes to eliminate nothing. Thankfully, Shroud's going to swing out, but there's a huge number of Selfless players here trying to push towards that same position, so it's going to be an easy trade for Dizzy to be able to find in that scenario there. Stewie as well, trying to see if he can catch anyone on the cross towards the tree room there. Unsuccessful in actually knocking anyone out, but he does deal about half the HP off of ZQK there, bringing them down to 59. So now it's going to be a 3v4 retake from Cloud9. And at the moment, still kind of waiting for them to get into a position here, but D has already spotted the flank from Automatic here, pushes him back through Useless Room. He's probably going to divert into the vents instead. Already he's broken that there. He's got a few teammates probably still trying to work their way in through Tree Room and Heaven, but with the vents breaking, it's pretty obvious. So Caboose is just going to patiently wait up for that one. Does spot it. The play now. And with Valen still having a kit, Pima, they do have a little bit of time to play with. Automatic trading out one as D found the first player. It took him down. Now the two of them are chained back together here. And Automatic at the moment, fragging out. Unfortunately, time is very low, and he still has 2 kills to go. There's one looking for the last one. He's going to get it and ends up with a 4K on the round. Unfortunately, he cannot defuse the bomb, however, and Selfless, 3 for 3 on pistols so far.
Looking like FaZe out there. MCE, aka Nico.
Yeah, dude. Insane pistols from Selfless. And again, Cloud9 just unfortunately not ready for such a huge push so early, it seemed, to that B bomb set there. He's losing a lot of their players.
Caboose did a really good job there. I know he died to Automatic right there, but he waited for a very long time, delayed him a long time, didn't over-peek, and here we go. How did Stewie not get that?
So Dizzy's completely blind. I think Stewie got blinded too, he just didn't see it. Whoa.
Oh no, that was his teammate.
Okay.
Like, are these guys cheating? Like, what is going on? Imagine they get banned after this.
Just roll in and the mid-game drop on him. Well, D is going to pick up a second kill now as they do move in for a quick clear out of the A bomb site. Shroud and Nothing, unfortunately, pretty detached from all of this action. So Shroud may be able to sneak off a pick on one of them here on crossing, but it's not looking like, especially now that MCE's rolled out towards mid here and holds a position to eliminate Shroud. It's on
MCE is just an umper. He's just got a bunch of ump kills. He's the one who got the D kill on the pistol round as well. So just ump, scout, D.
I don't need guns.
Yeah, he never uses ump for.
That's forced by warriors on Selfless. So now it's Nothing trying to save, obviously, at this point, but it's going to be a second round for the T's here as they do get to push forward and again get that early advantage. The area where they really are going to end up struggling, however, could be on that gun run. That's where they tended to kind of fall apart before when the pressure really settled in. Nice shot from Nothing. Finally takes down MCE. It's looking good from the save. That's a little bit of firepower going into the third round, of course, but beyond that, it's just going to be a full save from everyone else.
Yeah, so pretty good anti-eco coming out for Selfless. They really don't have to worry about this Scout. He's going to drop the P2. No, he drops the Scout to Shroud and just keeps his P250. But yeah, Selfless again getting off to a good start. Winning the pistol, follow-up round.
And they are going to split up their players 3-1-1 across the map here on the opener. Caboose already found their opening kill against Shroud here. So that does drop the Scout. Stewie's going to be able to quickly pick that back up, though, as, again, it's the kill being found over here towards mid. And they had plenty more players in that position to be able to recover it. So Caboose just taking it nice and slow before he transitions into the vents here. And they will wait, I think, for him to get into that position before they commit. In the meantime, though, both MCE and D being tagged a little bit here. Brought down to 30 and 28 HP. But now that Caboose can roll into the vents here, they are going to be able to trade this back pretty quickly. Automatic doing some nice damage with pistol, but doesn't lead to any kills. And overall, Selfless still win the round with all 5 alive.
Yeah, so no op again on C9 for this 4th round. No Ska, no op.
Seems to be. Not too uncommon to see that either first gun round, just because the money's a little bit lower there. So they're going to choose utility over that. And then you'd have to go down to...
I like getting the utility on Nothing and Shroud here. I don't like when everybody just M4s and they have like no mollies and really limited nades. I think it's a lot better to even throw in like an ump if you need to or something like that than just having 5 M4s.
Yeah, especially with us. We saw from Selfless, too, there being a team to actually run the timer quite a bit. So if you can save those last-second mollies, then it can work out really good for you. Caboose, though, as we saw, trying to be sneaky there, looks away, as you said, but it ends up allowing for Shroud to sneak in the kill, possibly like a miscommunication or something like that, as he was trying to look like from a team flash, but just doesn't work out for him. So he gets knocked out. What's even worse is D tries to peek in there and trade, and he's brought down to 14 HP. It's MCE that actually gets the trade kill. And this is on the A side, where he basically just got full control, has not been able to find out Automatic just yet, though, as he holds a position. In the meantime, over on that B-bomb site, Nothing eliminated D before he can successfully get out of there. Automatic trading with Stewie, nice control. Not only does he trade out the kill onto Dizzy, but also finds MCE inside of the smoke while transferring the spray. ZQK trying to take down Stewie, but Stewie just hopping out of the way of these kills. He picks up 1, tries to finish off Stewie, but no, he ends up with a 3rd on the round. Very impressive stuff from him, and it'll put Cloud9 on the board here.
Yeah, Stewie getting that double trade kill. Looks like MCE just ran out of door and killed Valens. And then later on in the round knew that Automatic was fork, and they did their homework. I mean, the last time Valens played with Automatic, he played fence almost every single round. And then Automatic would be fork, and he would take contact from fence. Even if they went out towards fork, you know, he'd be the first line of contact, and Automatic would just end, if you remember, with 3K after 3K after 3K, and was just a monster.
Selfless being able to continue their buy even after that 1-round loss. They still have the cash flow to be able to push through onto it, and Dizzy even having the op to play with here. Being cautious, though, of there being presence from inside of CT smokes, potentially on the Cloud9 side. Selfless do take a pretty slow in mid. They will possibly have to deal with the op presence from Stewie sitting inside of Z. As you can see him kind of jumping up and around. Only having the AK to work with, though, not an op, so it's not going to be as pressing of an issue. Caboose, though, taking the first contact against Automatic here at Toxic, unsuccessful in picking up the kill, so Automatic shuts down that push for right now and pushes the bomb back into the mid-garage. We are starting to see Selfless push forward, however, and Stewie missing the note on MCE working his position all the way up from behind the white box. So the play up third highway may come as a slight surprise to Cloud9, but they still have positions to handle it. There's Automatic getting his 2nd kill, and potentially the 3rd's going to roll in here. In fact, he does get it. Now very low, 6 HP. Finally meets his match against D, but a 3-for-1 trade is certainly acceptable. And finally, Stewie as well is going to get a chance to frag out here. Swings out from Z on the timing, takes down D to trade out the kill that he just got against Automatic. So Dizzy's alone with only 30 seconds left. Controls the bomb, of course, but I think he might have just gotten spotted by Nothing. This is a very important shot, and now he's been given away for sure. Valens can tuck away in the corner. The flashbang sends him even further back, and oh, Valens just mid-air gets that last shot against Dizzy to take him out.
Tactical jumping.
Yeah. So Cloud9 looking good to try and tie this back up. I think they do have to go through one more investment from the Selfless side, though. It's looking like they're going to be able to try and force into this last one here with a couple AKs and upgraded pistols spread around the team. Decent utility, actually. But after this one, of course, it's going to be safe territory for the Gs.
Yeah, so Cloud9 getting right back into it, winning these last 2 rounds pretty clean as well. They pick up the op on Stewie, and now he's usually going to play around highway box with that, as we see, and he'll play just a 2-1-2. It's going to be difficult to push him off, even if they crisscross smoke or something. A lot of the time he'll push through the smoke, make a play. Looks like they are going to do crisscross smoke, so we'll see if he pushes through the smoke, maybe he goes on the left side and tries to make a play.
There go the smokes right now. As we can see, Selfless may potentially try to push their way out here. Stewie responding with one of his own smokes, trying to hold them back a bit. Not playing hyper aggressively, instead just goes in towards Z. And in the meantime, Caboose trying to swing out there. He's knocked out by Valens, but we do see a trade on the automatic from D. Dizzy as well, taking down Valens in the quad position as he did retreat towards there. But Dizzy and D both got hit pretty heavily. And the timing of this one didn't work out for Stewie. Still able to react though and pick up the kill against MC, and nothing spraying into the smoke finds D. Now this is a 3v2. Selfless, of course, on the site, but Dizzy already heavily injured here. The smoke doesn't even actually really favor the Selfless guys, as if he peeks out from quad, Stewie is going to be able to see just over the top of that and spot his legs, connect the shot more than likely. That's gone now, and Shroud wrapping in immediately takes down Dizzy, so it's up to ZQK, holding in just the close position where he planted the bomb, swings out, does take down nothing, but is being wrapped on by Stewie, and that's going to be the closeout.
Yeah, and what they did is they just crisscross smoked. A lot of the time when you do crisscross smoke, that mid player is going to lean towards B. The thought process behind that is, hey, if they crisscross smoke, you know, that usually means they're going to get underneath vent. There's a good chance that it might be a quick B play. Instead, they just fake it and go out door and A right away, take out Valens and automatic, and honestly, you know, put themselves in a good position to win the round. That mid lurk, though, pushing through highway, that should have gone way later. Had he just kind of watched the flank, once his teammates have that bomb down, he wants to be more patient. If he watches the flank, gets that free kill on that flanker, and then if he sees that they're not flanking, then actually flank yourself very late into the round. And that's how you want to play that situation. He just got a little bit too overzealous there and went for it.
Selfless working their way up. Going to try to go for an explosion play at B more than likely. Shroud, however, I think has already gotten a hint of this one. Spotted at least 2 of them playing out there. Peeked into it though, and not only did D hit that shot on the Shroud, but MC also took out nothing over there by the head glitch position. So that's Selfless, full control of the site and the plant and the 5v3. And they've basically taken 0 damage. I think ZQK and D both got hit like once by the M4s. That was it, though. So they're still in pretty good spirits. The one negative they do have going against them is the fact that, of course, only 2 of those players are going to be working with guns now. ZQK specifically doesn't even have armor behind his, so he's going to be a little bit careful about his positioning. And a nice tag from Stewie through the wall. Brings D down to 17 HP. Still, no initiation rights to actually get them back into the site. There's the first one from Automatic, but Stewie fails to try and push in from heaven. He's immediately countered up by MCE. So it's just Automatic alone now. Selfless already retreating as the bomb timer's so low. So this is going to be a 4th round for Selfless, regardless of the kills that Automatic gets here in these last few seconds.
Wow. So, again, they just go into B with Deagles, make it 3v5, and the best thing for them was Cloud9 actually going for that round and trying to win it. If Cloud9 saved there, they still would have been able to buy in the following round, but they knew that, you know, they really only had pistols, they had no armor or anything, so they wanted to go for it, but regardless, even if you have just P250s and nothing else, it's a really difficult retake when 5 guys are alive like that on Selfless.
Yeah, Selfless themselves going for a quick mid boost, this time with D kind of leading the charge in it. Stewie is going to wait by the white box. Not peeking just yet, though, is kind of holding on that one. And further in towards B, they've got a usual 2 stack of players there. Stewie's actually the only player defending mid currently. Cloud9 do still have more aggression on other points of the map, though, and in fact, we're going to see it coming into swing right there. Valens, who had pushed into Squeaky, finds MC close up there. Don't think MC suspected anything at all, so it was right next to him. Valens pushes out from the actual tunnel to get that kill, knocks him out. Doesn't get the gun, though. He just ends up falling back before he can retrieve it, so he's going to be backing up on the site for right now. Nice shot from D, though. The second Stewie peeks in Z there, immediately taking him down, and that trades it back down into a 4v4. As well, just waiting patiently in Sunroom as they did pull themselves away from that B side a bit. Catches an easy shot to the back against Shroud. Now leaving this 4v3. Selfless, of course, for good reason, still taking this slowly, as Cloud9 and Nico might try to do some kind of desperate style of plays, just trying to push out, play hyper-aggressive or what have you. Automatic the rifle. Speaking of plays, there's one right there, trying to push out through A main without any flashes or anything like that. So Caboose is going to take him down, and now it's just Valens and nothing, both split up across the map. And Selfless looking to have good spirits here, unless Valens can pull off a hero play. Only gets the 1 kill, though, and that won't amount to too much as D finalizes it by taking down nothing in Z.
Yep, so Selfless, again, onto a nice start, taking an early lead in this game off that full eco round, essentially. I mean, they really only spent about $3,000 or so in that double D round where they just entered Shroud and nothing at B.
So gave them a nice little boost right from the bat, and now we can see Caboose is probably like 6K around there now after buying that AK at the last second. So yeah, a little bit less cash overall, but still a decent amount, of course, after winning just these few rounds here. Cloud9 back onto the buy, and it does include the AUG once again for Shroud. Two of his teammates working with umps and M4s for the other two here. So Shroud is actually kind of tapping away, and oh, he actually lights the hell out of ZQK. He's down at 4 HP. Automatic's going to finish the job. Unfortunately, kind of overstays his welcome a bit there in the vent. So
I mean, he had 6 HP. You tried that all day, right?
Yeah.
You're fine with that. But no A pressure or A presence going on at all, and they're playing a retake A. So this is very dangerous to go on to B unless nothing does that.
Yeah, Caboose is going to be able to hear that and counter it out pretty quickly. Still, now a 3v1, however, as everybody else that tried to push into B got eliminated pretty quickly, and Stewie just lines up that last one as well. Ends up with actually a 4K on the round, so good stuff from him. And Cloud9 just one more round from tying it again.
Yeah, luckily for Cloud9, they basically had 4 players towards B. There's 3 around middle, Shroud B alone. But, you know, they're just going to keep pouring through the vents. And Stewie comes out of the vents, gets a 4K. So him and Automatic both on 10 apiece right now. Rest of the guys at 3, 5, and 3. Stewie going to pick up that op, and they'll play 1-2-2, or 2-1-2 again, excuse me, and he'll op highway. And this is it's tough to push him off from here. He's very, very quick. He is going to get a lot of info and possibly opportunistic kills. And not only that, but have a chance to, you know, most likely will stay alive as well. And look, he can even help out Door and whatnot.
So with him weaning between all these positions here, smokes do start to work their way out from the T side on Selfless. They still have plenty of time to make a hit, so not going to be pressured in any way to go off of this smoke just yet. Stewie does start to get a little bit of suspicious, however, so he smokes and flashes out the mid garage, preventing Caboose from being able to push in as a late entry. Trying to see if he can make a bit of an impact here too. The main group over here towards A main, and Squeaky also not really starting anything up just yet. They tagged Valen's a little bit there, down to 47. And MCE is still lurking on his own regard here towards B to try and see if he can sneak out anything to players over by the generator up on the platform. Surprise is on 1. That's going to be the elimination of Shroud. And D also hits the first kill out on A too. That will lead to the elimination of Automatic. Now Valen's trying to swing back in. It's actually a relatively small amount of control despite them picking up this first kill. Valen still is a problem, and they're also going to have to deal with Stewie, who's now safely able to fall back to the truck position here. Valen's catches his first kill, trying to work his way out from the vents. That's D going down. Still, the actual hit is uncertain, and the problem is that there wasn't a whole lot of security back down on this B bomb site, so nothing was able to sneak into the halls, take down Caboose, and then finish off MCE, the former threat that had taken down a player previously. Dizzy trades, but nothing. Also here's ZQK trying to push his way back in. He's got him low, knows he's probably hugging the wall, eliminates him right there, and Dizzy with 7 seconds remaining is not going to be able to do anything here. This round's going to Cloud9.
Yeah, that was just a ridiculous round. And that, what was it, 3v5, I think. Nothing is in B. He knows the players in checkers. Actually pushes towards B main on the T side somehow. Gets there safely, kills the bomber that's coming. Kills MCE, who is, after getting that entry, just kind of chilling checkers. I mean, that was interesting.
Yeah. And as well, the problem there being they just for whatever reason didn't have the pressure to be able to push out onto the A side after they got that first kill. Valen's still stayed in the quad position. No one was able to really deal with him. And they had to deal with Stewie as well if they tried to go the other direction. So they tried to send it over towards B last minute, but not having MC go forward to clear out the second player on site really killed it for them. And now, well, good molly early on actually from Stewie. It will delay for another like 5 to 10 seconds here. Them going into the vents should they decide to go for that. Flashes through. They are going to try to take it towards highway. Stewie peeks into 4 players. For whatever reason, though, nobody spots him initially or is paying attention to it. So he escapes, only taking about a quarter of his health away. Automatic is a bit of a messy spray, but it's working out slightly until D gets those 2 trades, and Dizzy gets another one. So this is actually down to a 2v2 with full A site control for the Selfless players right now. After it seemed like they were just going to get pummeled by the AK that was sitting there watching on highway. I think it was from Automatic there, but he only got 1. So now, quick rotations. Nothing's already up in heaven, but D manages that kill. It's on to Shroud now with the AUG in a 1v2, pushing himself forward. Both of the Ts are kind of playing together currently, so if he can find one, he can probably knock out the other one. Oh, misses their transition over here towards quad, though, so he is going to be heard walking up close. Swings out, finds the first one to get the full kill, and is caught by D to finalize it, who ends up with a 4K on the round.
Yeah, Selfless, in my opinion, had no business winning that round coming up highway like that, but fortunately for them, missed shots by C9. The player who ran up and killed the guy at White Truck got a great kill. D just running out the door, basically flanking 2 players was what really got him this round.
And so that'll put Cloud9 onto basically a half buy here. Upgraded pistols with armor behind it. Good early spray from Caboose too. Just traces the path of the smokes and is able to find Automatic right at the start, taking him down. And also close up here, Caboose is probably going to get a second one. Indeed he does. Finds Stewie, taking him down. Leaving us into a 5v3 with, I think Valen's going to try to make a move here. Doesn't work out though. They're still just sitting right at the edge of A main, waiting for aggression to work its way out, and they'll find another piece of it here from, I believe this is nothing. Trying to push up towards the forklift. He does go back actually and has a good lineup to try and eliminate ZQK. Still, all of the 1v1s go into the favor of Selfless, and despite them taking quite a bit of damage, no kills against them. It's a relatively clean round.
I mean, yeah, and the round Selfless has won. They won pistol, they won the anti-ecos, then they won, what was it? Let's see. The Deagle round, right? And then they won that following round after that, I believe.
Yep.
And was that a save for Cloud9?
I don't remember if that was a save or not. It might have been a go.
I think it was. But anyways, and then they won, you know, the round with the Tech 9s where he comes outdoor. So gun round versus gun round, Selfless usually isn't winning them, as Cloud9 just pushes B with all 5 players, I believe. So A is going to be completely open. This still should be a pretty easy round for Selfless. Look at all the nades they have. 3 smokes, 2 mollies, a bunch of flashbangs. They already have a player in Z as well. He should have no trouble closing this round out.
Yeah, he's at the moment obviously going to be watching for lurks from the B site, but he can very easily hear nothing hopping in there. So that's an easy kill. The last 2 are going to work their way in from, at the moment, the back squeaky hallway there. As you can see, Stewie and Automatic both going for that one. Automatic still only has a USP to play with. Stewie's working with an AK currently, so he's probably going to be first out leading the charge here. If they even go for it, that is. They might actually just chill here and try to see if they can surprise anyone trying to exit, but overall, the round itself, as you said, very easily going into the hands of Selfless, despite those kills they got. That's really going to be the only positive they escape this round with, and possibly the AK from Stewie, should he survive. Molotov goes into the doorway here now to delay them a little bit. No one going to be exiting there, so Stewie may pop it open in a second here and see if he can catch anybody, but no, decides against it. Automatic already outside watching for A main exiting, and oh, that's even worse for Stewie. He was a little bit too close to the bomb, so he does end up exploding and will not save the AK.
Yeah, and like I was saying though, Selfless is winning these rounds that are like big swing rounds, you know? That Tech 9 round, it won them 2 more rounds after that where where Cloud9 was barely bought up. The double D ground where they're completely saving and ruins Cloud9's economy again. Like these are the rounds that they're winning, the pistol round, right? Which just puts them up 3-0 right off the bat. They're winning all the crucial rounds.
D close up towards A main again, might actually find some contests. It is looking like Valens is playing close up here too. More than likely just to try and toss that early utility though to counter out Selfless, as they themselves kind of in a default split, but a very A-centric one. We've got ZQK, who isn't actually pushing the B halls this time. He's just on top of that stop sign or yield sign, whatever it is there, to watch out for pressure at long range with the op. Should we see Cloud9 pushing out into the halls, the rest of the team already getting prepped to go out for mid and A control here. And very early on in the round, too, not really being one to wait down the time all that much. Caboose does get the smoke in mid, so it's going to cause some delay on his part. Selfless had thrown out a bit of their own utility here, but nothing huge just yet. Kind of waiting it out. They're not blocked by smokes at all over in A main. If they want to go for this, they certainly can. But it looks like a few players are also going to be moving into the B halls here to investigate as well. And that's going to end up being Caboose and ZQK doing it together here. Prompts the smoke from the Cloud9 side. So it'll block them off partially, but it does also give them free cross in towards checkers. They want to try to swing into there. At the moment, though, it is seeming like the hit is probably going to end up going back towards A, and these two probably just trying to make some noise, throw a bit of a fake if they can. Whatever they're doing, however, they have to do it soon. Only 30 seconds left on the clock for Selfless to execute and successfully get the plant. Checking out towards A main now as D and MCE will start the commitment, but Valens gets the better of them at NBK position here. Finds MCE down at 27 HP. It's an easy trade for Dizzy, but Automatic is still ready on the site. He drops the bomb, knows there's at least one more. It's going to be D trying to trade out Automatic, but can't find that kill. Automatic gets the better of them. Time is essentially out, and ZQK up against the wall here. Just gets pushed by 2 players from C9. Not a whole lot he can do about that situation while blind. Caboose pretty far detached from this, just saving the AK and letting Cloud9 get another round.
Yeah, and that timing worked out pretty poorly for Selfless. They had opportunities at A. That actually should be a site take. For some reason, though, when that player comes out of door, he doesn't get a flash for him from his teammates. If he just had a flashbang, that one goes down 100% there. Like, he's going to be full blind. It's going to be a free kill. And then whenever you take site like that as well, you pretty much always want to flash again. But instead, they're just straight challenging on Automatic, who's posted up, and he's going to win that each and every time.
Stewie, I think, did spot the boost up. Nade going deep, almost max damage against Dizzy. The Molotov 2 is going to continue to burn him, so it pushes him back. He ends up with 43 HP after that exchange, and it kills Selfless. I imagine what would have been actually their early plans to try and go out for mid control, especially with the smoke being imperfect. So them being able to scout a little bit beyond that. Stewie, still ready for this one, though.
You should know he's left side mid based off that nade, though. Or Molotov.
Yep. That not forcing him back out. He's going to go for another peek here, potentially, with the flash. Still actually haven't seen anyone from Selfless decide to go for it yet, though. So Stewie just being careful, checking to make sure that nobody snuck up towards the front of the box that could kind of surprise him in the next 15 seconds or so here. So clears that out, does confirm it is safe. And Selfless themselves have not really moved in really anywhere on this map. You've got ZQK kind of prodding at the B side over there. But once again, Cloud9 playing it back very passively, too. Not really being able to spot a whole lot of this just yet. Kind of waiting it out here, but Dizzy will start to finally push his way over towards the site. The bomb still being positioned out there too. More than likely they are going to try to go for another A attempt while keeping the 2 on B to act as another distraction here. Stewie even backing away from mid. He's going to swing up towards the A site. 20 seconds left. They haven't even started to execute yet either. So what is going to be the game plan here? Finally, they're out on A, but immediately Valence gets a first kill there. They do catch one of them rotating with the bomb. I don't know. I don't think it's going to make it in time, even if they clear out these players. And Shroud gets both of them. So that's it. The round's over. There's no way this bomb's getting on the site, killing Shroud and planning in time, unless he's just going to hit a banger right there. And he doesn't. So yeah, has to fall away. And another failed take attempt from the Selfless side of things. D even taking a risk there too. Is knocked out before the round expires here, so he's still safe. But at the very end of it there, that closes out the half, folks. And it's going to be Selfless leading it, but it's a very slight lead. 8-7 in their favor. We'll have to see in a few moments if they can bring it back, or if they can keep rolling, excuse me, or if Cloud9 is once again going to be able to close this out. Stick with us, guys, right here at the ESL Pro League. And we're going to be finding that out in just a few.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
And we're back again, folks. Selfless with the lead once more. This time, though, to a much lesser degree. Only up by 1 round against Cloud9 here on Cash. It's 8-7 as we go into the second half here.
Yeah, we'll see if Cloud9 does the same thing that they did on on Cobble, where they just executed round after round after round. And, you know, like we saw, Selfless wasn't able to stop it at all. And they had a much bigger buffer of rounds to play with on Cobble as well. And, you know, losing that 16-14. So Cloud9, not in bad shape, but still, I mean, the rounds they lost, you know, you lose a complete save almost at B when nothing and Shroud are holding it. They just get double 1-dig. They don't even smoke it out or use any utility. They just, you know, challenge and get shot in the face. I mean, that should, like, never happen, especially with the positions that they were at. They had a good positions and checkers in sight, but then no nades come out for some reason, or maybe Jordan was about to throw one, but he didn't throw it early enough, and then that guy peeked him. We didn't see exactly how nothing died. And then they lose the round where there's 4 people highway and one guy comes outdoor and flanks the players at A in automatic and Valens, and that's a huge money swing round. Like, all these rounds combined that they lose, they should not be losing. It's just a lot of mental errors and blunders on their part.
As Cloud9 may not be kind of taking things too seriously here in this matchup, going against Selfless. So
you see that a lot. Cloud9 does it. Optic does it a lot. Liquid probably does it the least out of players. Immortals now does it a lot. They didn't last season. Last season they crushed every team that they were like supposed to beat. If you remember, like the margins of victory were insane. This season, it's playing to the level of your opponent, right?
Yeah.
There's no doubt in anybody who's watching Mind, even Selfless knows it, like Cloud9's the better team. But Cloud9 just plays to the level of their opponents. They're like, you know, and it happens in a lot of sports. And esports included. You play against a team that you're favored to beat, everybody gets a little bit more loose. We're even seeing it with Automatic. Automatic's over-peaking a lot more than we usually see Automatic over-peak. I mean, Tim, in my opinion, is top 3 NA player, and how much he's improved is like absolutely ridiculous in the past just 6 months even, right? But normally he plays, I mean, honestly, he plays like almost perfect at times, but right now we're seeing him over-peak a lot, you know, getting 2 kills and instead of staying alive, just going for the 3rd one, you know, just kind of not having that like respect. And it's really allowing Selfless to get a lot of these trade kills that you don't normally think that they're going to get.
Well, the second half is live now, folks. Cloud9 going to be jumping back onto the T side, and you can see the stats really quickly too, that Stewie had Automatic back into form there with 105 ADR around that on Stewie. I think it was close to like 92 or something like that on Automatic, so them leading the kind of charge here for Cloud9. We'll have to see if they can continue that in the pistol round. At the moment, keep in mind that Selfless have been 3 for 3 so far on their pistols, and if they can make it 4 for 4, then they'll have the opportunity to, again, push themselves forward into a leading position. But they have to actually, you know, keep that going this time, because they did that in the last map, too. In fact, pushing it to like 14-5. But after that is when Cloud9 just had a huge streak of rounds without really having to do anything too fancy either, as you had mentioned. And it made it very easy for them to kind of swing the comeback despite outskilling their opponents in a lot of the opening duels. But Cloud9 keeping it quiet at first, and now ready to kind of explode into the B-bomb site, but not checking over here. ZQK is going to sneak in a kill, and Caboose close up is able to just find one himself onto Automatic. Dizzy picks up yet another kill. Now makes this a 3v2, 2v2, however. Stewie just traded out, and the weapon from ZQK's hands goes into Stewie. He's got himself a bit of a raid boss buy. He's now got the 5-7. D trading out one more. Leaves us in a 1v2 for Stewie to clutch. Nicely done from him, but D outskills him at the end of it in the final 1v1. Finds that headshot, and it's Selfless winning all 4 of their pistols in this match.
FaZe up. Selfless 4 for 4 against Cloud9 on the pistol. I thought as soon as Stewie got that kill on Heaven, he would probably win that, but he comes out of vents. He gets a nice shot onto whoever was in sight there. I thought it maybe Shroud. I think Shroudy was in sight. Gets that one tap on him. Nice shots by Selfless. They take a calculated risk. They have 3B. Brings it into a 2v2. Even the kills that they got on Dizzy taking the site was dangerous. Like, they were completely open from Heaven. If anybody peeks from Heaven there, they're going to get shot in the side. And that round, probably, they don't even get the bomb down. Now Stewie going to dig up, looking towards Highway.
Trying to take the early shot there against D2. Is peeking towards it. A little bit of a tag, only for like 14 HP or 16 HP though. So through the box, doesn't really do all that much. Cloud9 beyond this, taking it nice and slow, spreading their players out across the map, hoping for mistakes from the Selfless side that they may be able to capitalize upon. Shroud also takes a bit of an early battle there too, but doesn't go too well for him. At the moment, looking good for Selfless to control. Unless D overpeaks here, but well, he commits to it.
It's not an overpeak. That's actually a pretty CT-sided shot.
Take it down, and now leaps in again. I think while he was reloading too, it still works out though. And, well, it's working anyways. He gets a double kill on it, survives it with 19 HP, just ends up with a nice little 3K there. And it's down to Valens now, who has already been found by MCE. And once he upsets there, the round's going to be over pretty quickly for Selfless.
Yeah, not to say that you can't die peeking Highway when they go out of the boost and are kind of underneath you a bit, but it's generally speaking a very CT-sided shot. The CT has a huge advantage there. You're using Peeker's advantage. They don't know exactly where to put their crosshair, because how do you judge where somebody's going to stop on top of the spindle? It's very difficult to do. So it's usually a CT-sided shot. The second kill, a bit of an overpeak, because kind of in one-shot range with your health there. P250 could definitely headshot you. But even that, if you wide swing, is pretty CT-sided as well. Now we see a double door push come out, countered out by Cloud9, though. They put 2 door and another push coming out. Valent's getting traded out by Dizzy. Now all of a sudden they have door control with an AK in there. Stewie's going to try to flank that player. Nothing, all on his own over at the B side of the map. He might go towards middle B. We'll see. Stewie kind of just watching his flank. Still, player in door though, and MCE. And what do you do for Cloud9 here?
Cloud9 going to try to play this again separately here and try to take a little bit of control.
For
yeah.
MCE.
And MC does decide to overpush there, gives Stewie the advantage. Now, however, the question is, okay, do we still go forward with this plan to kind of split up towards A, or are we going to try to swing this over towards B now that we've executed an additional guy here, and hopefully we'll find the side a little bit more open. D, however, lurking in, nicely found again by Stewie. He's on point so far. Picks up that second kill there. It's just down to Dizzy here to try and close out upon this in the 1v2, and he does predict this properly going in towards the B side. However, he's going to rotate a little bit slowly towards it, but he's got a Molotov to try and throw it onto the platform and at the very least delay the plant for a couple of extra seconds. Oh. Yeah, it's probably not going to work so well.
Yeah, I don't think that was smart by him. He gave away his position to throw a Molotov. Even if that wasn't the plant spot, it really doesn't matter. They could just plant triple or something like that. It's not worth it to give up your spot. Now they don't have to worry about the flank.
Yep, and now he's going to be lurking back in, and they'll just set up for a crossfire, even if Stewie does get traded out here. Dizzy lurking in, he's been found, and there's the peek from Nothing. Don't even need Stewie. Nothing just finalizes it on his own. And Cloud9 right back into it after those first 2 rounds do go into the hands of Selfless, including the pistol. Cloud9 back to winning up the gun rounds, just as we saw in the last map there. I think Selfless have one more buy up their sleeve. After this one, though, they should be broken and forced on a weak, and that's when Cloud9 can really come back in here and take control of the map.
Yeah, and I think if MCE just kind of chills in door there, maybe on the right side instead of pushing up there, on Stewie's right from where he was looking, they have a much better chance of winning that round. Not just because of what happened. Obviously, Stewie killed him because he was pushing, but because it's pretty easy to play like a retake A if you need to in that situation, right? If you already have that player in door and you know they can only come out of A main, maybe you have a player at White Truck or whatever, killing him when he crosses sight, not over peeking. But if you know how to play White Truck, you're going to be very favored on that kill.
We can see Cloud9 starting to set themselves up here now for the B push, or at least trying to set themselves up to start the noise towards the B push. The bomb itself is very much A-centric at this point, and it's position with only one player holding it in that spot. Stewie, that we can life work over here, over in that B-bomb. So takes down Caboose. He almost gets a second kill too. It's ZQK dropped down to about half. Dizzy trying to sneak up though. He may have caught Shroud planting, and indeed he's going to be able to stop it. Has team support to watch out for a quick push in through the forklift over here. And D just hesitates for some reason. Nothing. He's able to swing back out, take him down. Dizzy's extremely low. He cannot take this fight with only 1 HP right now. He's kind of got to wait for ZQK to rotate in, but doesn't have the time to do that. Now, I don't know what happened there, but ZQK just not having any of it.
I thought Dizzy was going to let him plant and then kill him and then defuse right away. That's what I thought he was going to do. That'd
be sick.
That would have been awesome. So Stewie 20-9 right now on Cloud9. 19-11 for D. Caboose slowing down a little bit this game. ZQK 8-14 at the bottom of Selfless scoreboard, but kind of to be expected with, 180 ping.
ZQK trying to push himself forward here through the mid-garage, but already being found out a bit there. Gets hit by the nade, loses half of his HP. Nothing's going to spot this B-Halls push, and pretty much can just avoid it. Stewie can watch out for useless room pushes. ZQK gets taken out finally when he does commit into the garage. And now they've already got full A-side control, so the overall plan here from Selfless has pretty much failed. And now they'll have to hope that they can at the very least get 1 or 2 kills to kind of justify this. And run boost, maybe? It's not, and they and they fell. So they'll do a small one. The thing, Caboose just peeked it, though. That's just not it. Somehow, CERD, excuse me, got a kill elsewhere on the map, closer towards A, though. But the round itself is very much Cloud9's. Valen's just knocking, oh my god, Valen's just knocking off damage left and right. And it's down to MC, who actually did recover at M4. So he may just be keeping himself quiet to try and escape with this, but he's about to be surrounded too. So there's really no safe haven for anybody on Selfless in this round. And without armor, the aim punch is going to kill him when he takes a duel in the open.
So Cloud9 ties it up 10-10. What a replay.
Dude, AK sounds a lot more badass in this low one, isn't it?
Oh, Blue family show.
Sorry. That's my bad.
Wow.
I'll take a step back.
You're always just the madman.
Whew. Boundary just being crossed every day here at ESL.
Back with the scout though. How much do you want to bet he hits nothing? Nope, Valen.
He did tag another play. It's always just a tag, and then he immediately goes down afterwards, though. Automatic just picks up a second one here against Caboose. Once more, the ecos from Selfless on CT side, just not really all that impressive, and Cloud9 making pretty quick work of them. There's no reason to suspect that this would go the other way now, even if Cloud9 do run headfirst into the last two stacked up here on B. Just kind of weighing out their options here to make sure Selfless don't throw anything at them before they're ready to execute into the site here. Dizzy close up. He can actually surprise against one, and D catches a second here, eliminating Valens. But now left as the last man standing on the site, they can kind of just X him out one by one. He knows he has to get a little bit aggressive there to prevent him from being surrounded, but still can't get any kills, and Stewie closes it out anyway. Now Cloud9 have the lead, but it is taking us into another gun round for Selfless.
Op coming out onto ZQK with the 180 ping. So they're going to have a full buy here, but Cloud9 has a lot of money. Even if they lose this round, they'll definitely be able to buy the next round. Looks like it might be something fast because they don't have anybody towards B. Nope, nothing going towards useless now to watch B, so it's just default off the bat. Shroud indoor, Valen's back of A main, nothing in the useless room, setting up some type of a smoke. See where this one lands.
Go for A just yet.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an A exec.
Want to do kind of weigh their options out here, and specifically nothing. While also setting up the smoke, as you mentioned.
What are the odds that this smoke misses?
I don't know. Where's it going to go?
Let's see.
No, it made it. I think it's just a...
Perfect.
Nice. EU smoke.
EU smoke.
So it does go across.
Sometimes with Jordan, you just don't know.
But it lands exactly where they need it to. The problem is it kind of isolates themselves, and now Stewie goes across it. Interestingly, there's no one on the site, though. It's just open for them. So this works out probably a lot better than they were hoping it would.
Yeah, and it wouldn't have worked out if they saved all their Molotovs, but they don't. They have no Molotovs for the retake, and I don't know. They're not going to be able to retake this. They still have a ton of utility to hold off on the retake. Nothing's killing rotators at B. That was actually an A fake to B. And if you notice how Cloud9 likes to take the A site sometimes off that execute, or what they do off that execute is that they throw the wrap smokes, and Stewie goes inside the smokes and flanks the site. That's what he does. He goes through the smokes. I remember Sean Garrett used to do it. They called it like veggie wrap, and he goes, or maybe it was a Dren, and they go through the smokes.
Well, now it's just down to Dizzy here, looking to save himself in the 1v4. They already know where he's positioned, so he does have to remain a little bit more mobile here for the double peek from the last two there on C9. Going in for the kill, do close it out, only losing automatic along the way. Looking good to kind of fortify up their own money, which is incredible as is here off of the, I think it's 5 straight now, 12.8K for Stewie, 4K sitting on the board there for, I believe that's Valens, 6, 7, automatic's a bit lower, 2.7K, but I think he's been dying a bit more often. Still, huge amount of money to work off of. Selfless, unfortunately, don't have a dream in the world of shutting that out at this point. They would have to really swing back in here and show some serious firepower if they still wanted to try and upset them. The Molotov up on top as well. Forces ZQK out, but what's interesting is that his teammate had a smoke that was used, but it didn't really seem to be communicated that well. His teammate that was with him stacked up there went out anyway, and automatic, a little bit messy on the spray. Does get one, tries to transfer it onto the second. That misses. Caboose does pick up the second kill. They're trying to challenge Shroud, and Caboose again, just getting whatever's left, essentially, in the open there after he baits out his teammate for a second time there. But hey, it found the kill, so it worked out at least. And now leaves us into a 2v3 overall, with Cloud9 having full B site control.
Yeah, they get those 2 AKs, and it wouldn't surprise me one bit if they decide to save them. Looks like they will. So Cloud9 will go up 13-10 here. And you're right, they have a ton of money in the bank. And it just seems like once they get that money going, we saw it similar on Cobble, it's just too much for Selfless to really know how to stop. The CT side takes... It's weird, like the CT side takes a lot of teamwork. got to know how to stop things. You got to know how to stop executes and things, and how you want people to respond to what executes you're going up against. So it takes a lot of teamwork, and you can't expect a team that, I mean, have they even practiced together? We don't really know. Probably not. If they have, they definitely haven't had enough time to go over every map. That's for sure. Or had much practice at all, and you can't expect much from them. So Cloud9 just kind of running them over so far on every T side.
Yeah, and it's going to be another buy round here for Selfless, even having to kind of spread the money around there a little bit, though, so that everybody can get full utility along with the gun power. So let's take a look at what Cloud9 are going to do here. Stewie at this point is on max money as well, so they're good for the rest of this half, essentially. So on the opener once more, just a default from Cloud9. No one trying to do any crazy movement towards the sites just yet. D does try to watch out for boost movement if they wanted to go for fast mid control, but again, it wasn't really the case. As Cloud9 have been kind of fans of taking this nice and slow and basically as direct as you would expect for a T side here. Even seeing MC get tapped a little bit there, down to 66 HP early on, so they know that he went in there. He didn't even really spot all that much too, besides the one player. I don't think he saw the guy behind the box. Valens, I think, was crouching down at the time, so he remains undetected. And they're not even really going to be able to work off of that intel just yet either. What they are going to be able to work off of, though, is this huge push to the B halls, which remain
huge push and the incoming 3 knife kills.
Look at this now, as they are going to move back in. ZQK having 2 players lined up right here. They're not going for the execute just yet. He's got to be careful. They've got automatic and look into that one, but ZQK still nets both of those kills. There is Stewie. And Stewie as well, still looking to try and just deploy the smoke, sticking to the objective. He's not worried about this at all. I don't think they detected the second player, though, as he wasn't involved in those 2 kills at all. That's what really throws them off. Caboose now knocking out Stewie, and this is where problems are going to start to set in because, look, Shroud's got the site under his control, but they've got to go back to get the block. Shroud doesn't care, though. Goes in, just finds Dizzy looking at the sky there. They take him back down. They still have to deal with these 2 players outside of A main, however. Now Shroud swinging out, gets destroyed by Caboose, and it is going to be a round finally picked up, a gun round that is, by Selfless.
Yeah, they just take a pretty big risk. I mean, they just push all the way B to T spawn to flank unsuspecting Cloud9 members. ZQK just gets a nice little double there. Gets the bomb.
And so off of that, it'll bring down the money a little bit from Cloud9. Still quite a bit to buy through, though. And I imagine Stewie having to donate one over possibly soon going into the next round here, should it come to that. But Selfless as well, this could be even bad. This could be even worse news for them if they just lose out this round and get traded, as that's going to reset their own money, bring them right back down to square one, and make it a potentially very simple closeout for Cloud9 to push forward and make this a scoreline of around 16-11. Shroud, he spots the early aggression from Caboose. That's going to leave him dead on the ground. The rest of the CTs here are just going to be evenly split 2-2 with free mid control given to Cloud9 here as well. So that's Stewie with a free path into the vents in the checkers if he wants it. Automatic can swing up towards highway for free. They've already rotated Dizzy off the site a bit there to have him start going back down towards Z to kind of have a reactionary rotate, especially since MC got into A main for free. So they're probably not suspecting so much to come into that site. He may not want to go forward with the peek though, as Valens is going to be waiting directly outside of A main should he go through with it. Now, though, it's all silent as they wait to run down the timer a little bit. Cloud9 are going to have to make a move sooner or later, and it is looking like they'll go forward on that A path there, which means the decision from Selfless to kind of fully commit 3 towards B, or at the very least have Dizzy much closer to the B site. Really bite back at them. We have to hope now that MCE can impact from his forward position in A main. And while Valens does read into that, MCE still gets the kill and he has the bomb now. It's going to be his job to kind of play defense against this one. Smokes out through A main. Good positioning too, because they didn't send the player and Squeaky back through the halls. They actually sent him inside of A main. So they've got to spend potentially a lot of time kind of wasted here. Now D's going to knock out nothing unless they kill him right here, pick up the bomb and round their way back to the site. This could be the end of it. ZQK trying to challenge. He can't actually get Shroud. The bomb has escaped and Stewie is lurking back in, but no! Stewie doesn't get that. Dizzy's standing still and he somehow reacts in time to take down Stewie. The bomb is going to just barely get planted there as Dizzy works his way in. He doesn't see Shroud over here behind the forklift though, but D still closes out, and just barely do we see Selfless picking up a 12th round.
Stewie? What happened?
I don't know what happened with him there.
That was such a chaotic round.
He's Dizzy dead to rights at the truck position.
Such a chaotic round. If MC throws that smoke a little bit better, and he throws it not because he gave him a path, right? They go through the smoke, and if he throw it like in the stairway itself, so it blocked all the left and the right, I think he could go to like White Truck, for instance, and just get 2 kills so easily because his teammate was flanking mid, so he knew nobody was there. Sed messes up a little bit there, makes the round so close. Stewie whiffing that kill, and you know, Selfless just able to win a mirror for a bit. MC just getting super aggro at middle. Just these main players, man, they're not great at just trying to make plays.
Gonna show off. Well, Stewie's gonna catch a pretty easy kill with that one, of course. So dropping MCE, and now splitting up Selfless here. Somehow that molly isn't hitting whoever's sitting behind the vents as well. I think it looks like it was a pattern all around him, but Stewie remains unscathed in it. Still only has the 47 HP from the duel he took earlier. And now Smoke's going out. ZQK, a good position to watch out for Vents pressure, though, so Automatic's going to be very careful moving into here. ZQK may end up getting distracted, though, as there's also pressure working its way in from the regular halls themselves. He's got support from Caboose over on the backside, and they do decide to kind of move away from the Vents right now, which may prove to be actually a bad decision, considering ZQK could have just lined himself up for a double. Also would have left him exposed for a regular B push, though, and now he swings out. Did you see the head of the box? He did catch the bomb player, but yeah, didn't catch the second guy inside of the sunroom. The good news is, though, is that, Caboose on the move. He'll get one, but kind of loses himself in trying to get up onto the site within that Molotov. So he goes down after that one. D with a trade, and then goes back downstairs and finds Shroud pushing out from Z. Now it's a 1v1. Automatic looking to clutch out here for the side of Cloud9 as he puts the bomb onto the ground. He's actually going to remain peeked, waiting for D to get aggressive here should he decide to go for it. He's got a smoke to give himself a little bit of room to try and surprise out from heaven if he wants to do that, but at the moment, just checking for it. Spots him at the generator, goes for the flick. It's a miss. He's not dead yet, though. 46 HP as D leaps down and tagged again now down to 19, but he's not checking up on top, and this could lead to his own death. No! Still alive, 7 HP, looking for Automatic, who just can't close out on his opponent right here, but wasting a lot of time in the process. Wraps around, misses the close-up, no scope shot. He's got the pistol out now. Automatic just wasting time, though. He closes out and gets away with the op for free at the end of it all.
So close. He had him when he was on that generator. He played that so well. This, you can't really expect him to win the round against an AKer here, you know, he's very disadvantaged. But when he started jiggle peeking, when he was at the generator, if he hit that follow-up shot, he actually played that perfectly. He just missed the shot. He had his opportunity. There's some impressive stuff with D to kill Shroud on the flank and play it that well. But unfortunately for him, Automatic just, you know, once you give him that opportunity to kind of roam around that box, it's too hard to overcome.
Yeah, and Selfless's money is going to be in the trash now. We can see they tried to force up here, but it's like pistols and M4s across the board. Really scattered by. They didn't even try to smoke off A main either, so we already saw a peek from Automatic. Healed him a kill on MCE early on here. Shroud just kind of fishing from Squeaky here, and he's found even more damage too. That's Caboose dropped down to 35 HP. Finally, he does the smoke roll into A main, and it is going to kill the pressure for the time being. The bomb itself just wrapping out, and ZQK again did take an advanced position here inside of the garage. The problem is you know, again, it's a bit of a mess across the map here. Nothing already in B. Finds essentially just a walk-in kill against D there, as I don't think he was expecting pressure to be that close up, but there is still the potential for ZQK to maybe cut off a player trying to go towards Useless Room. Valence watching out for it, though, and they do need to execute without losing any players in that round. So Cloud9 up on a map point, and we do indeed see Selfless with pretty much no cash flow to work with. We'll have to force into this with just upgraded pistols and armor.
Yeah, only getting 1,900 for that round loss. Completely broken economy. And Cloud9 at match point should be able to close this one out.
All right, so let's take a look and see. MC does get himself the scout at the very least to play with, but it is going to be Blast Cannon Scout. No armor sitting behind it. The rest of the team, pretty typical buys here. And D, try to get some intel early on. The molly kind of getting in the way. Sees the feet early on, though, and that allows Stewie to line up the shot against D, peeking out from the white box. Relatively easy pickup right there. The rest of the team already following through up towards A main, where Dizzy is going to be holding out close to the corner behind that smoke. It's already started to fade away, though. Automatic sinking another kill right there. It's looking like the end here for Selfless, and it's not looking like that they'll be able to complete the upset. But still, all credit to them. On both of these maps, they put up quite a large scoreline, assuming that, of course, that we don't see the 2v5 here. It will be 16-12 as the final score. That's very respectable, especially when you consider they even pulled off a 16-14 on the last map as well. But Caboose goes down, just ZQK alive now, and Cloud9 with no reason really to stay passive here. They'll go hunting. Nothing finalizes it. Pulls out the last player there and does indeed take control of this map with a final scoreline of 16-11 there. So good stuff once more from Cloud9, and they do have the expected result of a 2-0 for this evening.
Yeah, good job by Selfless, though. You know, they came very, very close. Just you know, I mean, Cloud9, they've been together for a long time. They're a much better team. Let's be real. Selfless didn't have much chance going into this, but I think they made the best of their opportunity, and you know, hats off to them, man. They played their hearts out. They played well.
Yeah, especially the two stand-ins that came in here, or the two new players in the roster that'll be riding out for the rest of the season. But we're going to bring the analysts into the conversation now to get their thoughts, of course, on map number 2 here and how we saw the performance from Selfless transition from Cobblestone over to Cash here.
Okay, so not quite as much of the same steam, but we definitely just saw them do quite a few interesting plays from their side over there, especially on the CT side.
Yeah, I mean, Selfless kind of showing, you know, the best side of themselves all season, really, in these 2 games, with, you know, a completely new look in that sense, new players, new name, new everything, really. So regain confidence in that sense, which is, you know, fun to see going into the last couple of weeks of the league. Maybe they can save some face to close things out. I mean, there is still hope of actually, you know, playing a relegation game instead of just being automatically relegated, even though it does look pretty grim right now.
There is a chance, and it is very grim, but like I said, these guys can't get hard on themselves here, because obviously, at least this lineup, I don't know what the future of this lineup looks like. I don't know what happens to these guys, but by any stretch of imagination, had you said tonight, yeah, these guys are going to get that many rounds, I would have most definitely said absolutely not. No way on earth. Yeah. No way on earth we're going to come close to taking a map from Cloud9. But hey, I guess I eat my words sometimes.
I mean, I think any sane man would, you know, agree with you on that, really. Just there's no real logical meaning behind it. And honestly, even though, you know, it's a bit bigger of a margin that Cloud9 won with on Cash, I think it could have been even bigger. Days mentioned it a lot during the game, the fact that a lot of these important swing rounds that we mentioned on Cobble, you know, similar vein went in the favor of Selfless.
Let's take a look now at round 18. We're going to see a selfless push here, but in reality, it doesn't really work out for them.
No, but the initial idea is really good. They did something similar on Cobble as well on their CT side. They're being active, and they're being aggressive in the first buy round of the game, which is really awkward to deal with as a team. Obviously, you want to get something out of your first buy round. The problem is that, as you can see right now, they're up in a 2v3 situation, and for God knows what reason, MCE is actually going to push after it. And now we're going to see it from Selfless' perspective. You know, so the trades go back and forth, but they end up actually getting one man up as soon as Valence dies here in Apps, or in Squeaky. But what MCE does here just absolutely makes no sense. You're up one man. Doesn't matter if you have bomb control or not. You're still going to be benefited. You can give up a site. You can play passively. You can play for retakes at that point. You're still going to have the man advantage, so there's no reason for you to push aggressively. You're not that desperate for information if you're a CT at that point. If you're playing at a, you know, from a 2v2 or a 1v2, then sure, you can go for the aggressive play and kind of chance it. But everything leading up to that aggressive play from MCE is really good from Selfless. They're taking initiative. They're actually putting the pressure on Cloud9 and not letting them set up for an easy execute or get easy map control. And then it's just a matter of, you know, shoring up the last 50% of the round that, you know, they need to look at.
Well, so, I mean, that push didn't pay off, right? No. And in all reality, it just, I said selfish gaming, their selfish push there, but in reality, he got aggressive, peaked when he shouldn't have. They had the numbers and advantage. But this next replay we're going to look at, we're going to see a B push from Selfless, where it does actually kind of work out for them here.
Yeah, so again, the B push. And again, it's Selfless being aggressive right now, and that's going to allow for ZQK to get behind too. It doesn't fluff it, you know, similar to what we saw Stewie do in one of the later rounds as well in Z. But ZQK, you know, keeping a calm head, and at that point, just up one man advantage. You don't have to push aggressively as well. CKK does go a bit too far forward, but still has a teammate with him, so that allows for the trades. There's no reason for him to expect there to be two players there, especially because ZQK were the ones to take out both players in Garage. So again, you're the underdog. You have to take a couple of risks when you're at an even queue, right? So them doing that straight off the bat, going aggressive on B because, you know, lack of pressure from Cloud9 there earlier, etc. Just, you know, nice to see them making that kind of an adaptation.
All power to them for coming out swinging today. They brought some pain to their game. Not enough. We did see Selfless take 2 L's there and Cloud9 come away with 2 W's. But in case you did just miss that, check out www.youtube.com/ESLCS where you can watch the VOD of that game and many other games across this entire season. Yeah. I have to tell Vendetta to sometimes get off there. You're bogging down the Wi-Fi because you're literally watching all the VODs at one time. I don't even know why, but it's just something you do.
Important to multitask, man. It's like you got to do it.
I guess, man. All the VODs, onescreen.com. Go check that out. I just bought that, actually. Anyway, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're getting into Optic and Luminosity, so don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL Lockdown! Two shots in a row. FNX about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no, FNX!
Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW.
It's important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
You know, with the sponsor Mountain Dew, can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I'd never take it for granted, that's for sure.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
All right, we're back, and it's now almost time for Luminosity versus Optic. We got them on 2 maps here, and before we get into that, I'm going to let you guys meet my co-host, Vendetta, in case you haven't done that yet. Hey, Vendetta, how's it going?
It's going fine. You?
Yeah, it's going well, going well. We've got LG and Optic. We've got quite a bit of implications on this match, and who are you taking right now is just a quick favorite?
Quick favorite, honestly, on Nuke. Recent trend, I'm kind of leaning towards Luminosity. I was kind of hoping the Optic would show up with Jason R today, so we would have same lineup, or at least for 3 weeks in a row.
Well, it's funny you say lineup because we're actually going to talk about that lineup right now. Let's take a look at Optic, Tarek, Rush, Naf, Mixwell, and you're going to notice Hazed. Run us through the situation right here.
Well, yeah. So obviously for the last couple of weeks, we saw Optic. Well, first of all, they didn't have a standard 5th, and then they ended up playing with Freak for a week, and then Jason R to follow up with that. And with Jason R, they actually managed to take a map off of SK, right? So not too bad. You might have expected them to keep on with that track and work with them for the rest of the season. Them hiring Hayes, obviously, that puts them in a bit of a different situation.
Well, without any further ado, let's take a look at their opposition now. Over on the Luminosity side, Destiny, Yell, Showtime, and you know what? I'm gonna give it to you this time. Obviously, it's Pickle. That's not even a question.
I'm good with PKL and Shaz.
Pickle. You're wrong. Sorry, Shaz.
PKL and
okay,
Shaz.
You want to go with Shaz? That's the one I was going for. But these guys had a tremendous start to their season. They got off to a really great start. Have seemed to have stalled out just a little bit, not with the same momentum they had before. So what is there to expect from this Luminosity lineup?
Well, the weird thing about this Luminosity lineup is that, as they've progressively, slowed down in Pro League, they've done, better in leagues outside or qualifiers outside of it, right? So they've gotten to, the last stages of qualifier for Star Ladder or this or that, and they're making waves in that sense. So right now they kind of have to hope that the trend continues or comes back to Pro League for them, so they can actually get a couple of W's, because 2 wins here on 2 maps that are actually pretty even, I'd say, in terms of like how you favor both sides. I think that could be a massive opportunity for Luminosity.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I do see that one team here in Luminosity should probably try to get that momentum up, but there's also this explosive factor that comes with this Optic lineup. I mean, there's very much a chance to come out here today just full swing.
Yeah, and I guess you can have full swing and you can have too much swing, right? And we've seen that from especially Mixwell at times, where he overagresses, overpeaks, and that could be the end of Optic. But also, if he's hitting his shots, I don't think anyone on Luminosity can compete.
That won't be the end of Optic. I don't think there will ever be an end to Optic. Let's take a look now at Optic on Nuke with Eric DeBear Stromberg.
Thanks, guys. Welcome back to another Stromberg Strategies. We're going to take a look at Team Optic on Nuke. And one point to make is that Optic, they've had roster changes throughout the whole season. So one thing you can see lacking in a lot of their matches is that solid teamwork that builds over time with 5 people. It takes time, it takes work, it takes practice to do that. So Optic, even though they managed to have a new 5th pretty much every other week, they still managed to stay up top. How they do that, I think a lot of it has to do with individual skills as well. As you can see right here, Jason R, who just recently was playing for them for about a week or 2, he's coming through here. As he peeks this lobby, as you see a little bit of the teamwork as the rest of Optic Gaming is making distracting peaks from the vending machine and kind of squeaky door, and allows him to peek, get 2 kills. Right here, Elige, he has to pick 2 targets, Tarek and Jason R at the same time. Great peeking on them. They both peek at the same time. Rush right here, he's being very patient. As you see, there's only 30 seconds left in the round, and so him hiding there kind of caught Team Liquid off guard. And look, a bomb. He took on a 3-on-5 situation to a 3-on-2, and now I like this play. He throws a smoke because he's going to force the T's coming through smoke. You're going to see a lot of smoke plays in higher levels CS because it's so powerful that if you walk through a smoke, I mean, you can't see anything. So it's always an advantage if you're playing behind it, as you see right here. Very smart play by Rush. And now for another one by Mixwell. He's so good. As you pause right here, what's so awesome about this is that it looks like he's putting zero effort at all in this kind of situation, but it's not true at all. He has great movement and great crosshair placement, angle holding. As Tarek is baiting for ramp, he calls out multiple people. Multiple people are out ramp. Mixwell is going to peek a small tight angle, move his crosshair probably a couple inches. That's it, and he's going to get 3 kills. As it just, I mean, it makes it look easy. He just makes it look too easy, but that's not. It's just years of playing and practicing, and a smart play by Mixwell. He's going to clean out the round here. Spoiler alert. But again, as you see right here, he's playing behind the smoke. A lot of teams do this. It's annoying to deal with. You as a person who's on the other side, you have to respect this because you can't push through it. You're going to get killed. But unfortunately for Stanislaw, he's caught off in the wrong spot. He gets taken out. Optic, great individual play. Hopefully they get a 5th for a consistent amount of time, build up teamwork, and you can see that level Optic reached back in December, hopefully, you know, in the near future. Back to you guys.
Hey, thank you, Eric. Appreciate you. Now, we're going to get into Nuke with these two teams. Give me a quick prediction.
Actually, probably a bit surprising. I'm going to side with Luminosity coming into this. They've had some decent Nuke games leading up to this, and I think the fact that Optic are going to have to play with another stand-in is going to be an issue. I don't think individual skills can carry them each and every single time.
But you're saying there's a chance.
There's a chance. There's always a chance.
Well, there's a chance. There's a 100% chance on that we're going to throw to Blue and Daze. We're going to take the action away from here. Take it, guys.
All right. Thank you guys very much indeed. We're going to be jumping into our first map of the night between these two teams here, and it's going to be on Nuke. Not a favorite map for our observers, but actually a map that we've been seeing a little bit more amongst some of the NA teams. It's a very slow process, but they're slowly kind of phasing it in here. Thoughts on this map between these two teams specifically?
Well, Luminosity, this is their chance to really propel themselves possibly into playoffs here. Yeah. They're really battling for that 5th, 6th spot, along with Optic. But if they could win this, it's a good time to strike, right? Optic doesn't really have a stable 5th. They're not really practicing. Trust me, I'm playing a lot of PUBG with Rush lately. They're not practicing that much right now, so this is a good opportunity for LG to actually, you know, take maps off Optic. If they could win 2-0 here, or even go 1-1, that's gonna help them a lot. I think if they go 0-2, I don't know if I see them making playoffs though. I think Immortals will, you know, Immortals, energy and whatnot. I think they could overtake them.
Let's steal it away from them. Well, we are seeing Luminosity kind of get prepped to push their way into the site now. It'll be a little bit delay. And just for clarification, too, FaZe is not stepping in yet. I'll talk more about that when we get into the second round here. But Tarek sneaking 1 kill in, traded out more so, but it ends up evenly 2 for 2 now. Mixwell kind of on the outside of the mini garage here now, waiting to see if he can try to play himself into it, but doesn't actually pick up the kill. In fact, it's PKL with another one, leaving it down to just 2 alive now for Optic, and specifically now just Mixwell, since PKL has eliminated Rush. And they already know where Mixwell's playing from too, so it's an easy job for Destiny to eliminate him and for Luminosity to pick up the pistol. And yeah, just to clarify, JSONR is very much still the 5th player trialing out. Hayes is the coach. He'll be filling in during Sydney because of the fact that JSONR has like a prior commitment or something like that during that time frame. So he's playing there, but for all intents and purposes, JSONR is still the 5th player. Hayes is just coming in as the coach.
Yeah, and Optic losing that pistol round, so Mixwell, he was in an impossible situation. That player at 2-vent, even if he went down, his players were going to peek from the silo. And nice shot by Tarek. Just takes out PKL's head with that scout. 4v5, very, very winnable round on the CT side of Nuke on 4v5.
Yeah, Naf just swinging his way in over here towards the inside of the T lobby lane. Well, it's working out great for JSONR and Naf. Both of them picking up kills there. They did lose 1 on Mixwell, but now they've brought it down to a 4v2. Yell, thankfully, still has the bomb on the outside of the T lobby. Him and Showtime are going to try to work together to sneak their way in and see if they can battle this back a little bit. Optic didn't really stay in the T lobby, though, after finding this, because they kind of dipped back into both the A room and back over towards the ramp itself to still look to defend this in a more normal way. So there's still an opportunity for Luminosity to maybe kind of swing in here and upset a bit, but there's a little bit more firepower now on the Optic side too. Naf having the AK to play with, Tarek still having the scout up and running as well, so it'll cause a few problems, but regardless, Luminosity now with 50 seconds remaining are starting to kind of play their way in through the tiny shed here, but already Jason R spotting out one of them. The Molotov trying to go back. Doesn't actually block a whole lot up, just restricts his positioning. Kind of keeps him in the open if Showtime goes through with his own push. Eliminates one. Yell trying to flank around over here to find Jason R. He does get that kill, but a trade rolls out from Nap, so it goes down to a 1v1. 29 versus 16 HP, and Showtime is going to be smart about this. Doesn't want to take an open fight, especially against a player in Heaven with a scout. So he does decide to fall downstairs through the vents and goes for the plant here instead, where he'll have a much better chance of being able to actually clutch this one back out. And Tarek didn't even realize this until just now, so he's going to have to move pretty swiftly over towards those vents, and that's really his only route downstairs quickly enough that would get him into a position to be able to clutch this back out since he does not have a kit. Drops down, hoped to find his opponent sitting right there, but it's not the case. And now with time getting lower and lower, Tarek is basically going to have to go on a wild goose chase and hope he gets lucky to find that position of Showtime. Finding the door open over there. Now just going in to tag onto the bomb. Again, time's pretty much run out, and with that Molotov, that should seal the deal. Even if Showtime does die here in the next few seconds, the round is going to go into the favor of Luminosity. So nice recovery down. I believe it was a 4v2 at one point there, but they do bring it back, and Showtime is the one to seal the deal.
Yeah, and Optic did not play that well in that 4v2. I think NAF should not have been ramped. They should have had one of their lesser gun players spot and then react and rotate to lower. He probably should have been top hut or Mustang spot with the AK. He'd be able to lock down upper. You already have Tarek watching the secret steps. You don't have to worry about that. And the setup was just all wrong in a 4v2. If NAF is Mustang or something like that with an AK, he's probably going to get one or two just so easily. He's going to be able to watch all of upper basically.
Well, now PKL starting us off pretty quickly into this third round here. He's already found Mixwell on the outside. Not a whole lot of presence beyond that from Optic. I think he's got Rush, but he's inside of Heaven, so he's pretty safely tucked away right now. This will give free control of Luminosity to sneak the bomb through Secret and down to the B bomb site if they want to. And actually being a little bit more self-conscious this time of a possibility of a more aggressive push from the ramp room itself. Tarek is going to move over to try to contest Secret. And he actually does ding PKL, so it brings him down to 6 HP. But still, PKL sinks the kill. Takes him down, and now this is a 5v3. And they also look
I like, you know, I mean, as we see, should be able to just clean up on this anti-eco pretty quickly, although Destiny does go down. I like LG's chances here, you know, playing with the LG guys a lot. They're really sneaky at times, right? They can find openings in all these different areas, you know, like flanking people and then relaying that information to their teammates. They're really good in situations like that. You know, I play with them all the time in Rank S. And Nuke is one of the maps. I mean, what, if you make it 4v4 on Nuke, like there's gonna be openings. There's gonna be ways to kind of sneak around and get in a position where you could easily flank and whatnot. And then they have really good teamwork when somebody does get in a situation like that where they could relay that information to their teammates and kind of open up the round that way. Now we see Optic with a full buy. No Molotovs on them, but they have 5 M4s.
It's going to be Luminosity. Look at this very quickly. Destiny already swinging open the doorway, the main doorway into the A site here too. Doesn't follow through with it, but he's going to pop the door open with that HG grenade and then smoke it back off to make it look like they're trying to go for like a fast vent drop, but that's not the case. In fact, they're sneaking pretty quickly over towards Secret. The problem is though, is Secret's mollied out, so they can't actually go through towards it just yet. This kind of leaves
their molly though.
Yeah, that leaves PKL in the open for a few extra seconds, and he's going to go down. Rush catching that kill, and now going back over here finds 2 more.
He played that so well. He's the ramp player. He saw the outside smokes. He goes to help outside, gets a kill through the smoke, then goes back ramp and kills 2 more. Unbelievable.
Yell was going to be able to counter out Mixwell when he tries to sneak out from the box alley there, taking him out, but I mean, still a heavy cost to Yell. He's down at 4 HP now, so I think he's just going to hang out here, actually, and try to see if he can, at the very least, get a little bit more intel about what's happening on the upper site. But Showtime sneaking through Secret and is going to kind of shuffle his way over towards B to hopefully get a bit of a plant there. I think he is anyway. I'm not sure if he's with Showtime still. Yeah, he did go downstairs, so he's fully committed down here. And Yell just hoping that he can get lucky and catch a player looking down the ramp and not necessarily in the direction of Hell, which may be true. At the very least, he may find it open and have an easy path to go down those steps. But with 30 seconds remaining, these last 2 are going to have to make a move for the site pretty soon here, as otherwise they're not even going to have enough time to get themselves out and get the bomb down. But thankfully, their chosen paths have been pretty correct up to this point. And I think even moving into the B site, they're not going to be finding a whole lot. Obviously, NAF inside of the new toxic room here with the double doors. But beyond that, there's actually not a whole lot of presence down here currently. That doesn't mean rotates aren't going to be coming in quickly at all, but still, Nap down here, they're going to have to go for the check, and it's Yell with 4 HP, but he still instantly finds the headshot against Nap, and now they've got mollies inside of the vents. They're going to re-molly it. Unfortunately, they weren't paying attention for a fast decon push, and Rush is actually ended up with an ace on the round as he finds those final 2 kills.
I'm telling you, Blue, I think the best 3 players in North America right now, and probably have been for the last few months, is Stewie, Automatic, and Rush. I think they are the best 3 players in North America. And then 4th, I would actually say Nitro. And Elise.
What's your thoughts on the whole like LAN versus online performance with those 2? Is that something that gets brought up a lot actually about how kind of both of them show up a little bit more on LAN than they do online?
Yeah, no, I think they're better, definitely online. Nitro, I mean, as far as every player in North America is concerned, I don't think there's another. If you had to give me one player to just hold an angle, like Fence on Cash.
Yeah.
If you're going to pick any player to just hold an angle like that, I would pick Nitro. Out of any other North American player, I'd say, yeah, Nitro, each and every time. Online, he dies a lot, to be honest, holding angles like that. But that's just because it's on like Counter-Strike and everybody has 50 ping and the Peeker's advantage is too much to overcome. But on LAN, he's going to get that kill like every single time. And then Elise is just like super insane and dynamic in all those chaotic environments and stuff.
Well, Destiny's going to try to swing up the vents after he does get the receiver free. Nobody's paying attention to the site, though, so Jason R only gets 1, but I think he assists on a lot more than that. And Optic do indeed close that out. It's a bit messy, of course, and a bit chaotic within the site, but they do win it out with 3 players left alive. So they get their 2nd there, and that puts LG in a position where they really can't buy here, actually. They're at most probably going to be looking at a half investment unless they decide to full force. And indeed, they do decide to pretty much full eco this one. Just a couple upgraded pistols, and that's going to be it. Even a few of them working with Glocks still, as Destiny and PKL fully safe without any investment at all. So they're going to go pretty quickly towards outside here. At least Yell is hunting for deagle headshots primarily, but there won't be any contention on the actual outside area here where the T's are going to start pushing from. Mixwell goes inside of the warehouse, spots them on the left, but nice shot from Yell. Knocks out Mixwell early on here, and now Tarek as well spotting some more aggression by the T's inside of their own lobby. So possibly being able to read into this will more than likely turn into a possible pinch towards the upper site. Seeing if they can sort of just overwhelm A. But Jason R is still up on Heaven. He's going to be able to actually be in a really good position to counter on a lot of pressure from the Shed here. Oh, nicely done from Showtime. Just catches Tarek going out. Jason R trading, and nice swing as well. Gets the 2nd one and a 3rd. Rush with the 4th as he kills a player downstairs. And now it's just Yell with 2 HP. Keep in mind, though, he did pick up the AK from his first kill earlier on in the round, but still with 2 HP and basically nothing else to work off of here. The bomb even going down. This is pretty much already sold. More than likely, Optic will be tying this up at 3. Best hope for Yell is to sneak off 1 or 2 more kills. Of course, trying to clutch, but they should have a pretty good idea as to where he's moving from. So he'll sneak in here, Rush, just holding in the corner, and Yell can't even see that. So he moves out, actually gets the first kill, but the trade from Rush is going to move in pretty quickly after that.
See what I mean by if he had the AK at Mustang? If Nap was there? Right? Pretty good spot.
Yeah. There's what started it all, but unfortunately that was really the only thing we saw going for Luminosity in that round. As beyond that, they were knocked out pretty quickly by Optic. And trying to crunch on that upper site didn't really work out too well for them. Coming off of that, though, they are directly back onto another buy round here with full AKs. So we'll see what kind of strat they do tend to throw at this one here. And again, just busting the door open right from the start of it. Smoke goes in over top of the Molotov from the CTs, and they dive into the vents. It's Destiny down here really quickly. And we'll probably try to clear a path for some of his teammates, but he's being followed by Tarek, and I'm not sure if he realizes it just yet. He heard something and made him check his backside a moment ago, but no longer paying attention to it. Tarek easily just goes right up behind him, knocks it out. PKL, though, is going to catch Rush in the open this time, behind those boxes. They're out from hell, so finding him there opens up another pathway for Luminosity to try and push in towards the lower site, but now they've already got Tarek somewhere near control room. There's reason to believe that there may be 1 or 2 more down here as well, so this is actually a good decision for Luminosity to kind of hold back a little bit and maybe try to wait to see if the defenses from Optic reset before they fully commit to this one, and it even works out better as they find Tarek going up the vents and trying to go into the door through the T lobby way. Showtime's going to knock him out there, and now they'll probably feel secure enough to go into this site, as that was the player that originally went down the vents before. as they do move in. Mixwell hitting a shot, I believe, onto Yell, but not the full connection, so it is only going to bring him down to 21 HP. Naf spots PKL. He tried to go behind the box for safety, but wasn't able to fully jump behind it in time. So the bomb's gone down on the ground. We should see full rotation coming in at any moment here. Jason, I think just being careful in case anyone was going to try to link push in, try and go down the vents and counter it out. Naf just picking him off, however, from the detox room. He's now found a second here against them. They find SHZ easily hiding in the corner, and now it's just Yell alone. He'll sneak up on Jason R from up on top of this catwalk here. Now he's got a lot more to go. He finds Mixwell trading out a gun. One more to knock out. It is Naf, though, the player that's already picked up a double kill in this round, and he's not paying attention to his right side. So in a moment, there you go. Naf's going to walk right up and finds his third and final kill from Detox again. And with plenty of time for the defuse, Optic will pick up a fourth.
Great hold by Naf. Really nice strategy by LG. The crucial thing that hurt them in that round, though, is they had no smoke grenade to really get down and kind of force the plant and force Optic in bad situations. So Naf able to, get a couple kills over at Detox. That's because they don't have a smoke. They don't have a smoke to plant the bomb in, and Naf able to capitalize off that.
Yeah, regardless of the win from Optic, though, it's still making it a bit more of an expensive round for them, dropping 4 to 5 players again. So very close, in Luminosity off of that one do feel the necessity to buy in here. They're only going to get, basically, with the exception of Yell, just smokes behind their buys here. But they still, indeed, are going to have the capacity to try and push in here and have the gunpowder at the very least. Try and set up a bit of a smoke wall. Mixwell, a few seconds earlier there, and he might have hit that. For right now, not going to be able to find the connection, and promptly, after missing that shot, falls back, and Ken has a lineup here. In fact, catches them moving out of the smoke this time, taking down PKL, relays the info, I imagine, on the second player there, and indeed, it'll work out great, because Mixwell just goes up towards Heaven, picks up one more kill, and it's down to Yell now alone in the 1v3 with no great positioning to work off of the bomb going down, and he's pretty much boxed out at every avenue here, so more than likely, this should be a quick shutdown from Optic. There you'll have it. Jason R, a little bit aggressive there, but he does sink the final kill.
Yeah, LG trying their best to dwindle their economy down. They do have money bonus to work with now. Mixwell just seeing a little bit of a gap through that smoke, able to kill the players coming through mini. And LG, they're strategy-wise, though, they're playing pretty well. They're throwing the smoke. Sometimes they're getting down lower through the vents, then going ramp. They're throwing outside smokes, trying to throw them off before they went down lower. This time they, tried to wrap through mini. So they're mixing it up. But Optic's just, a little bit ahead of them, one step ahead, kind of just, rush, leaving ramp, getting outside kills, going back to ramp. Mixwell watching mini, gets that kill. And as soon as Mixwell gets that kill, he relays that information that it's a mini split to upper. All of a sudden, all his teammates are all on top of it. They know exactly what's going down, and it's a pretty easy hold for Optic.
So it has been a 5-round streak now for the Optic roster. Luminosity only having 3 rounds off of the virtue of winning out the pistol and the following 2 anti-ecos. So they are not looking too good right now, and because of that, they've chosen to go for the tactical pause here. Already expired, though, so we're right back into the action, and we will see what Optic has to offer. As Naf is going to be taking a bit of lessons from the Shroud camp, possibly, as he's now also going to go for the AUG buy here in the 9th round on the half. While the rest of his teammates still sticking with the normal pickups here. Luminosity do kind of force into this one a little bit here. Tech 9s and armor buys. I think it's just half buy, actually. So they should still have enough money for the next round afterwards. Destiny going to be working with an ump. And we will see as they smoke it off pretty quickly past the red box here. Just going to be going for really quick secret control downstairs into the B-bomb site. Not really wasting any time either, transitioning this to the site. They try to go for it, but Naf now having the AUG to play with. Tarek also picked up 2 kills. He's got to kind of run away, though, as he's out of ammo. Just tossing in the nade to hold off any extra players that would have followed him through. It's down to PKL alone after Mixwell picks up the 4th kill against SHZ.
The AUG meta.
It's in full swing now. It's spreading.
I feel like the AUG shoots faster than that before.
Well, that actually be...
I think the fire rate's faster.
It might be, actually.
I don't think you could judge any of the weapons by, the graph, though. The CSGO. When you buy the guns, I'm pretty sure they're all from, beta. And the guns have changed, 10 different times since then.
Well, it's there was the nerf to the firing rate of this gun, this version of the M4. That was a year ago, I think.
Oh, it used to be a laser beam. Everybody used it near the end. It was insane. And it was 2,900, right? For a long time. No?
Yep. It was the same price, was it?
I think it was 200 cheaper, right?
Yeah, no, that's right. Then they made it the same. They made it the same with that patch. That's right. Well, this time it's a huge stack of Optic players challenging that door play. Showtime is going to be outside here, trying to re-challenge against Mixwell here, but he doesn't get the kill. He only brings him down to 7 HP, so he's going to be able to fall away from this one. And the rest of LG kind of remains spread out, but most of their players centered around like lobby and the push over there towards ramp, just kind of taking their time with it and having Showtime control outside. Whereas everybody else on Optic, after a few adventures here at the beginning of the round, also set up in a pretty standard pattern here. Yell trying to check out, make sure there was nobody holding close vents. PKL did find Tarek outside here, so this will give Yell the ability to kind of push back out, but the molly in his way is going to force him out further. Nobody's paying attention to that, at least until Jason R checks for it. He'll be able to take down Yell, and now again, advantage to Optic as they hold 4v3, and Luminosity is also not even really getting any control. They keep trying to seemingly force the issue out into this upper site, but every time they do it, they just lose all the players. I think PKL will feel safe to move out, though, now after hearing what he probably interpreted as Jason R falling back, and that was indeed what it was. You could hear the footsteps just a moment ago there. So now Jason R actually going to be holding into a pretty close corner here behind the nukes themselves. Mixwell picking up a kill. Showtime trying to move up to punish that without going into hell, as I think he's still cautious of Rush being in that hallway and being able to counter out. Backing up further and further, but he can't spot Mixwell just yet. He's looking for him. I think he sees what might be him, but he wants to fully confirm it, and indeed he shall. Takes down Mixwell with a cheeky headshot there, eliminating him. Rush does trade on the Showtime, though, and now it's SHZ alone in a 1v3, where Jason R, back on the site, is going to finish off the round.
Yeah, and Luminosity's getting in positions where, you know, they have opportunities to win the round. I mean, even that round, you know, I mean, it was a 4v3, but if they're able to kill Jason R, maybe it's Silo or something like that. But positionally, Optic is rotating really well. They're generally in position to trade the kills, even though LG might have a chance at winning the round. Optic always has that extra guy there that really turns the round to their favor.
Well, we do have, again, pretty similar positions being taken up by Optic this time. Mixwell just trying to be careful of like Twinkie action over top of it. Not going to be spotting it just yet, but Luminosity are indeed going for outside control. Once again, it's been their go-to. Extended, however, in varying degrees of players. And Mixwell, I think, is going to tag Showtime through the box a little bit. Oh, lining up 2 in a row, though. He eliminates Yell and goes right back in for Showtime. Remains peeked out. Misses that third one, though, and that's where PKL is finally going to get the trade. Still the damage being done. Brings us into a 4v3 with no real control to show for it. Out there, smokes and whatnot are gone. They're 2 beyond. PKL outside are trying to move in towards the ramp and looking to get control here as they will line up to potentially swing down the steps, where defenses from Optic are actually quite light. They should be able to, at the very least, get a plant down there, since most everybody on Optic is still focused upstairs. But I think one player may have swung down in the meantime and potentially is watching out from the vents. Not peeking out just yet. Tarek up on top. Down below, they do have Naf waiting inside of those vents, but not in the direction you'd expect. He's actually watching out for secret pressure. And while moving in, apparently nobody's paying attention to those vents, as Naf is just going to walk right up, find Destiny looking in the complete wrong direction. PKL tries to sneak inside of the mini garage. Tarek's going to find him there. SHZ up close. Naf wins it out again with the AUG. Even at close range, doing massive damage, taking out SHZ.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure the AUG one-shot's close range. Not 100% sure. Like, I think it's like kind of like a 250 one-shot them if they're that close, but then from farther away it'll do like 90 or whatever. So that's another reason why the AUG's pretty nuts. I gotta start using that a bit more. I just suck with the scope. Whenever I scope in with it, my aim is wild. Okay, I have no control. So I don't know. Maybe hold the angle with the scope, but then everything else down.
I mean, all the PUBG has got to be helpful with that, you think?
True, the red dot sight is
just getting used to scopes now.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, now for Luminosity, spreading their players out here. Obviously not going so well, but at the same time, some decent damage traded into Optic guys. You got Roshan with 2 HP, Tarek's on a 20, but Destiny, Showtime, and Yell suffering a kind of similar fate here. And all of them stacked outside once again. Very similar problem to what we've seen before, just really failing to get that good control outside to safely push towards Secret and then transition it downstairs. Destiny going to try to sneak out through the ramp here now. I believe he went in through the vents, but working his way up. He's got Tarek. Unfortunately, he doesn't check from behind those boxes, and that's where Naf is going to be able to trade that out pretty quickly afterwards. So down to 2 now on LG. Both players split up here. SHZ, or excuse me, Yell outside of just the mini garage there. Mixwell's going to have an easy kill when he wraps out into the open, and for SHZ, he's got the bomb, of course, so maybe he can sneak into plant, but there's, I think, 1 or 2 players here defending on the site. Just can't hit a shot. So Jason R is going to take him down.
Yeah, and after giving up the pistol, Optic winning 9 in a row. LG's had a couple opportunities, especially that lower sight one. If they would have won when it was lower sight in the 4v3, when NAF ended up getting that 3K at Detox, well, all of a sudden, I'm pretty sure that was it would have forced Optic to an eco round, and we could have been seeing you know, maybe like a 6-6 scoreline or something like that. But unfortunately for LG, they couldn't capitalize on off any of these opportunities.
Well, we do have Optic again trying to push their players forward early on here to take some of these battles, but it's Luminosity. And ultimately, again, will have to take the engagements themselves and try to knock out Optic's players early on in the round. And we can see Mixwell taking that duel. Once more, just waiting it out, and so far been almost flawless on outside here. He takes another kill down right at the beginning of the round. It's SHZ getting eliminated. The others trying to lurk their way in, but now Mixwell's inside of the warehouse here, and he's up to 3. A fourth awaits him if he goes for the re-peek. Finally missing on that one, but re-peeking again. Finally goes down to PKL. Jason R actually having to be a little bit careful here because he could just get pushed from that doorway there, which is exactly what's going to happen, but he's ready for it as he does weigh out his own aggression, takes down Destiny at the doorway, and PKL's now alone in a 1v4, where he's actually going to be able to take down Tarek, getting a little bit over-aggressive there. Still, though, the damage being done, bringing him to 3 HP, and now the second he peeks out here, Jason R waiting for it. Finalizes things yet again for the Optic side. They're in double digits here in Luminosity, really yet to solidify themselves, and this has been a full 10-round streak from Optic.
Yeah, pretty dominant once they got some guns. Just rolling over LG. I mean, LG's had a half buy every other round as well, but Mixwell just kind of dominating them outside too. Every time they go outside, Mixwell seems to be getting kills. LG just not really on point teamwork-wise, you know, not throwing the flashbangs when they try to go through mini to kind of blind Mixwell. And Optic just making great reads.
That nade a little bit too deep. If it had been thrown a second earlier, it could have had massive impact. And actually the problem is now it's going to kind of overwhelm them. Rush tries to spray in past the smoke, but doesn't mean anything there. This is finally room for LG to sneak back in. They not only got that kill, but they knocked off half the HP on Rush, and they're going to get probably pretty free control downstairs overall. So that's the plant going back in. It's going to take Optic quite a bit of time to line up in positions for this retake. And LG still have all 5 players up and rolling at this point. So this is a great start for them. They're just trying to kind of investigate in the vents there before swinging around over here to the toxic doorway, checking it out. Oh, good initiation, though. SHZ was not ready for that at all. So immediately knocking him out, looking for the angle to try and contest towards control, and he does succeed in it, but still not going to be able to get the kill in time. Destiny gets the better of him. Same with Showtime gets the better of him, and then PKL and Destiny pick up an assortment of kills across the board beyond that. And Optic finally losing out a gun round here, as Luminosity are going to pick up a 4th.
Yeah, and I actually thought Rush was playing ramp, but I think this is how what Optic is doing. When outside smokes happen, immediately NAF goes to lower from ramp, and then Rush is actually the rotator. So he's fighting outside, and then he goes back and spots ramp for NAF if they're going to come down ramp. So I think that's how Optic's setup is working. The one round we really saw them challenge Secret. Tarek and Naf were both there. They kind of read that they were going to go down Secret. And then another time, if you remember when they went down lower, which kind of furthers that theory, is that Yell opened the door, if you remember, and he killed Naf while he was in the new room or whatever. What do you call it?
Decon?
No, the other one, the double door inside lower.
Oh, it's just Toxic. It's new Toxic.
New Toxic, okay.
Yeah. Because the old Toxic is now just Decon.
Yeah.
It's not even technically the same position, but close to it. Anyway, Yell finding Tarek early on here, and Mixwell actually getting surprised a little bit by that late peek. So this is great on the opener from Luminosity. Great trade from Naf, though, up on top of the step, up on top of the ladder, and immediately trading that back out. So it does bring it into a 2v3. Problem is, there's Luminosity again, full control of the site, just really fast-paced play as soon as they start their actual hit. And it works out great for them, as now Optic completely boxed out of the site. Both, I believe, are going to try to move in through the mini garage, depending on what Naf wants to do here. Rush does pick up a kill on Yell, so re-evens it, but he took a lot of damage. He's also got a lot of utility, though, so definitely, in my opinion, going to want to try and use some of this before he has to push back in and possibly lose his life. Molotov can very easily burn a player back out. 1-for-1 trade as they do move back in. Naf not checking those corners, though, and that's going to lead to Showtime, closing out on Naf and giving Luminosity a 5th, as they do finally get 2 rounds together at the end of the half, but a full 10-round streak from Optic Gaming. And with that, they'll hold a hefty advantage coming off of the first half. Stick with us, guys, to see if they'll be able to continue that domination to close out this first map, or if LG will round the comeback.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Well, we are back now, folks, and it's time to get into the second half here between Optic and Luminosity. Optic with a huge streak in the middle of the half there, and Luminosity, although they won the pistol in the following 2 rounds, were very silent until the last 2, where they did manage to scrub a few gun rounds together and make it 5-10, which is, you know, they can definitely recover from that.
Definitely respectable half. I mean, if they could win pistol and not get eco'd, I would actually favor them to win based off what we usually see on Nuke. Having said that, we'll see. I think Optic, I don't think they're going to play with an immense amount of strategy on this T side. I think it's going to be a lot of solo plays where they try to challenge ramp, they try to challenge outside. Mixwell is going to be going for aggressive picks and things like that. So remember, they're not really having much practice with this lineup at all. And we'll see if LG as individuals can stop that and punish that type of play. Or if, you know, Optic's going to continually make it 5v4 and leverage that into round wins.
All right, well, we're into it now. Luminosity onto the CT side with Optic jumping onto the offense. And on the opening push, let's take a look and see what Optic are going to do. Mixwell kind of moving in to see if you can catch anyone from LG, getting a bit more aggressive on the outside there. Won't catch anyone. LG holding back actually in pretty passive positions here to start things off. Just your usual spread of players across the map. Couple in A, one holding inside of the ramp room, one outside, just kind of watching for a usual push from there. But Optic are a little bit scared of, actually, I mean, all across the map, just watching out to make sure Luminosity don't do anything aggressive. We can see from a lot of their players' positions, but not spotting anything in the first 30 seconds or so. They're now ready to move in to take map control themselves, and it looks like the first bit of this may end up working its way out towards the ramp, where Destiny awaits, and we'll see if they'll be able to hold this properly. Instead, just runs away from it, actually. He doesn't want any part of it. And what's going to be interesting is that Optic, instead of going down that ramp, bypass it, go to hell, now try to sneak up. There is a smoke in the way up here, so Showtime is able to avoid immediate death. There's a lot of T's up here, though, and they've got to be careful of that. SHZ finding one, but Rush now swinging down from heaven, trades it out. Naf also knocking out Showtime, but SHZ had an angle to drop the bomb planter. Didn't stop the bomb itself from going down, and after we see that kill, Mixwell and Tarek finalize on the last 2 frags, picking up the pistol.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. So they throw a smoke heaven, and they rush ramp to up heaven, and that smoke, obviously, as we saw, covered the majority of those players, and then they have that player who threw that heaven smoke kind of lurk into lobby and try to pinch onto that site. Of course, things could go horribly wrong depending on who's in heaven there, but for them it worked very well. They're all, you know, jumping up the ladder and whatnot, like making it very hard to just get a headshot on you. So I like that shot a lot from Optic. Now we see them slow it down. Mixwell outside with, I believe that is Tarek on top of yellow. A couple guys holding lobby, and we'll see how they decide to scout it out here.
Double dates? Yeah. So he's dropped down pretty low to 25 HP.
Mixwell's pissed.
So yeah, probably won't be...
I already know what Mixwell's saying. Are you kidding me? Or something like that. I play with Mixwell way too much. I guess.
So he'll have to try and go a little bit more sneakily forward at that. You're having a good time with that, aren't you? But now we do have the rest of Optic again moving in to take control. Back to what I imagine the original plan was here. The smoke's in, but actually they're going on the left side of that one to wrap back around inside of the mini garage. Well, the timing on that one could not have worked out better. Jason Artis catches Yell leaping down from on top of the shed. Tarek finds PKL in heaven. Finally a trade from Showtime here, but ultimately Tarek's just going to hold inside of the mini garage and take out the last few players there to give Optic their 12th round.
Yeah, 12-5. Should be 13-5 here after this round. So after Mixwell gets dinked, they throw those outside smokes and they actually wrap towards the mini. So it's a little bit of a fake, like they're going to go secret, wrapping towards mini, splitting on that upper site.
Well, now with the full save in effect here for Luminosity. No investment this time, so we can expect a pretty quick closeout more than likely from Optic. Possibly something a little bit more interesting. Yell did go for the Zeus buy, but they'll be the first one to die, so never mind on that one. A couple trades, however. Showtime and PKL, they do go a bit aggressively into that site, so it does open up the possibility, of course, for those trades. But I think Mixwell realizes that he's out there, so he goes in, and Tarek closes out on the last kill there.
I know how every player sounds way too much.
Do you?
Yeah, so say Nitro gets one digged.
Yeah.
He'll be like... It would be like, what is that? How does that happen? Right? If Tari gets one digged, he'll be like, I guess I'm getting one digged. Like, say it really sarcastically. Mo will just rage and just start slamming his desk.
Oh, and a double tag from both the offers to start off the round here. Both Yell and Mixwell hit their shots, but it's through terrain on both of them, so neither one actually gets the kill. I miss the days where you had those like alternate channels streaming the tournaments that had like the comms on them and stuff like that too.
I know. As a player, I'm so incredibly against that, but like obviously I'm not a player anymore, so as a fan, it's the best thing ever. It is the best.
Nades again early on here against Yell, bringing him down to 16 HP. There were some good videos like Katowice 2015 and whatnot from that.
I think it was 2014.
Was it? I think it was somewhere around
there. They
there.
did it a year later as well.
Yeah. They might have done it at both. 'Cause it was like Cologne 2015 where I think they stopped doing it. But anyway, Yell moving back in here, finding Mixwell. Tarek with the trade up from up on top, but there's still the problem in hell. And oh my god! Tarek tries to drop down the surprise. Yell's got a surprise of his own. Just destroys Tarek through the wall. Naf with another trade, bringing this into a 2v3 now. And he's going to leap inside, supported by Jason Art. He spots the player up on top, knocking out SHZ. We're even again. Naf with another one, and he even finds Destiny with a nade in hand. They both just move in and
have the bomb.
Crunch on lobby, and they DM their way to a victory.
Yep, didn't even have the bomb. That's why Jason Art went through that squeaky door, and Destiny, you know, just had like a knife out or whatever, because he was going to try to flank, and bomb was outside T lobby. So ends up working against Destiny.
So this is going to be a pretty obvious tactical pause from Luminosity now. Money's at a very bad point. They're down, what is this, like 9 rounds, I think, against Optic at this point. Optic basically need to win out just one more here, and they're all but secured unless we saw a 10-round comeback from LG. And really, the decision being made, do we force here and try to win out, or do we just eco this one and try to play 10 rounds straight for OT?
I think I would buy. You'd force them on an eco, maybe? No. I'm not sure what Optic's money at. Probably not, actually. But still, I would buy. Yeah, Optic would still buy, even if they lose this round. But I would buy here. I don't think you have enough. I think if you put them on game point, they're going to win one of the next, 9 rounds after that. Or 10 rounds or whatever, so. NA math.
Yeah, beat 10 rounds. So, indeed, the buy does roll in from the LG side.
Actually, NA math's a lot better because we don't have that weird metric system thing.
That's easier, though, to do math with.
Says who?
Because it's all powers of 10. It's not like 1 mile equals like 5,320 feet or whatever the measurement is.
Makes sense to us.
It doesn't, though. Like, that's the problem. Do you know how many feet
are you American or not, Blue?
Yeah, I am.
Stop. Everything we do is the best.
All right.
Whether it makes sense or not.
I agree our date system's better. They do it in order. Mixwell will find the first kill this time around, though, taking down PKL. And they're just going for full outside control, right, to start this one off, which means they can get a really easy pinch on A if they want to. They do move in towards the garage there. SHZ didn't look like he was in position to counter it, but still gets the kill there. However, Rush back over here on the catwalk, wrapping around to heaven, finds another kill against Yell, eliminating him, bringing us back down to a 4v3. Obviously, Optic, some caution being utilized here. This is actually...
Look at how low HP everybody is.
Not only that, too, but Luminosity still has pretty much full control on the sites, but waiting this one out. The Molotov actually is going to stop SHZ from moving out. It originally looked like he was going to peek outside.
Rush is just looking at his teammate like, are you trying to kill me, bro?
So he moves in, and actually it's Naf that gets that kill there. Tarek finalizes another one, and it's just down to Destiny here at a 1v4. So despite the low HPs, this is probably not possible at this point. And considering the buy they would have going into the next round, they wouldn't be completely out of character to just fall back at this point.
Yeah, I mean, definitely not going to win this round, but a nice just tactical, you know, just slow pinch on that upper site when they have that 4v3. I mean, you're coming through lobby, mini, heaven. It's just, it's very, very difficult to hold if you're a CT.
And now him going over here towards the roof to look for that save. And really just trying to capitalize on any exits they can get. It's going to be a long run for Luminosity, even if they do start it up and winning up the next one. And unfortunately for Destiny, isn't able to even eliminate one out of those 4 players. So everybody makes it out alive for Optic there, except for Jason, who died earlier on. And his reinvestment won't be too big of a problem with the money that they have. So this is it now. A full investment from both teams, but it only leads into LG picking up 1 M4. The other 3 are going to get an SMG in the case of 3 and 4 of them, and Yell's just going to be working with a scout. Utility is also pretty spread around here. Yell, however, does find the first one amongst that chaos there, as it looks like Optic just tries to force the issue outside. He won't make himself available for a trade. What's even worse is Mixwell's kind of just in the open here. He's looking for a kill, overcommits, and that's going to lead to SHZ taking him down. All of a sudden, it's a 5v3 with Luminosity having a huge advantage here, unless Rush can try to turn something around outside. Tense here for him now. He's hoping he can catch the peek from Yell. Yell just reconfirming the position of Rush from up on top of the mini shed, though, and now he's kind of going to fall away so he doesn't get overwhelmed here. The rest of his teammates working their way through the lobby, over here through the trophy room as well to try to go down the ramp and try to make this a B execute. They missed the chance to eliminate Destiny here. He gets safely over towards control. Rush is still hunting for kills outside. This is a lost cause, and it's what lost them so many players at the beginning of the map too, or the round, I should say. As he does tag onto a little bit of damage, but nothing too serious. And now even going down Secret, he's going to have to fight for control to get inside of the site. His teammate's still looking for a way down there as well. There's really just nothing working out for them at this point. Finally, we do see Jason R getting a first kill against Showtime. And Rush, this has been like the battlefield for him and the rest of his teammates, but he gets too distracted by it, and Destiny's able to push back up. Jason R with the second one right now, but very low on HP. 21 to work with, and the timing on this peak from Yell could work out. Good decision to use the Molotov here, but I think Yell's just going to push against it anyway. Nap picking up one more, but Yell finalizes it with the scout. It ends up with a nice 3K on the round.
Yeah, Yell just making a play running through the molly. Killed Jason R, who's just an animal this match. I mean, they almost won that round with P5.
Nasty. And that was from Furat's back, actually, but still a nice shot from Yell. I just want to showcase there one more time for you as he hits that one. Luminosity on the comeback path, but 9 more rounds to go. Still a very long way to cross it, and the first parts of it are going to be actually breaking the Optic economy, which is very, very strong. In fact, they've got enough probably to buy for another 1 or 2 rounds after this one as well. So they're still looking pretty strong.
A smoke though by Yell, I like it. Just kind of mask any type of movement you have. The T's don't know if you're CT or T red. They don't know if you're left side big. They don't know if you went to secret quick or anything like that, or if you go close right underneath yellow. Just taking away that vision.
Although after a little bit of delay, it does look like Optic's getting ready to deploy smokes and Molotovs into the site. So Optic probably going to try to go for this pinch on the A site again. Problem is there's not really anybody watching out for the mini shed. So Yell is going to have to rotate in quickly, but he finds a great impact. Triple kill and the quad as well for Yell, as he does from that side on the mini shed there. Just close out on pretty much everyone from Optic and kills that pinch single-handedly.
Yeah, and I believe that Mixwell and Tarek went through mini on that, and Yell just read it to perfection. He sees the shadows and just runs in. Gets how much? 3 kills.
The 4th as well.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Optic is this well drilled though. That was a nice little strat that they had. Obviously they get flanked, but I mean, like, the nades were all there, the mollies were there. It was pretty well timed and whatnot. Yell countered it, of course, but I'm surprised that they're that well drilled.
Especially for, you know, even if this is like something from Hayes now coming in, this is like really short since they just announced him going on.
Do they now have the most talented coach?
I don't know. Possibly. Is even in the game? I think he is. It's like, it's hard to tell. It's the Observer. I think the Observer takes up the second slot. Yeah, they can see LG's coach, but I think the other one isn't shown for some reason, so we won't know for sure. I'm going to assume yes, though. But anyway, Rush moving in, picks up that first kill on Destiny, and Tarek just, okay, hopping around. Somehow got all the way there without being noticed, but he does pick up an additional kill before being traded out by Yell. Now, we are going to see SHZ taking down Jason R, leaving this into a 3v3 here now with Luminosity rotating down quickly, the plant coming in, and Naf choosing to take that duel there, does lose his own life. Mixwell with a scout in hand, tagging one more. It's been set up for Rush. 2 players tagged down extremely low. That door swing open, but they're both lined up. Rush is going to kill both of them, and now Yell trying to clutch with 9 HP behind the nuke. I don't think Rush realized that initially. Now just sticking the plant, but it doesn't work out. So Rush with another massive round of 4K to close out the map. And we do indeed see Optic taking Nuke, going 1-0 to start off tonight.
Telling you, man, Rush, top 3 NA player. Getting it done.
Rush with some good...
G2, Vendetta told me. Yeah, Smith is the best. When I say most talented, I mean like as a player. He's the most talented player that is also a coach. But Hayes might be number 2.
All right, so after that one, of course, we're going to bring the analysts into the conversation to close out the discussion on map number 1 here, guys. Let's get your opinion on the way that map number 1 broke down and how Optic pretty much just crushed it here.
I mean, in simple man's terms, I think it's easy to say that Luminosity just never really got that solid foothold or that good jump at any point in this game. Did they ever have that solid footing to get started?
Yeah, I think their best opportunity really to get that foothold was first buy round. I think Dave's already mentioned the fact that they got the pistol round and then they had that swing round that went Optic's way. Could have very easily gone Luminosity's way, and off of that they could have had a 5-0 lead, and you build stuff off of that. And for the better part of it, they actually had good initial ideas of what they wanted to do, how they wanted to play their T side. I think their execution though was a bit sloppy. You rarely actually saw them getting into, if you want to call it their set for the round, without actually having lost a man or being heavily tagged up on multiple players to the point where Optic, even though they might not be in the right places at the right time, have done enough damage to Luminosity to the point where the actual take from the Brazilians is not going to be as effective.
Well, Optic doing a lot of damage. Rush in particular in this demo we're going to load up right here for you. Rush really snagging in 5 kills here.
Yeah, and you're seeing why Dace constantly labels him as the best CT-sided player in NA pretty much, together with Tim on C9, and ramp push, and from that rotator position, just constantly being active, being able to find 2 players initially there, all by his lonesome. And after a bit of wandering around the world with Yell and Showtime, they're going to get found out by Rush as well to end it out and close out the round with an ace. That's the second ace of the day, if I'm not mistaken.
I do believe so.
Yeah.
Don't hold me to it though.
No, I'm confident that it's the second ace. I'm just completely lapsing on who the first player was to get an ace, but I know we had one.
Well, you know where you could go to find out who it was, right?
I think it's a place called youtube.com/ESLCS.
This guy's good.
And you can also find all the matches, all the games from both EU and NA for the entire season.
Well, because I was actually watching that VOD back. Yeah. It was actually Shroud who got that ace.
There we go, So
close.
On top of things.
On top of things. Now, look, Daze brought up a point here that there was when you play this map, it's easy to have holes in the CT side. Yeah. You can find an avenue of approach to just about any bomb site or any part of the map and really just slip past. And that's one thing that he did say about the Brazilians, that they were just more than capable of doing that.
Yeah, and that's initially why I wanted to side with Luminosity going into this, because I thought they were playing with, I thought Optic was playing with Haste instead of Jason R, but they've already played Nuke with Jason R. So Optic have, a bit of a better feel for each other, how they want to rotate, how they want to play that CT side, which is massive for them. And I think that narrows down the amount of opportunities that Luminosity will have to actually, find those crevices here and there on the map to create chaos within the ranks of Optic on their CT side.
You got to find the crevices.
Yeah,
it's pivotal. Let's load up this replay real quick right now. The second pistol round 16.
Yeah, so you can see Jason R setting up for a Heaven Smoke early on, and this is pretty cool. Oftentimes we've seen VP actually do this, but without the Heaven Smoke as well, and still finding a lot of effect with it. It's going to be just straight up just power and overmanning everyone on the Luminosity side. And the cool thing about it, and one of the reasons why that Heaven Smoke works out so nicely, is that if you see Heaven Smoke as a CT player on that side, you're going to draw out behind it. You're going to go into Heaven, or out on rafters. You're not going to actually dive into the bomb site because you're expecting something like an upper push, and you don't want to get caught out where you're like standing in the open against 3 players. Right. That's not a good idea. So you back out, but that also allows every T who runs out from under heaven to get a free pass onto the site, and you're all of a sudden completely isolated by your own doing. So it's it's not super advanced, but it's a cool idea and a very cool execution from Optic's side, which not necessarily something you'd expect from a team playing with a stand-in.
Well, Optic does take Nuke 16-7. It was kind of a toss-up which way it could have went, but we do see now that Optic were able to take that in pretty dominant fashion. When we come back, we're going to be going to another map here, and it's going to be Overpass, so make sure you don't go anywhere.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
All right, we're back here for the last matchup of the night. It's going to be, wow.
There you go,
It's
yeah.
Luminosity and Optic playing on DCPL Fire. I'm kidding. They're not doing that. They're actually going to play Overpass instead. But I'm sitting here with Vendetta, and he actually put that one in my head going into the segment.
I'm surprised he didn't say X3.
No. But
next,
what do we know about this Overpass matchup?
I mean, honestly, it's been one of the go-to maps for Luminosity. Actually, for quite some time while they've been in NA, it's been their comfort pick more or less. Even so, Optic not really, even though they don't necessarily play it a lot, when they do play it, they're competent in that sense. The one time we've seen them struggle a bit was the infamous game where Mixwell kind of gets a bit overeager and decides to push every single round. Didn't quite pan out. I mean, they end up with a W, but still, that definitely could have been a lot easier than what it ended up being. Outside of that, again, not on the map they play a whole lot, so you'd look at Luminosity as being favored, initially, but Optic are playing better CSs right now.
I mean, we did just see a 16-7 from Optic over Luminosity on Nuke on the previous map. We're actually going to be heading into Overpass now, and in order to do that, I don't think we can actually go to a map unless the Bears runs us through it. Check it out. This is the Bears.
Welcome back, guys, to another version and strategy of Eric Stromberg's strategies. I'm stuck at ESL Studios, but you know what? That's cool. We're here. We're going to talk about Luminosity. I really like their information play. You can see Fallen, he has a lot of influence on these Brazilian teams, is the way they play. Pretty similar to SK, not on their level yet, but as you can see right here, Luminosity is going to find information. SHC and Yell are going to be in the connector. They're going to be like, hey, guys, how's it going? We're going to stack right here. SHC, he jumps, he spots 2 to 3 people. So this kind of prompts Luminosity to kind of change it up a little. Here he is. He's pushing Fountain. Spots no information. Look at this. Okay, so Luminosity, they had an A stack hold on pistol. You see Pickle right here at long. As soon as Destiny peeks, sees nothing, Pickle's going to run all the way back to B. This will allow Yell and SHE to focus on the water and lower connector area, so it hands you peace of mind. If you know that no one's behind you, you don't have to worry about it. So you focus right here, and you can see as it plays out. Yell and SHC, they're going to peek on Rush as they're executing, as they're running the bomb site. Limit the numbers. Don't force any weird angles. Just play it safe and slow, methodical. As Yell gets taken out. SHC, what his job is, he's keeping the guys in catwalk. It's so awkward for the T's to be stuck in catwalk when they have to turn from catwalk to A, or to B, to back to cat, to B, and it forces them into weird spots, as you can see right here. They get shot and sandwiched in the back. Nice retake. 4 still left alive. That's huge. You save armor. You save money. Good thing. Same play. Information play, but on a gun round. They flash twice for Fountain. Destiny, he spots nothing at all. So he's going to fall back, play more safer angle. As Yell and Pickle, he's over here now. He joined the party. They're going to play in the connector area. Look at that. 2 kills off the bat. Because why? They eliminated one part of the map. They took a little risk. They flashed. They saw nothing. All right, let's adjust to that. And so great play. As you can see, again, Fallen is influencing them. I feel like an old school because, he's an old school person as well. He played 1.6, so it's a pretty similar style to where you push one way, you see nothing, well, keep one person there and fall back. It's pretty simple and very effective, and you can see a lot of Brazilian teams especially do that a lot. And so, as you can see, Luminosity will clean out the round. Great play, great moves. Overall, Luminosity doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Back to you, Stena.
Thanks to Bears. Now listen, the teams are standing by. They're ready to play. But Vendetta, I've got to ask, do you stick to your prediction?
No, I'm going to stick with my, well, now that I know Jason R is playing, I'm going to stick with Optic. Because, yeah, I think they're going to be better off just overall individually. I think we're going to see a better showing of them than what we saw last time on Overpass. And even though Luminosity fairly comfortable on the map, don't think it's going to be enough.
Well, there's a chance that you are right. We're going to throw it over to the commentators now who are standing by, blue and dazed, your usual suspects.
All right, thank you very much. Yep, it's time for the last map of the evening now. Heading over to Overpass for our final one between Luminosity and Optic. Optic taking really quick control, and Jason R and Rush, in a lot of respects, kind of leading the charge for them on that last map. Is this going to hold the same on Overpass, or is LG going to have a little bit more power here, you think?
I have no idea, Blue. Well, I think LG will do a bit better. I think on Nuke, they, you got to remember, most of these players, I mean, they didn't really, rise up to be in this like level of play when Nuke was even in the field. Nuke's been out of the game for a while. So that's kind of a new iteration for them, is trying to play Nuke. And although I thought a lot of their strats were, they were pretty well tuned, like they weren't doing anything inherently wrong, I don't think. Optic players have just seen those strats a lot, and it wasn't anything that they could be like, oh, that was a tricky flash that you threw, that extra flash or anything like that. It was like Mixwell knew exactly what they were doing outside a lot of the time. When they were going secret and it didn't work, he was just like, okay, they're probably not going to go secret this time. They're probably going to go mini. Then you watch for mini and you can get those kills, And it was just very predictable from them. So I think their Nuke was a little bit rudimentary, but that's kind of the steps you have to take when improving on a map. You play it like that, you get stomped a little bit, you go back to the drawing board, you're like, how come they just kind of knew everything that we were doing? It's because all those Optic players have played Nuke before. They've seen those strats a lot before. And the Optic players as individuals are just a different beast than anybody that Luminosity probably played during that previous iteration of when they were playing Nuke. Now on Overpass, they've been playing this map for a long time, so I think they're going to be a lot more, they're just a lot more experienced on it against better teams and better players as individuals, so I do think they'll do better. But then again, I mean, how are you going to do worse than that, right? You lost, what was it, 16-6?
16-6 or 16-7, I think was the score there.
Yeah, so you expect them to do better, and I think they will on Overpass.
This is, like, just looking at the records for these teams over the past couple months, this is an interesting one, actually, when you look at it, because for Optic, it's like a skittish map pick for them. We don't see it very often. In fact, I think the last time, they usually have only played it like once a month or so over the past couple of months, looking back to it. But, I mean, looking at the end of 2016...
We saw them play Complexity on it, didn't we?
I think so, yeah. Like, when they have played it, they've played it against very lesser teams, not necessarily even ones. But if you go back to, like, the end of 2016, when they were on that really crazy run.
Yeah, this was one of their best maps.
They beat NIP, they beat Astralis, they beat C9 in their prime, they beat the old Envy roster on this map as well. So it was a really convincing map for them. And for LG, it's kind of been all over the place. Like, they've beaten good teams here, but it's been relatively close. And they've also lost to, like, really bad teams on this map. So, or, well, not like bad teams, but much lesser teams than them on this map. So it's a bit of a hit or miss one for LG. And we are getting into it now. And Optic will start off on the T side. And they're going to push their way over into B pretty much directly, straight off the bat. No playing around with this one either. So LG needs to get ready for this, as they don't even have a lot of players within the site. They've got PKL up in heaven. One more sitting back over here from behind the CT cubby area, and that's going to be SHZ. But PKL at the moment just fragging out 2 kills before he finally goes down up in heaven there. Showtime getting some decent damage done too. In fact, Optic do need the smoke on the cross by sidewalk there so that they can safely get into post-plant positions. This is a really messy push, and in fact, it's left into LG's favor, only trading out that 1 kill on PKL. And Jason R and Rush so heavily lit, just one shot on both of them essentially, and they're dead. And there you go, they are dead pretty quickly. NAF as well doesn't last very long at all, and it's a pretty swift retake from LG to win out the pistol.
Yeah, that's a B retake, and on the B retake, they get 2 kills. They bring 2 players down to red HP, so it just makes the retake that much easier when you don't even have to worry about headshotting any of the Ts. I mean, they just take out Rush and Jason R with a couple body shots. Optic does get the bomb down though, so small victory for them. They're going to be able to buy up in this upcoming round. And LG just gets 3 M4s, 2 umps, who also have utility. What I like here is, I am a huge fan of Yell not buying like an ump or anything, or if he buys, just buying an MP9 and armor and that's it. Just making sure he has enough money to op next round, since you're pretty much almost certain that they're going to save here. And even if they don't, right, if they drop like AKs, you're still going to be fine with like an MP9 and armor. And then that way, you know they're not going to have an op on that 3rd round. You're able to bust that out, play super aggro with it, hold down positions like by yourself a lot of the time, since you know they're not going to have much utility either. But we don't see LG do that.
pulled back, and for the most part, a lot of their players pushing their way up now. Yell will challenge some of this further down towards short A. You can see his position right here. Tarek on the bathroom side of this one. Really trying to kind of lurk his way out here. But as we do see it, Destiny, Yell picking up those first couple kills there. That's Jason R and Tarek both gone down. And pretty quickly dispatching of most of the Optic offense here. It's just down to Rush at this point. He's hoping for a lucky headshot, but won't get it. And it's a nearly flawless round from Luminosity on the second there. Yell getting a nice triple kill too.
Have you been reading about this CSGO in China stuff?
Yeah.
So are we gonna are we playing like the same game?
I mean, somewhat. Like the balance.
So it's like a little bit different.
The balance is the same, I think.
The what?
The balance is the same. Like the gun balance and all that.
Oh, but it's not like the same thing. Like I know there was Counter-Strike Online, I think.
No, it's the same client. It's just I think the server, I think the Chinese or like MM is gonna be like 128 tick.
Wow.
So they get a bit of a premium
Trump
service.
wasn't lying. China's beating us everywhere. That's what he was talking about.
I mean, technically correct. And so Mixwell's going to take down PKL here, leaves us down to a 3v2. Luminosity trying to rotate back in. Optic trying to force the issue on B. Somewhat works out here, but Molotovs from the CTs are still very much a thing, and this is actually going to push them back into water, where I think they're going to try to swing this up through connector and try to push it over towards A. As they do work their way over there, again, they will have a player from LG waiting for them. It's going to be Yell, and he actually pushes up pretty aggressively. He spotted Mixwell. I don't know if the reverse is true, though, so he's going to be able to pick him up. That was the easy kill. He was very low there. Unfortunately, it doesn't account for multiple players to be working their way out from the lower portion there on short A. Naf is going to catch the quick trade. Destiny's still very far away from this. He decides to, instead of going directly back up through the CT tunnels there, just works his way in on the flank instead through connector. And we'll hope to try and surprise here. Quick takedown on the Tarek. It's at a heavy cost, though. He's at 22 HP after finding that frag. The good news is Naf is also taking some damage. He's sitting at 40. But a lot of time being wasted and him trying to check these corners and whatnot, and Naf is nowhere near it. He's working on a counter flank himself as he wraps back around through the bathroom connector. And Destiny, he'll get himself up behind the dice box, trying to wrap in the direction. He does have a kit, so a little bit more time to play with here. And they just spotted Naf on that peak. But the same is true on the reverse side of that one. With Naf spotting him, he does take a bit of a risk in going out to take that duel, but it pays off as he eliminates Destiny. And Optic do get their first round on the board in the third round.
Yeah, nice little pre-fire here by Naf to kill Destiny in that 1v1. Smart move to counterflank as well. LG's going to buy up. They have 4 humps and an off. I love this buy right here. Give LG some time with your utility to make it 4v5 and then lock it down with the humps later on.
Now for LG. A lot of their players in the position towards B, but up on A is where they got aggressive. And Yell, much as we've seen with many teams in the past, just grabs the kill, safely falls back to the site. Showtime challenging up close, but it works to a certain degree. A 3-for-2 trade still leaves it evened out in a 2v2. Problem is LG didn't start to rotate down towards A until this point when they got the site cleared out against their own favor. Now they're going to be a little bit late to the party. Yell's been smoked out completely towards Heaven here. He'll flash it a little bit. Well, instead, just wrapping back down towards CT main. And Destiny, if he opens that door, he's got a nasty surprise waiting for him in the form of Jason R. Hasn't been able to spot his position until just now when he does get locked down onto where his head's hiding at. And indeed, moves around, remaining quite mobile, is able to catch that kill. Naf is going to try to take the sneaky route on this one, ducking his head down from within the smoke right next to the bomb, hoping they'll commit to the defuse while he's still inside of a smoke here. That's going to fade now, gets the first kill and the second. And Naf will close out with a 3K overall in the round in the second for Optic, tying us up now.
What a way to win the round. Oh my goodness. That was awesome by Naf. That was a really good job by him. I don't think you need to get that aggressive there if you're OG though. After Yell makes it 4v5, I think you should, rely on him to kind of hold that A, get those early spots, keep 3 towards B, and just trust in you guys trade killing when they actually try to take the site. Instead they're trying to take short control after it's already been taken control by Optic, and Optic gets the better of those trades.
Tarek's going to make quick work of eliminating Showtime. They wanted to try to go for a boost up there, caught them in the midst of it. That's 3 kills back to back to back with no trades at all from the LG side of things. Yell and Destiny also just on basically PT50s and a Deagle, so yeah, not the greatest of hopes here to actually make any impact. They bring one more player down low, but Destiny on the repeat to try and finish it off. Does not work out. Optic do get the third pretty quickly, and they lose no players along the way either. So just a full save, and now Luminosity going back into a gun run pretty quickly after that one.
So LG getting another buy-in, 1 up, 4 M4s. Decent utility, not the best though. But Optic You know, they're fully bought up. Jason R is going to keep that hump for economical reasons. So what is it? 3 in a row now for Optic, right?
Mm-hmm. Same as the last fight, actually. Luminosity won the pistol and the one after that one, but as soon as Optic got guns in their hands, they were running out from the point forward. Tarek getting a first kill here, taking out Destiny as well. The 2-stack in the connector fails utterly. Showtime tries to get aggressive out through a monster here, but it's traded up by Naf. Now he's got the op in hand, and it's a 4v2 where I think Optic are going to kind of take a chill pill for a moment and regroup before they can recommit themselves into either one of the sites. There is still opportunity for Luminosity to kind of bounce back here, with both PKL and SHZ being split on the map. PKL just watching out for short A presence, and little does PKL know, Jason R is actually working his way up through the connector too, but I think he's more so watching out for a flank against them than he is checking out for bathrooms pressure. And while he does peek out against PKL, PKL will get the better of him in that situation, eliminating Jason R, now smoking himself off, but like he may decide to push past it, and indeed he does. Gets one, finally traded up by Rush, but this opened up actually a really good opportunity for SHZ to just clutch out here. Tarek's 1-tappable, 6 HP. The real target's going to be Rush, who has to deal with first, and unfortunately for him, Rush will get the angle advantage to start that one off. So it's an easy closeout, and Optic do indeed pick up now a 4th round, and they have a pretty commanding lead starting to grow at this point.
Yeah, Yell and Destiny just a little bit off there. Had they waited for the Optic members, I think they would have probably gotten those kills. Instead, kind of peeking into them and losing that battle. So LG, that's going to put them on an eco. Destiny opting for, a lot of the time, he gets this half armor instead of like any type of Deeg or Deeg armor or anything like that. Yell takes a big nade for about 56.
Neil getting really aggressive too after getting hit by that nade. Called close against the wall. I don't think anyone realized he got here though, so Mixwell just goes hopping into his own death. That's an op for Yell to play with now. More around the corner. He misses that shot, however, and it's going to be a short-lived push from him as Rush just takes him right back out of the play afterwards, and the op goes right back into the hands of Optic. Actually, no. They're going to... Yeah, they just throw the AK away, so... Slow play afterwards here. Luminosity, keep in mind, this is an eco round for them. So Optic is taking it slow, I imagine, to weigh out the possible aggression from Luminosity's own players here. We do have them starting to push their way forward inside of the bathrooms here, but not actually able to meet up against any of the Optic players just yet. It's PKL swinging up. That the timing on that one works out perfectly. Takes down Rush. The smoke even gets wasted too. Just falls onto the ground. Destiny now has a flank working against the guys from Optic. Still over here in the upper tunnels. He's going to take another one out right there. They're down to 2 now, and these 2 are split. SHZ just deletes Tarek, trying to work his way in from Monster. And for Jason R, there's not a whole lot left he can do, so he's probably going to have to camp out either an A long or the playground and try to save.
Yeah, and no map control from Optic, but it was kind of odd because Tarek was in, you know, connector. He goes back out to B, and then I think Destiny pushed connector when he went towards B and went up the ladder. So it was like just very odd timings there. You know, they spam the smoke. After they're done spamming the smoke, Pickle comes through the smoke, kills Rush while he's setting up a smoke. Just a very odd sequence of events that round. And LG just on point with their timings, able to get a lot of kills. Just, I mean, how many kills did they get where Optic didn't even have a chance to fire their weapon?
So that'd be 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah, Destiny, Tarek got 1 deked. Mixwell had his knife out when he went. Destiny, oh yeah, Destiny got that kill. I mean, almost every single kill was just uncontested.
So, well, for that one, Luminosity to escape with a free round, essentially. Now almost retying this game immediately. And Tarek not helping his own team's case here by taking that much damage early on in the round through the Molotov and an HE grenade down at 2 HP right from the start of it. And just having to camp in this corner to make sure the CTs don't get aggressive in that connector. There's going to be no presence this time. Luminosity went back to a more passive play style now. So they've just got 3 stacked on B with 2 up towards A.
This is interesting.
Only now are we going to see Destiny looking out towards long with smoke from up on top. And oh, rip. I think he wanted to bounce a little bit further to block off short A, but didn't have the arc. So now after that one, the rest of Optic obviously not going to have too much of a reaction to that, but everybody else just decides to work their way down through that connector, and I imagine this is just going to turn itself into a pretty straightforward B execute. So good thing, of course, that Luminosity do have the 3rd player here, and then having that player, they have plenty of utility to try and lock this off. You can still see the monster smoke back off. Destiny has a Molotov, and I don't believe he's one of the players that are down here currently, but we'll see in a moment if that comes into use. In fact, yeah, Molotovs do start to roll their way out, but this is from the T side primarily as they move in. SHC goes down, but Showtime re-peeks for the double, and now Destiny wraps in from the backside just in time. And Showtime on the site will close out into the final kill.
Easy and perfect hold by LG. It's going to force Optic onto what I believe will be an eco. We'll see. Showtime getting a nice 3K and an assist on Tark as well.
Yeah, so off of that, we go into a pause, similarly from the Optic side of things. Money's at a bit of a contention point here where, okay, Naf, Tarek, they could possibly force into this one and have some pretty good buys, but Rush, Jason R, and Mixwell are at the breaking point. There's really not a situation where they can go for this one right now. So if they want to try to be aggressive and play this out for the lead, they can, but may not even be worth it, as LG may just be able to rebuy afterwards too, since most of their players stayed alive on that last round. Quick pause though, and in fact it's already ended, so we do immediately go back into the match now, and we'll see Optic's decision.
Jason R, the mastermind.
That's Hayes now.
Well, Hayes is the coach. He's not the in-game leader.
That's true.
Not often you have a ringer that's an in-game leader, but I guess nobody on Optic wants to just step up and an in-game lead.
Yeah, so they just upgraded their pistols for this round, so nothing huge being invested in. Oh, Yell had a chance at a free kill there, but just a little off the mark, so he misses the opportunity. And now Jason R just swings past a Molotov. Now Yell is going to be able to pick up some kills. There's a second. Dinked on that one, though, so down to 20 HP, but PKL is just going to take his place. Yell's still on the run as he's trying to escape this one, and PKL is trying to eliminate everybody there, but Tarek's actually going to take down Yell, and apparently Destiny did a lot of team damage there, but still, PKL eliminating Mixwell, now leaves it on to Tarek alone in the 1v3. Sneaking his way up, of course, maybe able to surprise on someone out through like A-Long, as he still have PKL here at 2 HP. So maybe he can get that going for himself and then retrieve the bomb, but ultimately a quick shutdown from LG has left them in good standings, and Tarek even just tosses the op away too, didn't want to give them the free gun.
Smart.
So going into this next one here, just rebuys it. Still looking to save since he was right in the heat of the moment there. LG was stacked all around him, so the odds of him actually escaping with that up and being able to save it were pretty low. Just rebuys it now. It goes over towards Mixwell this time. Moving on to another full buy round. Luminosity still working with an ump, sitting on SHZ. And Yell, of course, as we saw with the up being tossed away there, had to rebuy his own. Now Destiny pushing forward this time, along with PKL out through A-Long. Jason R does spot Destiny. There's some good damage, though, but the good news for Optic is that Rush continued to push forward, found PKL at A-Long before he could finish off the job on Jason R, preventing the trade, and now giving the guys on Optic a pretty big advantage of 5v3, and they can just take their time after finding these early kills. Beyond the eliminations of PKL and Destiny, though, it has left a pretty hollow hold on the A site, with it basically just being on the upper Yell to defend against any A pushes. And for both, while the last two, besides that on the A site from LG, they try to get aggressive and push their way forward against water. That is going to make it very obvious where the defenses are positioned, however. And they do decide to push in against SHZ, as assumably Tarek is going to call out that SHZ's been lit and will be potentially an easy target, but at the moment, SHZ holding quite well. He gets 2 more kills downstairs there, eliminating both Rush and Jason R. Now all of a sudden, this is even back out into a 2 versus 2, and there is the possibility that LG may just outright win this round to get to solidify their lead even more so. Both the Optic guys continue forward outside of the connector, and are going to smoke things off on the site, but not looking like they'll actually follow through. They just deploy the smokes, hoping they can take SHZ for a ride, but the problem is they haven't seen the rotations from Yell, so unless they flash out here, then Yell's just going to be an easy shot, and now SHZ can rotate back up. Mixwell trying to play it slowly, but the smoke on the right side there is not actually covering off towards Semi, and there's only 10 seconds left here. Mixwell's just got to go for this and hope he can get the plant, which he'll attempt to do now, but knifed out by Yell. He just rolls up and has a bit of fun with the end of that one, and Luminosity went out what was started off as a 3v5.
Yeah, that was pretty cool by Yell, but I mean, this is just very poor decision-making by Optic. Very, very poor. I don't care if that guy has 1 HP down there. He's going to be favored in those battles. I mean, it's a really difficult shot as a T, and very CT-sided, or not necessarily CT-sided, but whoever's in that position.
Yell getting aggressive again here up towards the steps. He didn't realize, however, that they were that close, so they are going to be able to trade out the kill. Molotov covers off those steps themselves, though, and I think Destiny realized that Nap had escaped into the bathroom, so good control of the situation by Destiny after Yell did kind of get overwhelmed there, and already they're down to 2. Jason R's
Rush does not want to off. He never offs. He just tosses it immediately. Says, take it, Jason.
So they'll give that to him. And in the meantime, Rush hopping on top of the flowers. PKL heard that, though, so he was able to prep for it. Easy kill onto Rush. And now Jason R, we'll see if he can do anything at all. But if not, it's going to be another quick one for LG. 7-4 now as we head kind of into the late rounds in the half here. And it is indeed looking like if things continue as the way they are, LG will control the situation. Jason R, of course, trying to do as much damage as possible before he is assumably eliminated in the situation. Keep in mind, he does hold the bomb, so he can, in a few moments, here try to escape towards a site and look at the very least for a plant to give to his teammates heading into that next round. But in creeping out here towards long, not checking his backside, that will indeed be the end of it as PKL does finalize the round, pushing LG forward even more so.
Yeah, 7-4. Optic had their chances to reverse the scoreline, to be up, but once they lost that 2v4 to SHZ and Yell, you know, just kind of turned the economy around.
Yep. And now, well, this will take us into another gun round for Optic. 4 AKs along with the op from Mixwell. We do see Tarek trying to move in towards early control on water once more, but pushing up there, kind of misses his chances from Luminosity's players pushing out towards construction themselves. They just smoked it back off.
I'm surprised they don't do the boost in blue to just get that free kill on them.
But upstairs, they have seen the boost, trying to counter out any aggression towards short A once more, but that's not the case in this round from Optic. They do seem kind of lost in a way with them being so spread out here early on in the round right now. No decision being made just yet in terms of where they're going to take this towards. For the site, players just kind of scattered all across the map now. You've got a guy in Connector, you got a guy watching out from Fountain, you got a guy watching out through Day Long, you got a guy checking Monster, and you've got another guy watching out over here from that little cubby inside of water. The boost up spots one, doesn't do the greatest amount of damage though. In fact, it does nothing. And Yell himself is lit up quite a bit, loses just under a third, just under a third of his health pool there in that exchange. So now Optic are going to start to solidify themselves a little bit more. A few guys joining Tarek over here inside of water while still having a Monster, and the bomb carrier as well, sitting outside of Monster position. That's Naf playing over towards there. And we can even see Mixwell starting to rotate down here too. So the commitment's definitely going to work its way in towards B again. And it's going to be up to LG to just put a quick stop to this one. But Smokes will get in the way on Sidewalk, along with other positions over here on the site itself. Most of the push working its way in for Monster. SHC still trying to figure this out though, as he's losing ground very quickly. Peeks out, gets a one-on-one trade, but Showtime's not able to capitalize upon the death of his teammate. Yell up close though, gets one. An opportunity for a second, he'll miss it. Now stuck in Pit. Optic, the good news here for Yell is they're not really challenging Pit that aggressively. So he's just allowed to frag out. PKL gets the fourth, and now it's down to Tarek, who only has 3 seconds left. They can just wait in the cubby. They can hear him walking around, and they do kill him before the timer expires, so he still gets losing money. But LG went out the round once again.
Yeah, and even though Optic got those initial frags, they executed with only about 30 seconds left on the clock, and all of LG's rotates come. Yell just hits pretty insane shots right here in order to really hold it off, but they couldn't plant because of it. Every single person from LG was there so quickly. So, made it very tough on Optic to even get the bomb down. And LG takes another close round.
Optic just buying into it again here without any real utility stacks this time.
Yeah, and one of the things that LG's been doing that Optic, I don't know if Optic has more than, 2 op kills right now. And Yell's kind of just owning right now for LG. We could take a look at the scoreboard real quick. I wonder what his score is. Yeah, so he's 14-7 along with Pickle. And Mixwell, just like I said, Optic not utilizing the off very well, 3-11.
Yeah, he's down to the bottom of the barrel for this entire map currently. It's not like we're going to see him do all that much this time again with the AK in hand. And no utility to support him. Luminosity back to being aggressive too. We can see Destiny's pushed all the way to the very edge of A long. Potential to early flank them if they went towards A.
Mixwell. He hears them. He jumped off party as well. I'm pretty sure Destiny hears him. And he's probably going to call... Yeah, and they still have 3 towards B. And look at how many nades those B players have.
PKL's working his way over there first Cubby too, but this is just a shutdown. They got the bomb. They pretty much killed Rush. Jason R, a good trade at the very least to find SHZ, but they've got a lot more work than that to do currently. Showtime sits on the other edge. Rush looking for a trade that's dangerous though at 24 HP. Destiny finding Mixwell. Jason R goes down to PKL, and the smoke's going to be fading in a second here, so Rush will be found out by Destiny through the alt tunnel, and that's Luminosity up to 9 here. Really just crushing it now as Optic can't find, you know, any good way to get into a site, let alone find the plant that went out in the post-plant area there.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to execute on B. There's 3 players there. Nobody takes long A control. So, I mean, why not have 3 people there? So, as far as Optic is concerned, I mean, you're going to sites where you're running into stacks. You have people consistently flanking you and, you know, calling where you're going and whatnot. And OG just kind of, you know, like I said before Nuke started, like, sometimes they just have guys who could just kind of sneak around the map and overpass on one of those maps too. Whereas a CT, you could just make some really sneaky, tricky plays.
Now Tarek trying to kind of lurk around here and seeing if they can sneak up. Now Yell's seeing the shadow, and oh, Destiny actually bailing out Yell for a moment there. Still kind of gets overwhelmed though. Destiny doesn't want to find himself in that mess of frags, and yeah, he is going to be able to get way more kills because of that one. Ends up with a 3K on the round, and just another overall shutdown, not even giving Optic the plant. So they have enough to buy for this last round, of course, but not going to be seeing an op once more. It's just all 5 AKs again.
Yeah, and Overpass is a bit similar to Nuke in that there's a lot of spots to watch. You know, there really is. There's, you know, like when you're a T, especially, and you're trying to watch the flank, there's a lot of different areas that people can push from and get behind you. And you have to account for all that. And sometimes we see things like this happen, where people are just consistently getting behind people. They're pushing at the right time, kind of relaying that info to their teammates and over to overplay a site by sending an extra guy there. And if you're close to each other, like these two teams are pretty close to each other. I think Optic's better, but OG isn't that far behind. And when that's the case, if you have an extra guy there on OG, you're probably going to hold the site.
Yell again trying to challenge early on here towards the short A position right outside of those bathrooms there. Taking the shot. Unfortunately, not meeting a connection, and elsewhere we saw Destiny losing about half of his own HP early on here. Now Yell still wants that early kill, so he's going to push up even further, trying to see if there's anyone still hanging out in the area, but after not finding much, he'll just smoke it back off. Him and, oh, okay. Wow. Destiny is found by Tarek through the smoke, so that'll be the first early kill going by the way of Optic, and Yell hasn't even seen Mixwell creeping through his own smoke too. So they get away with a lot early on here that they really should not have, and now PKL's got to hope he can pull off a heroic defense. There's one, but tries to transfer it, and is unsure of the position for Jason R there, so he'll be able to trade that right back out on the PKL. Now it's a 4v2 retake, and they don't have a flank working up from connector or anything. Both are just working their way through the dumpster, even a smoke in the way there. So they'll both push past it to semi. First player is actually just out on his own, but Rush with the trade leaves it all on Showtime. He does good damage to Rush. Can't finalize it right then and there, though. Flashbang is blinded Showtime. Rush will close out, and we do indeed see a 5th round go up onto the board for Optic. So it's the same scoreline as we had back on Nuke, actually, just reversed. It's Optic down 5-10. And you'll have to stick with us, folks, to see if they can round it back, or if it's going to be LG to carry through and take us 1-1 for the night.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
All right, well, it's time for our final half of the evening now. It's on Overpass for those that weren't with us earlier, and it's Optic taking on Luminosity. Earlier, it was Optic dominating things on Nuke, but at the moment, it's gone in the reverse direction. Currently, LG hold most of the cards as we trade halves, and they'll be jumping onto their T side in just a few moments here.
Yeah, and LG, I mean, most of what they were doing aggressive-wise wasn't too much at the start of the round. It was a lot of mid-round aggression. It was when Optic decided, hey, let's group up towards B. Then all of a sudden there'd be a guy that pushes towards bathrooms or towards A or towards whatever, and he's like, hey, they're going B. You, rotator, lean over there. Yeah. All of a sudden you have 3 people there, yell on a quick rotate as well, and you're gonna win the round in that case, right? It was a lot of mid-round aggression that gained info, usually not even resulting in kills for that player that gets aggro, but results in information which he's relaying to his team, and his team using that information to get an extra player on the site and locking it down, generally at the B site.
Well, we are back into it now as Luminosity does indeed jump onto the T side. And right from the start, Tarek doing some good damage to Yell, and not a whole lot being traded back onto him. He knocks off half the HP from him before promptly falling back, or at least attempting to. Bit of a long-range duel there, but he does get himself back before he's picked off by Luminosity, who went in to take that A-Long control. And for the time being, Tarek's just actually going to wait out and make sure that no one else follows him past the flower pot and onto the site.
Very odd B setup here. I think it's one graffiti, one kind of pushed up monster. This could definitely be something that could be abused by LG if they end up smoking in front of Rush, flashing over, killing Mixwell. But they're not going to go towards B. They are going to go towards A, where there's 3 people waiting on Optic.
Yeah, and everybody just grouped up inside of the bathrooms right now, waiting to kind of explode out, and Yell working his way in from long. They are trying to overwhelm this site. SAC with the first Nap trading out, and he gets a second before going down, but it's Nap and Tarek, as you can see, back-to-back headshots against both of them. Quick rotates, at least from Rush. Mixwell trying to come in on a flank, but they found that one in SHZ. Just clotheslines Mixwell, takes him down to the ground. It's on Rush, but he too will suffer the same fate. Destiny knocking him out, and it's Luminosity with a pistol round victory here to start off the second half.
Yeah, great trade kills over at that A site. Tarek kind of tucked in the corner. I believe the flash got him, which was like a bit of a saving grace for them because he wasn't even able to get one frag. Nobody knew he was there. You expect him to multi-frag in that situation, but for whatever reason isn't able to capitalize on it.
Optic having to go onto the full save now after that one. They do kind of spread their players out across the map here, not trying to do any sort of stack or anything on a gamble. But they do have 2 guys pushed out aggressively from A to try and get the earlier intel here. This may prove to be bad for them, as it could very well just open up a gate into that site. You already see 3 players trying to push their way out from long. Mixwell in a moment will certainly hear this, as he's already heard the Molotov. But
yeah, pretty much the most common anti-eco we see from T's. You take that long A control, you smoke, you molly the site. In their case, they don't have any mollies, but still, you're taking a lot of long-range battles. You could take a lot of ground here.
Yeah, and for the time being, Optic really not doing a whole lot to actually challenge that ground to be taken.
Well, it should be an easy round for them. I mean, Optic didn't buy a scout. They don't have any Deagles, just 157, 3 P250s, and a USP. Completely giving up A, so they should be able to take the site just for free. And shouldn't lose many guns here.
Yeah, and in fact, Optic added Mixwell to the, well, no pun intended, the mix downstairs at B as well, so they decided to 4-stack down there, and this is unfortunately going to end up biting them back pretty badly, since they will not be able to stop the hit on the site at all or even resist it. Tarek swinging out, takes duel versus 2 at a time, and he actually does win it, so at the very least getting that going for him here, but there's a lot more that still needs to be done. And as we do see the remaining 4 on Optic, besides Tarek, do shuffle away from that one pretty quickly to try and line up through the connector. But LG should already be set up for this, especially Yell, since him being so close, you can probably hear these guys moving up. There's one with the Nap, falls through the second on the Jason R, and the last 2 try to push the normal route through the CT tunnels, but probably not going to be seeing much from them. It should be, as you mentioned, the easy 12th for Luminosity here.
Yeah, I wonder if Optic might buy in this upcoming round, or if they just want to get a, you know, fully bought round on their 4th, or sorry. Yeah, 4th, sorry. Bit of a brain fart there. We'll see. Mixwell just having a rough game though, man. We almost never see him. 4 and 16.
Yeah, just no impact at all. I mean, you mentioned the op was basically like a non-factor for Optic's T side. And if the scoreline continues to climb the way it is now, he's probably not even getting much of a chance to make it a factor going into the actual gun rounds here for their CT side. But they are full saving again, which means that, as you mentioned, they're probably looking for like the full buy going into the first gun round there, with the op included and everything like that. So we have to hope it really shows up with big effectiveness. Otherwise, Luminosity's gonna have a very easy path to claim these first few rounds. They'll build up a little bit of money, I imagine, too, because based on what happened in the last round, of course, we're seeing a similar core path happen here. Luminosity just walking out onto B. Optic tried to move as a 5-man group aggressively out through short A. Didn't find anyone from LG, however, and are now trying to kind of swarm downstairs to line around the B site, hopefully pick up some players on exits, but they've already taken site control. They're going to plant, and there's not really anyone except for Rush over there. I was about to say, there's not really anyone except for Rush blocking the exit up through the A site, which is where they more than likely could have easily escaped from, but at the moment he's actually blocking their path. So there could be quite a bit of damage done here for Optic. Showtime trading out onto Rush, though, and that does open up the path. The booster on top here is Jason R. He's looking for something to see if he can catch players by like Toxic or just over in the safe plant position. He may catch SHZ in a second here, but no, they just saw him, so they know that that's happening now. Showtime just gets a little bit of a cheeky jump spray against him to knock off about a third of his own health pool, and we will indeed see everybody else just successfully retreating out through those CT tunnels to try and save in that route. And right now, with only Yell going down, it's still a huge build-up for them. We'll try to change that, but just immediately knocked out by Showtime. And so going into that first gun run, obviously Yell has to buy up for himself again here, but everybody else, so much money. 5,800, 55, like 55, 5,800 for almost everybody, and Destiny a little bit lower at 43, but that's still a huge stack of cash for the first gun round. And Optic, they do indeed get that full buy that they wanted to go for here. Mixwell has the op along with Fleet Utility, and everybody else having M4s, of course. Still only one kit, however, and that's sitting on Rush, so just keep that in mind later should this come down to a post-plant scenario. But Luminosity not slowing down in any way, shape, or form here. Still going for a 4-1 split that they're actually quite fond of on this map, but it works out for them as they move in, take really fast control of long, and SHZ already knocking out Mixwell. So that's the op down to the ground, and there's going to be no room for recovery on that one.
Wow.
I think the one thing that Optic, had the scoreline have been closer, may have been able to try and manipulate here is the fact that Luminosity actually do play a fairly straightforward T side here. They only have like a few core strats that they tend to run from round to round, and it's usually like a 4-1 or a 3-1-1 split. They almost never go to B for...
Or kill everybody at A and take the site split, as we're seeing right now.
Yeah, like this. Unfortunately, Optic just keep taking the fights.
Yeah. How disappointing is that?
Yeah.
When you save those rounds and you don't even get to use any of your utility. Yeah, I don't know. I can't recall the last time we saw OG on Overpass, actually. I can't remember what their T side was like, actually.
Well, I was checking out the demo the other day when they played CLG, and that was yeah.
Oh wait, was that the CLG game where they were just making so many dumb mistakes? CLG was.
Yeah,
or was
that was the one where CLG kept messing up.
Where we were casting it, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
That was like 3 weeks ago, I think, somewhere around there. But I mean, overall, like I said, for the most part, LG had like in gun rounds anyway, they only had like 1 or 2 usual strats that they tended to run towards, and it was either like a 4-1 split or a 3-1-1 split, but it was almost always towards A.
It's very different than what Optic did that last time. They went B generally.
Yeah.
So the rounds, right? Whenever it was like 5v5, they wanted to group up B.
LG for the most part would only really go B if it was like an anti-eco or like or they were on like a forced round, or if they were on like an eco themselves or something like that. They would save it for situations where they could go really fast into the site, and that was about it. So into this next one here, and Optic do decide to force into it once more, but actually LG diverting themselves a bit away from this, and we are going to see here in what they may believe is an anti-eco. They're going to try to rush in towards B. It's working out great for them so far, though. 1-to-1 trade, and Nap actually sneaks in a second one with the nade here. Now it's SHZ nearly alone, running out of ammo as well, so he's got to duck back down and hope that Yell can support him a little bit, but it's left down to a 3v3. Nap inside of the pit, but he's burning out now. He's got to be very careful. 48 HP, but he holds his position. LG themselves, we can see, are kind of frozen, stuck behind the tracks and the pole itself, not wanting to move out from their half of the site, nor are they wanting to actually retreat back through Monster. So it's given Nap the confidence to take a duel, but PKL still gets the better of him. And now, looking for one more. I'm not sure if they noticed Tarek going into the pit or not yet. I think the corpse might have actually covered him crossing when it was Yell that was looking towards him a moment ago. He's holding the left side very slowly, just pushing his way back up. The smoke works its way over there towards construction, but again, as they get aggressive, they lose yet another player, and Yell moves in to finalize it as he takes down Mixwell, and Luminosity push up towards 15.
They just get 2 trade kills, make it to 3v3, and then just wait and wait and wait. And the reason Optic had to take fights there is because they don't know if the bomb's going back. They don't know if the bomb's going back A. So they're like, oh, do you have a flash? Okay, let me try to clear it to see if they're still there. Oh, now it's 2v3. Well, maybe I can get a pick and then run back. And they didn't, even when it was 2v3 and Naf died, they still didn't know if bomb was going A. So without that information, you don't see the bomb. All of a sudden, they're not really making any noise. You kind of have to take that action. So that was actually really smart by LG. Having said that, would that have worked if somebody from Optic flanked? Probably not. But, you know, luckily for them, that didn't happen, right?
Yep. So now that LG know Optic are going to be forcing it, they go back to the 3-1-1 split. And Optic, well, pretty much just everybody holding back. I can see Mixel's pushing up the bathrooms a little bit right now. They have cleared out water, so they know that there's no presence early on right there. But more than likely, since, again, Luminosity's been given free reign over A long, we'll probably see those guys start to group back up and try to push into the site from there as soon as they can kind of get the bomb together with Showtime here. As they've moved up, they're kind of clearing out the bathroom connector too. Biggest worry is going to be if they split this into like a short A push, and they don't account for Mixwell and Tarek playing together there. That kind of throws a cog in the gears for them. But 45 seconds remaining, so still plenty of time to play this out. And they actually decide not to go forward towards A. They're going to fall back a little bit here, go back downstairs.
It, you know, they just wait a little bit. Almost all the utility on Optic is gone. Now they just go on to B.
Going in, first player's kind of alone. Destiny trying to trade, and he does succeed.
That kill onto Rush was quite possibly the round-winning kill.
Map-winning kill at that.
Yeah.
As it's going to push them forward up to 16. If they are able to get the site under their control following that. Naf peeks out, takes another duel there. That's going to give Yell another kill. Time was low for this plant, but they're going to get it. And they've even got SHZ watching out for flank should it happen. Won't be happening, so they will need the support from within the site here. And Yell, oh my goodness, the op was covering off his it was covering off his position to try and spot that player downstairs inside of the pit. So Tarek sneaks one off, and now SHZ trying to lurk back in here. He's not going to be able to do it. The good news, it's a full 10-second defuse. So the molly's going to bounce over here. It's not going to spread quickly enough, though. Oh my goodness, it just misses him. Wow. So he's going to be able to get the full 10-second defuse. Mixwell just barely sneaks that one in. And with that, Optic stay in the game for a little bit longer.
Whew. That was not a round that I thought Optic had any business winning. Yell, not worried about the pit for some reason. The molly just a little bit too short. That was LG's round to lose. And Optic picking that one up. So 6-15, but man, is this going to be a tough comeback.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the last map here. It's actually almost the exact same thing that happened in the last map, where Luminosity were down this far and they had to go 9 or 10 rounds straight. Tarek getting a first kill though, and they haven't even seen this guy yet. Mixwell up against the wall so early on, gonna push in. Yell, great reaction though. Does take down the kill before he himself is eliminated, but down at 29 HP. He's gonna have to play this very cautiously for the rest of the map here. As again, Luminosity playing into their default split. Destiny is gonna push forward now to take connector control so we can regroup with the rest and they can try to make a push towards one of the sites.
LG very spread out, and that's so that they could watch, you know, every avenue of aggression from Optic. So you have to really be able to trust your players as individuals in these scenarios, so that, you know, Optic can't flank and basically do what they did to them, you know, the other half. So short B control comes out. They have 3 towards B, 1 towards A right now. They're going to run right into LG.
As they do move out, look at this Showtime with the double kill right off the bat and watching the alt tunnel. Naf, oh, nice swing around actually. Does catch PKL before he's eliminated, but 19 HP, not the greatest situations. And what's worse is Tarek.
19 HP, Destiny flanking. Bomb's going to go down.
Tarek still has to go for that full rotate. He actually does catch Destiny though, so winning out there. Re-evens it into a 2v2. The bomb will go down. Showtime's still going to watch out for Tarek. He lines up that shot beautifully though. And now it's just going to be on Naf. They should already know where Naf is playing from. And with the smoke, it'll just reconfirm his position towards water. He's going to instead wrap back over here. But actually, nobody watching downstairs yet. Obviously, the sound will alert it. But still, Naf gets one, but is then traded up by Showtimes with a 4K. He will close out the second map for his squad, and Luminosity trade blows with Optic this evening. They'll lose out on Nuke, but they'll definitely win out here on Overpass. Taking a 1-1 matchup for this evening. Both teams will go away with one win.
Yeah, and Luminosity, I mean, I think the only rounds Optic won, on their T side, they won like the 3rd, 4th, and 5th maybe, like 3 in a row, but after that, it was just all Luminosity. They played great. CT side, a lot of mid-round aggression. Got that info for their team. And T side, trusting their players as individuals to push back map control and whatnot. And they were always successful. Going back to that first gun round, 4th round gun round, they just get 3 initial entries at Long A, winning those duels. So hats off to LG.
Yeah, so as we bring the analysts into the conversation, let's kind of talk about the whole day here, guys. Pretty much the day, I think, going somewhat as expected. Obviously not expecting Selfless to put up as much of a fight as they did in their first matchup, but this second one here, definitely a close one. It indeed showed itself to be that.
Yeah, I mean, Selfless coming out and putting double digits up on there was the actual question before the show.
Yeah.
But then as it progressed, it obviously became just a little bit more than that. I mean, Vendetta, for you, what were your takeaways from today?
Obviously, impressive showing from Selfless in that sense. Much better than what we expected. That's, a bit of a shining light for them going into the last couple of weeks of Pro League. Maybe they can get out of that relegation spot, at least auto-relegation for the time being. So, promise is shown there. It's going to be fun to see how that pans out. And, going into this one, I guess as, even as we would have expected between these two teams. We said that with 2 Ws, Luminosity jumps up on the same record as Optic, so they're pretty evenly contested, especially with the issues that Optic are going through, and that, showed to be the case as well. Split 1 map each.
What is there to say about Nav? I mean, him as a player.
Nav is kind of the guy who's he's your glue guy in the sense that he's reliable, right? And you can see the 1v2 situation here. That was one of the few positives really about Optic's T side here, being a bit of a ninja on the bomb side, and plays that perfectly. Really, just super patient, doesn't freak out in a situation where it's very easy to kind of feel like you have to make a move when you're stuck inside that smoke. Just overall very solid, but he's reliable. He does what he's supposed to do, and he rarely messes up in that sense.
Well, even that play right there, quite risky.
Oh yeah,
especially in terms of the score line, in terms of where the match is at that point. Quite a risky ballsy play to make, and it pays off. I mean,
yeah, it sets them off on I think it was a 3-round streak in that sense, and that was pretty much their entire T half in terms of what they actually got from it, right?
So, really was.
So that was a massive thing for them, and honestly, if it hadn't been for that 4v2 round where they kind of end up running into Shaz, sitting in water, it could have been a very different game.
Well, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
But let's take a look at the matchups from today as we do kind of give a quick recap here. As you do see the score lines, that is correct. That is not a typo. 16-14, Cloud9 over Selfless. Could have been another story right there. But as we do see that kind of sort of progress how we kind of, I guess, envisioned it. I could have seen these two teams splitting maps here in the latter doubleheader of the night. So all in all, this is kind of how we've seen it going.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, at the end of the day, it's still a 2-0 for Cloud9 and still a 1-1 for Optic and Luminosity. So, in that sense, to be expected. And with that as well, not too many changes in the standings, if any, actually. I don't think, because Cloud9 still, obviously has 2 more games played and worse round difference than SK, so not going to topple them for first, even though they get 2 Ws here. But they do actually get to 15 wins, so they got that going for them. And otherwise, Optic, Luminosity just kind of keeping their distance between each other.
Well, 100%. I mean, at that point, like I said, this is sort of, if you compare it to baseball, it's kind of like the hunt for October. Not October, but I think it's September. Jesus. Anyway, the point is, it's all about the playoff race right now and closing the gap between the certain packs of teams and sort of like distancing yourself from where you want to be. And we can't stress it enough that right now is crunch time for the majority of these top-tier teams up there at that higher level.
Oh, no, it definitely is. I mean, it's now or never, especially with a lot of them facing each other towards the last 4 weeks here of Pro League, right? That's going to mean so much more than, your otherwise matchup where it's top versus bottom in that sense. So, losing to Selfless, obviously, that wouldn't be a happy look back, on your season that far. But losing, for instance, to someone who's right next to you on the table is obviously going to mean a lot more in the grand scheme of things.
The grand scheme of things, it does come down to that top 6 placing in those top 6 finishers from each EU and North American regions that advance to that LAN finals there in Dallas. As we do pull up the European standings in front of you, North Australis Na'Vi, and then Mousesports Hellraisers FaZe. FaZe obviously coming fresh off the Star Ladder win. what is there to say about EU standings as they are right now?
Well, first, right off the bat, you can notice that there's not that many double-digit wins or win teams in EU as of right now. A lot of, I guess, more evenly spread out. You can see the lower end isn't that far off. G2 sitting at 6 to 8 at 13th. So they're not really necessarily out of playoff contention at this point either, which is pretty cool. So very much anybody's game over in Europe there as of right now. But that's obviously going to be really interesting to see how it pans out for the next couple of weeks.
Indeed. Well, you know, top 6 from each region, like I said, make it to these LAN finals in Dallas. For some of these, this could be the first time for some of them.
Yeah,
and definitely as turbulent of a season as North American Counter-Strike has been all across the board. It's definitely something that should be interesting to everyone involved. If you haven't heard about it, if you haven't secured your tickets, if you have never been to Dallas, you need to head over to proleague.com/Dallas, get your tickets, buy your flight, get your train ticket, get your bus ticket, buy a bicycle, take a canoe, whatever you want to do. It doesn't matter. Just head on down to Dallas. Make sure you're there at the Verizon Theater for those LAN finals coming up in June. I believe. What's your method for getting down there? Is it canoe or what you got?
I mean, I was thinking about tricycle for a long time, but I actually ended up with plane. Found some cheap tickets.
Nice. I think I think there's some tickets that are probably going to be a lot cheaper than others here soon, but we're not going to name any names because that's not what we're doing here. Let's take a look at tomorrow's matchups. We got Liquid Optic, we've got Cloud9 SK. Hell of a match day over here at ESL Pro League.
Absolutely. This is like the big. This is like the main card of main cards, really. Liquid Optic, obviously a massive game in terms of standings, in terms of rivalry, in terms of just names and the history they have between each other. Same thing with SK and Cloud9, the two titans of North American CS for the past couple of years in terms of how they performed in regional leagues and whatnot. So that should be super exciting as well. Even though that game doesn't necessarily have too much of an impact on the overall standings, it's just going to be really sick to see two of the best teams around really just duke it out.
Well, in all reality, like I said, this is the hunt. It's do or die time for some of these teams.
Yeah.
And actually, if you just tonight watch for the first time and you're like, man, those Optic guys have a really cool logo. I really wonder what it's looked like throughout every one of their matches this season. You can head over to youtube.com/ESLCS and watch every one of those VODs. You can actually sit there,
watch the progression,
and watch every single VOD with the logo of your choosing in it, player of your choosing in it, or even the desired outcome. Just, don't fast forward. Don't be that guy if you haven't seen it before. Or learn something, too. There's also that side of things. Vendetta learns everything from those VODs.
It's pretty much where I pick up everything I know.
VODs?
Yeah.
Or tips and trick videos on, like, YouTube?
That, too, yeah.
Nice.
That's how I get around, really, just in everyday life.
I think I saw Blue trying to learn how to skateboard one time from one of those things. But anyway, that's a totally different
one of those
topic.
prank videos.
Yeah. It's a totally different topic for a different time. But that wraps it up for us here today. We've got some excellent matchups for you guys tomorrow. So make sure you're there with us at the ESL Pro League.
just off the flashy plays coming out from Dead Fox. Now, this is the thing. If you look at it, though, everyone's kind of performing fairly equally. Everyone's having great moments on the side of Hellraisers. Dead Fox has had a huge amount of clutch plays towards the end of rounds, but they haven't really been able to carry him through. Whereas Styko and Bondic and co, they've been locking stuff down very nicely, getting those early round impact frags, playing to the best of their ability. They're looking good, but Jugi, he's hungry for the spotlight as he finds that opening frag back on towards Styko. Doesn't want to allow them to go through this with a 9-6 scoreline. Hopefully, if they pick this up, they're going to be in a good spot to at least make it a 7-8. It's manageable at that point if they open themselves up with a pistol. Good Molotov as well. Burns onto 0 a little bit. Only does 6 damage, though, unfortunately, at the best case scenario, but will force him out of position for a short moment of time. And you can see the T's now going to reposition on what seems to be a late round A burst towards that site.
Yeah, it was great initiative last round from Heroic, just to play a little bit more aggressive, hold those angles tighter, and actually Hellraisers allowed that by playing a default, not going for the aggressive style of play that we had seen previously, as Heroic picked up their 6th round. Now, Utility's going to come out, forces Valda from his cubby hole. And will they push onto this site? Yes, a couple have now, but Valda manages to take down Angel. Jugi is just scouting to see if he can find anything, but at the moment he doesn't need to because his teammates are doing all the damage. Elsewhere, Dead Fox takes down Valda, but then Jugi will take down Dead Fox as Bondic just gets a nice headshot to Jugi there, and Nico finishes off the round. Good CT hold, and Heroic have managed to find their way back into it, but that is going to be half time, so we're going to go for a short break. Welcome back, everybody. Hellraisers currently 8-7 up. 8-7 up against Heroic, and it looked like it was going to be a bit of a stomp. It looked like Hellraisers were starting to finally find their rhythm, but Heroic came down and said, no, stop dancing on the dance floor, get off, and they've wormed their way back in. Good kind of response from them, to be honest.
Yeah, it's true, right? It seemed like Hellraisers at that point started to find the momentum early game, locked it down, instant bounce back, but that was the thing. That was the only time we really saw that bounce back from Heroic. It took so long to where the scoreline had already got into an awkward situation for him to actually only get a couple more rounds on the board, whereas they could have actually taken the lead into that half and won out the half. So unfortunate for them, but obviously Hellraisers already that 1 round lead. If they get the pistol here, that's the scary factor. But in my books, you've got to give those pistol rounds just off respect to Heroic, as they have so many great pistol players.
Yeah, I wonder whether Hellraisers are going to kind of take anything from that half as well, because if we look at the rounds that Heroic did win, it was aggression. It was pushing up middle, flashing out teammates, getting those kills. It was holding tighter angles with UMPs. Maybe Hellraisers can kind of take a leaf out of their book. Should you take a leaf out of a book? It's more of a page out of a book. You take a leaf out of a tree or a bush, and they might have a little scribble on it and say, okay, let's get aggressive, let's get in the face. And Hellraisers definitely capable of that, because they showed sheer aggression on their T side as well.
It's true, and that's the thing, right? That was them actually having a little bit of initiative and switching things up, because obviously Hellraisers was playing such a slow start of CS, they were able to counter that. Then when they started going for this very fast-paced, just foot on the pedal round after round, it was very more aggressive, you know, only slight moments of contact, a lot more in your face. Heroic didn't have to deal with that until they finally went for those aggressive angles and encroached onto their space. Early on, though, this is going to be an absolute bloodbath towards mid. They're trying to fight for control. There will be an instant trade with Monty coming out on top over towards Angel there, but unfortunately Jugi has hit the deck. As someone that is so proficient with those pistols, already wiped away for the side of Heroic. This is going to be awkward. They do make their approach through, though. Modi has the drop now. Styko fires back on towards Snappy, though. Modi, can he achieve a huge play here?
Yeah, Modi could really make the difference. But Hellraisers have jumped out of window just as he was pushing through. And Styko now has the up, but here comes Modi with the backstab, finds Dead Fox. He's going to look for a second as well as he walks around the corner and takes down Bondic. I don't even know if Bondic knew what the hell was going on there, as it is a 2 versus 2. Nico just on 1 HP, but Modi's found himself a USP as he finds himself in a 1 versus 2 as well. One tap, Styko turns it into just A 1v1 clutch. Picks up the bomb. Can he find the player over towards jungle? Yes, he can. Shuts down Zero. And Modi, you said he was going to make a difference. Absolutely huge from him. Just being able to force his way onto the site and then float on round behind the rest of the team.
This is the thing, right? That's why I've always had so much respect for Modi. He is that Swedish superstar that never was meant to be. Always in the early days, you saw him on the cast once again. He had great performances, was one of those potential star players, and we never saw him in the limelight where he could excel to the best of his ability. Coming into that round as well, one of the major reasons I said Heroic should be picking up these pistol rounds is because I've always seen flawless pistol skills on display from Modi. And he stepped up massively there. Great positioning, smart ingenuity, and was able to lock that down. Modi as well, hungry for another frag, wanted to kick things off with a bang. But unfortunately, Angel will come and get the opening frag, but then lives up to his name and flies off to the heavens there.
Yep, Hellraisers do try and get some aggression of their own. It's going to be a 4 versus 4 as Nico's taking a fight here in Apps as well, but he's backing off, perhaps waiting for a little bit of information from his teammates before he gets too aggressive. Heroic obviously know there are just a couple of pistols they are going to be facing. I don't know if they know that Dead Fox has a scout. That's going to be very interesting to see if he can be hitting any shots. It should be deadly in his hands, especially if they can take a few members of Heroic down to maybe half HP or even just tag them, think them once. Dead Fox will have a massive opportunity, but you can see here just scouting the A site. Can't find any connection with the shot so far, and he gets shut down by Valder as well. And now they'll be able to move on forward to this A site. Should be able to get the bomb down, but Styko has a great chance to stop this plan, but Valder will not allow it.
Yeah, not going to be going his way. The cards were definitely not stacked in his favour. Now forced back. Bondit going to have to reposition. Zero already miles out of there. He has sprinted away when he had the chance. They're just going to save now. Try and hold on to those weapons if possible. Both of them invested into armor. They have upgraded pistols as well, so it's not really worth getting taken down. Obviously, they're just going to feed more cash into Heroic as well, if they even try and fight it, as those UMPs will just chew their way through them very, very easily. And that's the thing as well, what you were speaking about going into that with Dead Fox, you go for that scout buyer because you were saying you get those tags out very easily. You can get people so low, and it works both ways. If we see those pistols, the upgraded pistols, coming in, you get that initial tag off, everyone's essentially a one-hit kill with a scout from that point onwards. Then it's the same effect. If we see him connecting with a scout, aggressive angle utilized by like a CZ, it's only going to take a couple of bullets to find an easy kill.
What do you see? Zero just finding a UMP at the end. As trades came through, Heroic got a little bit aggressive, went for the hunt. It is going to be 9-8 now for Heroic, and they're going to press on as it is going to be an eco from Hellraisers. We will see a CZ, and of course the UMP that you found at the end of the round. So perhaps some aggression from Hellraisers. Might need to see something different, and you can see 4 players hurtling towards that B site.
I think they're going to utilise the boost as well. Yeah, get someone up there just so he can try and have the drop. And I think it's Bondic. No, it's Dead Fox actually being put up there. I thought they would have gone for the CZ in that close angle.
Yeah.
Obviously, Dead Fox, he can just sort of spam down, do some damage to above. Unfortunately, it isn't going to be the way. It is going to be an all-out air aggression. Snappy leading the charge. Utilising the Biggie Smalls there. The drive-by as he finds his kill off on towards Angel with a Mat 10. They've got secure control of the site now. They've locked it down.
Always such a shame. It always seems to happen. As soon as you stack a site, they will push the other way, and now Hellraisers have to rotate round and try and retake a site with just pistols and 1 UMP. Or do they? I mean, Zero might be saying, actually, I can't be bothered going for this one. I would like to save. But the guys with pistols, they have nothing to lose. Charge on in there, try and find something. Spondic's tagged down to 18 HP, and they're just being forced back. Heroic holding these angles very aggressively. They know they've got very little to contest them. You're not always really, well, you're very rarely worried about pistols. Is Dead Fox going to come in for the late charge? Can he get the surprise factor? No, he can't. Nico spots him out. And with Styko going down as well, Heroic can safely exit this site, as it looks like they've scouted all angles, made sure no kind of ninja is coming through. But I think the most important thing to touch on is that Zero has survived with the armor and the UMP.
Yeah, at least they've got that, right? Silver lining, you go through, you have something to try and aid you into the following round, so he'll have a little bit of cash, obviously. That 4k is going to dwindle away a little bit as he has to go for the utility buy. Left around 2.6k, that's great. At least he has something in the backup funds for a rainy day. Meanwhile, over on Heroic, they're going to be sticking to those weapons. Pace, that was a little bit of a scout round. You have 3 SMGs in play. The only awkward one is the Mat 10 on Snappy, but, I mean, with this guy, sometimes you see some crazy stuff coming out when it comes down to those awkward buys, so I wouldn't put it past him to actually somehow do some damage with the weapon. Thing is, those UMPs, very easily usable in 4-buy rounds, as they have so much armor pen, great rate of fire, they're usable. But all-out aggression towards the bomb site, can they find the entries? Modi leads the charge. Opener, there we go, Snappy as well. Kill with the Mat 10, as per usual, I assume, as he does take down Zero. That's a huge cash injection going his way. Can upgrade now as well. Going to be grabbing that UMP. Once again, Hellraisers forced to save.
And I'm wondering, whether that was a deliberate push onto the B site because they were well aware of where Zero was holding with that UMP and they wanted to kind of target that area. Really smart idea if that is the case, but perhaps they just wanted to get aggressive and push that B site. Anyway, I really feel like Hellraisers need an AWP. You need something from Dead Fox. You need to put it in his hands and allow him to make the difference, go for those aggressive peaks in middle. And maybe that's a way for them to claw back in the game, because at the moment, Heroic are starting to move away. Of course, they got the pistol round, which is always going to favor them in these early rounds of their T side. But 3 rifles saved, so not the end of the world for Hellraisers.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, it's not the best case scenario, but it's not too bad, obviously, because Zero had money to play with off the back of the previous save that he went for. He has that 5k. They can buy up around this and make this work. The AWP is also going to be donned now. That'll be coming out. Switched over to Dead Fox. They all get a full buyout. The only thing they're lacking on is a tiny bit of utility, really. This is an effective buy, so good stuff. As well with Heroic, still going to be just going for a bit of a scout play. Those 2 UMPs, no reason to trade them out at this point. Why damage our economy when we're winning these rounds? We're finding easy kills off the back of them. Just hold on to them and also increase our economy with every frag we find. That's the mentality behind that, is they just don't need to right now. They are single-handedly overpowering Hellraisers in every scenario they go for. Aggressive site takes, slow takes as well. Sure, economy hasn't been the best case scenario for a lot of these rounds for Hellraisers, so it doesn't tell the true story, but Heroic are looking very dominant.
They are indeed. I said that perhaps the AWP for Dead Fox might make the difference, and this is the man you're witnessing on your screen. He does have an AWP thanks to the drop from Zero. Can he really make a change now? Can he put Hellraisers back into contention for this game? Because if this round goes to pot, then I'm a little bit concerned and I'm a little bit worried for Hellraisers here. As Heroic, they're just biding their time. And it looks like they're going to go for a slow, at the moment, just a default. And then we'll perhaps see an execute out. As you said, they've kind of just burst their way onto the site and they've got onto sites easily, but I guess they've not been facing off against an AWP. But here comes a lot of utility coming to A. It looks like it's going to be a little bit of a fake jacket.
Yeah, that is a huge over-rotate there from Hellraisers as well. The flashbangs go over. They used 3 flashes at that point. A spell as well. With Valde getting that frag off on towards Psycho, it makes it so awkward. Zero now has contact towards B, though. He has to get 2 frags here to even keep them into a good situation. Juki takes him down. Execution comes through as he absolutely lobotomizes him. Leaves him in a 3 versus 4. Sure, they find 1 frag, right? Valde hits the deck. You've got a little bit to work with. Dead Fox has to do so much, though. AWP in hand will eliminate Modi there as he connects that, actually. This isn't too bad. Left in a 3 versus 3. They can make their rotate over. They have utility. They have the kit. But Dead Fox still needs to do so much more to allow them entry.
There is 2 UMPs as well on the side of Heroic. Dead Fox really needing help from his teammates here.
Oh, the call's been made.
The call has been made. It's a save. And I feel like they are just worried about throwing away that AWP. I feel like they're saying, okay, if we risk this and we lose, we might lose this game. Whereas if we save, we've got another chance to try and build a little bit of momentum, try and take down this Heroic squad. Well, I think it will remain to be seen whether that's a good call or not. I would have liked to see them go for it, but of course I always want to see them go for it because I like to see action.
It's true. That's the thing as well, though, right? You've got to take it into account there was only the 1 kit, and the timer was very low at that point as well. It took a while for towards the site, especially because it was the fake as well. They had so much more time to play with. They were only aware of one player's position, so it's kind of awkward. They're going in very blind. I didn't really have count of the utility, but I don't think they had too much. I think it was just like a measly flash. So sure, you get in, maybe you get one trade, but it was an awkward round. As you said, they lose the AWP. They're in such a horrific spot. They've lost so many rounds. Sure, they're getting that lose cash coming in, the lose bonus, but it's still not going to be enough really to try and carry them through these rounds. So at least Deadfox was able to hold on to it. Scary factor is, though, obviously, if he tries to go for any aggressive peaks, Jugi, you would imagine, will be able to shut him down. As right now, just playing very slow contact style, has given the game away a little bit here. Went for the pot shot into the smoke towards short, so at least they know where the AWP is situated.
I spoke earlier about Heroic targeting sites as well, and maybe targeting individual players. Zero on just 4 kills, and really struggling to find anything over at that B site at the moment. It seems if Heroic do drop down, he can't even find a single frag. And it has just played into the advantage of Heroic, but this time it looks like they're more than happy to walk their way up towards A site. Bomb is going to head round through ramp as well. A lot on Deadfox here. Can he find these opening frags in these 2 players? He's going to back off. Has got indication that they are there. Tries to get aggressive, but Vauda takes him down as well as Bondic. So Styko will get one of his own, but Snappy shuts him down immediately. And now it's a 4 versus 2. Angel can't find anything at all. And it's just Zero, the man who is alone on that B site, the man who has only got 4 kills. He's not going to be able to retake a 1 versus 4, so he is just going to have to save. And Heroic continue their domination. And perhaps this is slowly the nail being kind of pushed into the coffin. It's not being hammered into the coffin, it's being slowly edged into it at the moment.
That's so awkward though, right? Because obviously that's the thing. There was a lot of potential coming into that. They had the better setup when it came to just exploding their way onto the site. They had the drop on them as it has been very slow. That was quite aggressive. A lot of utilities. They've zoned out the CTs. Weren't too many effective angles they could really play from. But if Deadfox found those 2 kills over towards Connector, that would have been the difference maker. Unfortunately for him, the whiffs coming through, it just so awkward. Now Zero just trying to stay alive as well. Let's see what he'll be able to achieve. Will claim that 1 frag, stays alive as well. So luckily he has that weapon to go through with, and obviously because of the mass lose conus, they can try and get guns out again.
Yeah, Hellraiser's calling they are causing the pause, I guess. Calling the tactical pause, and I think they need it because they're looking a little bit lackluster at the moment. Not finding anything on their CT side. What has got to change is the real question. Is there anything they can do? Because they've tried everything now. They've tried putting that AWP, but Deadfox has just been completely shut out of the game.
Well, that's the thing though, but like Deadfox has been playing this slower style of CS. He's just been holding his angles once again. We saw the first face towards window for like a couple of seconds into the round, and then he took it towards ramp and played very laxed. It wasn't too aggressive. Hellraisers are still playing very slow, but the thing is, they're playing that slow style of CS where you give map control away for free. You allow them to get that map control towards mid, then shut them off in the choke points. But that only really works if you can shut them off in the choke points. And they're not being able to hit those shots. That's the thing. Everyone's actually started to, I don't know, they've kind of taken a little bit of a hit, it seems, individually. They're not really actually connecting their shots, which is weird because first half, we saw some great performance from players like Bondic and stuff like that. Everyone was stepping up. Even Zero was actually connecting a few heads, and now he just kind of seems a little bit lost towards me.
He does, and I mean, I touched on it, and I always say, oh, are they targeting sites? Are they targeting players? I know it's a very difficult thing to do in CS, but it does happen. I mean, if you are well aware that a particular player is performing badly on a site, then sure, why the hell not target him?
Well, that's the thing as well. Even like fundamentally with Mirage, even like in a lot of lower tier CS, the way you win Mirage against teams you feel like you're better at, take B control. If you can get into B, you win the round, essentially. It's so easy for you to lock it down, so many angles you can play from. If they know they can hammer in, it's basically just Zero there trying to defend it with a backup of maybe Jugi on the late rotate, with Deadfox on the late rotate. You can get him killed. You can stop that AWP very easily with getting Pajugi into a better position. It's not that hard. And that's the thing. They've kept targeting B so many rounds because why wouldn't you?
And it's a win-win because even if they target A and they're able to take down a couple of their players, they know that it's Zero rotating from B as well, and then that makes it easy as well. So yeah, when there is just one player really lacking, you can struggle as a team, as Styko is going to get aggressive down middle. Will get spotted out, but he has teammates to work with him as Vauda shuts down Angel, but Deadfox will finally come in with that AWP, but at the same time, Moddy's putting a bullet between Zero's brains. He's not going to find any more kills. It's 4 versus 3, and they found their way onto that B site yet again, Jackie.
That is so awkward. Thing is, they went for the initiative. Looked like it actually could have been a fairly effective round. Angel, I think, should be furious off the back of that as well. I'm pretty sure he got team attack there as he went now. It's just that massive ding, knocking him down to below sub 50 HP on the initial phase. The T's weren't even peeking from top mid. I'm not too sure if it was an air. I didn't really catch it. But I think it was team damage coming through. He's now left in an awkward spot off the back of that, because that's the thing as well. You tried to go for the flashy play, tried to shut them down with a little bit of initiative. So awkward in the situation he's left in at that point. Then gets wiped off the board straight away. We saw Zero also falling. You've only got 3 players left off the back of using, basically, stacking your eggs in one basket and throwing them into the win straight away. Heroic get another round on B once again because they find that easy entry, and they can't really go for the retake. So it's just awkward there, obviously, for Hellraisers. Off the back of the pause as well, they needed to try and lock that one down, really. Sure, they still have cash. The thing is, they're basically going to have cash till the end of the half at this point, as that lose bonus is outrageous. Have they won around this half?
No, Hellraisers were 8-5 up, and now they find themselves 14-8 down, and we spoke about Heroic kind of finding that turning point in the game, and I don't think we can really touch on that anymore because it's clearly showing as Jugi now is going to be on donning the AWP, seeing if he can do anything fancy. There's going to be some aggression coming out onto A site, and they just wander on in as Modi takes down Angel. Bondit can't do bugger all either, and now they've just got control of the A site. Who's going to be coming to round to rotate? Oh, it's Zero. Is he able to do anything? No, he's not. Modi takes him down and also finds Dead Fox, leaving just Stike on his own. This is absolute demolition from Heroic.
The thing is as well, right, this unlocks Modi's true potential. He's one of these players that when he has confidence behind him, he is so strong. Counter-Strike is confidence, right? And when Modi's on the one deal in the damage, you're on the receiving end, I do not want to be against this man, as he is a ferocious beast. 4 kill into the round, hungry for the 5th as he works his way around. Valde and Co just trying to spiral Starco. They're aware of his positioning. This is huge. Like, Modi has had so many of these 4 kill, 5 kill rounds, where we've seen him consistently being able to single-handedly get the entries, then go the next level and do so much more. Nearly everyone on the side of Hellraisers is now maxed out at 16k because they have had a flawless half. There is no chance at this point that Hellraisers are going to get around on the board, I'd imagine, because that AWP's still out on Juki. They have so much to play with. Hellraisers, what are they really going to bring to the table into this? It's such a shame. I genuinely thought they would be the team to actually pick up this map on Mirages. It seemed like they were starting to find their footing, starting to get consistent and be able to lock things down. But their CT half has been really, really awful.
I mean, especially when you look at Heroic, the last 3 times they played Mirage competitively, they've lost them. Okay, yes, against SK at IEM, you can maybe understand that, but I was expecting a hell of a lot more from Hellraisers, and I mean, it just showed that last round how easy it is for Heroic. They just wandered onto the site with very little opposing them. If you've got that confidence to walk through smoke onto a site, you know you're having a good day. And now Heroic just need that one more round to put this one to bed, and they're going to get aggressive up short, it would seem.
Angel has got the contact, forced to fall back though. Focusing towards the site as well, not even clearing the angle as they push their way through, but he got into a better position, was able to get the fragment towards Valde. Zero as well, finally stepping up to the plate. Zero, if he could get the free K, he would be huge. Doesn't matter, Dead Fox coming in from the sideline, eliminates Jugi. They keep themselves alive, they finally get around on the board. It's taken them so long, but the thing is, this doesn't really help them out too much as well, because they need to have a flawless game. They have no room for error in terms of trying to take it into overtime, and they have no room for errors. The thing is as well, coming into this, Heroic still have so much money. They have an abundance of cash. It's not even like now they have the upper hand.
Comeback is real? No, it's not.
I don't know, man.
I mean, Heroic are now just in a fantastic spot where they can try absolutely anything. They could be like, oh, remember that one execution that we tried like 3 years ago? It was really funny, but it went really well. They can just do whatever the hell they want for a couple of rounds, just while they've got this massive cushion, and try and catch Hellraisers off guard, to be honest. As you quite rightly said, Hellraisers have to play absolutely flawlessly. And we find ourselves in this position so often when the opposing team is on 15 rounds and you know full well that they are going to be getting that 16th round at some point. And that is hard as a player, to be in this situation when you're 15-9 down thinking, look guys, is it even possible? Is it even worth our effort? Like, we're just going to get tired. If we even take this to maybe, I don't know, 16-14 as I predicted previously, is that just a waste of our energy?
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, if they work their way through this, sure, they can try and improve their round difference a little bit. But picking this one up is going to be so hard, as they've just been struggling so much in these previous rounds. Why is it going to change now off the back of that? Striker with the aggressive play, though, will actually take down Valde, has the drop on him. We'll hear that audio cue of the rest of the T's flooding their way in towards the bomb site. Dead Fox has to hold, though. Ooh, unfortunately gets taken down. Bondit will claim one head on towards Nico as they try and fire back. It is a 4 versus 3 at this point. They have the man advantage in the battle of attrition, as Angel goes for the glide through, gets the window jump down to a T, lands in, but the bomb is repositioning. B bomb site is absolutely open. The welcome mat is down. Jugi is rubbing his filthy shoes all over it, and they're going to take that site with ease.
Take those shoes off, Jugi, and get the bomb down. As Hellraisers now trying to rotate round. They're well aware that they have left that site open as Jugi hits an incredible shot onto Angel, but Zero responds with one of his own. It's 2 versus 3 now. Molotov will come out. Modi's actually on the A side, needs to be moving very quickly over to the B site here, as it is just Snappy in a 1 versus 3. Can he keep this game alive now? Or are Hellraisers going to keep it going? He manages to find one. Not going to happen. As Hellraisers will find a 10th. So, we said comeback is real. I mean, they've laid the foundations. Can they build from it? I think they've also gone for another pause here as well from Hellraisers, so they think this is doable. If they're having a little chat about this, they're saying, okay, it's just 5 more rounds. We've picked up 2 on the bounce. We've got an AWP in our hands now. Do you think that they can do it though, Jackie?
The thing is, right, if they can actually play a good style of CS and have some, at least initiative thrown in there, then sure. They have good players, but it just seems like they've been struggling to actually connect their shots. Into that round, it looked a little better. We saw Zero actually doing some damage towards B as well in the round prior to that. So, sure, everyone's starting to actually look a little bit more oiled. They need to play to the best of their ability, though. Start firing from all cylinders to really counter this Heroic lineup, as Heroic looks crisp, right? Even in these rounds where they're being able to, sure, they don't win it, they're still doing so much damage. Left with 2 players at the end of that, that's so many rebuys that need to come out. It's awkward, right? Like, you can't be winning these rounds that close. You need to be winning them very, very quickly, very dominantly, heavy-handedly. You can't allow yourselves to get into that awkward situation where you're almost losing, because the economy is still better on Heroic. They still have the number advantage. They can still get those buys out, whereas your economy is still building. It's still very young. You need to try and nurture it, and they're struggling at that point.
Yeah, and it's one of those situations now where it's do or die every single round, and perhaps that's what we needed to see from Hellraisers. We saw Stoico really taking the initiative and going for the aggressive peek into Palace as soon as he saw a flash come through. Stuff like that is what they need to do if they're going to get back into this game, to be honest. And when you are 15 whatever down, it's when you do go for those maybe slightly risque plays, because you know if you don't do it, you're just going to be walking into a trap. You're going to be allowing the opposition to get the win. But it is going to be 15-10. We are going to be resuming this one. Can Heroic put it to bed, or are Hellraisers going to be doing the unthinkable and taking this one to OT?
Well, let's see how this will unfold. Dead Fox on the AWP will spot out the first players, but Dead Fox a whiff once again. He cannot be missing these. We need to see something better. There it is, though. Takes down Valde. Repositioning, but his teammates are doing all the work. Dead Fox connects his second shot of the round as well on towards Modi, and it's just Jugi left. The battle of the AWPs now. He has the drop on him as he actually comes up. Oh, trying to connect, but he's struggling. Surely the peaks come through, and we see him get eliminated, as you expect. Sniffing about it, thinking if they want to go for that double AWP setup, but they do decide to just stick with the single AWP for now. They get another round on the board. Hellraisers actually starting to get some steam. They're starting to flood their way through. The rock is rolling down the hill, but can Heroic slow it down?
I mean, still a ton of money for Heroic, though. Like, that's something that Hellraisers will be well aware as well. That they can't let up. They need to just hold on now. They need to hold the fort and play flawlessly. As Heroic, I said earlier, they have that cushion. They could try something a little bit different. But when you're in these situations as the T, or even CT when you're 15 whatever up, you can start to sweat a little bit. And you do have that in the back of your mind, the thought process of, well, what if they do come back? I mean, would that be embarrassing for us? How are we going to let this happen? What's going wrong? Why haven't we finished this game yet? So Heroic really need to band together now and go for a push, something they're comfortable with, and just try and put this game to bed.
It's true. They need to try and lock things down. The things as well that they still have so much of a buffer. Obviously, it is only another 3 rounds, really, they have left to play with if they want to close this one out. But they still have time. It's definitely not over just yet. So they can try and take it a little bit slow before they get into that final bit of the crunch. Aggression comes through, though. Going for these early plays, hoping to find a pick initially, but Hellraisers are playing very, very relaxed. You can see them playing quite close to home. Don't want to overextend. Not going to really give away too much. Zero will take a bit of initiative, though. Goes for the aggressive play through as he tries to take his approach towards Apps on the very aggro angle. Can he find the kills if they go for the play here? Modi will be the one trying to lock things down. He's hungry for that lease down. He's trying to buy it. It's primary slate.
And this is the kind of stuff I want to see from Hellraisers, though. Just getting a little bit aggressive in some places, like Stoico did in the previous round. It does look like now Heroic are going to be hurtling towards the B site. Angel is going to find Nico as Zero picks up one of his own. Modi does shut down Angel, but Zero is just doing work here, finding 3 on the site. He was struggling on the B site earlier, but he's not struggling anymore. Jugi takes down his counter, opposition AWPing, but can Zero finish this off? Ooh. No, he can't. Jugi finds a great headshot. It's going to be a 1 versus 2. Hasn't got the bomb down yet, though. Bondit comes in, makes it 15-12. Hellraisers continuing this little bit of a spell here.
So unfortunate. Great frag. Obviously, the thing is, you would have had to get that bomb planted essentially straight away. You had about 6 seconds left to play with. You need to plant before 4 seconds to get that bomb down. Isn't going to be working out, unfortunately, for them in that round. It did go through. If we look at the kill distribution now over on that side of Heroic, you can see Modi leading the charge 31-14. wow, absolutely dominant. We've seen so many great frags coming out for him. Jugi as well, 19 kills on the board. They're all looking fairly good. Hellraisers have actually started to step up. And fantastically enough, what we saw there was a great display of individual prowess coming out from Zero, the man we've been very harsh on, but rightly so, because he is so key. They've gone for these aggressive plays towards B, time in, time out. They know B sight like the back of their hand now. And Zero has to be the front line of defense, has to be the front line infantry to actually backhand them and tell them no, as he goes for the peek here, trying to go for the information play, get something to try and aid him into the round, but can he connect the shots, Dan?
He's going to be flashed out as well, flashed twice in fact. He's going to back off, try and stay alive. He's going to be spotted. Yes, he will. Modi takes down Zero. That's the first defender down. Can they break into the fort of B here? Looks like actually they've changed their mind. They're going to keep one player over towards that B, but they're going to head over towards A. Dead Fox has rotated round towards the B site. Is he going to catch wind of this? Is he going to rotate back, or is he going to try and help his teammate? As you can see, Heroic now just edging ever closely towards that A site. A lot riding on Styko here.
Set themselves up. The first frag will come through off the back of Nico. Finally starting to do some work once again as he connects the shot on towards Nico. Aggression now as well. They're going to explode out to the site. Try it and catch them while their pants are down. Tag on towards Angel, leaving him on 74 HP. Bondic is in the backline trying to fight his way through. Peak comes out. A bullet whizzes past his head, but he doesn't get taken down just yet. But his teammates, on the other hand, are starting to drop. Modi will eliminate Angel. The weakened man of Hellraisers. Last two players trapped over by CT. They know they need to slow them down now, as if they do not defend this site, the game will be over, and Heroic will claim this first matchup here over on Mirage. Dead Fox coming through though, hoping to at least do something. Bondic with the opening frag. He went for the flick. He was close to connect, but unfortunately couldn't quite do so. And Nico, a round that he needed to step up in, finally gets a free K, and they close it out.
Yep, it is going to be a 16-12 victory for Heroic in the end. It looked like Hellraisers were going to start to claw their way back into the game. They had a nice little spell, but there was just so much of a cushion for Heroic to work with that it was inevitable, really, and I spoke about it. Is that going to be a lot of energy wasted for Hellraisers, or perhaps is that going to be a little bit of a confidence booster for Hellraisers? Because, yes, they were getting absolutely bamboozled, and now they've kind of found a little bit of individual skill. They've suddenly hitting their shots, and we move into train. Maybe they have a little bit of confidence that they can carry through.
Yeah, it's true. That's the thing, right? Like, it would have went, if they went through actually with that worst scoreline they had that looked like they were going to get dominated very easily, weren't even going to get a single round on the board throughout the entire second half, then it would have been horrific for them. That's when they come into it very low on confidence, not really feeling themselves. Whereas it was slightly different. They actually started to get a couple of rounds toward the end there. They leave it on a 16-12 scoreline, which isn't the best case scenario. This is sort of what I expected to see on the flip side if Hellraisers played well, but Hellraisers just, they looked so broken on their second half, and their CT half just looked like it had nothing. They just didn't have anything they could throw to the table. When they got shut down, they weren't bending and trying to reposition or at least adjust to the playstyle that Heroic brought to the table. They just snapped instantly.
But the thing is, I mean, we were a little bit, well, I was quite harsh on Zero, and I was saying he was underperforming, but I think quite rightly he was underperforming on that B site. Then he started to kind of worm his way back into the game, but it's so difficult when you've got Modi dropping 30 bombs. I mean, what could Hellraisers have done differently? Is it just a case that they needed to shut him down a little bit earlier?
It's hard. It was good. The thing is as well with Modi, right, is he has some good players behind him in terms of supporting him and actually setting him up into those scenarios. He couldn't do that for himself. He needs to be put into those situations. And his teammates perform very well as well because they're flashing him in. They're allowing him to get into that back line where he can just dispatch everyone, remove that sustain, and slow down the other, the T side. And he did that very easily because that's the thing. He slipped through connector so many rounds off the back of flashes and distractions from his teammate, allowing him to get in, wipes his way through the back line. How can you answer that at that point? You know, it's so awkward when you get caught your pants down from behind. And
hate it when I get caught down.
I know, it happens all the time. Do you remember that time you did it to me? It was horrific.
Ring the bell and all. If you support either of these teams that you are witnessing on stream today, you can grab one of their jerseys as well from the store, shop.eslgaming.com, and you can support your favourite team. Some nice swag that you can find over there. I might actually pay a visit to it later. I'm not going to tell you who I support though, because that would be against the rules. Am I allowed to support anyone?
I think you can have a favourite team, mate.
Good. I'm not going to tell you either. That is going to be all we've got for the first map. We will be back shortly for the second map, which is going to be Train, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
ESL Pro League. Is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Hello, welcome back to the ESL Pro League North American Division. It is match day number 11, and it is season number 5. We do have, of course, pretty good matchup coming up here. I think it's probably going to be a little closer than the last one. Misfits and Luminosity is the one that I'm talking about. Now, Misfits, they've had a pretty okay time. I think probably a pretty decent time. They're sitting on 5-3. They're sort of middle of the pack or high middle of the pack at the moment. Luminosity 3-5, so sort of mirroring it but flipped. And you know, like I think they're another team that can potentially contest some of these better teams.
Yeah, I mean, that said though as well, Luminosity Gaming have had their, rougher games against, they've had to verse Immortals, they've had to verse SK Gaming, so it's not surprising to see, where they drop those 4 maps against, against all the other mid-tier and lower-tier teams, they seem to be sitting quite comfortably. Now the test is, how do they compare against another I guess, middle of the pack team, which we consider Misfits at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it'll be interesting to see how this one turns up. Obviously, last time we casted Luminosity on this stream, that was against Immortals, who we sort of expected them to lose to. They actually managed to take it through to overtime. It was very, very close, but Immortals did pick up the 2-0 there. So, an interesting matchup for us tonight. We'll see how it goes. Having a look over at the results so far, though, tonight on the main stream, 2-0 for SK. No surprises at all there. Also on our stream, no surprises, 2-0 to Liquid. So, like, I mean, basically everything going the way we've sort of expected it.
That's good, because it means that, you know, we're putting in the work and making sure our predictions are correct. But that's it as well, though. Overpass, a much better game for Rush. Nuke was just, I think it's just Rush will say, let's forget about it. Maybe they'll become our permanent ban in the future. But, you know, at the very least, positive signs on Overpass now coming towards, I guess, Winterfox versus Immortals. We were saying, unless Winterfox have shifted things very rapidly in the last week, that's going to be a very quick 2-0 towards Immortals once again. For Luminosity versus Misfits, this is actually a great matchup.
Yeah, like, I'm kind of hesitant to say that I think, okay, I'd probably say I think Misfits is maybe slightly stronger here, but I don't know if they're necessarily strong enough to get the 2-0.
I would say a 1-1 tonight wouldn't be a surprise. A 2-0 towards Misfits is probably a little bit more skewed in that way. It'll be more skewed towards Misfits 2-0, but don't be surprised if Luminosity Gaming bring it really close towards most of those matches, as well as maybe they can pick up a map as well, especially their own map pick on Cobble.
Yeah, definitely. So we're expecting it to be relatively close here. Should be into the match relatively soon, which is good. Looking at looking across these players, obviously we know Yell, he tends to do a pretty good time, or have a pretty good time with that AWP, and across the side for Misfits, it's obviously Shazam with the AWP, so I think those are two fairly key players here in this matchup, and Shazam's definitely been having a good time lately on this roster. Similar to Yell, like both of them sort of stepping up for their team, at least the most out of anyone else, but there is good backup for both of those players across the rest of their rosters.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you still have strong riflers in terms of all Luminosity. You know, all of them can back it up with the rifling. You can see their KDs. It's all high KDs across the board. For Misfits, it's normally Sick and Twist that you expect to really stand up. Relics, you know, chimes in occasionally, but doesn't go as huge as Sick and Twist does. But at the same, I guess, point is that Sick and Twist, when they're cold, they can miss a lot of easy shots that you normally expect them to hit, and as a result, Luminosity are allowed to glimpse in. Shazam is really the only, I guess, consistent member, and you can see that in the stats. 1.5 KD over this entire tournament so far. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that is actually quite good. Very, very good, in fact.
Yeah.
ADR of 81, it's not too bad either. Like, it's not amazing, but I think sort of 80 to 100 is where you'd be wanting to sit, and sitting there is, you know, not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty much just the cleanup role with the AWP as soon as the nades come through, hitting the shots that he needs to hit, and that's consistency at its best. You always want someone to go, okay, look, if all the other guys are faltering a little bit, who can we rely to step up? Call Shazam.
Yeah, well, we'll need to see
so
that consistency coming through here, because Luminosity is not going to be a pushover. It's not like this is the easiest matchup that Misfits is going to face tonight. I mean, they've actually not been facing terrible teams so far this season. Rush, I guess, is a team that they would probably expect to beat. Liquid, definitely a good side. Selfless, another team which you maybe expect them to beat, but CLG, again, no pushovers. So Misfits haven't had the easiest of times so far in this competition. In saying that, though, they haven't versed any of the top teams. Oh, I guess Liquid probably is in that sort of a argument. But C9, SK, Optic, we still haven't seen Misfits against them. And so those are the guys they're going to need to be a little worried about. This one against Luminosity, they'd definitely be hoping to get at least one, hopefully two.
Yeah, and they haven't versed, I believe, NRG, have they?
No, they
either.
haven't.
So NRG, you know, now stepping it up as well and going, hey, you know, we're not just middle of the pack, we can defeat Optic. We're going to really challenge it for top of the pack as well. So
definitely
a couple of challenging opponents ahead for Misfits. So far, good signs, able to take down consistent opponents, but I like to use the analogy, you know, it's a 10-meter rock climb so far. You know, it's difficult, but it's a little bit strenuous, but you should be able to make it. And then their serious opponents are kind of like an 100-meter rock climb. A lot more challenging on the body as well as, you know, in terms of stamina and overall for the team.
Yeah, well, for Luminosity, they have also had some good results, some bad results. Immortals, a team that they've lost to. SK, a team that they've lost to. You'd expect those kind of results. But Renegades, they were able to beat. CLG, I think they went one apiece with, which is pretty decent, actually, from Luminosity. So, you know, it's not like they haven't been challenged so far in this season. And as things go by, right, they've already faced Immortals. They've already faced SK. things should be getting a little bit easier now that they maybe have a few of those weaker teams to go up against in the next coming weeks.
And it's also important to note that their defeat against Immortals, it wasn't, you know, Immortals went 16-9, 16-8, comfortable margins. I believe one map went into overtime. It was just close. I think 16-13 or 16-14 for the second map. It was a close matchup. It went all the way down, and in the end, Immortals did take it with a little bit more experience and a little bit more knowledge. But at the same time, that's not any disrespect towards Luminosity Gaming. They push Immortals to the edge, and that's definitely a great, you know, sign to see coming up from this lineup where a lot of people go, yeah, third best Brazilian team, pushing the second best Brazilian, maybe even overtaking them in the future.
We'll see. It could come. It could come. But first, we're going to have to see whether or not Luminosity is going to push Misfits to the edge or perhaps push them over the edge, because this is going to be our first matchup, or our second matchup, sorry, of tonight. It is Misfits and Luminosity, not Rush and Liquid. It's going to be on Cobblestone. So Misfits, it looks like they're starting off on the T side here. So that would be probably Luminosity's pick then?
Yeah, most likely, because I think all three of the Brazilian teams, I mean, we saw they love playing Cobble.
Right.
And they're all comfortable on Cobblestone as well. I mean, SK Gaming obviously taking the victory over VP. Then you have Immortals more than comfortable playing it. And then finally, Luminosity dueling it out against Misfits. I think Nuke is going to be our second map tonight. It looks like the American teams are prioritizing Nuke as opposed to the other maps. I'm not sure what the ban priority is, really. So I'd expect people to avoid Inferno. And then Mirage and Cache, they don't really want to risk it. They want to kind of go, hey, we're comfortable in Nuke. You're not good at Nuke. This, in terms of the best of one format, they can only ban one map out, and they're just going to strike at the weak point.
It will be interesting here to actually know which of the teams did pick Cobble and which team picked Nuke, because from what we understood, it seemed like Misfits actually didn't really like playing Nuke all that much. They tended to avoid it a little bit, but maybe now they are starting to work it into their map pool. It would definitely make sense for Luminosity to be picking Cobblestone here. Though, in saying that, we will see how these matches turn out, because I think it's going to be a 1-1. I'm not sure which of the maps it's going to come out on, like which team's going to come out on which map. I think they can both challenge each other on both maps, to be honest, so I'm expecting it should be a relatively close series.
I still reckon Luminosity have the edge on Cobble, especially if they have a great start on the CT side. Interesting to note that Luminosity actually took a Nuke victory against Immortals. This was a while ago for the ECS League, but regardless, you know, it was a tight Nuke victory. I think, yeah, it went down to the wire.
So maybe
they still took the victory.
Maybe then Nuke is their pick.
I don't think it's their pick, but they'll be comfortable playing on it. Overall, looking at Luminosity Gaming's, you know, map pool, they're sitting about 50% for everything. They're happy to play whatever they want. They just go, you know, we're proficient on everything. We have a couple more comfort picks, obviously Cobblestone being one of them. Maybe it's even weak for Misfits. But they just ban, okay, what are Misfits really strong at? We'll ban that, and then we'll just go into the second most favorite map for them.
Alrighty, well, I guess we're about to find out here. Luminosity, starting off on that CT side, have gone for, well, pretty much head armor and the defuse kit and the smoke. As you would expect, basically nothing too crazy from that one. Though, Misfits, on the other hand, they've gone for 2 smokes. So there could be some sort of execute, sort of a setup coming out here on the B-bomb side. And you would expect to see a bit of a stack from Luminosity here over towards B. Have a look at how far Pickle has pushed, though. He's really, really getting a lot of information here for Luminosity. They should 100% know that the B push was coming. And now they, of course, know, because they've started to see those Ts coming out. They've dispatched of a couple of them already as well. 2 versus 5 here. Relics does finally manage to find one, but Pickle on the lurk around behind, just absolutely cleaning things up. Amazing work from him, and a really easy round in the end there for Luminosity.
Yeah, PKL able to get the flank across. I mean, Twist was able to pick off one more, but at the end of the day, Misfits coming on towards the site were unable to get the entry kills working in their favor, and, well, investing in towards the rifles. Very, very early on, 2 M4s. The bomb plant did not go down, so Misfits will force up in this one. And great start. Yeah. This is the start they wanted, you know, playing the distance. Their pistol game seems quite strong. Actually, a fast push through drop room, and SHZ is going to be here with the MP9, but he runs out of bullets. They are going to try and wrap actually all the way on towards the A side, but PKL shuts one down. Bomb's been lost, and, well, Kel's now coming across as well, trying to get information towards that A side. Destiny instantly dinked out, loses his life as well as a rifle. Showtime! He needed to hit that Twist. finds 2 great picks. It means he can pick up the bomb and go towards the B side immediately because Sick is just running interference right now on the A side.
Yeah, definitely looked like it should have been a better round actually here for Luminosity, but Misfits, they do find a couple of quick kills there, and now the bomb goes down on the B site. Yell basically has to deal with this player over towards A before he can really get anything done over towards B, and he actually is going to go down over there as well, so now it's just Pickle on his own. He does at least have an M4 to work with, will take down Sick, and now he knows where Twist is.
Oh my goodness, tags him as well.
That's not good.
Twist is down low, makes his way towards drop. PKL does not have a kit to work with, so he's got to go in really, really fast, checking close lines. He has a smoke grenade to get onto the bomb, but he needs to sit it. Just reloading, you can see him. He's going to smoke up the bomb, and he suspects that he's towards drop, and he's just going to have to sit it. There's no time.
Yeah, he has to sit on this. Twist. Oh, he's spamming the wrong area. Pickle gets off. If he had held that, he would have got it.
No, but Twist was going in for the knife as well. So really, really poor round coming up from Luminosity. A couple of kills needed to go in the favor of them, and they get punished. Misfits picking up the eco, or the force buy, now forcing Luminosity into a very, very tricky situation. Do they invest in body armor and pistols, or do they go for the buy round? Well, I'll have to find out, I guess.
Oh, surely they just eco this one out. No, no, they're forced into it. There's a UMP.
The UMP, and I think, and body armor and PKL, pistols for the rest of them. They are going to go for the body armor. If they lose it, they're going to have to go on the double eco anyway, so...
Fair enough.
It just means that they won't have an AWP unless, you know, PKL goes huge, gets a couple of kills, gets some money in the bank. But Misfits stacking up for another B-side execute. You can see that it's the smokes and flashbangs going across, as well as the Molotovs now pushing forward. Destiny completely blinded out. Ali going to be taking some damage to that Molotov just to make sure no one's boosted up. Showtime pushing forward with a 5-7, getting one. But Shazam at B platform, locking that line down with the AK-47, instantly trading him back.
Misfits pretty strong now on this B site. They have yet to get really a full control of it, but at least they have players on the site. Shazam finding another one here, and there's a good chance that Misfits should be able to pull this one off the bomb. Sean looks like he's going to put that one down pretty safely. SHZ, though, does take down Shazam, so overall a 2-for-2 trade here, but I still feel as though this is favoring Misfits. They've got good post plants. They've got one on the platform, one in the hut, or in the chicken coop if you want to call it that. One hanging around the side as well, and that's Sean, who's actually been able to pick up Destiny. So overall, does seem like things are going the way of Misfits, and there you go. Difficult round for Luminosity. They forced into it. They weren't able to get anything out of it, really. Just a couple of kills, and things are starting to really ramp up quite nicely now for Misfits.
Yeah, it should have been an easier round for Misfits as well. So they're going to opt to actually invest early on in the AK-47s. Just going to try to keep these 3 AK-47s in their hands for the next round. Let Twist and Shazam do the majority of the work on the UMPs and try to get as many kills as possible. Good to see Molotovs, though, on the side of Misfits, you know. Even though there's only USBs, taking it seriously, making sure that they just do the damage. But look at that. Twist coming towards drop, getting 3 kills by himself. And Yell, last man left standing. Well, instantly going to be torched by the incendiary grenade. And Twist wants to get this kill. We'll be able to get it. 3 HP, no fear whatsoever. And Misfits now up 3-1. This is a buy round for Luminosity, but it's not the best buy.
Alrighty, well, here we go. Luminosity, what are they going to be able to do here? They need to get back into this, right? They started off with the pistol round win, but Misfits all of a sudden on 3. So Luminosity have lost control of this already early on in the piece. If Misfits can get this one, another eco probably coming out from Luminosity, and then we start to see Misfits really starting to pull ahead here on this T side.
Yeah, and Yell playing close up. You don't want to unsilence your M4, mate. You want to make sure you can do some damage. But that HE grenade should do only a little bit of damage. Yell does well to evade most of the gunfire as well as the explosive damage. Now, Misfits slowly crawling their way up long A, clearing up these lines. Yell and PKL. Looks like PKL should be boosting. Yep, we'll be boosting Yell on towards this long A wall, but PKL is going to be caught out. Yell, a lot of work for him to do now, just putting his back, just training his sight on towards mid. That's going to be Sean working it. The Relics will be picked off, a Twist with the UMP. Fast trade out. Now it's up to SHZ. He's playing close towards that APC, but that flashbang comes through. Shazam uncharacteristically missing a shot. Destiny should have been spotted out by Sean. And well, SHZ will pick off Sick at the same time. So now 3-3. Misfits actually losing another member. SHZ doing work with the FAMAS. He's reloading, but will be eventually shut down. And well, now 2-on-2.
52 seconds left to play with here, though, for Misfits. Plenty of time for them to work around, and work around they will at the moment. That's a good grenade right into Destiny by the looks of things. He gets dropped to 37 HP, but he's managed to sort of force his way out and has a bit of a different angle to work with now. So looking a little better for Luminosity as they have got some control across this side. And Shazam, I think that is getting spotted out. The bomb, though, should be able to cross into the site. was Twist actually, sorry. And he's got the bomb. He's planted the bomb on the A side. And now the job gets more difficult, though. Showtime does pick up Shazam. 2 versus 1. Twist already with 2 kills in this round. Can he get another 2?
Oh, he's healthy, and Destiny is the first one to challenge him, and he's already quite low, but Showtime doing well. Well, we able to pick up the AWP as well, so a good round from Luminosity. I think it was a bit poorly played from Misfit. Shazam, we're talking about missing consistency, missing a lot of shots, actually, so needs to be cautious. He needed to hit a lot of those, especially the support twist in that clutch situation. Luminosity taking one, but Misfit should have enough cash to force up back into it. So,
Definitely.
Yeah, look at Twist,
More than
10k. We'll be able to drop Shazam, but not sure if Shazam is calling for the AWP or for the AK-47. We'll have the AWP, so another opportunity to try and shine. Otherwise, AK-47s across the board. Good utility as well. 4 Molotovs to work with.
All right, well, the buy actually a lot better for Misfits here, even though they just lost the round. Luminosity still hurting on the economy just a bit, so if Misfits can get this one again, Luminosity's not going to be in a great place, and it's just hanging in the balance right now. All these rounds are so crucial because just getting that one round can transfer into 2 or 3 rounds and obviously start to balloon things out for whichever team does pick up any given round. And at this point again, Misfits slowing things down a little bit here, sort of peeking in towards the B side, but not really committing to it. The bomb's more over towards the A side of things, so it does seem as though Misfits are weighing up their options at this point.
And they're just trying to weigh up whether or not Luminosity want to play aggressive. And well, Yell has an AW hit long A. Normally you'd see the peak by now, but looks like he's just trying to lock down the line. With these Molotovs, he's just going to communicate towards PKL and just go, look, we just need to fall back. Let's just work things out together and make sure, you know, everyone is safe and sound. So they just give up a little bit of territory, but Misfits, they're just, you know, crawling slowly. They're not using any of this utility early on to try to take control of A. They just want to make sure Luminosity don't get information. They are looking to stack up for potentially a B-side hit because the bomb is making its way up Snake back towards B. Halls, only with relics lurking. Only the AK-47, no utility to work with, so he's going to rely on his raw aim. But otherwise, B-side. This is the attack plan. Destiny coming close to B plant, can do a lot of work. There's a single Molotov for Sick to work with. And well, if he puts it there, then all of a sudden, Destiny could be in a lot of trouble.
Definitely, but if not, if they don't check that angle, he could really come up big here. Sick is looking in that direction, though he's flashed out. Looks like they aren't really going to be aware. They kind of had a sort of half peek in towards the cutout, but Destiny getting so much work done here does actually drop the bomb carrier after a little bit of a delay. And that's huge. That's won the round.
Oh, if Misfits, I mean, oh my goodness, they get the last second kill, Twist!
Wow!
That was crucial, and Sean just slow reactions, not realizing he was being Oh, that was close. That went down towards literally a hair's breadth of a second.
The last second.
The last millisecond almost. I want to take a look in the replay because I almost felt like, you know, Destiny, I thought he had it, and I feel a little bit cheated.
But look at how important that round was for Misfits. It's forced Luminosity immediately back onto an eco here. Admittedly, a little bit of armor on their side of the court, but in reality, nothing really to work with here for Luminosity. Aside from those pistols, they got a flash and a smoke. But yeah, it's not much, and Misfits, obviously they're going to be starting off this one with basically everything they could have wanted. Twists, like the pump, so every round that they can get now is so crucial. And Luminosity, I think this round is the one that they have to pull back.
Yeah, and if they don't, it just means that they need to keep, not only do they need to pull this back, they also need to keep as many M4s available in their hand. If they don't keep these M4s available, it just drains their economy. They have to force up, you know, more for Masters, more UMPs. Instead, it leads to a serious reduction in firepower, and the Misfits just go, all right, we can just roll in again. We'll drop your economy low. It doesn't matter if you just bring us towards basic AK-47s. We'll just push out at you. We're more than confident on doing that on the B site because it's shown to be weak before. Now, it is a much slower round. We're heading in towards a mid-game. Yell not peeking out, still playing close along A. Relics thinking about lurking there eventually, has no utility. It looks like it's going to be another... No, it's actually going to be an A-site execute. So as soon as Relics is able to make his way forward, Yell as well as PKL going to have a lot of work to do as PKL actually drops immediately towards Sean. It's up to Yell to hold himself up alive. He's coming across and towards danger. Oh my goodness, catching Sean behind, but he's now sandwiched. He will take down Relics as well. But Twist coming in, shutting down that. But great work coming from Yell to at least equalize the situation. But Sick now on the lurk. Showtime, what a shot.
He needed to get that kill because now there's only 20 seconds here. Misfits barely have time to actually get in the side. If they had control of that connector, it would have been so much easier. But well, they might actually still just get this bomb down by the looks of things. That was a nice entry actually onto the A site. Brings it back to 2-on-2. And what was a round that looked really difficult to salvage for Misfits has actually been salvaged, and now they have a chance of winning it.
Yeah, well, now it's all up to Shazam because that was a great lurk coming out from Destiny, and Shazam just caught between two lines at the moment. You know, he's waiting for Destiny to peek out, and Destiny spotted out the shadow, but Destiny will be able to get the kill after Showtime jumping on the site, just shooting a couple of bullets, making Shazam uncomfortable, and Luminosity picking up a round, saving an open M4 as well. Sure, three of their members won't have as much to work with in the next one, but Misfits. Now the pressure's back on them.
Yeah.
Took a little bit too long and Sick, just making noise, needed to just run delay, buy time, make Luminosity uncomfortable. He didn't need to rush it.
Yeah, and at least the good thing about Luminosity is that they were able to get that round. It was going to be a really crucial one for them because it would have allowed Misfits to just start ballooning things out here. But now, Luminosity, they have a bit of a platform to mount some sort of a comeback into this first half. If Misfits, again, if they get this round, Luminosity is going to be back on the eco. Things are going to look a little bit poorer. But definitely if we see Luminosity start to put a few rounds together here, then definitely we're going to set ourselves up for a good second half, I think.
Well, Twist going very, very fast out on towards the B site, instantly taken out. And, well, you can't get past Yell's AWP, who's watching that line. They are trying to sneak across, but he spotted the information. All the rest of the members of Luminosity rotating towards the A site. It's going to be some insane injury frags if Misfits are to take this with the 3 AK-47s left in their hands. Sean leading the charge. Molotov's coming on towards the site, but PKL will be able to smoke himself off without even taking a single point of damage. And Yell with the AWP getting another one. Destiny has to be cautious, but this should be a clean-up. Shazam only offering a slight amount of resistance before falling. This is much better from Luminosity. And Misfits, I think that was just desperation coming out of them. Didn't really need to do that.
Yeah, that was another good round coming out from Luminosity. So they have put two on the board together in a row. The economy, it's still not looking amazing for them, but at least there's something there as opposed to pretty much everyone being down on $0 essentially. And they're going up against an eco round. So this should be a round where Luminosity can really solidify themselves here in this first half, get back to 5-6 and get some money in the bank so that if they do lose one, they'll be able to afford another buy after that loss and really start to try and put some pressure on Misfits, who had a bit of an easier time earlier on in the half, but now things are starting to look like they're shifting over to Luminosity Gaming side of things.
Yeah, they're starting to wake up and, well, as Misfits are just trying to wait around, probably just talk about, okay, this is what our buy strat's going to be. This is what we're going to do for now. We're not expecting to win this. Luminosity, you know, they have rifles. Try to make sure we do damage to the pistols, so Luminosity's economy is going to be tanked down a little bit. At the same time, Luminosity's starting to wake up as well. They're playing more confident. You can see before they were playing, you know, very, very passive lines. They were really scared of Misfits. Now just trying to bring the fight towards them. They're pushing in. They know that they can take the aim deals, and Twist has been spotted out. Oh, Twist, what a shot towards Destiny. Can't land the second one until Showtime, but Luminosity bringing it back at least tighter every single round.
Every single round indeed. Misfits, though, able to buy into this one. Luminosity, 5k there on Pickle, 3.9 on Yell. It's probably just enough to sort of get a force buy through next round, but it's not going to be a great buy. It's not going to be like this with double AWP, but double AWP set up early, sort of, not really early, I suppose. We're sort of more than halfway through this half, but they have got that double AWP out with a few rounds remaining here. If they can hang on to it, which apparently is not going to be the case because Showtime's just gone down, so it makes my point irrelevant. I was going to say it would be nice, but not this time.
Oh, Relix is very, very cautious. Makes sure he's just started stepping around the statue. Yell, he's made the other AWP known, so Misfits kind of go, okay, there is another AWP. I think that AWP has been lost. Destiny was trying to find it, but it's been exploded back into the hands of Misfits to use. And if someone picks it up, Relix and Sean don't really have a primary weapon at the moment, so if Sick would make his way across and find that AWP, it could increase the firepower Misfits have, as it looks like they will be executing towards the B side. They're just probing, examining for opportunities. Destiny has been boosted up and twisted, just waiting. He just goes, hi. Here's an AK-47 to the head. SH says only able to find one before being traded out. Yell, now under pressure. Twist, what an entry.
Yeah, great stuff. And Misfits, they just sort of fight back with a round all of a sudden. Like, things were looking really good for Luminosity, and then they just come back and sweep Luminosity away. Only one player left here, Pickle. And admittedly, like, there's not much that he can do. Yes, maybe he's going to be able to take down one or two of these players, which would be better than what it is at the moment, but if Misfits can take this one away with 4 guns left alive, well, 3 I suppose, because Relix has got a Tech 9, but surely he can find a gun somewhere, sorry. Then, you know, Misfits are really starting to, again, take control back of the half. It's really just been a swing backwards and forwards, and hard to say who's going to come out of this with an advantage, even though there's only so few rounds left in the half. I mean, we could admittedly find ourselves at an 8-7 half.
They know where PKL is roughly because they heard the gun drop. I believe it was Twist pushing in, heard the gun drop, and now slowly clearing out the lines. The bombs will explode, but you can see Relix as well as Twist just slowly working the angles. They really want to make sure PKL can't save this AWP forward. You can see Twist is coming ever so close. 3 seconds left, 2 seconds left, and Twist.
What a shot.
What a find. This is just great hide and seek.
Yeah. It's a game of cat and mouse, and in this one, the mouse wins. I guess that is a mouse, isn't it?
Generally, the mouse wins at cat and mouse. No, the cat wins.
The cat wins?
Yeah, the cat hunts the mouse.
What stories have you been watching?
Not really good ones.
No.
That was actually a really good... Okay, I won't go into it, because we could go into a very long story about my childhood TV shows. Luminosity will be able to force up in this, but you mentioned earlier, with the double AWP setup, it drained a lot of money out of their bank accounts, and Yell just instantly loses his life. Just trying to go aggressive towards mid. They've lost the AWP. PKL decides not to go for it. Shazam. Opening things up. This is what we're expecting, and now he's stepping it up.
Yeah, definitely. And Misfits, if they can put 8 on the board here, they've got a good chance to put 9 together, and, well, from there, then maybe 10. It's like a decent possibility. And the way that this half has been going, if they can get to, I'd say, 9 and have that favorable scoreline, like really favorable scoreline, it would be a good achievement because Luminosity has been able to fight back so hard early on in the piece, now starting to let things slip again. So the ebb and flow of this first half has, as of yet, really been unfinished. I don't know if we're going to see Luminosity come back into this one. Certainly not this round by the looks of things, because Misfits are definitely cleaning things up. Sean caught with his pants down almost, but SH said does go down in the end, and Misfits starting to take control of the A-bomb site now.
Yeah, Showtime has to go fast. Has a UMP. He knows he can't deal that at range, but he's going to lose towards his Twist regardless. Destiny managed to retrieve an AK-47 now on balcony, but he jumps up just at the wrong time, and Misfits will just team up to just gun him down. And well, Eco coming out. Luminosity, they can't even buy a single pistol. They need to invest in the final round. If they can make this work out, great, but I don't think they will be able to. They're actually forcing up body armor on Destiny, who had the most cash. He's able to afford it. Misfits should just charge onto the B site. You can see Relix holding onto the Tech 9. Actually picks up an AK-47, I think it was on the ground. Sean just with the Mac 10. He wants to add towards the bank account, just make sure that even if he dies as the point man, Luminosity don't get a great weapon to work with.
Yeah, definitely. And, well, now it should be 9 on the board for Misfits, which would be really a good first half. I mean, the 8 is already pretty decent, actually, for Misfits, but...
Look at Yell's line with their Zeus. That's so cheeky.
Is he holding under the window?
He's holding under the window with the Zeus. Why not? As
yeah, it works. Wow.
Misfits.
Misfits have been not great at that drop room, I don't think.
No, they don't get the memo, which is kind of...
Oh, no. Another one goes away. Well, now we have a round on our hands.
This is just really poor anti-eco being played by Misfits. They're just going in one by one. Shazam at the very least, shutting down the potential for the CTs to get themselves an AK-47. Now Relics, you know, sussing out more information. Takes down PKL, now coming across. Or back off alongside his teammate Showtime. Just waiting at the edge of the smoke. Has spotted out Sick, but Sick doesn't give away his life. Needs to wait for his rest of his teammates. This is all Misfits needed to do. Just wait for the rest of his teammates to push in. There's a flashbang. The Showtime caught out in the open. Oh, it's not a great flashbang, but another missed AWP shot means that Showtime has to reload. But Destiny and Yell coming forward, gunning them down. Misfits. Wow. They needed to win that. Yeah. They didn't win it, and well, Misfits will be welcome Australia anytime with that play.
It should have been 9, definitely, but that was a very, very bad anti-eco from Misfits. At least they will be able to buy into this round.
Look at Twist, 24 kills.
Yeah, there's that, but oh, wow, yeah, he's really carrying the team at the moment. Anyway, 63 points as well.
With that single round, Luminosity have gone from, well, we could lose this half 10-5 towards, hey, we can win this half or have a serviceable half 7-8.
Yeah, like
we have a great buy now. Thanks, Misfits.
It's just, it must be really disappointing for Misfits there because that was, you know, that could have been the map as well, right? If they come into the next half 10-5, win the pistol, it's basically over. But now, even if they do win the pistol, if they get 9, you know, there's still enough to play with here for Luminosity that we are in for maybe a bit of a closer round or a closer second half than would have anticipated at least last round. It comes down to, I guess, who wins this round, though.
That was a bit of a fail boost coming out from the members of Luminosity towards drop. They do like putting Destiny at an aggressive angle. This time, not working out. Misfits spread across the map in the last round, just trying to work their default. It's just disappointing to see teams drop anti-ecos. Misfits, they just went in. Twist lost his life shot. Okay, it was going in for the deal. Luminosity double peeking him, wasn't expecting it. Couldn't really take out both of the members. Lost his life. Then Sean decides to push in by himself for the MAC-10 instead of grouping up with his team, forcing it towards a 5-3. And Misfits, no matter how hard they try to struggle from there on in, Luminosity played the numbers well, rotating in mass and just swarming, just being, you know, that hornet's nest of annoying CT pistols, just chipping away at the health and eventually able to take the kills. Misfits stacking up for this B-side execute. They managed to get the bomb in towards drop. They managed to get the members through. Now challenging Destiny and Showtime on the side. Destiny trying to make things work out from the new cubby, but it's HHZ, but Twist and Sean striking forward. They don't know where Destiny is. Destiny! He runs out of bullets though, and Sean gets the second kill as well. Yell can't get the AWP pick, so the bomb plant will have to go down. It's up to PKL to get the defuse working, but they know where he is in drop, and Shazam locking down that line. High flashbang means that Shazam, he actually does spot the edge of it, so he just darts out. PKL, though, stuck in such an awkward position. There's a Molotov on towards B-plat, forcing Shazam out, but it's not going to really phase him.
No. He can still hold this line as well, but there you go. Pickle gets one, does get traded out straight away by Sean. A good round for Misfits, but you got to think it could have been 10-5 in that half. Is it going to be enough for them in the second half? Well, I guess we'll find out after the break.
Hey Future Pros, we have a flash for you that should aid in pushing through the monster tunnel on Overpass. This flash should leave your teammates unaffected while the CTs should be blind as heck. To do this flash, line yourself up over the tip of this bottle. Aim over the wall slightly and to the right and then throw the flash. That's it. This should make the Rush B Don't Stop strat work way more in your favor.
It's important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for you know, all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
you know, with the sponsor Mountain Dew can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I'd never take it for granted, that's for sure.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Hey Future Pros, Train is the game and we have a slick smoke to cover CT connector. This smoke is great for pushing that pesky AWPer off position, and coupled with 1 or 2 more smokes you have a great outside execute. To master this, hop up on this dumpster and nestle yourself between these 2 crates. Once done so, aim just to the right of the corner of this building and let the smoke fly. Train ain't easy, but hopefully you can find some success with this top tip.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL Pro League North America Division. We're halfway between, or halfway, or at half-time, I suppose, in Cobble, between the first and second half of Misfits and Luminosity. Now, Misfits, they got a pretty good scoreline there, 9 rounds. I feel as though it probably should have been 10.
Yeah, there was just that one anti-eco round where Misfits really just let their guard down. You know, they decided to play default, which, you know, Twist was challenging drop room. Okay, lost his life, sure. Sean decides to push the other map for a little bit more information, but he loses his life at that close position. Normally, he would be able to take that deal, but some good shooting from Luminosity. Maybe a little bit of poor decision-making from Misfits as well. Leave them in that 3-on-5, and even though they try to strike back as hard as they can, couldn't really move their members on towards the correct bomb site. Luminosity are able to guess correctly and shut that down, and it could have been a 10-5, but I mean, it's Luminosity may be able to purchase up once again and force their way towards a victory, but we'll just never know. 9-6 is still a good scoreline for Misfits.
It is. It is definitely a good score. So whether or not Luminosity is going to be able to come back into this, where you will have to see. I think there was probably 3 or 4 good rounds there for Luminosity where they really looked like they were almost going to be in control of that first half, but Misfits was able to wrangle things back. So if we see Luminosity come out here in the second half, start to get some early control, maybe have a bit of a better time early on in the piece, then there's something for them. But if Misfits start off with the pistol here and really just start to steamroll across the CT side, that's when Luminosity is going to have some problems to deal with, though Destiny starting off nicely onto Shazam. They're going to have to deal with Twist, and he's been the danger man. He goes down with only a 1-for-1, and overall, this is not looking too bad for Luminosity right now.
Yeah, but they have Sean on the site with Duelies, and, well, he doesn't have body armor, but if Luminosity push in without checking this position, great dink on towards Relics. Oh, they do know where Sean is now, and, well, those Duelies just go to absolute waste. Big fan of the Duelies, not going to work out this time, and it's a clean-up for Luminosity Gaming, just able to get the headshot trains working. Sick trying his best to answer, but just the triple peak coming out from Luminosity Gaming. He can't pick 3 lines at the same time. And score lines should be tied.
Should be,
but we know how anti-ecos can go, fickle nature of anti-ecos.
We saw Luminosity as well dropping, well, they got the pistol round, and then they dropped the next round. So, obviously that was to a force buy from Misfits on the T side. This time, Misfits is going to force buy, and Relics is going to take a knife to the back, so that's not great. But
not a good start.
Misfits do have something in this round to play with. They've got armor, they've got guns. Shazam, the only one not investing anything into this. Obviously, he wants the AWP if he can get it. Luminosity, though, they absolutely have to take this round, right? They cannot afford to lose another anti-eco.
Yeah, well, Showtime, at the very least, getting the kill and PKL backing up. That's what I like to see. You know, 2 members come in, try to get the trades working together.
Yep.
Now forces Misfits to push in, get information. They're down. They can't wait for the rest of the members of Luminosity to push onto a bomb site. And Sick already tagged down towards 15. Now more pressure because Luminosity are mounting that attack on the B side. They're commencing their offensive. And hopefully, Misfits can rotate the members towards B side to leave Sick not on his lonesome. Doesn't look like it. He has so much work to do. And unfortunately, not enough HP or the weaponry to do it.
Yeah, looks at this point like Luminosity have probably navigated that eco round pretty well. Maybe Twists and didn't see who the other one was left alive, but maybe those
Relics,
two guys. Relics?
Yeah.
Yeah, Twists and Relics. If they can save these through to the next round, I mean, they have a CZ, a Deagle, they've got a little bit of armor. It's better than nothing. It's not great, but, you know.
Well, Showtime has spotted them out. Showtime, though, low on 8 HP, can lose his life. Doesn't really want to because you have to reinvest in the UMP and body armor.
Yep.
He's called out for Luminosity to potentially just back him up. So the UMP is charging it. They want to take at least the armor off the opponents of Misfits. Relics trying to find the head. Actually, SHZ is actually coming across to the AK-47. Needs to be cautious not losing his life. Misfits are boxed in.
There should be enough players there to be able to retrieve that AK if he does go down here. It's a good shot from Relics, but he does go down in the end. Twists will find one. That was actually an AK, so I think Luminosity, yeah, they only go through with one of the AKs.
That's fine.
It's not a big deal, but, you know, they'd like to have saved it, obviously.
Ideally, saving it towards the next round, but they keep the SMGs alive. They can push in, just get more money anyway. So it's not the biggest loss in the world. They force Misfits onto a complete eco as opposed towards letting one member alive with a pistol as well as body armor. So 1k trade, not the worst. Now, looks like there is a stack towards long A. Luminosity shifting the member slowly across towards B platform, but Sick with a P250 on towards B. Opening things up.
It's only 1 kill at this point, and the gun not retrievable just yet for Misfits. So nothing to be too concerned about for Luminosity, but this is how you start to win one of those eco rounds. You get that first kill, maybe you pick up the gun, maybe you don't. You get the second kill, and then you've got a big player advantage. 5 versus 3, just got to make the trades work and see whether or not Misfits are going to get anything done over here on the other side of the map. And the answer is no, as Pickle cleans up a couple with his UMP. So getting that money rolling. Sean, oh, nice headshot onto Showtime. Gets another one onto Pickle, but not able to actually clean things up. And Yell does take down Sick in the meanwhile. So this could have been a much worse round actually for Luminosity had things gone the way of Misfits. But in the end, Luminosity do secure those 3 rounds, so we find ourselves at 9 apiece, and there you go. Everything even, Steven.
Yeah, PKL just doing so much work right now. He's just coming in, getting the first one, getting the 2. It's not an easy position to clean up towards long A, but using the Molotov, just going, okay, if they are stacked here, we'll force them out. I can take the aim dealers at a favorable angle. I've got backup in my AK-47 for Showtime, who can lock down the left line. And Luminosity continuing the aggression, just pushing fast mid. There is an AWP in the hands of Shazam. PKL is going to drop down stealthily, sneaky beaky-like. UMP should be a good pick on towards 4 of the members of Misfits. They don't have armor except for Twist, who's actually gone for the UMP. A lot of the early utility used up, and Sean does have the support of Shazam, and it means that he can take 1 down only. Shazam missing another shot, and PKL, once again, the star of the previous game, now shutting down more of the members as well.
Yeah, 3 versus 3 though, so still a winnable situation for both of the teams here. The AWP still in the hands of Yell, still a dangerous player, but again, it's Pickle picking up the kills in these rounds. And Twist, so far on this CT side, I don't think he's been doing all that much.
No, but he's coming towards a close line with the UMP. That's where you want to be if you want to start changing things around. But Luminosity getting the first couple of picks, instantly falling back. It's unsettling Misfits. They're rotating the members around, and it's forcing Misfits to push in for information. That's what they want. They want to funnel one person in towards Showtime. And, well, Showtime has spotted out Relics. Needs to be cautious, though, because Twist is just waiting right around the corner. And I think he's suspecting this. He now knows Twist is there, but Twist, with the initiative, charges in. But Luminosity needs to start charging on towards the B side as well themselves. It's up to Sick to hold this off with the A4.
And 1 versus 2, though the rotation's coming across relatively quick here from Misfits. Sick gets 1, and that's probably enough in this situation with only 25 seconds left to work with. Yell will be able to get the bomb down, but that's going to allow Relics to push him, and pushing him with an AWP. Obviously, Yell can have a difficult time of kind of trading that one, or even not even trading. He had to basically get the kill. But regardless, Misfits, they get the round here. It'll be 10-9. It's not a big advantage. Definitely still Luminosity is in this one. But an important round for Misfits.
Yeah, and they also take the double AWP towards the next round, so Economy is... Well, it's still struggling. If they lose the double AWP, it's not going to look as great, but they don't have to repurchase up in those AWPs, so they can kind of go with the M4s. Sean's deciding what to go for at the moment. It looks like he will pick up the M4, but lack of utility across the board. Have to rely on the sheer firepower instead. All AK-47s on the side of Luminosity. Maybe another fast round, because you can see the smokes coming up towards the B side. They're pushing straight towards B platform. There are the smoke grenades. There's the flashbangs. And it is going to be SHZ leading the charge. Already straight out into Alley. This is a poor hold, because it means that he's got a great surround on Relics, taking him down immediately. Now, one of the AWPs is in Chicken. Sick, at least getting the trade with one of them, but he's under pressure. He's getting 2. Destiny finally cleans him up, and Twist. Oh, he's got to check that line. Destiny pulls out the AK-47 at the wrong time. Showtime also dropping. I think Twist knows of this. Spotted him out. Twist also finding 2 as well. Now yelling on 1 of 3. Luminosity, I thought they almost had it.
Yeah.
But
it was really weird there, because Misfits, they seem to be super, super slow in towards that B bomb site. I don't know if they had bad spawns, or they got stuck buying weapons, or someone just stood in the checkpoint, or a choke point, sorry, for half a second and like sort of delayed them onto that B site. But it felt as though Luminosity actually got to the B site before Misfits was at all anywhere near it, let alone being set up. Sick did a good job, though, to get 2 with the AWP, and then obviously we saw Twist as well. He did a pretty good job of getting a couple too. So Misfits, I think they were not lucky to get that round, but it was definitely a round that was looking very, very good for Luminosity.
I think Sean might have reconnected, because I don't think he had 2 kills only.
No. Yeah, he's definitely disconnected and reconnected.
Yeah, because Twist is now currently on 31 kills after 20 rounds. He is doing absolutely huge. That's what we were expecting from one of the members of Misfits. You know, you expect one of them to go huge, maybe 2 of them, because if Sick and Twist fired up, it'd be a different story. Now Shazam's under a lot of pressure. Oh, missing another shot to pick. He's got to hit these.
Yeah.
He really does. He does have support from Twist, though, who obviously, once again, the Danger Man just taking him down. 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay. Good thing he didn't challenge, because he was low.
And Sean, I was going to say, should get that kill into Destiny, but Destiny with a nice flick does take him down. Relics watching in from Connector as well with the UMP. This is not over just yet for Luminosity, as they are finding kills across the board, but there we go. Sick and Relics finding a couple apiece. Destiny on his own, not much that he can do there. Will be taken down by Sick. It's another one there for Misfits. 12 now. on the buy, but things are starting to get a little bit dangerous now.
Yeah, I'd like to see this AWP go in the hands of Sick as opposed to Shazam. Shazam, well, we just gave him the caster's curse. We'll say he's so consistent with the AWP. We say he hits these, and then he's just missing so many shots we normally, that Sick would pick up. And we saw Sick earlier on, chicken coop, under a lot of pressure, pick up those kills, but opting to go for the A4 this time. All up in the hands of Shazam, who is pushing quite aggressively up, actually, just watching danger with a tight line. Does have Sean backing him up. A buy around now, all AK-47s from Luminosity. Lack of utility in smoke grenades, which means that on the back of these smokes and flashbangs, they have to go fast.
Going fast indeed. They are straight up through mid. Up the ramp. Now Shazam, what can he do? He's behind a smoke, so not a whole lot at this point. Needs to wait for the smoke to disappear, and he's just watching in the connector. Hasn't spotted anyone out yet for Luminosity, but he's in a decent spot here. Like, he can wrap around behind some of these Ts, maybe catch them off guard when those two CT players push out of balcony.
Well, Showtime's been caught out already. Flashbang comes through from Sean. Sean unable to land the spray. And wow, Showtime also turning on towards Shazam as well. So the long A holders not only allowing Luminosity to straight through mid on towards the A side, but they can't even get a single kill.
Yeah.
And this means Misfits just have to back off.
Yeah, at that point, like, it's so impossible. Well, not impossible. It's so difficult, really, to take that A bomb site. The only time you're going to go for that is, like, if it's your last hope. But Misfits, they do have a few rounds to play with here. Rather just keep that economy intact. And now trying to save these 3 weapons through. Looks like Yell may be the only one that's remotely interested in that B bomb site. It doesn't even look like he's going to challenge too hard. So Misfits will take those guns through to the next round, which is really, really good for them because they weren't going to be able to buy in this round. So they will at least be able to get, I don't know, maybe a FAMAS from Relics?
Mag 7 in the hands of Sean.
Okay, it's a
they
Mag
have
7.
M4s otherwise because Relics did have enough cash to drop and they have
Yeah.
3 rifles. They're lacking in utility. Only a single incendiary to, I guess, buy a little bit more time to make sure that Luminosity don't push onto the site. Luminosity, all these grenades to work with, and they're coming straight to the B site once again. Smokes and flashbangs out. A heavy aggression. Luminosity don't want to stop this push train. And Twist coming close. Instantly shut down by Destiny. Relic's got to get the trade. Does manage to do so, but it's a very, very messy job. Luminosity actually slow down their push. Actually drops straight through Flowers. Shazam. That's 1. That's 2. That's what Shazam needs to do with the AWP, but he does it with the M4 instead. And what Sean, he hears this, and with the Mag 7 at this range, oh my goodness, he can do so much damage.
Oh, he's been spotted out though, so he has to fall back a little bit. Gonna go for a pop flash, and doesn't really affect anyone too much, but Showtime gets dropped very low, 25 HP. Not a bad effort from Sean. I mean, he would have liked to have gotten a kill, but at least he got some damage off there. And now 2 players here from Luminosity with a lot of work on their shoulders. I like the fast play, though, from Luminosity. It feels as though it's working. It's just sort of the mid-round. Once the rotation comes across from Misfits, that's where things start to go a little bit awry for Luminosity. But getting into the site, getting the initial pick, they've pretty much been able to do that every time they've gone aggressive.
I prefer that. I don't know why teams want to try to go fast towards one side and then they just go back towards the other one, because they didn't really have members towards the A side to kind of snap up that fast mid-long A control. You can see that Sean still had control of the entire position. So even though Destiny was the only man out, there was no other pressure towards, well, to be fair, Shazam did get the double towards drop. So that was a bit unfortunate that time around. I just don't like teams splitting up. Yeah. I just rather they all go in together and try to make the numbers work that way around. Yell was just slowly walking up, as a matter of fact, not even being sussed out by anyone. They're just playing it so patiently. A side's been cleared because only Sick spotting through the tiniest line. Well, the AWP noise has been made and Sick will take down Showtime, and the bomb's been lost. Great shot from Yell, but the trade's there, which means Misfits bring it ever closer towards winning map number 1. And Luminosity, this potentially is their final true buy because they're forcing everything they got in this basket. They lose this, they're on the double eco and force buy.
Well, this is an important one then for Luminosity. And, like, they don't have too many utilities really to work with here. At least they've got some smokes and flashbangs, but nothing really apart from that, aside from the single Molotov on Showtime. So it's going to have to be something pretty good from Luminosity. I think they've slowed down just a little bit this time. Not opting to go for a faster play.
Don't need to. They have, the AK-47s, they got the smoke grenades to execute behind. No Molotovs, and this may be the difference between attacking the B site successfully, or if they do decide to go back towards A and not attacking the B site. These smoke grenades, they've used 2 so far, which isn't the most. They can still fake their way back towards A.
They do have plenty of time to work with, but haven't really made any inroads into either of these bomb sites. They haven't spotted out any of the CT, so they don't know what the hold is looking like.
Should be a B-side take. They do still these smoke grenades, but they're not faking anywhere. Bomb still being held towards B halls. Information gained that there are no CT players at long A, but they're slowly falling back. There is a stack on the A site. You have Twist just playing at cannons with 2 aggressive players. Relics and Sick now going to be teaming up, but they are coming towards the B site, so it's going to be up to these two to hold off the majority of the aggression. There's no other information towards A. Misfits need to start rotating their members across because these last 2 smoke grenades from Showtime and Yell mean that they are going towards the B site. There's no fake.
Yeah, there should be a quick rotate across here from Misfits, but it's still staying on the A bomb site. That means Relics has a lot of work to do, and he won't really answer too well. Only gets the trade for Sick, doesn't even manage to get another player, so opens up the B site really, really easily here, and Misfits, they just don't even seem like they're interested.
Yeah, just save. They have money to buy up in the next one. Maybe force up. It's not the best money that you can get in terms of M4s. Even for Mars, it'll be a UMP that we're struggling to buy one up. But maybe a shotgun in the hands of Sean. Just need to hold on to this AWP as well as rifle. It was just a bit of a misplay, or misread coming out from Misfits. Shouldn't say misplay, it was a misread. They didn't really do anything wrong. They tried to make sure that they fell back towards drop and tried to hold it off. Tried to hold off in terms of the crossfire, trying to make contact and try to draw Luminosity, pushing a little bit more forward. Didn't work out, unfortunately.
Oh, hello.
Won't they die to this? Maybe not, but...
No, because remember, the bomb, it was changed. It was from 500 now to 400 now, so... They know. Easy. Not even close.
5-4-3.
Mate, no worries at all.
I would have liked it was just 1-2-3.
Yeah.
That would have been some sick coordination. That's still good.
Yeah.
But not to the level of 1-2-3. That would have
Maybe
been
a
the
little bit too
extra
close for
icing on the
comfort.
cake. That was already like a nice cake, and then the 1-2-3
Yeah.
with the icing. It's like, oh, this is amazing. So
Yeah, so for anyone that doesn't know, in the last patch, the explosion radius for the bomb was lowered.
Was that for just Nuke or for the overall?
Or was it for Nuke?
I think it was just for
overall.
Nuke, because I don't think it was overall.
Maybe I'm mistaken.
Or we can find out as... For Mars and UMP coming out for Misfits, early damage is done by grenades, which means that Twist and Shazam tank down to 60 and 55 respectively. Bomb still being held in B-Halls. Luminosity playing slower, and it's working out, you know, dividends for them.
Yeah, definitely. They pick up that last round with a lot of players left alive. Misfits buying into this one. It's, again, not a great one. Like you said, a FAMAS and a UMP coming out on those players that had to rebuy. They had another UMP as well on Sean, so overall... Basically, 3 weapons, which you'd rather have something else, I suppose. M4s and Orbs, obviously, the ones they would want, but not what they've got, and they need to make these guns work. Relics pushing a little aggressively up the platform there, but pulls back off.
Yeah, so damage done in the favor of Luminosity. You can see Relics actually getting very aggressive. Oh my goodness. If he only knew that there were 2 Ts there, he may have been able to catch an off timing, but he would have lost his life, I believe, in the end, because all Luminosity is stacked across. They will be executing towards the B site. This is no fake, but there are 3 members of Misfits on the B site. Sure, inferior weaponry, but if they can get the crossfires working, could work out in the favor. And now coming towards drop, Relics with the UMP, but SH said, what an entry. And now it should be Twist also falling as well. B site cracked open. Misfits, I think, just have to take the AWP and UMP to the next round once again. And Luminosity trying to apply pressure.
Yeah, well, they definitely have applied pressure here. Misfits, again, going to be back on the save. So Luminosity, this will be 12 rounds on the board. 13-12, still favoring Misfits, but it's very close. This is so hard to call which of these 2 teams is going to come out with the win.
Yeah. So in terms of the note that we made earlier on, the C4 explosion was only reduced in Nuke from 500 to 400. So it may be different or unique in different maps, which would be up to probably
strange.
More analytical
minds than ours.
Yeah,
it kind of makes sense for Nuke, given that the bomb sites are kind of so close together. I don't know, maybe.
Well, that is not what they wanted to happen for Shazam.
No.
Missing those short shots means that the AWP is going to drop out of the hands. Misfit's going to be on the eco, and Luminosity, well, striking back 2 rounds, or 1 round from tying it up, and 4 rounds from taking the victory. Things are heating up.
Things definitely are. We sort of said this was going to be a relatively close matchup, and it definitely has delivered on that front. Misfits, we thought, were slightly advantaged, so maybe if you follow that train of thought, then Misfits will close this one out with a 16-13, 16-14 kind of a scoreline, but at this point, Luminosity is definitely giving them a good run for their money. This one definitely should go to Luminosity. Sean, unless he can get something done with that AK, there's not much of a chance for Misfits here.
Yeah, and I just love how Luminosity do play their anti-ecos. They play very patiently. They just allow Misfits to get this territory. They just play default back, allow Misfits to come in towards them. They don't want to go towards drop. They know it's dangerous. They try to work B platform instead. They have a lot more Molotovs as well, smoke grenades to work things out. Similarly, don't go to... They're not... If they don't want to attack A site, they're not stacking the members towards long A. Why go into the corridor where it can be an absolute slaughter where the counter-terrorists are stacking upon each other with P250s? Just allow one member to go there. Maybe Showtime locking down the line. He'll lose his life, but only grants, you know, 1 AK over. And he'll be working this quite slowly. Don't think he wants to peek in, though, because there are members there. Okay, he's pushing in.
He's peeking it. And he's on his own as well, so if he does get taken down here, it should be an easy weapon retrieval for Misfits.
Especially with the stack.
Yeah, Twist goes down, but Sean, he's the danger man, though. Admittedly, he's already got an AK, so it wouldn't be the worst of situations, I guess, if he were to go down to Sean. But still, someone from Misfits would be able to rotate across and get the gun, but probably too late at this point to even be talking about that, because Luminosity heading over to the B-bomb site. Yell does take down Shazam, and now it's on the B-bomb site. Really, Misfits just trying to hold on to it, and it's not happening. SHZ doing a good work. Has 2 kills for himself in this round. These are going to be planted. Nothing really too crazy to say about this.
These buy rounds are just so clean coming out of Luminosity. It's honestly a pleasure to watch how they execute. I don't think they've lost a member on the initial execute. That's how dominant they are in terms of entry. Sure, they don't really have an outstanding fragger like Twist, but when you don't need an outstanding fragger like Twist, as everyone else is just stepping it up, you know, getting 1 kill apiece. You don't need to be 30 bombing. And Showtime also picks off Sean. They can't even save the AK-47 into the next round. Scorelines are 13 apiece, and Misfits, this is such a hard call for them to make. Do they force up, or do they just eco, maybe just body armor and pistol one more? $4,000 in the bank for all of them is not enough to buy the utility they need.
Oh, well, I know what that music means. And I believe it means attack pause. There we go.
Luminosity calling the attack pause. Oh, okay. That's actually not a... To be fair, that's not a bad decision. Sure, they've got the momentum, but they want to win. They were down 13-10, able to clinch it back up. Now bring it back to 13 apiece. Don't allow Misfits the momentum. Sure, you're giving time for Misfits to talk about things, but Luminosity, they're on the same page at the moment. They just want to make sure that their plan is crystal clear. They take this round, they reset Misfits on towards another economical round, and they just shut it out from there. It's not a bad decision, because Misfits are fighting from behind.
I definitely think this is not too bad. Like, they didn't need a tactical pause necessarily, but like, if you've got it, why not take it?
Exactly. And it just try to drive the nail in the coffin of Misfits. Once again, you think if they were able to read that single play better, with being able to pull it out. M4's coming across the board, but so little utility. Just a couple of flashes and smokes, and some of the players, even Sick and Relics, just have a single flashbang and smoke, and they're just gone. Just like that.
Here's a push from Misfits that we don't always see from them. Typically, this is what they've sort of set up like when they've been on an eco round. But now that they're on the gun round, perhaps something that Luminosity isn't going to be suspecting, though. Luminosity, again, heading over towards the B-bomb site, not too interested in A, and that's the correct decision at this point, because Misfits have got 3 stacked over towards A. If Luminosity gets even trades over on towards B, or even if they go advantage trades, like, it's going to be so difficult there for Misfits to come back into this. And Showtime, like you said, lurking around over on the A-bomb site, coming in through the connector, just cleaning up 2 players. That's the round over for Misfits.
Yeah, and Yell knows that there's a potential of the lurk right now. He's spotted out Sean. They know exactly where he is, and Yell, he's been so dominant with the T-side orb. I believe he's been hitting the majority of the entry kills, the ones that have been assigned towards him, all the trades. Well, Misfits, just basic pistols. They have until match point to work it out, barring, you know, a misplay from Luminosity. I don't think it's going to happen because they've just been dominant.
Admittedly, their first anti-eco wasn't great, but since then, they've looked really on point.
Yeah, not dropping, you know, not even dropping guns in their buy round sometimes. That's just how dominant their execution is. They're just working, I guess, as a unit where Misfits have stacked towards the B side, but taking early damage. These grenades just absolutely on point from Luminosity, just doing the early damage, just making their job of cracking a bomb site just that little bit easier. It's not over yet. Misfits, they have a lot of CZs in their hands. They're playing those close ranges. They can do damage.
Those little things that start to give you an advantage. If you can continue to build upon them and get lots of little advantages, eventually it stacks up into one big advantage. And at this point, Luminosity, I wouldn't say are hugely advantaged in this one, but Sick and Relics, you know, tagged up a little bit. So maybe something a little easier for Luminosity here, but they are just waiting down that timer. Again, they have a couple of players actually over towards A. Last round, just a single player. This time, 2. It's something that we've seen Luminosity do quite a lot. They'll have a few over to B, they'll have a couple over towards A, see what they can do, see what they can see, and get what information they can gather, and then decide where they want to go at this point. So at the moment right now, it's actually looking like they're going to make their way over towards A. They've figured out that A-Long, fairly untouched or undefended by those CTs. Soon they're going to figure out the connector is also undefended. There you go, Showtime's spotted that. And now moving in towards the A-bomb site. The early rotation coming across, though, from Misfits. They've cottoned onto this, and this could be really bad for Luminosity because they're going to be running into a big stack of players.
Showtime just, he exposes his flank, but his teammates are coming across now. Destiny, a bit of a messy spray on towards Shazam, but it does the job. Well, should be 15-13. Sick and Twist just looking for an opportunity to recover an AK-47, but Luminosity shouldn't even grant them this opportunity. They're just tapping away. They'll play safe. No need for them to push in.
Absolutely not.
Well, I mean, they could try to take the body armor up so Misfits don't, but...
It's what, $600, $650?
Yeah.
So, much of a muchness, really. I think Misfits should be able to afford to buy into this one anyway. Luminosity here, though, they're going to be on match point. And Misfits, obviously, they had an early advantage. They won the first half. And now coming into this, they are potentially going to drop the map to Luminosity. Now, we did say we thought Luminosity quite a decent cobblestone team. We thought that this would very likely be a 1-1. So I guess for them to get their first one, or get the win, I suppose, here on cobblestone, it wouldn't be a huge surprise to see that.
And it's not over yet because Nuke is Misfits' pick. I believe it's Misfits' pick. And Luminosity can choose the starting side. They'll start CT.
For sure.
And if Misfits, you know, only so far Twist has shown up. The rest of them been quite cold. If Shazam misses so many of the shots, doesn't show up. If only Twist carries his good form. Maybe even Twist goes cold and there's not enough core players for Misfits. Luminosity could take the 2-0. And that is just so dangerous. And we can see a bit of a change up. But once again, Luminosity, it just looks like they're reading what Misfits are doing perfectly. They're playing safe. They're doing the early damage to the grenades. And just rolling their advantage forward.
Basically.
This is just clean, clinical T-side Counter-Strike on Cobblestone. It's, like I said, it's just a privilege and pleasure to watch.
Exactly.
We're not seeing insane entry frags as well. This is just a team lineup that knows what's going on. They're communicating, and now they're firing up.
Again, the same setup from Luminosity. 3 towards B, or sort of looking out towards Plat. Maybe 1 or 2 watching drop as well, but they have those 2 players searching around long A. This time, again, it's going to be the same setup as well from Misfits. So, will we see Luminosity sneak back over towards the A bomb site? It looks like it. As soon as they figure out that A long area and that connector area is basically undefended, that's when they decide, okay, the A bomb site is actually where we want to head. And they have to deal with Shazam, but he's the only player over towards this site. They also have a player there in the drop room watching the rotation. So this is looking like a really, really nicely set up round here for Luminosity. All they need to do is kill Shazam, and the site's open.
Well, Shazam's actually get the pick on towards Showtime, but SHZ instantly trades out the AWP, and they've got control A site, and this means that they've got control of balcony as well. Destiny not checking towards his right. Sean will punish him. Bomb plant.
That was the important. That was really important though. SHZ, Destiny going down there. Like, for him to go down, that really released a lot of pressure here on Misfits. They're not going to get flanked around from behind quite as easily, and now just 3 players to deal with as opposed to 4. Not many utilities for Luminosity either to kind of hold these CTs off, so Misfits are actually in a pretty good position right now.
They've got 2 Molotovs to work with, these smoke grenades as well. SHZ's going to be smoked off. He needs to make his way up slope as all the CTs lining up for an attack outside of vent, and this is a perfect behind rail. Oh my goodness, SHZ can only take down 2. Now it's down towards a 1-on-1. Yell up against Sick, who's just dancing around the site. There's the Molotov. They're both coming across. Yell just spotted out his head, and oh my goodness, it is perfect movement coming out from Yell.
Yeah, there's not much time to
Oh, what a flick as well to end with style. Just calm movement, just playing around, and Luminosity picking up the first map, 16-13. Misfits were in the lead as well, 13-10 at one stage, picking up 6 rounds in a row, really just showing some class. And we were talking about they looking like that mid-tier team. They look like one of the top-tier teams, not in terms of firepower, but in just terms of coordination and communication. That was just some excellent Counter-Strike to watch.
Definitely that T-side looked good from Luminosity there. They had an excellent sort of end to that second half, end to the map as well. So you know, they win the 16-13. It's a fairly close result, which we sort of expected coming out here. Now, if they can take that momentum through here to Nuke, start on that CT side, sorry, get a good CT start.
Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
ESL 1 is coming back to New York City in 2017. September 16th to the 17th. Get your tickets now at ESL1.com.
Back to the ESL Pro League. We've got one more map tonight, and that is, of course, the guys from Misfits up against Luminosity, who have just won the first map of Cobblestone, 16-13. A very, very close match. Kind of was going one way, and then it looked like it was going the other way, and then it came back the other way, and then back and forward, and eventually Luminosity managed to come up with 6 rounds in a row and pick up the win, but it was really backwards and forwards for quite a lot of that map.
It was just great Counter-Strike overall. I mean, for Misfits, it was a lot of it, you know, Shazam was missing. Shazam was missing from the majority of it. He'd missed so many AWP shots. He only got one. It wasn't the normal Shazam we were expecting in terms of statistics, in terms of overall fragging power. It was only Twist that stood up with 30 kills overall, but even towards the end, you know, he was so quiet. Let's take a quick look at the schedule and to see who has been playing today as well as tomorrow.
Yes.
Well, just the rest of today, I guess.
Yeah, well, I mean, things are looking pretty good over for us. 2 wins for Team Liquid. No surprises there. Luminosity getting the first one. But on the other side of things, SK looking pretty good for them as well. They pick up 2 wins. So it's all looking pretty good, actually, if you're a Brazilian fan tonight. Two for SK, 1 so far for Immortals, 1 so far for Luminosity. I have to say, I think Immortals should be able to close out Cobblestone. And Luminosity, they're in with a chance here on Nuke. It depends on how they start, if they start on the CT side. But having picked up that first win, it gives them a little bit more breathing room, I suppose, here in the second one, just to be a little bit more free. You know, they're not going to have that pressure of, oh, we have to get this map win to get some points on the board tonight. So that's good for them, I think. And generally, as I said, for Brazilian fans, things are just looking really, really good tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd be happy if I was a Luminosity fan. I think just watching that game, Luminosity in those last 6 rounds were just playing clean, clinical Counter-Strike, and it's just enjoyable to watch. Now they're just going to continue on Nuke. They're starting the CT side, the preferred side. I'm fairly sure, because Cobblestone isn't really in the map picks that I would have perceived Misfits to have done.
Well, in saying that, I wouldn't have perceived Nuke to be a map pick for Misfits either.
Nuke is suddenly coming a lot more into the rotation. I think it's just really the removal of Dust 2 and the inclusion of Inferno. A lot of the teams may be going, hey, you know, everyone's like trying to learn Inferno. We know Nuke a little bit better than these guys who have never played it. Their instant bans used to be Nuke, because in the best of 1 series, you can only ban 1 map. So before it's always gone towards a weakest map. All of a sudden, it's like, hey, Inferno's now a new weak map. We can't really just go, look, no one wants to play Dust 2. Inferno, there are teams who want to compete on it.
Yeah.
And they'll take you on it as well. So Inferno's suddenly become an instant ban. Once again, I would like to see the ban process before I can fully comment on it. But actually, Luminosity starting T-side, so I don't know whose map pick is it anymore.
I have to say, I think it's probably Luminosity. It's like, there's no reason you'd be starting on T-side if this was, like, if you got to choose the side. Right?
Unless Luminosity were just very confident on their T-side.
Maybe they are. They looked pretty good on their T-side.
Because they started CT on Cobble, which is normally not the tradition. Wow. Well, you're meant to break the vent before exiting. But Sean will punish, and well, takes a little bit of damage as the rest of Luminosity trying to make their way towards ramp. Relics dueling it out. Will be tagged down. It's going to be dinked in the head, and CT is going to push into lobby. Sick getting a lot of information. Twist will strike back on towards Showtime. Yell coming through Catwalk is not going to achieve anything. And now it's up to the last 2. PKL as well as SHZ. SHZ, he's finding 1, but Sick already pushing it from lobby earlier on.
Oh, wow, what a
shot.
What
a return.
Really nice shot from SHZ, but it's not probably going to be enough here because he's still got 3 players to go up against, admittedly. Relics is a 1-shot anywhere. Doesn't have to be on the head. Sean doesn't have any armor, so there's some takeaways here, at least for SHZ. If he can get some quick shots off, he can get some quick frags, he may be able to do this. And he does have control of the bomb as well, but he's going to have to ace this round out if he wants to win it here for Luminosity.
35 seconds left as well, so he needs to make a move pretty soon. He wasn't able to take down Relics. If he got Relics with a couple of those shots, would have been a different story. You can see Relics just dancing around, just buying time. That's all Relics needs to do. As well, SHZ does manage to make his way towards control, but it's not going to really help. He's trying to find the angle on towards Relics, but he's done so much work so far. He's just chewing up time. SHZ has not found this pick. And, well, 10 seconds left on the timer. He's trying to wrap upon. I'm not sure what he's trying to wrap towards. Actually, we'll be able to get onto the A-bomb side.
He won't have time
to plant, no. And Sean will punish him. He really needed to just put a single ball on towards Relics.
Yeah.
That's all he needed to do.
You could see, like, every time that he sort of just moved his crosshair away is the time where Relics was going to peak. And it's a little bit unlucky, I guess. You can't time that kind of thing, but he just had to have one sort of thing go his way there, and maybe he would have been able to clutch that one out. Obviously, it was going to be a tough ask anyway, so Misfits were favoured to win that one, 3-on-1. Okay, let's not dwell on it too much longer. They do get that pistol round. They do get the buy-through here. Luminosity, though, they're not willing to relinquish anything, and they're going to decide just to opt straight for the armor and the pistols.
Actually, looking back at my notes now, this may have been a Luminosity pick.
Yeah.
It was just confusing to me that he didn't pick the T side. If they had the choice on Cobblestone, why they didn't pick T side is sick, actually. Except the first kill on towards Destiny. It is a force buy. The bomb plant didn't go down the previous round. Because Now looking back, Misfits had actually vetoed Nuke every single time.
Yeah.
So maybe with Inferno coming out, they vetoed Inferno instead, and they have to play Nuke. And Luminosity have seized upon that opportunity, which is not working out particularly well because they're being collapsed upon Showtime, though, with the Desert Eagle, finding a headshot on towards Twist. Yell has spotted out Shazam, but now a 3-on-3. The damage slowly being accumulated. Shazam might be in a bit of trouble. We'll be able to get out alive.
3 versus 3, though, still hanging in the balance. At least Luminosity have got control of Outers, so they have a little bit to work with here. They can try and move around. They can go into Secret. They can come into A. As of yet, Misfits not really contesting them, though Shazam does have a look. That grenade could be good. Not quite, though. No damage actually over to Shazam. Showtime lurking around there. Yell as well up the top. He only needs 1 shot here, and he spotted out Shazam.
Could he go for the wallbang?
That's what I thought. Why is he not wallbang? But maybe you can't. Anyway, Yell does pick up the kill anyway. So
What's the 100% as opposed towards the style percent? I think that's the correct word, style percent. Oh, what a grenade, but sick! Even better Mag 7 usage. But he's tagged down to 50. Bomb plant going down on the ground. Sick will pick out the Deagle of his own, trying to find the shot to SHZ, who managed to get the flick on towards Relics, but he can't push into Showtime like that. Showtime.
Luminosity, they pick up the win. Misfits,
good Deagles, but Misfits just look so... I don't know, they just look so strange on their anti-ecos. They they just dropping rounds unnecessarily, and this may come back to bite them.
Oh, for sure. I mean, given how close that last map was on Cobblestone, any sort of a round here that you can get, which you wouldn't ordinarily, is going to be such a bonus here. So Luminosity off to a great start. I think even though they've lost that pistol round, now with a good chance of winning this one, admittedly they have to make sure that their anti-eco is pretty good, but last map they were pretty good, with the exception of that first anti-eco that they did lose. On their T side, they were looking sublime on those anti-ecos. So this one, for me, Luminosity should be able to pull off, get the next one as well, and start to really get some rounds on the board on the T side. You know, when you lose the pistol round on T side, you think, oh, damn, you know, like, how are we going to get into this half? But bite back straight away on the anti-eco, and now Luminosity are in with a good shot.
Yeah, Luminosity earned it with a back of just insane Deagle usage. I mean, SHZ was already spotted out from Squeaky, and just the composure to flick towards Hut as another member of Misfits pushing out and just get the headshot. It's not everyone that can do that. So Luminosity now slowly making their way around the map. Sick did lose his life earlier on. Sean, I believe, has retrieved his Mag 7 to try to find an opportunity for himself. And Destiny may just be the first opportunity. There you have it, Sean picking up a very easy kill. No one there to trade. And the bomb's still back at lobby. Sean might be able to get this kill into Yell, who's done a very, very poor job of the UMP. Finally, though, SHZ does manage to come clean things up, but needs to be cautious because Relics may be coming through towards ramps. No, SHZ, he's too clued for that.
Yeah, and it's just Twists now. So it was looking a little bit bothersome, actually, for Luminosity for a moment there, but they have managed to pull things back now. Only one player left alive, and that is Twists. He does have a Deagle.
Has body armor as well, so it would reduce the aim punch of Showtime. He checks it, but he leaves it, and Twist, oh my goodness, what a flick from Twist. Down to 9 HP, but able to get the kill. Now going to switch out to the AK-47. He's just going to sprint out and try to save. Good decision. May allow Misfits a little bit more cash, especially with Sean's 2 Mag 7 kills. We'll definitely have more to play with in the bank.
Yeah, so Luminosity. At least they get 2. Better than the 0 and 3 that you would have expected coming out of it. But not able to take too many guns through from this round, though at least they have an AK. Just a matter of time now, waiting for that bomb to go off. Get the next round underway.
The radius of the bomb explosion has been reduced on this bomb.
It has.
On this bomb site. So down from 500 to 400, so that should help at least some CTs or Ts, depending on critical rounds, to hopefully get out of the blast radius and save their weapons. The water outside has also been made deeper.
Well, that's very important.
There was a sign saying that there's deep water. It's important to keep it consistent.
Yeah, don't lie.
Yeah. Also, you shouldn't be coming towards this place because it's unauthorized access. Both very, very naughty from both sides to actually come to this place.
Yeah.
I'm fairly sure they're not authorized. Well, Luminosity on the T side definitely are not authorized.
Oh, that's for sure. Maybe Misfits are, though.
Mate, potentially.
Anyway.
What a start.
Wow.
PKL, you can't push like that.
No.
Sean's going to punish you for it.
Needed someone to trade for him, and there wasn't anyone. So, Luminosity do lose another player here in this round. It gives Misfits a little bit of a sniff. Now, admittedly, this buy from Misfits, it's not great. Sean's got a UMP. Twist's obviously taking that AK and the armor through from last round. He needs to be the one to make something happen because Sean has already opened things up nicely. He's got a gun or an extra gun for his team. And Twists, he's the one. He's got the AK, danger weapon.
Relics just lurking around just outside of Toxic. Yo, oh my goodness, he has not checked it. And Relics with the Deagle angle takes him down on Luminosity. Normally we see just great composed, controlled play. It's not working out for them. And Relics, Destiny's got to check there. They're not checking the angles and they're just going to get completely cleaned up. Luminosity.
I don't know what to say. Honestly, that was not good. That was not good at all. So, Luminosity here, they have a couple of players above 5k. They can potentially drop some pistols here, but definitely not going to be able to get a full buy scrounged together. And both teams so far have lost an anti-eco on this map. And we're only, what, 6 rounds in? Or even that?
5th round, I believe it is. Well,
there we go.
It was a
4 rounds in. Jeez.
4th buy coming out from Luminosity. 2 AK-47s and 3 Tech-9s. They are going to secure the outer's control with a 3 core. One making his way towards Trophy. And has one actually made his way out on towards B-side? Destiny's already slipped down. Huh.
Sneaky.
He's managed to get out, and that means that his team could theoretically take control of unders. There is just one glaring issue. The bomb is nowhere near a bomb site.
Exactly, and Sean here as well, starting to lurk around in secret. Relics takes down Yell. Yeah, this is not looking too good for Luminosity, though they do trade back a couple of frags. Bomb lurking around through outers. As of yet, uncontested. Sean will spot out one. That's showtime. He's going to find Pickle as well. He needs to be aware of this player potentially coming in from the back of him, though. It does seem that his spider senses are tingling. SHZ hasn't made any noise, but Sean will catch him off guard. The bomb is going to be dropped. Really, really crucial play there from Sean. Getting into secret, getting the kill, recognizing that he could be wrapped around upon from behind, and just cleaning things up there.
Yeah, and PKL trying to head towards a Megaton, but making a megaton of noise. It means that Shazam has a very, very easy cleanup, and he's not going to miss on an 11 HP terrorist with an M4. So, Luminosity now on the eco. They managed to do such a great job in getting towards unders, and then where it went wrong for them is that they did have the bomb with them.
Yeah.
Which is just disappointing to see. If you have an execution plan, you know, you're getting forward towards secret, there's no point having one person trying to hold the bomb at lobby. There's no way for him to get towards unders easily, especially by himself.
Oh, this grenade could... Wow, does a
goodness.
lot of work. And another one, Twist, finding the kill with that onto Pickle. SHZ and Yell very, very low on HP, and this looks like it will be a very, very easy anti-eco for Misfits. I love grenades when they work. You know, I kind of wish grenades were actually a bit stronger, because I think it's one of the most satisfying things is to watch a couple of grenades go flying into just a big clump of players and absolutely wrecking them.
I'm assuming you're really into the Schadenfreude category then.
Well,
laughing at other people's misfortunes. It's just, they're stacked up and then you just go, oh, these actually grenade. This is going to be good.
That's what you get. That's what you get for stacking up.
Well, stacking up, that's what you should be doing in Counter-Strike. Not in anti-ecos at choke points, but still, you should be going
I
in
understand
together.
your point, but it's just fun, right? It's just fun. Maybe I'm just...
Schadenfreude indeed.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm just a bad person. But anyway, it worked out for Misfits in that one. Oh, holy dooly, nice shot from Shazam.
That's what we want to see from Shazam. And Misfits, so they continue this up. Oh, they're getting the early picks. Sean, a little bit messy, but in the end, able to clean up. SHZ, though, able to get the trade. If Sean was able to get a kill earlier, maybe he would have been able to back off. But, oh well. Those are forgotten opportunities, or foregone opportunities. Twist is still close at outers. And... well, Luminosity are still scared of the AWP. I don't think they know that Twist is here.
No, I don't think they do either.
And SHZ is like, he's trying to work the long angle. You can see they're still scared of the AWP.
Are they going to even work out as though, like, Pickle,
Oh, what a shot coming out from PKL.
This is delivering. This is you know, there's
It's
been quite a good shot so far.
From both sides.
Yeah.
It's a great match. I mean, this is what we expect from middle of the pack teams. You know, some solid Counter-Strike, not explosive. I mean, I haven't seen insanely explosive players, you know, superstar players coming out from anyone yet. No. Maybe except for Twists, but overall, everyone's stepping up and doing their job. And now on a 3-on-3, 30 seconds left on the round timer. Destiny slowly crawling up, just biting, slowly lurking and waiting. Is going to be rewarded with a kill on Sick. A site is now open for Luminosity. They'll be able to get the bomb plant down, but Shazam with the AWP heading towards heaven. Needs to be cautious. SHZ I thought it was waiting for him.
Oh, needed to see a trade there. Shazam at least able to take down SHZ, but
right below him.
Gives away his position, and they are right below him. This is a really tough position to play, I guess, as an AWPer when they're sitting in somewhere like that. Not really much chance for him when they had rifles. So another one goes to Luminosity. Still 4-3. It's basically as close as you're going to get.
Yeah, I loved how both of them just went, look, instead of running off, let's just both sit down here and just look straight up, because there's only one way that he can come in. I loved how that happened. Well, Misfits can purchase again, and the AWP's going to go in the back. Shazam.
Yep.
Limited smoke. They have a decent, actually. It's a decent buy. Not the best, but workable enough. As
Certainly
Shazam.
far from the worst.
Yeah, worst would be you can only stay with USPs and you can't buy anything, because all of you saved.
Yeah.
And, no, not even all of you saved.
Well, that wouldn't be the worst buy then, would it? Because
what could be
wouldn't have buy.
What could theoretically be the worst buy for the counter-terrorist for the counter-terrorist side? Because you always gain money. So, has anyone actually worked out what is the worst purchase that you could possibly make?
In theory, you could buy a pistol and then rebuy your USP, and that would probably be the worst buy.
True. Well, they're coming onto the A side, smokes across the board, and the kills so far working in the favor.
Why did Sean jump?
Oh, he does get 2, but the numbers still in the favor. 3-on-1. Shazam, last man left standing, trying to fight away onto the bomb site, looking through the crack, gets 1, but Luminosity know that Shazam have to bolt it up, and they just instantly peek out and get the trade.
How about this? All decoys. That's all you buy. That would probably be the worst buy.
You can only buy 1 decoy.
No, but like each player buys a decoy and that's it.
Decoys and Glocks.
Well, you can't buy a Glock. They're CTs.
Yeah, true. Oh, if they're CTs. Yeah, it would work out. Maybe on Silencer USP, that would potentially be the worst possible buy.
Yeah.
Taking into the round, no armor, no anything else.
Yeah. Oh. Well. It's probably not going to be something that we're ever going to have to worry about. Just a little bit of fun. Tell you what, though, this
theory crafting.
Theory crafting.
Theory crafting.
This is irrelevant theory crafting. No one's going to use it.
Or the more relevant one would be, how many TKs would you have to get in a round, say, for example, to make sure you have the least amount of money in your team? Well,
what do you get? 300?
Yeah, you get punished for $300. Sean with a Deagle. The Deagle's just so strong from both sides.
Yeah.
Don't buy AKs, just buy Deagles. It's working out for Misfits, it's working out for Luminosity, and Sean already opening up and doing heavy damage towards Showtime. PKL, you can see he's scared crossing. There's no smoke grenade coming across. He's scared. He's slowly coming across. But Sean decides to back off. He wants to reinforce the A site. They do allow Luminosity to sneak towards Secret, but that's only one way down. Looks like Showtime will actually pick up the AWP on 29 HP, so looking to make the trades work. Shazam has let them cross in towards unders. Sick has got this lobby information alongside with Sean, so they should be able to retrieve a rifle and potentially know that they are heading towards unders. No, that's not a rifle, it's just a MAC-10. But they secure undersight the zone there, except for maybe one person. And, well, he's going to be cleaned up. Relics trying to lurk. Destiny says no.
A lot of early information there for for Misfits, but even though they do get that, it's going to be quite difficult now. Sean, though, he's making a good crack at it. Yell does go down. 3 versus 4. It's still winnable here for Misfits. It would be the second eco they would win if they do pick it up. And the trades are working pretty nicely, though. That bomb timer has been ticking away pretty quickly. Showtime watching a good angle here. Twist perhaps going to peek into him. He misses the shot, though. 2 versus 2. Showtime low on HP, but I think Misfits probably run out of time here, unless they get on the bomb pretty much now.
But PKL, too strong.
Getting the job done, but a fairly successful eco round, really, from Misfits. They didn't invest much.
Doing damage.
3 kills.
Yeah, Sean just doing work with the Deagle. You can see on 14 kills so far. Doing the bulk of the damage for Misfits, but Twist has gone quiet. Sick still not there. Shazam's has had one good shot, but no more. On the side of Luminosity, it's been pretty solid for the rest of them. They're just doing work, all chiming in, slowly chipping in towards the collective effort, and they'll be able to purchase up this one. Go into the lead once again, 5-4. This is as tight as you want on Nuke. This is not good for Misfits. They need to take 6 for it to become favorable in Destiny. How does Luminosity always manage to get 1 into Vent? It's just baffling to me. Misfits have just been unable to lock it down, and it just becomes exponentially more difficult for them to rotate members to unders.
For sure. Like, that is such a key part of the map here. Luminosity gaining control of it every round. Sick, only able to get 1 for up there on the rafters. Sometimes it is a little hard to land spray downs. It's not like an angle that you're really used to shooting from. But
It's an oblique 75 degree.
Yeah,
angle,
like
slightly
you
down
have
to
to
the
be
left.
perfect, pretty much.
1-for-1 trade's going, and Shazam pushing out, catching PKL by surprise. Now 2-on-3, and well, there's a flashbang out of Hut. Shazam's not falling for that. But SHZ's not going to move, but Twist just comes forward. Gets the kill. It's all up towards Yell. What a shot towards Shazam. Grenade doing a bit of damage. Oh, he misses a shot.
I almost
think
thought that hit.
I thought he suspected someone crossed, but Sean, well, was able to cross in time. Misfits drawing it back 5 all apiece.
5-5, but 5 on the board for the T side is better than 5 on the board for the CT side.
Absolutely.
So I got to say, this is trundling along pretty decently for Luminosity. I don't know what their economies look. But we'll see whether or not
It's
they're going to get a
okay. There was damage done in the eco round, which is why it's not great. That's a new model, by the way. They have nice red shirts now. Oh, is that a checkered pattern as well? Yeah.
Cute. Maybe we should pick up some of them.
Yeah.
Get some new shirts for the broadcast.
Yeah. Hi, we're the Phoenix Terrorist Collective Group, and we're going to show you how to dress up nicely.
We just need to get some bulletproof vests as well to go along with it.
Yeah. And make sure you hide your identity. No.
Oh yeah, balaclavas.
Yeah. Imagine if their mothers saw what they were doing. I don't think they'd be very, very happy.
Maybe that's why they hide their faces, so that the mum can't tell. Like, you know. Anyway,
Timmy, I didn't train you to attack a nuclear bomb site. I wanted you to become an engineer. Well, Luminosity, regardless of, I guess, lifestyle choices, they are going to have to attack on towards either A or B bomb site, and Misfits have to hold them off. And, well, Destiny, he's just lurked every single time, and it's just working out.
Doming. Absolutely destroying Sean. He spotted out a couple there. I think he may have spotted the third as well, but overall, like, the information is good. He doesn't get a kill, though, and that's what they really needed to get back into this. So Sick opening things up, nice. It's only one frag, though. Now there's two. Okay, so we're equal again.
Yeah, it's real. I think Destiny was trying to make his way towards back vent, and Sick dropping down with a FAMAS, able to get the kill, which is not something that should normally happen. Relics just crosses at control at the wrong time. PKL getting another kill for his tally, and well, this is doable for Misfits. I believe on the 5-on-3 they were angling for the save, but Luminosity actually not pushing into the B side. They're just biding time. They're waiting slow. There's the first smoke grenade. That's 6 towards decontamination room, ready to poke it, pop it open. But he's being surrounded by PKL, and PKL, clean headshot. Sean, just looking to save the M4 now.
Might not be the easiest of tasks. Does make a bit of noise dropping off that ladder, but I don't think anyone was in a position to hear him. Lurking around in the ramp room, just playing so carefully here, making sure that no one spots him out. Does he even want to save this, or is he actually going to go down there and try and get some damage across?
Potentially get some damage. He spotted out Yell, so there's the AWP dropped. That's good damage done, and he's also retrieved the AWP, so that's a pretty good find, but he needs to back out of there quite soon. Oh, what a shot towards SHZ. Just kill everyone.
Yeah,
why not? It works out.
No worries.
That also stops PKL from retrieving the AWP as well. As Sean sprints towards CT, will be able to get away with his misbegotten goods, or legally acquired. Not sure if picking up a gun from a dead comrade is illegal or not.
Probably not.
I wonder if there's any rules about that. You can't use a weapon that's been dropped on the ground.
Surely not. Surely not. Sean's having a good game though. 19 kills.
Nearly 20 bombing in 12 rounds. That's pretty good. But Luminosity still with the advantage. They're all chipping in. PKL, SHZ, and Destiny. I mean, Showtime as well as Yell quite quiet. But Yell hasn't really had the impact of the AWP that you expect to see him on the CT side. What a change up momentum. Coming straight towards the A site. They spotted out all the members coming down towards the site now. And Sean unable to hit anything this time around. Sick. Trying to make this Mag 7 work. Getting 2. Doing damage, but not enough. All to Shazam now with the AWP. And he may just decide to save.
Yeah, saving is the correct decision here. Misfits' economy is not looking good at all. And any gun, armor, any sort of advantage that they can take through to the next round is going to be money saved. And that's so important right now for Misfits because they're struggling on that CT side right now. Luminosity, this is going to be 7 on the board for them when they finally put down the bomb. I'm not sure what they were doing, but still not down.
They were just making sure the site was clean.
Yeah, well, they must have been cleaning it 2 or 3 times, perhaps. Anyway, Luminosity, this will be 7 on the board for them. 6 already is a good T-side score. 7's going to be excellent. And there's still a lot of rounds left in this half where Luminosity could just start to put Misfits really under the pump, if they're not already under the pump.
Yeah, that was just a good coordinated push. That's what I like seeing. Testing out the A site very early on. They could potentially do it in the next buy round as well. They've got the round advantage. Why not try to throw Misfits off guard? It would work out. It may just work out. I think they have an inkling where Shazam is. I mean, everyone loves saving towards CT. What a flashbang coming out, and this allows PKL to push quite close. He's on 4 HP, just trying to shoulder pick the corner, but Shazam's not falling for that, and Yell won't be able to get there in time because Shazam will get the flick on him. And
it doesn't cost Luminosity too much, though, losing those 2 weapons. They're going to be able to rebuy guns here. Admittedly, their economy, it's not booming right now. It's not amazing, but having enough to buy into this round, I think that's good enough for them to justify going for that hunt on the AWP. Because Misfits, their economy, it's not excellent right now. You can see just that single AWP on the back of one of those CTs. Attack pause from Luminosity. That's interesting at this point.
Same thing they did in Cobblestone. That was the exact same. You know, they tied it a piece. They wanted to discuss where to go from here. They don't have a good read. What this tactical pause means is they don't have a good read of the Misfits economy right now. They've lost track in terms of the rounds. It's really difficult to try to absorb yourself in terms of the chaos because all these weapons dropped. Trying to keep track of all these numerical numbers. It's not worked out. They think Misfits are buying right now.
Right.
Or even if they don't think, they don't want to drop this next one.
No, for sure.
So they're just talking it out, discussing where they want to attack. They don't... Do they have the AWP and Yell? I don't think they do. They could have just maybe purchased it up, but it's not really the best investment. And while Shazam's taking the AWP into the next round, they actually have a P90 on SHZ, so...
Well... It's worked. He's got 1. Oh, okay.
Sick.
I said
that was
it worked,
beautiful.
but not quite. And look at that. Shazam finds 2 with the AWP. If they had been able to hunt him down, take the AWP out of his hands, how much easier this round could have been for Luminosity. But now, it's a real struggle. 2 versus 3. AWP in the hands of Relics. Sick and Twist. Surely there's guns scattered about the place that they can pick up. Luminosity are going to have to really fight hard to get back into this round.
Yeah, they need to be cautious as well because they spotted out Twist. Destiny, good work from him, but he's tagged down to 35. Fast drop coming out from Misfits. They got control of decontamination. You can see Relics just has popped open the door. There's a Molotov to stop him from pushing any more forward. Destiny, if he can get his way towards Vent, could make this job a lot more easier. 1 towards control room. That's going to be Sick. Showtime popping it open. Knows where Sick is, but Sick turns it on him. Now Destiny, 1 on 2. Managed to make his way into the back of Vent. The bomb plant is great for him. No grenades for the CDs to work with. He'll take down Sick. And he also take down Relics. Look in the wrong direction. What a play coming out from Destiny. Picking up 4 kills after a disastrous A-site take. And that will put Luminosity on 8. Misfits so close, but they can't take it.
So close.
Great work from Destiny once again. He's been just able to make his way towards back Vent every single round, now making it work out in his favor.
Every single round here Luminosity is able to get. It's just making their chances of winning this game that little bit higher. You know, you could make every round counts as an extra 1%. Maybe they're at like 55, 60% now. Next round, they pick that up. 61, 62%, 64 for the next couple. Like, they are just slowly but surely gaining control of this map on Nuke. Misfits, with only 5 on that CT side, this is definitely nowhere near enough. They need to basically close the half out now. Need to get to 8-7 so they have something to play with in the second half.
Yeah, this is, I guess, why Misfits wanted to ban Nuke all the time earlier on. At the start of the season, you know, it was an instant veto. They would never want to play this map, and I think it's showing right now. Luminosity, it's not even exponentially insane play. It's just been solid play, chipping away at the economy, making sure they reset, talk things across. Sure, they've dropped a couple of anti-ecos, but really, in reality, in terms of the long scheme, it's not that major. Shazam has managed to make his way back warehouse. SHZ does not know this, but he's making his way close heaven as well. And if Shazam does not check this line in time, SHZ, oh my goodness. It's so tight. They managed to sneak towards unders, but SHZ's now in heaven, and he can do some serious damage on towards the members on the A side.
Relic still having a look around on that CT side, but you're right. SHZ, he's the power player here. Pickle, though, finds one. Sean actually takes down SHZ, so they must have been aware that there was someone up towards heaven.
They were very aware of that potential, but now executing on towards the A side. Sick. Oh my goodness, can't even get the first kill towards Showtime. They've also spotted out Sean towards CT Vent. So the kills, once again, Luminosity's favor. Relics comes towards heaven to try to balance the odds up, but still so difficult for them to get their way on towards the A site. Time is ticking away. There's no kit from the work with. Not sure if one has been dropped, and Yell has spotted out Relics. Misses a shot. Relics needs to punish him for it. Won't be able to punish him. And PKL has his teammate, pats on the back and goes, you know what? You're safe, Yell. Feel reassured, and Twist just has to save this M4. Trying to do damage, but the damage has already been done. Luminosity looking to pick up 10 rounds on the T side of Nuke.
It's going to be an insane first half here for Luminosity. No matter how the final round of the half goes, if they get 9-6, if they get 10-5, it doesn't matter. That's a massively favorable score considering they start on that T side. And Misfits, a big mountain to climb now heading into that second half. They're going to have to hope against hope that they will be able to pull off this round. But having a look at that economy, it's not looking too kind for them.
And it's difficult as well, where Sean's your only firing up member. He's 20 bombing, but where's the rest of them? Sick, you know, has had a couple of good rounds, but look at Twist and Relics. 6 kills apiece. It's just not good enough on an overall side of the CT half, and Shazam doesn't even have the AWP to work with. Sean has to go with the XM. It's a great gun, don't get me wrong, but you'd rather go for something else into the final round where you're already down to numbers.
Yeah, definitely. So Luminosity just opting to go again, not too quickly here. They haven't been super fast, but they've been really controlling the map well. And so if they're going to be able to do that again here on the T side, the final round of the T side, so we're about to find out. Pickles starting to work outers. They've got a couple of players in lobby just having a peek in towards A, maybe causing a bit of a ruckus. As of yet, though, Luminosity not with anything too crazy going their way. Just a standard looking round so far.
Yeah, they're just aware of the potential, I guess, areas that Misfits could be pushing and playing. And you can see Shazam playing very close towards Secret's going to be spotted out. Destiny managed to make his way into back van again. How? He does it every single round. Also takes down Sean, who wants to push in and try to trade him out. Now Shazam's going to be pressured away, only tagging PKL down to 50, but at the very least tagging a little bit. And Destiny just stopping the rotation from Misfits, and this allows them to come back to the A site. Sick has been spotted out, but a dual engagement means that they can just come straight onto the A site. There might be a single member, no, not even a single member of the counter terrorists on the A side except for Twist. He's been found out now. He's going to come across, but he's going to be mollied off and shut down with the AK-47 bullets. Vent, they can't get out. There's no utility except for the 2 flashbangs on Sick. No smoke grenades, no incendiary grenades. Final round, they have to go through.
Yeah, what does Misfits do here? They have really nothing to work with. At least they have a defuse kit on Sick, but he's the only one with a real gun to speak of, the AK. Relics goes down to Showtime as well. This is looking like it could be a 10-5 half for Luminosity Gaming on the T side.
And well deserved. They've just had complete control, shutting down the CT economy in critical rounds. Showtime just taking out 2 now. Off to Shazam. Nothing he can do. 10-5.
Yeah. There you have it. 10-5 in the favor of Luminosity. Looking excellent to head into the second half. And the second half will be coming up just after the break.
You like Nuke? No? Well, here's a common warehouse smoke for you anyway. The lineups for this are nice and easy. It's fairly common AWPers should play from this spot, and this smoke should push them away and force them to relocate. Position yourself over this corner and aim slightly above the metal fixture, and then toss the smoke. Easy. Now you removed one of the 45 different angles that CTs can kill you from.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
You ready? Huh? Hey, boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL Pro League North America Division. At the moment, it's half-time in the final map between Misfits and Luminosity. It is Nuke, and Luminosity, well, they looked pretty good on Cobblestone, looking even better here on Nuke.
Yeah, at the same time, though, Misfits just under-firing a little bit. It's just their core, you know, their threats, the Shazam, Sick, and Twist, just going a little bit quiet on Nuke. Now on the T side, if there is ever time to step up, it is right now. Luminosity have taken 10 rounds on their own half, on their own T side. Now coming in towards ramp, Destiny trying to hold this off. Has spotted out one, missing a lot of shots. Gets one. Heavy damage on towards Sick, and SHZ just shuts down that ramp. Bomb's being lost. PK also finds Twist. Relics trying to put up some resistance. Has managed to find himself a USP. Has the body armor, but still has to retrieve the bomb. And with 1 minute and 23 seconds left on the time, already on a 1-on-3. Misfits, this is the exact opposite. Relics needs to go huge, needs to get the clutch, otherwise they're going to go down. And, well,
I was going to say, if there was any pistol round that you would want to win right now, it's Misfits. And it doesn't look likely that that is going to happen unless Relics can pull something out of his hat. At least he's got time to work with. That's something good that, you know, allows him to check a few more angles here. He doesn't have to go gung-ho or sort of Rambo style into either of those bomb sites. He can just check these angles and check them out. He's going to look for the trade here.
He's got so many angles to check, though, and you can see that Luminosity just playing contact at the moment, just letting him dance around. He's thinking about faking his way out, but there's another smoke grenade, and, well, he's got to push through it.
Yeah, and there's nothing else that he can do. He doesn't have the time to play with. Ends up being a pretty easy kill for SHZ, and he's got 3 for the round. Nice for him. Overall, pretty good effort from pretty much everyone on Luminosity here. There'll be a buy into this one, and Misfits, well, are they going to go for pistol armor? Looks like it.
Yeah, they have to. Yeah. No bomb plant down. They don't need to eco. At the very least, if the Tech 9s, so they can just push out and assault a position, maybe take a couple of guns off, they can actually get their way into the bomb site and create a serious nightmare. And it looks like they are coming out of Squeaky right now, coming straight on towards the A bomb site, taking out Showtime immediately. This is really poor play from Luminosity. The first thing I'd suspect Misfits to do would be to push onto the A site.
And
there's no Molotovs.
Like, all of these anti-ecos tonight have, like, with the exception of the ones from Luminosity on Cobble on their T side, those looked really good, but all of these other ones, even on Nuke, like, they have just looked so bad. Like, it almost feels as though the ecoing team is going to win. There you go, Misfits. I guess it's not really an eco, it was a force buy, but still around that Luminosity should definitely be doing better than getting, what, 1 kill?
That was, in my mind, the first thing that a T team would do on the force buy and pistol is go through Squeaky.
Yeah.
So the fact that you didn't have any, that Luminosity did not have any measures to hold that off is, I think that's a little bit, they're showing a little bit too much disrespect to Misfits. They were just kind of going, look, Misfits going to sit back, they're going to respect us. But Misfits just went, no, we can still take this. We're going to charge out at you. And, you know, if you don't watch these lines, we'll punish you. Now, PKL trying to do his best rendition of Sean. We saw Sean get so many kills from this position with the Deagle.
Yeah. Maybe you're going to see another very similar one. If Sick continues to push around that corner, it'll be pretty much the exact kill that Sean got last half. Though, not anymore. He's moved his position just a little bit.
Just dancing around. Misfits pretend they're going out, and they're coming back towards lobby. Decide not to risk it. They still have control out us, though. You can see the presence of one of the members on silo just throwing a couple of grenades, making Luminosity's read a little bit more, I guess, chaotic. They don't know where Misfits want to go, and that's exactly what Misfits want to do. I was going to say, normally we'd say pull a rabbit out of the bag, but Misfits, their logo is a rabbit, so technically they could just pull a Misfits out of the bag, and Destiny finds one. But no more. It's up to Yell to hold this with the Desert Eagle. Oh, what a shot into Shazam.
Is this going to be another one? Is it going to be another one? It's 3 versus 4. No guns yet retrieved, actually, by Luminosity, but God, please don't tell me. Please don't tell me we're going to see another anti-eco win, or eco win.
Well, that was a clean one-tap.
Yeah.
And PKL, it's going to be molled off, but this is an exact opportunity he needs to find. He gets another headshot, but he gets roasted just at the edge.
Still good, though. They had the player advantage. So the fact that he's actually able to get that kill in the circumstances that he was in is quite impressive.
Oh, look at Twist, though. He's on the lurk. He's been found out, though. He gets one, but he can't get the second. Now to up to Sick. 1 and 2. 2 flashbangs and an HE grenade to work with. The CTs need to make a move on, otherwise they don't have time. He's going to make his way in towards decontamination room. Pops it open, spawning the line. They almost line up for him. Heavy damage done on towards Yell as well. And this should be a win for Sick. Well played by him. 1 on 2.
Yeah.
Much better.
Really nice movement, but getting far too close once more for Misfits. They only survive with 1 player through. The buy, it'll be fine. Oh, well, look, I mean, Sean and Twist have good enough money to get some stuff for Shazam and Relics there, but you can't be affording to get that close in every single round, you know?
Destiny actually going for an MP9. I'm not sure if that's a misbuy or if he just goes, why not? I think he might have wanted to buy a P250 but bought an MP9 instead, and trying to make the best of it. Buys body armor as well as a smoke grenade to see that what he can do, but that instant Molotov is going to just shove him back. He's not going to be allowed to push through. Rest of Misfits getting very aggressive up on Catwalk. Also pushing 1 member towards Secret. Destiny heading towards Control. As Sean charging fast, as a matter of fact, is going to be shut down instantly and losing his life.
Luminosity again starting off with the kill in the round, though Twist able to trade 1 back. He also finds a second onto Showtime. Thought there might be a trade for Luminosity, but in the end, things are going pretty safely for Misfits, though Twist on 1 HP. Easy kill for either of these guys, particularly Destiny. He kind of just needs to run in there and spray and pray.
Oh, they're just going to keep smoking him off, and they know there's only going to be 1 position that SHA can charge through, and that is it. Destiny, I think he just wants to save, try to contain this threat from the T's. It's a little bit too late to try to sneak his way out, but he's got an AK-47. That's not a bad find.
No.
Especially considering he's got body armor. Actually bought the MP9 this round. He was able to get a kill with the MP9. That's spotted out Shazam as well. If you get another kill, it'll be an icing on the cake because it's just doing damage on towards the Misfits lineup. Relics flashing out. Not challenging yet. And Destiny with this should stay alive. It's doing so much damage. Only Twist surviving with the AK-47 towards the end. The rest of Misfits had to completely invest up. And that's ideal for Luminosity because every single round where damage is done means that it's easier to drop them.
Misfits. Yeah, again, not an excellent round. At least they get it on the board. This one, though, from Luminosity, it's interesting. They've got an SMG, but if they can pull this off, they can start to really, really hammer home this, what could potentially be a victory, because it's looking like they're headed in that direction.
To be fair, though, Misfits able to take control after the anti-eco. Pistol round started great for Luminosity. A couple of strong pistol rounds doing damage, but not enough to clutch out the game. So it means that Misfits still have a great shot at trying to equalize the scoreline, because we saw the damage Luminosity did in their T side, just continuously shutting down the CT economy. Now, if Misfits can do the same towards Luminosity, could inflict a little bit of pain. I think SHZ did spot Sick out with his hand and grenade. And they are going to come straight out to the A site. And SHZ getting one, dropping down, nearly getting the second. But Showtime able to trade one out. PKL now coming out straight through the vent. Will be able to take out Sean very, very easily. And escape alive. Twist up. That's not the ideal Molotov. That's a teammate blocking him off. And all Luminosity needs to do is just wait around. They got the positions. Dancing around just to try to find the position of Shazam as PKL's managed to make his way towards lobby. Shazam's been spotted out. And this means the bomb's been lost. And Twist, nothing he can do.
Yeah, nothing at all. Luminosity 12 now. Misfits. Oh, the buy is not going to be really a thing, is it? Just some pistols, probably.
Maybe body armor as well as pistol and Sick and relics and
Sick
Twist.
and relics, but yeah.
No, just pistols. They want to try and invest in the next one.
Bit of armor.
Twist
has gone for head armor.
Oh, the Eagles have come out.
Smokes. There's 4 smokes. So what are they going to do here with this? Misfits must have something in mind.
Outers. Flashbangs will be more useful towards the A site. Smokes for outers, because it just completely covers everything. Luminosity have no way of reading how many members sneak out towards Secret with his blanket of smokes, and Sean just holding his smoke grenade to make sure they get a bomb down at unders. So they're just going to charge straight onto the B site, get the bomb down, and just add money to the bank. So this is a good investment. PKL needs to be really cautious because he is under so much threat right now.
And he's only got an M4A1S as well, not an A4, so doesn't have that sort of spray down potential. Yes, you can do it with the A1S, but
and he sneaked out.
It's much more difficult. And there you go. That's what you need for Misfits. They also find another kill onto Destiny, and all of a sudden, again, it's looking like Luminosity may be potentially dropping another anti-eco.
Sounds about standard in this game. Right. This is what we're very accustomed to in Australian Counter-Strike. So anti-eco is dropping all the time. Not a surprise. Good grenade though. But Sick still waiting in decontamination room. He's just creating so much of a threat. And they're just buying up time right now. None of the members of Luminosity are making a move. And they're just waiting for too long. Sean finally picked off, but they know that decontamination room is a threat. Smoke goes on towards the bomb site. Yell loses his life as well as the AWP. And Showtime, will he be able to suss it out in the middle? No, he won't be able to. And Sick will be able to pick up a 2-4. No, Shazam will take it off him. Misfits out of nowhere, get another one. And Luminosity is just a very poor counterplay towards... Once again, they need to take the anti-ecos. They're not difficult.
Yeah.
Especially on the CT side. I know this is really critical, but that's 2 anti-ecos they drop now. And every single anti-eco they drop, it forces them into a double eco. Misfits kind of go, hey, this is going to favor us completely fine. We can drop 1 round and win 3. Numerically, that's going to add up for a win for Misfits.
Yeah, definitely. But Luminosity, like, how many of these rounds? It's just... it's just like... I just want to... I don't know. It just makes me mad. Not mad, but like...
You haven't covered it off Australian Counter-Strike recently, I think, Jordan.
Maybe not. Maybe not. I'm not used to it.
This is very standard stuff. Oh, yeah. You know, the CT is going to drop another anti-eco. But they just need to communicate. That was just a good, you know, wall of smokes by Misfits. PKL did the correct thing to back off, but he was just being surrounded from all sides. There was no backup coming through back event. There was no other additional members moving around. No one from Megaton tried to support him. He just got surrounded, and afterwards, easy as that, PKL has lost his life early on trying to get towards Outers. I believe it was Twist on top of Silo, just easily shutting him down. Now they're all mobilizing their forces, ready for the attack on Outers. What a picturesque scenery. It's beautiful. It is picturesque.
Yeah, nuclear power plant. Beautiful.
There's a river. There's birds chirping in the background. There's smokes popping off everywhere, which may not be friendly for the environment, but that's all right.
There's some trees in the back there. Can't complain about that.
The trees will clean up the smokes, you know. Twist has managed to make his way towards heaven and is slowly crawling up to get this information. And SHZ is spotted out with the MP9. Now they're coming to attack the A site. Showtime can only pick off 1 before he's traded out as well. And Destiny making his way towards lobby, dealing it out with Relics, but Relics is still quite healthy. Yelp making a lot of noise coming up the ladder. Does kind of get stuck. Destiny getting one more kill, but his position is known. And, well, his life should be forfeit after this unless he gets something amazing. And Six says, no, you're not going to do anything amazing. Shazam retrieves the AWP. Luminosity on another eco. Misfits looking to draw it a piece. I mean, we thought it was 11-5 start. Luminosity, easy cleanup. But with the 2 lost anti-ecos, it has really been a different story. And suddenly Misfits kind of go, hey, we're in this.
Yep.
Don't count us out yet.
Misfits starting to make a bit of a run towards the end, which is what we saw from Luminosity on Cobblestone as well, mirroring things, though Luminosity had to come back to 13-13. Misfits now trying to equalize it at 12 apiece, and they are headed in that direction. I mean, this one definitely should be going the way of Misfits, though. I've said that a lot of times tonight, and it's gone the way of the team that I said it shouldn't go to. So, look, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves.
Let's not count our chickens before they hatch.
Yeah, exactly.
It's still early days, and well, another heated match. Luminosity with pistols. Destiny is already down towards 20 HP, sitting in a Molotov for a little bit too long, and is going to be a little bit roasted for it. As well, Misfits just trying to suss out where they're going to attack. And you can see they're slowly coming towards ramp room. There is a stack of counter terrorists at ramps, though, so Relics does need to be cautious. If the bomb makes its way out and gets lost again, it could spell disaster.
Oh. Would be bad. Would be bad. Shazam just watching the lobby at the moment. Not really a huge amount happening here for Misfits. They're just waiting to see if maybe someone from Luminosity is going to push into them, given that Luminosity is on the eco. It's not hugely unlikely, but here we go. The push onto ramp room. Destiny does take that kill. Showtime going to continue the push, actually running straight up into radio. Pickle's in an excellent spot here. He might get 2. Only does manage to get 1 of those. Yell, in the meanwhile, does find 1 from up on the rafters. And all of a sudden, it's 2 versus 1 in the favor of the CTs. The team which is on the eco. Is it going to happen one more time?
Well,
Twist. Do I have to start singing?
Well, Twist does have a Molotov, so he can Molotov of Hut, probably smoke off just a little bit beyond to the left side of him, and to make sure he can get the bomb plant down. But there's a flashbang, there's the smokes coming through. Twist has to plant the bomb now. He has no time left to contest, and he has to pull out the gun. He has 1 kill, and Showtime knows he doesn't have to do anything.
Well, Luminosity win the round, albeit unconvincingly, but it was an eco round.
13-10.
How many? I honestly, how many have they actually lost?
3 anti. I think there've been 3 anti-eco rounds. Each team, probably about 5 now. 5 apiece. 2 on their own halves. I mean, we saw. I believe Misfits did pick up the first, or Luminosity picked up the first pistol, and the Misfits just won with the anti-eco, and then Misfits won 1 more. Then Luminosity won the anti-eco, and then I think there was 2 more in that half, 1 for each side. And then now this time around, 2 for each side, maybe 4 or 5 anti-ecos. And
it's been messy. I think we'll just leave it at that.
Yeah. If it was any more ecos, you'd have an eco spaghetti.
Eco spaghetti, huh?
Eco spaghetti.
Is that like alphabet spaghetti?
I miss the ABC spaghettis. The alphabet soups. I think they were. I was talking about this with Constance the other day. You don't really have the alphabet soups anymore if you think about it.
Yeah.
You don't.
Well, I don't.
I can have alphabet ecos.
Alphabet ecos.
Alphabet ecos. This is the team that loses the A eco and the B eco. Well, Misfits do have enough to buy up in this one, but they have to force, and he may just be executing towards the A side. They're straight down to the A side. SHZ is trying to stay alive towards that T-fan. He is dealing out with Sick, and that is messy, messy stuff. But Showtime with a double A4 kill for himself. Twist transfers well on towards PKL, but the numbers advantage from Luminosity means they can finally shut down a round. It was because it wasn't an anti-eco maybe. Misfits, they will be forced purchasing now, so this is a dangerous round.
It is just chaos here right now on Nuke. Like, I feel kind of bad for our observer because you'll sort of see 1 kill going across and then like 3 or 4 other kills are just going to be like bam, 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 bam. And so it must be difficult catching them all because it's hard for me to even sort of keep track of like who's where and what's going on in each part of the map when there's just so much going on at one point in time. So tactical pause coming out here, I guess from Luminosity again.
Could be Misfits.
Could be Misfits. It would make more sense to be Misfits right now.
But Luminosity have done this before in the past. I mean, we saw on the T side, calling a pause at 7-5, and they were able to close out 10-5. Should be able to close this one out a lot easier if they didn't drop many anti-ecos. But they're at the situation where Misfits have to force up in this one, and there are a lot of guns in the favor of Luminosity. So they should be able to take out the victory. But as you're saying, don't count your chickens before they hatch because You just have a sneaky suspicion that the Tech-9s and Deagles will do more damage than Luminosity can hold off.
A fast play on towards the A site. We've seen it before from Misfits on those eco/force buy rounds. That could work. I see an AK on the back of at least one of them.
I saw about 2 or 3K in some of their members, so they would have forced off for this one. They absolutely have had to. No idle zone. Well, T's are idling there. Tow them away.
Tow them away indeed.
Well, they're charging out, so they're not going to be ticketed, but only a single AK and twist. 4 Tech-9s, a decent amount of smoke grenades and flashbangs to work with. They are coming out towards outers with those smoke grenades. No, actually, only 2 coming out towards
I
outers.
like that a bit better from Luminosity, though. They at least seem prepared for a fast A push. You could see early utilities being used. Early, we got Molotovs and that kind of thing. That was a close shot from Yell, but not close enough. It is going to allow Misfits to get into the underpass, or into sneak. Sorry. Whatever.
It's a secret, but
PKL. Let's just get by that. That's not worked out
This
too
is
well
much
for me
better.
at all. But that has. PKL, Pickle, whatever you want to call him. God, I'm not going well with my names tonight. But good round for Luminosity. And that's the important thing, right? That's really the first good anti-eco, I think, that we've seen probably on Nuke. Pickle does go down. Relics, though, I mean, 1 versus 4, even though he's got an AK here. It's such a tough ask.
He could do damage still, though, if Luminosity Gaming... Well, I was going to say, if Luminosity Gaming don't give enough respect, Relics will take them all down on one-on-one aim deals, but Showtime locking down the angle means that Misfits, well, they don't have much money to work with, and Luminosity on match point. PKL now sitting on 26 kills. Yell having a very quiet game with the AWP so far, but, I mean, he was doing very well on Overpass, so maybe he can sit back and let his team do the majority of the work. Otherwise, on the side of the T's, I mean, Sean had such a great round of the CT, or such a great CT half, has not translated towards a good T half. And Misfits, well, they're onto the pump now, looking to attack Ramp Room after this smoke fades, and Destiny is going to be charged down. Needs to be cautious.
He's on his own as well, doesn't have any backup over towards that Ramp Room. Where's Yell? I think he might be able to rotate across pretty quickly.
He is sitting, I believe, Heaven or Catwalk with the AWP.
Right, so he would actually need to go down the ladder. So maybe not.
Potentially at Lockers or towards Heaven.
Well, that's what I thought. I thought maybe he was at Lockers, but perhaps not.
Oh, he's rotated now towards Ramp, so he can take that position. Oh, Squeaky's going to be blown open. They may decide to charge out, but SH said he's going to play patiently. He knows he's got teammates to work with. There's a Molotov, but it's gone too far, and this means that he's just able to stay alive, and Sean does not check that line. Showtime on the side, staying alive, and it means that they can set up a crossfire. This may just be it, because they're just getting mowed down. All up to Twist now. 1 and 4, stuck behind Mini Smoke, and... oh, he is just waiting, but I think his fate is assured. It's going to be death from multiple angles. Luminosity just moving some of their players around just to make sure that he can't be coming from anywhere. He does manage to take off PKL. Tag down towards 25 HP. Gets another kill to Destiny, but it's not enough. And Luminosity, I mean, is looking hairy for them for a couple of rounds. But they do take the victory 16-10 and proving us wrong in terms of our prediction.
Yep.
I mean, we thought it was going to be close.
It was close. It was close, but 16-10 even more convincing actually on Nuke than it was on Cobble there for Luminosity. But to get that 2-0, we thought if anyone was going to get a 2-0, however unlikely it was going to be tonight, we thought it was going to be Misfits. But Luminosity picking it up 2-0, really, really good night for them. They're going to be sitting themselves now at 5-5 as opposed to 3-5, what they came into this week looking like. So, look, you can't be complaining about that at all for Luminosity.
Yeah, and tied with Misfits as well, who are sitting at 5-5 as well. So, and a lot of people, like we were saying earlier on, though, Luminosity were versing the stronger teams this half, you know, facing off against Immortals, SK Gaming, whereas Misfits facing off against other middle of the team packs now, versing another middle of the pack team, showing themselves just to be wanting for more. They were finding themselves a little bit cold, though, as that was a very close map of Cobble in the mainstream. Winter Fox looking a little bit better.
Perhaps. I guess we'll have to go have a look back at that. But, yeah, good to see, I guess, Winter Fox trying to challenge Immortals there, not quite having enough. So, overall, the Brazilian teams all getting 2-0s tonight. So I'm sure there'll be a lot of Brazilian fans having a good one tonight. But, of course, things looking pretty good there for Team Liquid as well. They picked up a very convincing 16-3 on Nuke. 16-11, not quite as convincing, but still a fairly comfortable victory for them. So across the board, 2-0s for all the matchups.
Yep, and, well, the only one we didn't predict was Luminosity versus Misfits.
Yeah.
I called a 1-1. I think you called a 2-0 towards Misfits.
I sort of said I thought it would be a 1-1. If there was going to be a 2-0, it would be Misfits. So I guess I'm wrong on that prediction, clearly.
To be fair, though, Misfits, when they came in towards this week in matches, they showed themselves to be strong. They had the core 3 firing today. they just went a little bit missing. Shazam, very, very cold. Only Sean putting up a fight on Nuke, and even on the T side just wasn't enough.
Yeah.
So that was, I think, predominantly a reason why they just didn't step it up today. That's unfortunate, but they can always come back next week or on towards their next match and see how they can strike back.
Yeah, speaking of next matches, let's have a look and see what is coming up in our final day of Pro League this week. It is, of course, tomorrow, and on our stream, Rush and Selfless, and then Liquid and Renegades. I think it's going to be a tough one there for Renegades. Might not be fun for us casting that as Australians, but
Renegades are back in a winning streak. We saw JKS going absolutely huge last week, you know, dropping, I think it was 107 damage average over 2 games. His rating was near 2. And if he continues that good form against Liquid, who just may be coming a little bit cold, you never know. Only a couple of issues that I see in terms of Renegades lineup is Yam, and hopefully he's got a week to iron out. They did take a victory in ECS today against, I think, B's Money Crew 2-0, so that's just a little bit more confidence. Maybe they're starting to get the mojo back, looking to step it up.
Over on the other side of things there as well, Luminosity against Complexity to start off on the mainstream, then Misfits and Cloud9, and for Misfits to come off a loss here today, 2-0 against Luminosity, and then have to go up against Cloud9, that's not going to be a particularly fun sort of a prospect for them. That's a difficult match, I feel.
Yeah, and fairly sure Cloud9 should take that 2-0. Luminosity and Complexity. Luminosity now going to be breathing a sigh of relief with that 2-0 over Misfits. Looking to take it 2-0 over Complexity as well to secure, I guess, their advance up the leaderboards.
Yeah, the leaderboard, it's going to be shaking itself up a little bit after this week, I think. I mean, obviously, Luminosity there, they're going to be jumping up a few places. We'll see how some of those games go tomorrow. We saw the 2-0 coming out from Liquid as well. Now, they're up towards the top, but that's just going to be securing themselves a little bit higher. I think maybe they will even actually be up equal with SK now. I think at 9 wins and 1 loss apiece. Or, no, actually, SK hasn't lost yet, I think. So maybe 10 wins for SK and 9 wins, 1 loss for Liquid, but definitely really securing themselves up towards the top there, which is what they'd really be wanting.
Yeah, and I just can't wait to see, I guess, the matches between Team Liquid, Cloud9, as well as SK Gaming to see who's really the top of NA. You know, last season it was Cloud9. I think SK Gaming, if they have anything to say, they want to come up top.
There were a few issues last season, you know, some roster changes and that kind of thing there for SK, but definitely think they're going to be up towards the top this season, though we're going to have to find out at a later date, because for now, that is going to be the end of our broadcast. We have had a wonderful time showing you all these games today. Be back tomorrow at the exact same time, but until then, I'm going to have to wish you a very good night.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL 1 Code! 2 headshots in a row, and Phoenix about to bring it back now, all on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse, and Nico, oh no, Phoenix! Has to keep Virtus Pro alive, Taco once closer, AW getting done! He's looking for him, he's gonna get a hit by headshot again! Oh my god!
welcome everybody to another night of ESL Pro League. We continue tonight with a couple big matches as the season reaches about its halfway point. I am joined by two of my closest and most loyal friends, Sponge and Henry.
Most loyal is accurate.
Let's get this out of the way. There's a bit of tension on the desk this evening. We had a very intense battle on Worms earlier.
Yep.
Henry and I are going to apologize right now for ganging up against you, Jason. We're very sorry.
It's all right. Just don't let it happen again, I guess is where we could leave that one.
So we're all fine.
Henry, are you sorry as well?
For the sake of this desk, I'm going to say I'm sorry. Yeah, it's fine. There you go. I'm sorry, Jason.
Well, before we get into the matches, we'll see what everyone's playing for. Bring up the standings in both of the divisions. This is going to be the North American standings, and still everything is pretty clear cut.
The top four looks as it should.
And the bottom four.
Renegades are not in the bottom four anymore, so that's all good. Yeah,
exactly.
Right.
So that's
flying high. They're riding a wave.
The Brits coming in last.
God, the bottom half of that division is just ugly, isn't it? All right, now we have the EU standings looking a little bit better, but still, I mean, some crazy stuff. NIP, G2 Esports down at the bottom. I don't think anyone expected that heading into the season.
Yeah, this is certainly a little bit strange. Like you said, we're at the halfway point now as well, so things should be starting to stabilize at this kind of era of the league, I guess. But NIP, they managed to pick up a win yesterday, so that's okay. But G2, this is going from bad to worse for them, isn't it? This is like the chance to get practice in and start playing against the top teams, and they haven't really turned up to this league whatsoever. They're now sat at the bottom.
Yeah, those two perhaps fighting to avoid relegation while there's going to be a lot of ties. I mean, a lot of teams at 4 and 5 wins, so plenty of time still for some shuffling of these kind of standings. And this is what we're going to have for you tonight. On the main stream, we're going to have Na'Vi versus Fnatic to start us off. Second match of the evening is going to be Envy versus North. Over on the second stream, it's going to be Astralis versus Heroic, and then LDLC versus Mousesports. A Mousesports team that's in first place. That's crazy.
Yeah, no one really saw that coming, albeit they had Nico to begin the season with, but they're still doing very good, even though he's left now. They beat North 2-0 last week as well, so that's actually quite impressive.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff, so we'll keep our eye on those matches, and we'll check in with that later, and we're also going to check in real quick with Mitch.
Yes, thank you very much, Moses, and welcome back to my little corner here, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to once again remind you guys to keep an eye on what's going on our social media portals. It's facebook.com/ESLCS and at Twitter at ESLCS. Now, yesterday we saw the announcement of the next major hosted by PGL in Krakow, Poland from the 16th to the 23rd of July. A big congrats, of course, to PGL, and we look forward to seeing what comes of the event. Now, let's dive into something a little bit different. Starrix, the longtime coach of Na'Vi, has stepped down from the team. A player with a long history, playing back in 1.6 with the now legendary Na'Vi, their team with names such as Markelov, Senya, Zeus, Edward, dominant in the early 2010s. Starrix has mentioned that he's thinking of picking up the AK himself again, and we wish him all the best of luck in the future. We've had tons of submissions, of course, for our community plays so far, but please continue sending them in. We're enjoying going through them and enjoying some of your big moments. The details for submission are on the Pro League website. But let's have a look at what you sent us this week.
A lot of talent in those community plays. Some future pros perhaps coming up. Yeah, we saw that pistol run on Cash was pretty nice.
Yeah, you need some more NA players.
Yeah, no NA players. Oh, well. Canals, boys, there was an update last night. New map, Henry, I know you were tuned into streams
I was
very late
watching
last
some
night.
very
Watching
professional
Canal.
streams, actually, yeah. Some interesting plays are going down there. I got to see Joe Miller play the map. So
Really?
Yeah. So
How
that
was he
impressive.
doing?
He was actually really good. Like,
Now, Lauren, I believe, was broadcasting that, or was she playing as well?
she was playing as well, but I was more interested in Joe Miller at the time.
All right,
Like,
let's be serious. Before we start joking around too much, this map is not going to be competitive. It's trash.
Okay, that's not being constructive,
Well,
Chad. So why do you think it's trash?
Okay, so if this goes into the competitive map pool, it's absolutely ridiculous. It promotes 1v1s. There's too many close corridors. There's too many corridors. It doesn't make any sense.
So not a fan.
Not a fan at all.
I would agree. From what I saw, it looks like it's the kind of mess when they first recreated Cobble to CSGO. They made it way too complicated and all the halls and stuff like that need a lot of adjustment.
Turn down like drop zone.
Look at this overview right now.
It's not a CS map. That layout does not suggest to me that's a Counter-Strike map.
You can make it from T-spawn to the A bomb site in I think less than 10 seconds.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
I haven't played it myself, but from what I saw yesterday, it looked like a complete mess.
It looks pretty.
I haven't played it yet, but it seems like there's a lot of different avenues
we've-
that you would have to cover as CT.
We've got Rushley here. Check this A bomb site out, right? See all those walls, and there's glass windows on either side. They're all spammable, right?
Yeah.
And the bomb site is so tiny. No matter wherever you plant the bomb, you can be found out, you can be spammed out. It's pretty ridiculous. If you fly over to the B bomb site, this gets even stupider.
Okay.
Take us there, Rush, baby. That's what I like to see.
So see these windows at the B bomb site. You can break them out, and if you're a CT and you hear the bomb getting planted by the Ts, you just throw a Molotov in, and it will get the whole bomb site.
That's unreal.
Gabe, please.
I don't think Gabe made this map specifically.
Doesn't matter. It's his company.
Okay.
Okay. Well,
let's move along to happier things.
Go on.
Navi.
Is that a question?
Yeah, we just saw StarX now has stepped down as coach.
I'm not sure that's a happy thing. That's kind of a bad thing for them overall. I got to interview him recently with Drop the Bomb stuff, right? And it was just about the time the Valve changed. Sorry?
Shameless.
I'm just giving you context.
All right.
Where can you find information about
Shut
Drop the Bomb?
So we were doing this we interviewed him about the time. We've interviewed all the coaches about the time when it was actually the Valve rules came in, and we interviewed him about it. And obviously, his frustrations with that. He wanted to have a very hands-on approach and kind of be the in-game leader for the team. And just as Valve made that call, that's when Zeus was removed as well. I feel like he just felt like he has nothing left to offer this team. Like he's tried everything he can. They've had one big success from New York, obviously, but I feel like he's so stifled right now when he can't really call for them at all. Just that 4 times a game, it's not really enough for him.
This is probably the biggest casualty we have of that coaching. Well, even the manager said, a couple months into this project, after they brought in StarX and after they started tooling this team for him to be the in-game leader, Zeus was removed to bring in more talent, and then that comes down. That was just kind of like, well, everything we have geared up for over the past 3, 4, 5 months is now gone to waste. Chad, what's left for these guys? I mean, we know they have some serious issues with in-game leadership. We know there's some serious issues in terms of organization and team structure. Now, all of a sudden, losing StarX. Is there any hope still?
I think so. They're still in a teething period. They're still finding themselves. The StarX thing, as we just touched on, being taken away from them is a big blow. Caesar's had to adjust to that in-game leader role. It's slow and steady. It's not an overnight process. The thing which I think is interesting is they have their analyst, Andy, who is now the coach as well. So I would say he was doing the bulk of the work, actually doing the counter-strats and stuff, and StarX was basically just using his knowledge of the game over the years to be the in-game leader. It might be a good thing to have a new take, because I'm sure that Andy would have been coming up with different ideas, but not actually the one setting the plays. Now with him as the coach, they'll have a new take on it, and he might have a different view, which could be positive. So this is that teething period.
One last thing before we get away from the theoretical stuff is one thing I've noticed with Navi and C's perhaps is trying to be an in-game leader is T-sides have shown some improvement. I feel like it's the CT side where they most lack some leadership. They do seem a little bit confused on rotations at times. And is that a situation where in-game leaders, it's just commonly associated with strat calling, so obviously the T-side is obviously a big focus of that.
Yeah.
But are they getting lost in the fact that you also have to kind of lead the team and call tactics on the CT side as well?
It's a difficult question to answer in that respect. In-game leaders obviously do have influence on the CT rounds, and obviously calling for rotations what they see. But the difference is, when you're on the T side, right, you've got an objective that you're working towards. There's normally a default going in. You have an idea of what you're doing. You have different setups on the CT side you can bring to each round. But in terms of mid-round calls and situations like that, it's a lot down to the team itself and knowing how to adjust when something goes wrong. Like when a certain situation dies, if a teammate goes down the other side of the map, what your role is and what you should be doing. It shouldn't down to the in-game leader to say, okay, you need to do this right now. You can't delegate every single second of the round, right? It's very difficult to do. So I don't think that's a massive deal, really. It should be just down to the team kind of synergizing properly and actually working out how
This
they're
comes
gonna work.
down to the theoretical Counter-Strike, the prepping for situations. If this happens, this is your natural response. Then you have like options 1, 2, 3, you know, depending on what's available.
Right.
So that's where they need to address that outside of the server. Sit down, get some nice chairs, have a talk, and work those decisions out before actually getting in-game.
Gotcha. All right, well, their opponents as well that they're facing up with on Train, we just saw them yesterday having a very good job on this map specifically, is Fnatic. They took down Virtus Pro, what was it, 16-2 yesterday on Train?
It's such an up and down team though, isn't it? Like that's like you go to the next map as well, they got absolutely thumped like 16-5 by the same team. But they did look very good on Train, to be fair, especially JW. Like we saw him returning to form. We've been saying that a lot recently. In Vegas, he was looking very good. Katowice as well. He seems to be finding his form once again with the AWP, and Train is one of his stellar maps with that weapon. He's very good at opening those situations up towards the outside bomb site, rotating on the CT side all over the place, and he was really scary to watch yesterday.
I think both of these teams that we have tonight are very similar in their approach. They're both still on having teething issues on their T sides, right? And you've seen that for Fnatic throughout, that loss, that crumble against Immortals in Poland, where they had a massive CT side and then couldn't close out on the T side. We saw their T side was pretty bad last night against Virtus Pro in the second map. So that's what they need to work on, and I think for them to do that, another teething issue, you know, it's going to take time because they're slowly changing the way that they play. I think they should start their style out very loose and then go into the structured play because it's going to catch teams off guard. The loose style, I think, is what, you know, if they get the ball rolling, it's the kind of thing where you go, well, just keep doing what you're doing. If they don't, then you can go back to the set executes, or if you want to start with the set executes and then go into the freedom, then that's cool, but you need to make sure your players are confident in mixing it up.
I know you mentioned yesterday you've never gotten off that Fnatic hype train. Henry, are you still on the hype train?
I'm not convinced as of yet. I still know there's a lot of potential going forward, and I do believe they will be a top team once again. I just don't think it'll be for the next like 5 months or so like that. Like it's going to take a lot of time right now.
That's a hot minute.
I feel like we're in a period of time right now, you know, there's like maybe 8 to 10 teams who are all super competitive at the top. We obviously have the clear-cut top 3, SK, Virtus Pro and Astralis at the moment, but there's like other teams who have uncapped potential who haven't reached that yet. And that'll make this the next major very exciting.
Yeah, that is going to be exciting stuff. As Mitch mentioned earlier, it's going to be in Krakow. That's going to be awesome for those Polish fans. Train, though, we saw Fnatic on this map yesterday. We saw them switch in. I mean, we only really saw one half out of them.
Yeah, that was the problem, though, wasn't it? Because they start on the CT side, right, and they get like 13 rounds. It's very good. In terms of the CT side and the way you should be playing it, that was a perfect game from them. Like they had a nice mixture of controlled aggression towards like the IV pushing inside and stuff like that, changing the opening position. That was great. But like you said, we didn't see the T side, which is where they've had problems before, and that's why I think they're going to start crumbling. If they start on the T side here against a team like Na'Vi, who are very good on Train as well, I'm not so sure we'll see the same sort of game out of them. But that looked great yesterday. To be fair, CT side was perfect.
Yeah, I guess to build on what Henry's saying, I think both these teams play a very similar CT side defense. They normally have a player around connector, one bomb train, one around the green train, and one Ivy. And it's almost like they're in a line a lot of the time. Both teams do that, and then they do have the controlled aggression, what Henry's talking about. The key difference for me is the way that these teams play inside. They mix it up. Na'Vi mix it up between Flamey and Seized. I think it's spawn-based or utility-based. And Flush is normally the inside player for Fnatic, and he likes to play more of the retake style, which we did see last night. So I think the inside battle will be interesting. And then flipping over to the T side, if you're Fnatic right now and you do your homework, if you have some Ivy aggression with a few players and you find no one there or Seized holding passively, you know that the rest of them are all above Pop Dog. That's basically the go with Na'Vi.
I think one of the interesting aspects we might see in this map is going to be the ops. Obviously, there's Simple and Guardian. There's JW, and we saw Olaf picking it up yesterday. Fnatic wanted that double off setup. Yep. Is this like a situation, because JW is not like your typical opper. He's not like that classic style opping like Guardian is perhaps. So how is this op battle going to progress?
It's certainly going to be an aggressive one. I think Guardian's going to be aware that JW, what he's up to, they've played against each other for years now. JW, the whole kind of headline of his playstyle is that he throws the rulebook of Counter-Strike away, right? He does the things that are unexpected almost every single round. You don't know really what he's going to present to you, and he's willing to like push through smokes and flashbangs and be in situations that should be unfavorable, but he's so good that he can pull them off. That's what's explosive about his style. Guardian, on the other hand, like you said, more traditional style AWPer, can do the flashy stuff and very good at the flick shots and the close range AWP work as well. But a map like Train, he's got to like set roles he actually uses. Like he'd be towards Ivy on top of green, or towards connector or inside, and he's normally just quite good at hitting the shots that really count.
Do either of you feel like, I kind of feel like Simple is like faded a little bit in this team. This is not the same Simple that we thought we were going to see when he joined this lineup. Is that shared by either of you guys?
He's been tamed a little bit, right? He has to actually play a role now. Before he was the superstar, he could do whatever he wanted. He's like, no, drop me a deagle. No, I'm going here. I'm doing this. And he could find the frags, right? Now he has to play a role, and it's a bit harder to be a star when you have to play a role, right? Because you have responsibilities every round. You can't just do whatever you want.
But at the same time, though, that's the way it has to be. You can't rely on someone being a loose cannon and just saying, I'm just going to do this every round. There's no consistency there. You go into every single game with him having his own ideas and playing everything on spawn. Like, yeah, sure, it might work like 60% of the time, and then you get to like a semi-final or quarter-final, it's not working out, a team shut it down. I just don't see what's the game plan going forward from that one. He's having an off game. You can't just rely a whole team on him playing that kind of...
Can we draw any parallels to Nico's situations when he was in Mousesports and not able to kind of be that best player in the world that we saw for a certain part of last year, and then now that he's in FaZe, it's like, oh my god, this is the Nico we've been missing for like 4 months. Is there anything there where like FaZe seems to have that system, but he has a lot of freedom, Nico has a lot of freedom within that system? Is there something there that Navi can do to kind of emulate that kind of, like, yeah, have a system, he needs to play a role, but it's simple, you know, let him make the plays when he's feeling it.
Personally, I thought that Nico was playing a role very well when we saw FaZe play, right? He was doing jobs that he was meant to do. He's not just, you know, doing whatever he wanted. I get what you're saying with the freedom and stuff. I think that they should be in a similar situation. We just haven't seen. I think Simple is just better when he's free. I'm not saying that he should be free.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that's when you get the best.
I agree.
That's when you get the best Simple, right? When he can do those crazy plays. And when I guess when he's been in lesser teams in the past, he's thought, hey, I actually have to do it all myself. So when you have that mentality, you're a little bit more selfish in the way you address the game, and you can find more frags.
Let's remember as well, just to go back to that Nico point, is from Katowice, he'd only been in that team for 3 days before that event. So there's difficult to kind of draw lines in the sand and say, okay, this is what they're going to do from now on. They're going to actually, they might get worse, believe it or not. They actually might try and lock him down and try and regulate him too much, right? And have the same problem with Simple.
Yeah.
Right, it looked amazing in Katowice because, okay, what positions you play, go do what you want, and like they've relied very much on raw individual skill. In that event, Rain was amazing, and Nico was playing some of the best CS of his career as well. So you can do very well at events when that's happening.
How Chad, if you're an in-game leader, I know you've talked both days about Fnatic's inner defense and how, I mean, usually as we had the conversation in the match of how gutsy it is to be playing retake on that inner bomb site. If you're an in-game leader, how, if you see this looking ahead at a match, how are you countering it? How are you exploiting the fact that they want to play that retake, that Flush is going to be on that train? He's not necessarily going to always be holding aggressively in the site.
You can use less utility to take the site, and then more utility to hold off the rotations, right? So you know there's going to be so many players coming from CT and connector. Once you have that bomb site with maybe one smoke and a few simple flashes, use your Molotovs and your other smokes to delay for as long as possible and make that retake super difficult. If you're doing a inside attack that requires, you know, like 4 Molotovs, 3 smokes, 6 flashes, you've used all your utility. Flush is like, well, thanks for that. I'm sitting back here in the yard and I'll just pick you off, you know, when everything dissipates, and we'll retake as a team. So you have to make sure that you can hold on to that utility and use it later.
But what I think makes a really good inside solo player, though, is being able to mix it up. I think Taz is one of the greatest examples of how to play that position by yourself. Sure, like if you think, oh, we know Taz plays inside by himself almost every single round, right? But he changes it up so many times. He'll be dropping smokes at the top of the lower ramp, going for the first pick and scaring you to think he's going to be doing that continuously, throwing the same smoke over and over again, which costs you utility at the start of the round regardless. Very difficult to make a decision against a player like him to say, let's not use any nades, let's not do anything, let's walk in and try and kill him, because as soon as you do that, he might be doing something completely different. So you have to be very wary. It's difficult to come into a game plan and say, oh, this is exactly what he does. The best players will be changing things up every single time.
Well, I mean, this is now... How does Fnatic get away with this though? Like on the inner bomb site, like is this what drives them to just say we'll play this kind of same style at that inner site? Because that is very intriguing to me. Because when you have to retake, we've all been there having to retake the inner bomb site when you're, especially if you're giving it up frequently in a 5-on-5 and a 4-on-4. How do they have so much success doing it?
So when you're the solo inside player and you're doing what Flush is doing, when you tell your players where you are, when they rotate in, they know what you're not covering, right? So let's say you're on the oil train and you're covering the oil lane and high ramp. Your teammates know when they swing in that they could have pushed up close pop, they could have pushed up the middle train or whatever. They know what to look for.
Right.
And then you can systematically push back. If you just run in and they've basically killed Flusher, they've swarmed everywhere, you have no information, you don't know where to look, right? So you're running in, having to check every single angle, and that's why it's usually a nightmare when you retake that inner bomb site. If you have a little bit of information and you have a, I guess, predetermined position, say you're the first respondent, you're there first, you should try and get as close as you can to Flusher and cover maybe the middle lane of trains, right, on the left-hand side of the bomb train, so that you can trade Flusher, and then the next person can come in, slot in, and then you can all just push up in a wave like that.
Do we feel this match is going to be a defensive battle between these two teams?
I think so. I think this is exactly what
it's
going to be.
Heavy CT sides?
Yeah, I think so. I think Fnatic are going to need that from what we've seen on their T side so far.
Fnatic definitely need that. You know, it doesn't look like they have a lot of innovation on their T sides. We didn't get to see it, but T sides across the board in general of what we've seen from their play recently.
Well, can you extrapolate what we saw in Mirage? Perhaps how that didn't work out very well in their favor because they got stomped on Mirage?
Yeah, the only thing that worked for them was those double orbs, right?
And they had double orb on the T side.
Yeah.
We kind of built that up in the pregame. We're saying as soon as things started going wrong, they'll go to the contact plays towards A, and they'll just try and walk into the bomb site. And to be fair, they've got an amazing amount of talent within that team, right? That's going to work for them every now and then, but you could see how they were struggling. The set pieces, the defaults, nothing really going in their favor. As soon as they try to slow things down and go for a set execution, that's when Virtus is pushing down to a lower ramp and stuff like that. They were just having a really rough ride there. Nothing was really working for them, and you could see their T side is lacking depth. I would say they didn't really bring any fakes to the table. I can't remember one single fake they tried to do at all. It was default, try and get pincer towards A or B, and then set piece. It didn't really have much to going for them, in my opinion.
Let's shift gears quite a bit here because we do have some time. There is a player not connected yet, but let's talk about the other matchup we have going on. That's going to be on the secondary stream, the one we're not going to be covering. That's going to be Astralis versus Heroic. So another Danish matchup that we have going on. So we saw them yesterday against North go 1-1.
Yeah.
So now this is kind of like the battle of setting that tier in the Danish region of the teams. This is going to be Nuke again.
Yeah, and as I said yesterday, Jason.
Yes, let's.
He's got something.
Here we. Did you not hear this yesterday?
No.
It's a stunner.
Okay.
Well, if Astralis beat Heroic on Nuke, they're the best Danish team on Nuke.
Astralis beat
Heroic.
That's not how you phrased it yesterday.
Okay.
Look, Jason, yesterday was a long time ago.
It's a new day.
But in terms of the hierarchy of the Danish teams, we know Astralis is #1, North is clearly #2, and then Heroic is #3. That's how it is. So these online matchups are not the same as when we're seeing them at the events in the high-pressure situations on LAN, playing for lots of money right now. You know, they're still in that qualification process. You're doing best of twos. You can put in so much prep work if you want for your opponent's map. You know, like, I guess, a couple of days in advance at least. And it's easier to kind of exploit in that scenario, right? The video's not done. Like right now, it's done, a little bit early, so they have that extra time.
Yeah, I mean, this is now Heroic showed a good Nuke against Virtus Pro. It kind of beats
They really did.
Yeah, so is that going to continue?
That was an amazing tournament overall for them. I don't think anyone expected them to actually make it to the semi-finals and win their group. That was nuts. Still a very good team. They're looking great. The addition of another Nico was looking great, and they actually can give North a run for their money there.
Could always use more Nikos in the scene.
I agree.
Either way, we're going to be sending it over to Uber and Pansy to take us through Na'Vi versus Fnatic.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Na'Vi, Fnatic. Lauren, you've been a busy bee, obviously, last night. Did a bit of casting, did a bit of map analysis as well. But we're going to come back to maybe a bit more of a commonly played map here on Train.
Thank you.
All right. Sleep okay?
Yeah, great night. Canals just really
didn't wake up under like nuggets all over you.
No,
this
time. Not this time. But no, I get to see Train. Get to see the Na'Vi without Starix. He just said he wishes them luck on Twitter. So maybe no hard feelings there. Just moving on with it. But it's weird, isn't it? There's been those rumblings in that CIS region. You kind of look at it like, what's going on with Gambit? Where Starix is now moving across things. there are certain whispers.
And it's
so
been
this
said as
will be
well,
interesting.
Starks could really go wherever he wants. In fact,
Yep.
his English has improved drastically as well over the last year or so. You can really have a conversation with the guy now. So that's by the by here. Of course, this is an interesting map, and I like that we sort of talked a little bit about the difference between these two teams' CT sides and how Fnatic sort of just use Flash or an A and play very much a retake, and 4 players, sorry, on B, sorry, but 4 players on A for Fnatic in a lot of their standard rounds. So an interesting clash of 2 styles on this map.
It is. I don't know. I want to see if Fnatic can become consistent like this, because yesterday I was like, wow, kind of a bit of a dumpstering on this map. We didn't get to see much of it. VP never got off the starting blocks, but this should be different. Na'Vi should be better, but then Na'Vi have had their issues. They are a team waiting for glory, but at the moment having a little bit of a back and forth down by Ivy. You've got Dennis and JW there, so 2 heavy hitters, especially if it's Dennis with a pistol, so they're going to back off from this. But Na'Vi don't give up much for free. They show presence throughout this map, and they make it hard for Fnatic to just retain this 4-1 and feel comfortable with it, I can imagine. Flusher somehow always manages to pull it off, but Olaf this time might not be able to completely dedicate all his time towards A, unlike last game where he was able to sit in that 4-1 perfectly every single time.
Do you think Na'Vi bring the pace to exploit that one player on the B side for Fnatic in a lot of these rounds?
I think Na'Vi's pace, especially on T sides when it's slow and cautious, makes it harder for Fnatic to play their style that's quite pick-based. It's just tough to handle. Now, JW's found Guardian, but that's not the big problem here. It's that already Na'Vi are out, and that's a shot. Flamey finds Flusher, and now that one-man Guardian is down, and Flamey's kicking off here. Edward's going to find one as well, and it's Edward to pick up the slack where their teammates left off, but JW now has to play back into this in a 1v2. He does have a kit, and he does have armor.
He doesn't quite know where Flamey is, though. Flamey was just in between those 2 bomb through the carriages right now. I'll be able to meet him in a moment. But JW needs to consider how he's going to navigate the situation. Seas is backed away. He's in the periphery right now, just waiting to interrupt any defuse. So JW has to go now. A couple more shots finally do connect here. There's a kit on the man, but he needs to go immediately. And he'll need to deal with Seized.
But I don't know if Seized is going to predict he has a kit. I wonder, he's going to have to check it anyway. JW had the shots. He had the angle, but Seized was just that little bit better. So Na'Vi picking up the first. Good stuff. It was pretty close, but they get the bomb down. Everything sorted. Isn't this just a beautiful replay? Technical pause already. Delightful.
Yeah, seems like a brief pause at least as well. And we'll get a chance here as well. We don't have much to say about this game, but Lauren, I mean, would you echo the sentiments of the boys on the desk about the new map? I know we're sort of going off track a bit here. We've only seen
It's
the
trashed
pistol,
here.
so.
Yeah, it's absolutely...
You're actually sounding nicer about it than you were last night. That's quite
it's
something.
I'm more sober now. No, it is absolutely tragic. I think there's no place for it in the competitive pool. So I don't think there should be a problem. I don't think Valve are that naive. There's way better options out there. It should be fine. I think Chad gets a little worried. You know, he's lost his faith. He doesn't believe that maybe Valve always have those smart ideas in the right place. But all is good, all is well for now. If they try and force that in, then tears will be shed. But at the moment, we do see JW going aggressive down by Ivy. Nothing new, but Na'Vi seem aware of this being a possibility now. 3 players to face it as well, and you're not going to get away with that for free. Last time we saw the information play out from JW quite consistently, he'd be pushing up down Ivy. Flusher Jury doesn't push on those brown holes or the B holes. He's fine where he is, but...
Unless there's a player on upper and he can sort of play up close with the UMP.
Yeah, so it's more of a rarity, but JW's been shut down now, so gonna have to keep himself kind of humble. This default that Na'Vi put down, there's still presence over by B, there's players over by Ivy, there's one by kind of main. You can't play it like you did the last game. They've got to switch up that mentality a little bit, pull them back in line.
And what Fnatic want to do early round as a CT side is unseat you, is to pick you apart, is to actually invest a little bit and take some risks in positioning to put the numbers advantage in their favour. So I like that sort of positioning way down Ivy that Na'Vi had. It was a pretty big investment of players, and it still is over towards that part of the map. But Olafmeister's been tagged heavily, and Na'Vi probably should know this. So definitely the weaker link at the moment on the side of Fnatic in terms of HP. Dennis with the deagle needs to make some magic happen. No, Flame's going to shut him down very quickly, and now it's going to be a push. This is where the pace comes into play for Na'Vi. They're going to spring 4 straight on towards that A side, and Crims doesn't stand a chance.
Yeah, this is the different styles clashing, right? This works very well for Na'Vi so far. Very clean round 2, absolutely perfect for them. Flush is going to get none of it. Now, Fnatic, we're going toe-to-toe in these rounds, even when FaZe were looking close at any point. This time, way cleaner for Na'Vi. If they can get this one cleanly, even better. And Fnatic's money, they can't really go for anything at all, really. Maybe Olaf can get a flash, but probably not even going to go for that. They've had very few kills. That's why that first round where I think it was JW getting a couple of them going for himself.
Yeah,
but
3 in that one round,
yeah,
I think.
But beyond that, they've not had much going, so it's time to kind of just sit back and kind of take this round, I guess. Just stack out somewhere. You've gone for 5 players over by 8. No, Flush is back over to B. He's going to hold it down with the USPS all by himself.
It's interesting how Na'Vi just really want to contain Fnatic in the early part of the round. They set up, they hold angles, they wait for Fnatic to come to them, and it's almost as if they know that that's something that Fnatic's going to do. It's what they always do. They can't sit still. It's one of their biggest strengths, and in this case, it may be a weakness. Nice from JW, though, picks up Guardian. The USP does find its mark, and that will slow Na'Vi down a little bit more. One of the teams who definitely culprits in some of those rounds that go far too long, and they run out of time. They're going to need to make a move fairly soon. Flusher wants a challenge. Simple, hardly scathed as he does drop down up, but those peaks are brilliant.
Flusher! Nicely
done. Unfortunately, JW already falling elsewhere. It's a 3v3, now 3v2. Dennis needs to make things happen with the Galil.
How is it gone this close? How is this around there doing this much damage? And Olofmeister now knows where one player is. Edward's the other issue,
Stone
but
cold.
Olaf has nothing to play with here. He's got himself a UMP, no kit, no armor, no utility. So it's time to try and hunt someone down. Cease will not expect this until he turns around. Now Olaf's going to find him, and he might have spotted Edward then. But it's a slim chance. Should try and hear it out. Baits out the bomb. Edward's having to take the fight. He hears it! And Edward will finally cull the threat. But this is a Fnatic you worry about. This is the team you have nightmares about. They only have USPSs, and they get you down to 1 player in a bomb plant. So it gets a little worrying. And let's have a little peek at the spawns here, because Olaf's got the AWP for now rather than JW, so that's interesting. So I know they double AWP, there's nothing wrong with that, but JW has been pretty darn good on it as well. Like, especially on this map, he had a great game.
And Fnatic are a team who actually buy into double AWPs as quickly as humanly possible. Normally in round 4 on the T side, you'll probably see it normally happen.
And especially sort of a tendency for them, if they're having a close game or if they feel uncomfortable, you'll see them go to it instantly. That's their instant go-to. They don't switch anything else up yet.
Spent a lot of money on it against VP, actually. Didn't really pay off on Mirage.
No, Mirage Snacks was having none of it.
So sick. Yep. So JW has Ivy duty yet again. Again, it's 3 players. Na'Vi characterizing their rounds with a large concentration of players put towards Ivy to test Fnatic.
Now, JW would have loved an AWP here, but Guardian got his own, peeking up and over. He's now got some control here. That's a little bit unfortunate. Something you don't often see. Guardian missing a bit of a sitter. Not sure if that went through the legs or whatever happened. It did look like it was on. Maybe I'm just blind as well. We never know. But it has forced Olofmeister over here. This is interesting. This is the way Na'Vi are playing are making Fnatic respond very differently. Presence of IO, you've got now Olofmeister playing over towards B. Simple is keeping him very, very present on this. Normally we saw those 4 players on A, and that might be just a response to how they like to play VP, but right now, Guardian, we need him to wake up. Let's see if he can fire up in this, because that ult needs to start coming through. Flash comes in, Dennis doesn't play off the back of it, but these steps are going to be heard, and Dennis is very close by.
And this is where Na'Vi shift gears. Now, they need to go looking for these fights because Fnatic haven't given any of them early on. JW just waited the whole round, bided his time and waited for the player to push out of Ivy. Flash, not really affecting Flamey at this stage, but he's the last man on his team. Fnatic have wiped the floor in this one. But Na'Vi with 3 gets sprayed down for Flamey. 2 headshots amongst that one, can't get any more. An opportunity did present itself, but Fnatic able to deal with it. That was quite shocking. They really walked right into him. Fantasy team, Flamey, let's go. Make me the point, son.
Is he in your fantasy team?
Yeah. Right, like who puts the IGL for Na'Vi in their team? I do, because I didn't have any money.
Good
paying
shout,
off now.
Good shout. No, Flamey did pretty well there. I'm not gonna lie. Don't know how.
I thought that was going somewhere. You could tell. Like I'm starting to pop off. I'm thinking, okay. Standard Mitch.
Faith. But I've got to say, what was going on with Guardian that round? He had a bit of a mare down by Ivy. Don't know what happened there, but beyond that, but look at this read. Olofmeister's put himself over towards B. We didn't really see this before either, playing very, very close contact on this. Na'Vi don't jump off on the first piece there. They kind of waited out. And we saw before Na'Vi like that deep flash to come out. I think is it Guardian who puts it? I think they've used it before a couple of times. I'm wondering if they do it again, and it would work. Look how far back Fnatic are playing. You got Olofmeister by connector. I think it's Guardian who only puts the flash down. It's just for the connector player to allow them to play out of it. Flush is still very much deadly if they actually go for it. But Na'Vi aren't committed anywhere just yet, but they have no control over by Ivy. And we know that JW likes to push it, but he might have learned his lesson, right? He might have thought, yeah, they keep playing this while they've got someone passive here. Maybe I don't want to do it. But this time taken is now allowing Olofmeister to come back around. Na'Vi seem indecisive.
And it's about this time in the round, in fact, the next 10 seconds, where we see a big shift in Na'Vi's approach, right? You see him set up early, hold angles and hope the Fnatic push in. Now they need to go looking in. And sometimes this is actually where things break down a little bit for Na'Vi, because Fnatic are ready and willing to wait it out, especially after the first few rounds. If you're playing an anti-eco as Na'Vi, sure, you can be, you know they're going to push you, but now they've got to go. Flusher backs away, a little bit of damage over towards C's, nothing to write home about now, but that flash may just waylay Fnatic a little bit more. Molly dropped, but Olaf doesn't really want to cross it. He's happy with where he stood right now, and Na'Vi need to smoke to get across.
This is a really clinical play from Na'Vi. They seem very composed in this. But Flusher and Olafmeister are right at the door. They've got 4 players left. Guardian's still standing, and he's going to start actually kicking into this round. Sees with a nice, slightly further forward position with Simple not too far away. It means that Dennis and JW have so much ground to cover. There's so many threats involved in every single angle they're checked. So JW knows this. It's time to back off. He has no shot here. And Na'Vi with a very great, very well-constructed hit towards B. And JW's going to at least try and stay alive here, get away as well as he can. But he is being hunted down. You can see Simple on the hunt by the old bomb train, and JW... Gotta be worried. You've got about 3 angles to worry about here. Pre-fires, but gets nothing. Guardian gonna find the closer on that. Na'Vi showing that you don't have to rush those B hits. You can be quite methodical, be quite slow-paced. They didn't just jump the cross, for example. They waited out the mollies, they waited out everything. That's Flamey doing ridiculous things.
How many teams do you know that just get to that point on the B site and just keep playing contact?
Oh, yeah.
You know, we see it all the time. It's almost like daylight robbery for Na'Vi. And what we didn't really... What maybe wasn't shown to as great a degree as it could have been is that Molotov thrown down. Yeah, Olaf didn't care about it, but it did prevent the rotation in from Connector. Let him put that smoke down, and then Na'Vi had like a 4v1 situation with the close player. I think it was Flusher. Really nice.
This is really interesting, though, because Flusher's now going to have to bring a bit more of an A game. I felt like he had a bit of an easy game before against FaZe Pro, which is weird to say, but a little bit easy for him. He didn't feel too pressured, especially in this map, should I say. This gets a little bit fiery, though. Na'Vi bringing a nice round so far. Dennis, the Pistolero, still standing, though. Always a danger on the board, and Guardian goes down. What is this? Dennis now in a 1v2. Can't recover a gun too comfortably, though. And there's still 2 players, but he's got the bomb, and he's got an angle. And oh my god, if it was any other player, I wouldn't be that excited about this, but there's always a chance when it's Dennis.
He's done a lot of damage in the last few moments. Edward at 8, C's at 49. He's low himself. 10 bullets in the chamber, and C's to be able to catch him off there. Na'Vi was scrabbling to try and set up a crossfire, or at least a trade situation against Dennis there, and he was adamant that he was going to try and get 2 1v1s.
Problem is, though, Fnatic's money is pretty much trash. They were suffering through the last round. Double eco territory, of course, going into this one. Na'Vi's is decent, though. They've got Seized opting to go on the UMP, even though he's still got 4.7 left over. So could have gone for more, maybe fancying a bit of that. Maybe feels like he can just kind of plow in, down on Ivy, get a couple of trades going. Maybe expect JW's aggression. We'll see. Maybe he just wants to go farming, and he can do. Let's see if he gets anything going for himself. No! Gets absolutely dumpstered. So that's how it goes. Fnatic, deadly as ever, but so far you're at 1-5, and this starts to become the point where it's like, wow, we need rounds on the board here.
I'm genuinely surprised that JW is able to get a kill in that situation anyway. He's facing down so many players from Na'Vi, but now they can set up. They're just going to take a little bit of real estate, but Crims puts a quick end to Flame. He snuffs him out. And now Guardian up on top of the trains. It'll be Crims again, who's managed to get himself an AK here. The balance is shifting. It's a 2v2 now. Olaf doesn't have a weapon yet. Neither of the Fnatic players have armor. They want to play close. This USP needs to work, but Guardian quicker on the trigger finger.
Crims in a 1v2. Is anyone thinking about this position yet? Simple's got the cross. Guardian's vulnerable, but Simple should have his back here. Crims does have a molly, and he could put it possibly towards top, but now that plays in Simple. He's given away the position, and Simple holds it well. Smartly done by him. And so far, Na'Vi looking good on their T side. I genuinely thought Fnatic would come into this
you thought that
a little more.
Na'Vi wouldn't get dumpstered, didn't you, on this map?
That's unofficially.
I'm not trying to throw you down I'm throwing on the bus, but...
Yeah, a little bit. That's fine. You know, as the tires break over my spine.
No, I'm generally interested in the thinking behind it. You know? Like after what we saw yesterday, perhaps, against VP?
No, just other reasons. But no, you're playing well. I've got to say, Fnatic haven't had the chance really to get the double AWP yet. We haven't seen JW on it particularly too much. I don't think we've actually seen him at all yet. Olaf was the only player who picked it up, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong on that. But yeah, this is interesting. But Navi's approached this really, really nicely. Maybe it's kind of woken them up as well. You know, you look at the, I guess, leaving of Starix is a negative, of course, but it has encouraged other teams here then to pick up. You know, actually start putting in more and more work, really refine it, become more self-aware. So maybe that's kind of spurred them on. And we know that Na'Vi, if they get fired up, they can do great things. We've all been waiting for great things from this roster. So far into this round, however, already a little bit of precedent shown down by Ivy. So C's just watching, making sure that JW stays humble, can't go walkabouts, can't cheat over any information and try and get an early rotate. And Guardian smoked out by Pop. And it looks like a slow play towards B.
Huge amounts of utility remain for Na'Vi. Probably one of the most important things here. We saw what they did earlier on after they sort of hit that B site, stopped a little bit, broke the tempo up, and actually used that utility to gain more ground. And obviously, the closer you get to the CT setup, the more expensive it is to actually claim territory or space for yourself. And that's why it's good that they've got so much resources and utility to use. Now, Simple, okay, it's just a smoke towards up here. Make sure there's only one real angle that he has to worry about when he does peek, if that happens. And Crim's going to be waiting bottom on Pop Dog. No, loses out. Edward finds him first. Dennis needs to hope to deal with Seized here. He's running straight into a weapon. Wasn't even ready, and he still wins it out. Not a situation you want to be in for Dennis. He had that one dead to rights, and every single fight has been taken by Fnatic. They should win these. They're not.
Yeah, they're losing out on some ridiculous fights. And look at the HP left on a couple of these players as well. Guardian, 9 HP. Edward, 20. Seized, 34. I don't know. Was it Seized who was in main then? I'm trying to think if it was. It was Dennis obviously pushed up, but... When do Fnatic miss these? When do Fnatic
He had a
miss
Molotov
these
in
shots?
his hand.
It's ridiculous. This is not the Fnatic I expected yesterday. Banging out shots left, right, and center. You know, everything you'd expect from them. Now, no, not to be. All right, Na'Vi've turned up to play, and it seems that Fnatic have not done their DM yet. If anything's to go by that.
Yeah,
round.
I mean, like you
that
don't
was
know.
very rusty.
You don't want to, I guess, try and boil a situation down to like mechanics too much or to, you know, how sharp someone is. But those are situations where Fnatic players are holding lines, Na'Vi players are pushing into them, and the Na'Vi players are able to react quick enough to get the kill. If you headshot them, they should be dead straight up.
But that's a lot of the Fnatic style as well, is that individual prowess. They always believe that they can come back from any scoreline. Oh! There it is. There it is.
Okay. Guardian, Slovakian superstar, tunneling through the walls with that shot. That's absolutely filthy. I mean, any other round that would have been just godlike, and this round maybe doesn't mean so much in the grand scheme of things, but...
Still pretty good.
I'm equally parts nauseous and aroused, Lauren. I don't know what to do with this.
Just don't bring it towards me and we're fine. 3v4 though, and there's 3 players Fnatic left standing. And yeah, this is what I was going to say, is that Fnatic normally are that firepower team, right? You know them as individuals. You know they can come alive and do these crazy things. Very clutch-based as well. Incredibly individualistic in any aspect you look at their game style, and that's what I mean. It's like, where was that Crims? Where's this guy been? He's having a bit of a slower start here. Left in a 1v3. He's got 21 HP, and now he's got Edward in his sights. All right, a 1v1. He spotted, if I'm not mistaken, another player over by A. He could have gone for the quick fight towards B, but maybe not fancying it. Maybe he just wants to try and see what he can get done.
At this stage, no chance for Crims to really do anything about the bomb, as you said, so he'll sit back here and look for some sort of exits. There won't be too much forthcoming. Na'Vi, one of the least likely teams to step up and challenge this kind of situation. Still maybe a little bit shell-shocked about that earlier shot in the round, so Na'Vi, they got the tech. They got the tech, no doubt about it. Flamey, 14 and 6, by the way, and very strong performance from him, especially when you expect to see someone maybe Simple or even Guardian with the AWP sort of up there. Lofty heights for Flamey.
I'm just enjoying watching the chat go off about that shot through the wall. It's still going.
I've never seen so many messages per minute. It's pretty nutty.
At YouTube Gaming, it's pretty rare. It's probably the maximum so far. But we finally see the double AWP. This is something we've been waiting on. It's taken 10 rounds, but they've got there. JW and Olaf both on it. Now, this was a huge piece for Fnatic not too long ago. JW was integral to their victory on this map against VP. Now, looks like Na'Vi are pretty robust, so I wouldn't put all of my faith in it, but JW's going to be tested pretty soon. You've got the 2 players down by Ivy. We'll see if they play into it. They could just still show a little bit of presence, show a little leg, and then back away. It's up to them. Flusher still starting out on B, just having a little bit of a ongoing duel with Guardian, showing each other what they've got over there, but oh my god, not again, Guardian, don't you dare! What's he been up to in these last couple of days?
Stratting wallbang spots, apparently.
Apparently so. There's a difference maker. JW finds the first pick, C's goes down. Now, Na'Vi is still in somewhat of their kind of like, all right, we're just going to split and pick, but look at this. The aggression's being read well by Na'Vi, but they just can't turn the flash in time. They come back around, Dennis is already there, but they're understanding what Fnatic are doing. They know they like to play that aggressive style, but they haven't been able to punish it this round. Now, JW's keeping a couple of those extremities at bay, so you're not getting the pressure through Ivy. Flush is holding down B completely, and then you can allow the rest of Fnatic to push up towards T. It's a very smothering style, even for a CT side, so JW patience is certainly a virtue, but who has more of it? Flamey or JW? As the rest build themselves up towards main. JW's looked away. This could open up opportunities here.
Flamey's been there all round. He was actually pinned as well with, I believe it was C's getting picked off by JW with that first shot. He had to smoke himself out of Ivy. He couldn't take the risk of leaving normally. So here's a smoke towards the side. JW meets it with a grin. It'll be simple falling. And there he is. A second for him. Straight down Ivy. Oh, hello. That's a teammate. Dennis barely surviving that one. But the bomb is dropped and Guardian running out of options.
It's still Guardian. He's going to fight tooth and nail to keep hold of this AWP, though, isn't he? He can still afford more. Their money's really good for Na'Vi. Look at the scoreline. That's not too surprising. But second round on the board for Fnatic is the first time they've had the double AWP. So, triple AWP? Did you mean that? Did you mean it?
I think...
Honestly, it's Fnatic. There's a chance.
I'll just spice it up. Okay. All right, fam.
All right, what are you going to do? Dennis is the odd one out. We've seen him actually pick up the AWP a couple of times, but not as like a third AWPer.
Well, we saw this on Dust too, actually.
Oh, okay, this is different, right. So Olaf Meister's going over towards B with it. Maybe it's like to keep a little bit of a surprise. Olaf shows on B, or one of them shows somewhere, and then they try and keep it kind of under wraps, so they've still got two on the other side. This is weird.
Well, it's not either.
I don't know. I'm trying to find logic in madness.
It's not only a bizarre approach, it's a big investment in this
Na'Vi's
round.
quick hit. This is sick. This is a big switch up of pace. They lose a round, they just switch it up on the fly. Now, this actually plays in Flusher. You know he plays out these situations pretty well, but gets traded 1 for 1. And now Na'Vi, you're playing retake with 3 AWPs. This is like your nightmare. But again, it's still Fnatic, and they still might make it work. It's somehow seemingly okay so far. Dennis finding Guardian, and now Olaf looking for a next victim. Flamey's pretty pinned on the side. He can't really fight out of it, but Simple is the loose cannon. He can make the impact happen, but no! Of course Dennis gets another. Out of the 3 AWPs, it's Dennis finding 2 kills.
Problem is, Lauren, loose cannons roll around the decks and cause damage. Unfortunately, this time, only to Na'Vi. Molotov on the bomb, though.
No smokes.
Kits are there, though, so we just need to see if Fnatic can actually get this in time. C's can do big work here. Gets the spray on the defuser, and he does! JW, no chance for the defuse. Crims has to try and go for it here. Scant seconds remaining. He just gets it done. And Fnatic get their third.
Do you know what I love? 3 AWPs, Mitch. I like them playing retake on B. And I like Dennis getting all of the kills. That's what I'm here for, boys. This is it. This is the new meta. Fnatic again changing up. They've gone back to the double AWP this time, and JW with a big impact into this round.
I mean, yeah, poor timing. Na'Vi going for an uncharacteristic change of pace into a Fnatic team that have brought up 3 AWPs. So that's just one of those cosmic coincidences that do occur. Fnatic still win the round.
All right, this 3-man hit squad of Flamey, Edward, and Simple. I'm keeping my eyes on what they're up to as well. Guardian's testing the waters over by Con, making sure he's punishing anyone close by. And this is looking like they want to try and isolate any aggression towards that kind of outer site. But so far, there's so many AWPs up. This could be tough for them to fight their way out of it. 2 players by that electric box, and Olaf Meister not even pressured, not smoke, not flash. He can just do what he wants. And he takes another fight, and he takes another body. Flamey falls by the wayside, and you're down to 2.
Olaf Meister on 3 kills thus far. The last 2 of his quarries are within reach. It's actually going to be JW to chime in. Seized down, Simple. Struggling this game, and that trend continues. Dennis will pick him up. It's 4-8 so far. Na'Vi getting a good start, but the double AWP for Fnatic seems to be problematic for them. And when Na'Vi are playing contact on towards A, they're not able to get trades. They're not able to double peek into anything. Too many angles to cover, and that's a big part of that is because Fnatic like to play 4 players initially on that A site. There are a lot of challenges and directions you need to take them in.
Okay. Na'Vi's economy, that massive bank, finally broken now, down to pistols.
What a game this has been.
Yeah, this has been a bit of a weird one, but quite exciting. I'm hoping the last couple fall to Fnatic just purely so we get to see Na'Vi's CT side, Fnatic having a chance on the T. I'm still so tilted from yesterday's games where it's so one-sided. Simple, though. The hand cannon, what is this?
Straight down the
and
line
JW's
as
missed
well.
his shot. That could maybe open up small chances here, but they're falling in numbers. JW now pressured, gets overwhelmed. This is 2v2 and Flamey.
No.
Oh my god, I almost believed. Crims stops it before it starts, but Seized is already out on B with a bomb, so he can actually do something with this.
Interesting. Opting not to go for an immediate plant. C's probably just wants to see if there's anyone sitting back in B, although a trained mind of hit like his will probably expect both Fnatic players to be at B. If C's can creep up on Flusher, pick up his gun, go for the plant, he might be playing himself out of this one now by actually going over towards A the long way. But who's going to be looking here? No one. This is a great way to turn a 2v1 into your favor, is by coming from a really weird angle. You can almost always guarantee you take one player by Really? With the Tech 9, C's. Maybe just for information here. Sees nothing. 33 seconds left.
He's got to check in the spot, though. Yeah, Crims having the angle, as did Flusher if required. They're fine on that, but that got so close. Na'Vi bringing so much firepower in that, even though it didn't work out in the end. But still, the money's fine for Fnatic. They can buy what they need. We had a bit of a spreading of the wealth here for Na'Vi, but they can probably pull together a bit of a buy. It might be lacking some bits, but yeah, maybe a couple of mollies missing. Nothing too much to write home about, but they're fine. They still get the AWP on Guardian. They're still in a good spot for this nerf. Fast smoke towards Outer. They could be doing a quick hit here. This actually might work out well, but let's see what Edward gets up to. He might have free reign now. He's pushing forward. He's using the smoke well. It's a nice line they've kind of carved through the A-bomb side, but the problem being, where are the rest of the players? Crim's readjusting position, can't get caught out here because just Edward doesn't hit the shot. Simple as that. It gets a little frustrating at that point, but where are the rest of Na'Vi going? They haven't committed either, and Fnatic have to start thinking soon.
JW falling early on an Ivy actually may have pulled Fnatic across in that direction if Na'Vi waited a little bit longer to go for this hit, but Guardian's still lurking and he's managed to find Crims. Probably to back away now, but enough rabble has been roused over at the A side here to give Na'Vi an opening at B, but no. Olafmeister shuts the door in there. Face is simple, and Flamey to fall. It's 3, and Olafmeister carving it up. It's just Guardian left. 2 kills for him as well. A minute in the round, but the bomb is way away from him, and that flash is going to make it hard.
All right, Guardian, show me the money. What do you have here? A 1v3. They know exactly where you are, and you have no idea. This gets tough from the word go, but it is still Guardian, and there's still a chance until then. What? Olafmeister. What is this guy on right now? He's just flying around the map, 4 kills.
I do believe Dennis did that in a, I think, against VP up the ladder as well. No scope. That's nutty. 4 kills for Olafmeister, and a very strong round. Na'Vi thought they had inroads at B, and maybe they did. You know, theoretically.
In theory.
Like I said last night, we generally throw our Fnatic notes out the window because they rarely seem to make a difference. I think they're a team that prides himself on that too.
Yep. And this is the problem. Fnatic can pull the game back. Let's be honest about this. Na'Vi got off to a blistering start, but JW shutting down on Ivy, but Flamey's still there. That's good. That's a response. That's the Flamey you need. The consistent rock for the team who comes up with these sort of plays to even the odds to give you a shot in this round, as Olafmeister's already proven what he can achieve with this AWP, and you don't want to give him another shot at it. So, problem being where the bomb is. It's still out by E-Box. Now, Fnatic can give it up and kind of go long walkabouts, and they might just do that.
Fnatic should know the bomb's dropped, so they should be aware of that one. They opted not to stand in between Na'Vi and the box. I mean, sitting up on that bomb train, not a lot of safety there. Fnatic are more than happy just to spread through the map and gain information and try and pounce on Na'Vi while they're planning or while they're trying to set something up. And Na'Vi have done nothing. Simple and Flamey playing so slow. Back to back, over towards Ivy. Haven't moved a muscle.
They're hoping that someone tries
Presents
to make
himself.
a play. Yeah, does
that early round play.
But there's nothing really encouraging it.
Here we go, 40 seconds and they go.
Yeah.
It's like clockwork.
And so many angles to cover. This is trained through and through. So much danger throughout the map. Flamey doesn't want to nade out anyway, just in case it gives away their position if there's no immediate threat, but Flusher lurks. Look at him. In the back lines, old bomb train. He spots out the nades, so that's going to give it away. He knows where they are now. Olafmeister could start moving as well. He's up by Pop, so a nice little crossfire. Good first frag, but now 14 seconds. Flamey, can you work it out?
Flamey's no idea where Olafmeister is. This really should be a done and dusted round. And the shot misses. Olafmeister gives it up. Flamey trying to get away. No plant. He just has enough time. He does have enough time. Olafmeister going to push forward now. Flash on Flamey. No push over at E-Box. That's where the shots are coming through. Olafmeister with the AWP. Still takes that damage and even more. Flamey turns it up. He makes it burn and Olafmeister down. It's Na'Vi bringing back that round to make it 9-6 at the half. I said it earlier on, Lauren. What is this for a game?
Yeah, this is game on, isn't it? It looked like Na'Vi were going to just walk through this from the start, but no. Fnatic had something to say about it. Claw back to 6 rounds. Second half is going to be big.
Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Second half of this extravaganza is right around the corner. teams vying to pull off the sickest plays in these rounds, and so far, Na'Vi, a slim lead of 3 rounds heading into the second half.
These rounds, though, big moments from so many players. You saw Guardian going for the crazy wallbang, some very sexy AWPing. Olofmeister, a little hit and miss at times. You saw that final round coming in the first half, and it was a little bit up in the air, but overall, he's been a very impactful player, and we saw the impact that actually happened once they got the AWPs down. Once they finally got that double AWP out to play, it changed everything for Fnatic. It's something they need. It's something their money depends on. It's something that became a discussion point as well. If you can keep Fnatic away from the AWP going on to JW, this is the of yesteryear, right? If you somehow kept their money down low enough that you could never get the AWP going too comfortably, you'd have a shot. Now, it's the same with Na'Vi as well, I guess, to a point. You used to be able to discuss that one as well. But at the end of the day, look at the ADR sitting on Flamey.
Let's go,
what
boys.
What a beast. What an absolute beast.
I'm telling you, wobbleboard heroes are going straight to the top line.
Mitch, let's be honest here. I'm still smashing the league. No one's going to win. It's all mine.
I copied your spreadsheet, though.
Yeah,
I'm working on that.
Shut up. You can't do that. Right, Fnatic on the T side this time. We have Molly Smokes. We have a little bit of a plan in mind for Fnatic, and I want to see how it goes. It might just be a little bit of an ingenious hit. We'll see what they come up with. Na'Vi, of course, on the CT side on the opposing team, and Flamey's got himself a little bit of smoke there. And there's one of the new pistols.
Oh, hello. It's the Weeb pistol.
It is very weeby, isn't it?
It is. It's gone. It is
I
what
bet
it is.
Rush has it. Observer Rush, shout out to you.
I quite like it. I like the colours.
You don't have it yet?
He'll get a body pillow of that before he gets it.
Husbando pillows are great, Mitch. But what is another great aspect is look at all the utility they've just put down towards B. It's a huge ruse. It's a clever bit of bait. Because if you're Na'Vi, you're like, wow, they've done all their smokes, they've done everything here. But what do you expect? Guardian waited in the corner. He can do nothing. How does he not even get a single kill then? That is devastating, but it doesn't matter. The backup has arrived, and Na'Vi deal with basically all the threats. Flush is a mile away. They've got the bomb down, and that's all they're going to get.
Well, yeah, fair call. Guardian bugged it up, but Na'Vi were ready to respond to that one. They actually, I think they lost the player fairly early on in towards Ivy, or at least they backed away from that. They had a feeling that Fnatic were going to pressure that one. That's why Guardian was sat in the corner. So Na'Vi were able to sort of, bend with the wind and flex back in the face of Fnatic in that round. That's super important, especially if they want to set up for one of these robust CT sides, which I think Na'Vi really show quite impressively. I think that's one of the nicest things to watch. They really lock things down here. And Fnatic are going to have to pull out some pretty sweaty tricks here to break them.
Yeah, no. Fnatic not holding back in this one. Crim's getting straight out. Very quiet purchase in this as well, if you look at it. Limited investment.
Behaved.
Yeah, they got the bomb down. I'm glad we don't see that by coming in the second. We saw a couple of teams yesterday doing it, so it's quite nice to see them just going, all right, let's abscond away from that. Let's play it out like we should.
We saw Fnatic do it yesterday.
Yeah. Simple. Just cleaning it up. Nice and easy.
Olofmeister here, a little bit of back and forth with Guardian, hoping to at least find something now, but the bomb's been discovered by Simple. He knows it's way back in towards spawn, so it's going to be a very simple matter of enveloping Olofmeister and taking him to task. But Fnatic behaved themselves, like we said, didn't buy too much into that round. Yesterday against VP, they actually did make fairly big investments early on, even while they wanted to go for the double AWP as early as possible.
Yep.
But now it's just full AKs.
Yeah, 11-6. This is the start. If you're a Na'Vi fan, you're grinning. You're having a good beginning to this game, but Fnatic now have their chance to find the rebuttal. Let's see what they can bring up here. As Na'Vi do have a lot of utility, so see if they can get that away from them at any point. JW just going for the little bit of a spam, hoping for something. All he does is catch an aid to the face.
Hurts.
Yeah, and we do see the 4-1 quite early for Na'Vi. They have 4 players out towards A, and you're going to just see the rotate from Flamey coming over, and it's all in the cool of C's, pretty much how comfortable he feels as well if he feels pressured. Fnatic do have that kind of default throughout this map, though. They have players just about everywhere, very comfortable, not giving up anything just yet, but it's that slow kind of play over towards the B side for now. Just purely because Dennis is here now with the bomb, so it does indicate they might actually go for this one, but 2 players very early on the site is going to make it difficult.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest difference. We talked about this earlier on, the presence at B for Na'Vi early on. Seized and Flamey are playing quite far back. So this is something you do see from Fnatic. If Olofmeister makes an early rotation, is in position. Nice by Seized to find Crims, but it is traded out. JW is super low, and Seized is able to finish the job. He pushes forward. May not know the bomb is dropped there, but Dennis now has to kind of wrap around. Seized too fast. Nicely done. Head taken off of him. Good grenade on towards Flush is going to take him extremely low, and it's a very easy job for Simple just to swoop in and pick up the kills. Fnatic buy in, 5 AKs, get absolutely nowhere with it. Flamey the only kill.
very lackluster moment from them. Probably quite frustrating too, as their money's again.
They really need that round.
A little bit
might
shoddy.
break them.
Yeah, exactly. They need to get back into this, but Guardian's got himself an AWP. So this is going to get a little bit dicey as well going forward. Got the Tech 9s coming out, UMP for Olofmeister. Hoping maybe a little bit of a play towards Inner, just purely because you can get more done in this sort of purchase. But it's still Fnatic. They can do the wall of smoke as well. There's so many options here.
I think it's just the one. Yeah, the push out of Pop Dog. It's that fast explode here from Fnatic working from multiple sides. Molotov Flames are on the train, but Flame is able to stand tall and take 2 frags. Olofmeister even helping him out with that one, but he makes amends. Flaming out of 4 with the 3-on-3. Bomb yet to be planted, and Flusher sets up on the train.
We've got to see how the dust settles once the bomb goes down. If it does, but Simple steps out too wide, but he doesn't even get punished for it. Olofmeister falls, and we're down to 2, Flusher and Crims, and Flusher's just sweating bullets in the smoke. He's not leaving it, he's just going to wait it out, but Simple reads the game well. And now Crims in a 1v3. They know where he is as well. That Molly's going to force him out of position sooner rather than later, and into the eyes of the remaining Na'Vi side. 3 players stand, 3 players remain standing in that one as well. So good stuff for Na'Vi to keep 3 alive, not lose too much. Fnatic at least get a plant out of it and a couple of kills. But all in all, Na'Vi now stretching towards closing out this game at 13 rounds to their favour.
Yeah, it's enough for that AK buy as well. I mean, you know, that cheaper Tech 9 execute was something we've sort of been seeing for a little while now. Fnatic employ it purely just to get the bomb down now. They know it puts AKs back in their hands. And again, if it wasn't already obvious, this is a must-win for Fnatic. That AWP of Guardian might be important. We'll see how they want to set that one up. You can see Na'Vi are really hard to break on their CT side. Fnatic don't get anything for free. They've really got to force their way in.
Guardian waiting for someone to walk into his den. I think Olofmeister's down there. Seized. Maybe having a little bit more company than he wants to. There was about 2 players there. Gotta be careful on that one. Doesn't want to give away early entrances. If he went down, then there'd be
It's a
no
4-1 this round.
Yeah. So you gotta be careful. And I like this boost coming out from Na'Vi. It's not too bad. You know, it's not the instant check. You're a little vulnerable on occasion, but you can just stay away from being basically spotted where JW is. But so far, it's Flamey coming out on top of this one and retaining great numbers for Na'Vi here.
Fnatic now still probing. They can't really be slowed down by JW falling now, especially as they fall within the 1-minute mark of this round. They'd like to exploit at a Pop Dog, I'd say, with 3 players concentrated in this area, but the Molotov is going to slow them up quite a lot. Simple will be vulnerable to a Pop Dog push as well. Cross-map play like that isn't too hard for Fnatic with these AKs. And Olofmeister wondering, is this too good to be true? No one's challenging me here at Ivy. Something is fishy. And a Simple, of course. A mackerel to the face. At least it felt like that for Olofmeister to fall. Now, this is that push out of Pop Dog. It was delayed. The Molly was there, and now Guardian is in its place. Much more stopping power than the Flames, but Flush is at least able to respond. It's not going to be enough. Another gun round for Fnatic. Another round lost.
Guardian makes that stuff look easy, which it really isn't, trust you me, but he's starting to wake up as well. The first couple of rounds, or at least the first half, the first few bits and pieces, we're like, oh, is Guardian going to be there? He's certainly delivering now. He's starting to feel the game out a little bit. And yesterday we had big performances from people like JW, from Olofmeister. This game, it's okay, but it's not the big performance, right? You ask Fnatic for the highest of highs, and we're not seeing them just yet.
And they expect that of themselves as well. It's
Yep.
something you see often.
They'll tell you that for free. So now the buy coming out from is far from perfect either. 2 UMPs, a Galil. And maybe they're going to get a free upgrade here. Dennis is going to be gifted the chance, and Olofmeister's off. He knows what the plan is. Good read, and there's the opportunity we were discussing just last round.
There was such a deep push for the solo player on B. I'm not really sure I can totally grapple with that idea. I understand if you want to push up there, if you had a player. But if you're going into Brown Halls proper and actually up on the railing with no other players at B, seems like a little bit of a misjudgment there.
Na'Vi already saving. It's done.
4-gun save.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, there really is no point. Even with Fnatic being under-equipped in terms of their weaponry, by comparison, Na'Vi are taking no chances. They realise they fluffed that up.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a huge error. As you said, I kind of like it if they had 2 players there. Maybe
one upper, you get a crossfire
playing
or
a little
something.
bit closer back, you know, the old get right spot. Things like I don't mind it as long as there's someone who can stop the insta push.
But G2 play a lot like that as well. They usually see Apex quite close up there and usually shots on upper or something like that. That works fine.
God, Simple's making it costly. Something Fnatic can't afford right now for their side. But all in all, Na'Vi keep 3, Fnatic keep 3, but Fnatic win the round. So 14-7 overall at the moment. Fnatic finding an opportunity then and running with it, and you can't blame them. Seized, made a couple of errors, got punished for it quite severely. Gonna have to learn from these errors and maybe try something different. Okay, so we've found the new secondary AWP array. Seized. Just in on that. All right. Why not?
Yeah, sorry,
Why
Simple.
not?
You know those dreams. We said we'd move you on to the AWP spot eventually, like a transition. Yeah,
Nah.
we changed our mind.
Nah,
Blame
fast
Andy.
pace from Fnatic as well. Look at this. 3 players straight out.
No.
Oh my god, Edward could have stopped it before it started, but no. He goes down eventually to JW, and Guardian misses the shot. Not what we want to be seeing here. He needs to keep control of this, and he has. Olafmeister falls, and there's 3 remaining.
Full control. That's what Guardian's hoping for now. Keep it on lock. Simple very far forward on that bomb train there as well. No trading ability. Simple wasn't really watching the same spot as Guardian, but he still makes it a 2v2. He feels that Crim should be peeking him in a moment, and that sees way back in the wings. Gets involved in the round. Now it's Flusher. Bomb still needs to be defused here. Flusher gets a spray down on Simple. Seized is very low. 13 points of health.
God, how
There's
do
a
you
kid.
avoid the nade?
The grenade doesn't quite get the job done. Now Flusher needs to move, but Seized catches him out. Buys the AWP in that round and puts it to damn good use. Taking it to match point now for Na'Vi.
How the hell did he hit that shot as well? I wish I could see it from his perspective then, because you could see the amount that Seized was just lobbing at him throughout it. It's like the nade could have killed him. No, the molly then comes in.
He stepped forward of the molly,
And
had
it's
to
like,
challenge.
Yeah, exactly. But then who expects him to just rush through the molly basically before he came through, or that little gap? You'd kind of maybe expect him to go the other way around, but no. Well aware, keeping eyes trained on it. Sees, well played. Makes the mistake in 1 round, certainly makes up for it in the second. So that's no problem for him. Now he can start out on the B side maybe a little more comfortably, maybe what he likes, but Simple. You gonna push up here? Are you trying to boost someone?
Ooh,
Oh, he's just
look at
playing
that.
right on the edge of the smoke. He'll get a glimpse of them just as they walk out if they do. And
The
Guardian's
issue-
there to support him as well.
The issue is that Simple can't get out of this spot now unless there's a smoke or he goes for a trade with Guardian. Or some kind of double face. He's essentially pinned there for the time being. I think he backed away through the smoke, so that's fine. I wasn't sure if he'd hang around for longer. So that's the re-smoke there. Na'Vi just trying to make this costly in terms of time for Fnatic. To get a lot of damage on the Guardian, but he's not too concerned. He'll try and sit back and play it casually. Guardian is felled by a Deagle there, over on the train. That's Dennis. He's a one-man wrecking ball on this side. He's just walked in here on his own, and he falls alone as well.
Flusher. Trying to do what he can with the Deagle. Not going to have too much luck, but it's the 3-man play down Ivy that's still brewing the entire time from Fnatic, but it's kind of run out of steam here, 50 seconds left, and no real ground gained at this point for them. This is a problem.
Smoke molly into that part of the map. So Fnatic, that's the problem. When you spend a lot of resources and then you try and be patient, and then it's just stall mechanic after stall mechanic, smoke, Molotov, whatever you like. And now Simple gets to try and make some use of Fnatic's brewing impatience to take the shot through the smoke. You saw Crims. Smoke plumes, doesn't matter.
Olafmeister looking for a possible victim, but Edward being patient and waiting it out. 15 seconds, and Edward takes the time and he takes the frag. Now, JW, it's all on you to try and dig this one out. I just don't see it happening. 5 seconds, no time. Seas knows what's happening.
We done.
Simple to close it down in the end. But Na'Vi looking good. Something we haven't been able to say about Na'Vi in a little bit of time. There's been ups and downs, but beating Fnatic here is a good start for them today. Hopefully for them, they can then string it together into the next map. But this one was a good start for them.
No doubt about it. Solid play for Na'Vi. Fnatic, a little bit to be desired, and for all that and more, we're going to pass over to the desk, Moses and the boys, to take us through.
Thank you, Uber and Pansy. Yeah, that was a little bit of a crazy matchup we had there. 16-7 win for Na'Vi. Starts out well on their T side, losing the coach, yet they had a pretty inspired T side, it seemed like.
Yeah, absolutely. They won the pistol, got 8-1 up on the T side. The problem for Fnatic going through that one is they actually got very good towards the end. They strung 5 rounds together once they got the double orbs out. That was the story yesterday, actually. Won the pistol, managed to get the orbs out nice and early, and they had that great success against VP. You could see them struggling with the 5 rifles set up there, couldn't really hold off what Na'Vi were bringing to the table each and every time. They actually were very tactical side there on the T side. Not too many rushes or defaults coming in, actually getting control of the map, and then actually going for these really kind of interesting fakes as well. I'm sure we're gonna have a look at
Yeah, we have it ready, so we'll pull up this round. I mean, Chad, this is just Na'Vi playing Fnatic like a fiddle at this point.
A little switcheroo, a bit of a double pump going on here. You know, they have action going on all over the site right now. They're going to throw a bunch of utility to inside. They're going to throw a bit of utility outside, send some players out pop to go for a duel, and then it ends up with the bomb going inside. So Fnatic are basically chasing their tail here. They have absolutely no idea what's going on. They have no real utility left to stall, only flashes for retakes, and there's some like sensational whiffs that come in here from the Fnatic players.
The next one's the big one.
This one is a big question mark.
You hate to see it.
And this one right here, look at this. Look at this one by Guardian. Good night.
Yeah, have a no scope.
Yeah.
That's not bad. I mean, that's the thing, though. But I mean, the beginning of this was just like part of the reason that puts Fnatic into some of these really awkward fights is the fact they have no idea what's coming. And I mean, this is kind of it for the round from there. But I mean, pulling them each which way, forcing utility out, faking the outer bomb site, faking the inner bomb site.
Yeah.
And eventually, Fnatic just has no clue what's going on, and every fight they get into is just an individual fight.
Yeah, absolutely. To be fair as well, one round I wanted to point out as well, that final round of the first half where Fnatic could have got it to 8-7. It was Olofmeister who misses an absolute sitter in the back as well. I think it was on towards C's. He's at the AWP. He was playing great up until that point, and that was a big influential part. Obviously, they get 8-7. They actually still have a reasonable shot at winning the map there, even though they lost the CT half. But that was another big round. A lot of whiffs in that game overall. But Na'Vi, for me, winning both pistols. They looked solid on the T side. And
Flamey had a big game.
Flamey looked amazing. And we did say going into this one, if we thought Fnatic didn't have that amazing CT start, we're not really sure what they could bring on the T side.
Right.
It was quite clumsy to watch. Didn't really have too much going on. They were actually relying on the kind of fundamentals.
They showed a few elements, right? The pistol round, they did the fake.
That was quite good.
C sat on the train in the smoke and absolutely took Crim's head off as he got down low. If they were able to get inside control without taking casualties, probably would have drawn all of the Na'Vi players over to that inside bomb site, but Guardian stayed outside. He had the information, because what happens is when you run a fake like that, if someone dies, that's normally the cue to go, right?
Yep.
So it's like someone's dead, that means that we've committed far enough that the calls come in, and that's how you react. They reacted, but Guardian didn't need to rotate because they had early information. There was only 2 players. So he just sat, he could hear them running from a mile away. He said, hey guys, it's out here.
So the fact he didn't even get any kills is fine because he's already cool for the rotation, so they're all coming over. So you had the worst weapon, in my opinion, for that situation. You got the silent USP, like super close range with 4 targets in front of you. Like everyone's going to start spamming it, right? And it's not a great situation to be in. But he doesn't get any kills, but he still wins the round for his team.
Speaking of worst gun for the situation, I mean, one of the rounds that allowed Fnatic to even have a respectable first half was the switch into the triple op setup, which I know drew a lot of dismay from us watching. But of course, when they have to retake a bomb site 4-on-4 with 3 AWPs, they make it work. That's just craziness.
Well, let's start why that's a bad thing usually to have 3 AWPs. On any map, really, 2 is going to be the limit. You pick up 3, like I'm always tempted to leave it in spawn and try and throw it away at the end of the round, right? The reason is because when the bomb ever goes down, you're in a situation when you have to go challenge and go into clutches. The orb's probably the worst weapon to be in close range and try and get close to the bomb, right? But of course, they did make it work, which was obviously nice to see. It's always makes things exciting, Jason.
I mean, exciting is one way to put it. So this is going to be interesting. Coming up next is going to be Mirage, Chad. And I mean, these are the 2 maps that Fnatic played yesterday as well. We saw them have a big win on Train and then just a stinker on Mirage. And now here they've lost Train and now they have to head into Mirage again.
Hopefully they can win the knife, which I just learnt we had, and start on the CT side. That's what they need. They need a good CT start. The T side was a lot more structured by Na'Vi this time around than what we saw from VP yesterday. VP would, I think, it was more heads-up Counter-Strike, like I was saying. There were more duels taken. So Fnatic need to just stabilize on that CT side and get the pistol around and get off to a good start, I think, to get that economy built, because they are dangerous when they get those orbs going. They're also dangerous when they get the pistols going, but if you were playing your anti-ecos properly, there's nothing anyone can do about it.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Fnatic is going to be able to bounce back on Mirage. Train was a big loss for them. Na'Vi take it 16-7, and when we return, we'll see that second map.
Opens up the play potential. One Kenny's locked down. Hits exist up. 1v1 spotted up. Oh, Kenny! Once again, very quickly, they try to deploy. They're going to quick shutdown time after time again. Automatic. This AWP got 2, goes for a shot. That's smart. Does get Skadoodle. Jumps up. Still a bit of time on this. It's going to be a 10-second defuse. He's got to hit the shot right now. Oh my God, Fallen!
Welcome back to ESL Pro League. Fnatic lose that first map big, 16-7. Na'Vi run all over them on the T side, and it was still those offensive woes from the Fnatic team that we mentioned in the original pregame.
Yes.
Now going into Mirage, we saw plenty of this T-side woes yesterday against Virtus Pro on this map.
Yeah, this is where they got absolutely thumped. 16-5 as well. The T-side was very poor indeed, and going up against Na'Vi, another one of their kind of very good maps overall. Train is good for them, but Mirage probably just is up there as well. Fnatic don't really have much to bring to the table on the T-side, I'm afraid.
Triple ops, perhaps.
Triple ops could be interesting. That's the only way they actually got rounds on the T-side yesterday, actually. But what the first team round they got was double orb setup, which was kind of interesting.
Olaf was super aggressive with
on a T-side. That's really unorthodox, but it worked out for them.
Look, I feel like Fnatic have more of a plan at the start of the round. You know, you see them going into, like, they're going in pairs, not individuals. They look like they have a goal at the start of the round. It's just they haven't done this style of Counter-Strike, having to work together mid to late round after taking territory. Normally it's one guy doing the default, right? You expect a 5-man spread. You maybe have one duo. You know, you have one guy picking B, one guy picking Palace, one guy picking A ramp, two guys going mid. And then they capitalize on the picks that are made. They're not doing that at the moment. They're actually trying to be structured, and they look, to me anyway, like they have a plan. It's like, let's do this. Let's send these people here, and but it's just either they're not finding the picks and then they don't know how to react from that. So it's going to take time for them to get into the correct way to address Counter-Strike. I think a quick fix is, instead of doing, you know, duos and trying to do splits and fakes and that kind of stuff, or you know, have forced cohesion, just do 4-man packs and have a lurker and just go to a site, take your time, walk on in, trade, and take the bomb site, and that's a good way for them to build that early.
A lot of teams do that on Mirage, especially like, if you think back to like North, they used to do that quite a lot as well, especially when they back to Dignitas when Cajun B first joined. He was like waiting towards the A side of the ramp, and his teammates working towards B. He shows a little bit of presence there, drops a smoke. He's just trying to hold rotations outside of the map, then using a lot of firepower towards the other side and hoping you get trades at that point. It's a very simple way to play CS, but Chad's absolutely right. Maybe things are over complicated right now. Maybe there's too much of a set plan. Let's go over those kind of simple game plans, and maybe it can actually have more success in terms of an overall team.
You can build off it two ways. Let's go the extreme in the other direction. Let's go, all right, guys, let's play super passive Na'Vi-esque style Counter-Strike. Let's sit right back, let's wait out utility, let's call out utility, and then let's have a 1-2-3 step plan to retake that territory. Decision, so then they're going to have to do some theory. They're going to have to say, how are we going to react if this happens, So they can either go back to school, do it that way, or they need to be a little bit more aggressive in the style of playing and not trying to be in between right now, and that's where I feel they are. But the team play is so good that if they picked either the really passive style or the pack role, I think they could make it work. They'd need both in the system, though. And while we're on that, we do have Na'Vi, right, who are a team who are super slow. But more recently, they have these explosion strats. And here's another one. I talked about one on train the other day. Here's one for Mirage. So basically, Edward is going to feign the mid-presence. That mid-smoke is very important. He's going to go throw the connector Molotov, stop any aggression. Flashes just to make it look like a normal mid-default. Meanwhile, the other 4 players of Na'Vi are all over towards that B site. They're going to throw maybe 3 or 4 flashes here and just attack the bomb site. This is the pack roll stuff I'm talking about. This is what Fnatic, they have super explosive players. Anyone on the Fnatic roster could do this with ease. You know, the reason that this is good for the new Na'Vi is players like Simple, Flamey, they're really good at running in and finding picks in chaotic situations, and that's what you expect Fnatic to be known for. So maybe they could take a page out of Navi's strap book.
Yeah, I actually agree with that a lot. That actually would be perfect for Fnatic, so maybe up against Na'Vi they can try and bring that to the table.
It's an interesting story to set up between these two teams for this match, because it's, you know, it's Fnatic who starts out loose and is trying to get to that more structured style, trying to incorporate that a little bit more, and then you have Na'Vi, who we're used to seeing be very much more structured. They're trying to get a little bit looser and let a little bit more freedom into their players.
Well, that's just because they've lost Zeus, right? That's a big part of it. That's his philosophy of how to play CS. If you go watch Gambit, that's how they're playing right now.
Just on this, people might hear us say, oh, you know, they've lost Zeus. Like, okay, sure, they've lost the in-game leader. The reason it's such a big deal is because you've lost the shot caller in the middle of the round. Anyone at the start of the round can say, hey, let's go and do this. It's when it gets chaotic, it's when a frag happens that he's the general, he steps up, he says, let's do this, and they do it now and they listen. Without that person, without, you know, someone making the correct calls, the confidence might not be behind Seized yet. He might not be reacting quick enough. The information might not be getting to him in the same way, because, like, you know, you watch Zeus, he seems much more aggressive. If you saw that communication video with Gambit, just the way that he'd communicate about attacking sites, it was very aggressive, right? I really enjoyed it, but super aggressive. So maybe that's not there right now for Na'Vi, and communication is a huge thing, especially mid-round if you're going to play slow Counter-Strike.
Well, I mean, I've talked about this a couple times, where being an in-game leader, it's almost like being able to build that map in your brain of what's going on the map, and being able, as an in-game leader, being able to organize everyone when all the action is going on is a skill that you have to learn as a player through Counter-Strike. And the fact that you have, this is why we see so many people struggle becoming in-game leaders if they're forced into that role, because they haven't trained trained that part of their brain for like 3 years.
The thing is as well, like the whole myth that if you're an in-game leader, your performance is automatically going to drop off. I've never really agreed with that. I don't think there's any sort of, I don't entertain that idea whatsoever. Like I was an in-game leader for like 5 or 6 years, right? And if you're not cut out for that role, you simply shouldn't be doing it. You might have a very good tactical brain, but if it affects your performance so heavily that you feel like you can't be as good as a player as you once were, I do really feel like you're just not that naturally born to be a leader. You find it too overwhelming to actually do both roles at the same time.
Also important to know when it comes to that as well, as an in-game leader, if you're going to have a good individual performance, it requires that your teammates are listening to what you're calling. That's where it gets really stressful.
And I think, when
we actually, Chad, I have to, yeah, apologies, my friends. We'll get back to this.
It was a good chat. It was a good chat.
We'll do something. I don't know.
Off to Cuba.
We're going to send it over to Uber and Pansy. Take us away on map 2 of Na'Vi and Fnatic.
It is quite a unique opportunity to have so many in-game leaders or ex-in-game leaders in some cases on the desk there to talk about that. Hopefully we can revisit that one here, but definitely something we want to be looking at and talking about here. It's just been a big topic so far, but I guess what's an even bigger topic right now is what's in front of us. It's Na'Vi looking incredibly good on train.
And you're walking into what is arguably their most played maps recently in the last 3 months or so. Not necessarily the best map they have. We've seen, I guess, a couple of others maybe sitting above that. We've seen Train being a great one for them recently, but Mirage is certainly up there. Na'Vi, well and truly, very, very good at this. And, well, we've seen Fnatic's faults. We've seen them fall to one singular man in the last game, and now you've got 5 very capable ones against you as well.
I mean, and, where snacks may not be bulletproof, ideas are, right? And the approach the VP had on their map in terms of how they played around mid-control and how they prioritized it was very interesting, and it was actually an antithesis to what Fnatic were trying to do. So, Pistol here, Fnatic on the T side. Let's get this one rolling.
And this is almost, I guess, what we saw last time around, is this retake on A. We actually saw it in the game with VP as well. Na'Vi seeming to play something similar to this.
Really nicely for them.
Yeah, so 2 smokes. They last did them towards jungle and stairs. They might change it, but I think they'll stick to this one. And Fnatic seem to like this. The retake worked out for VP. We'll see if it works out for Na'Vi. Flamey having to give up ground here. Falls back in CT. He's the one with the kit and the smoke. And he's got support now. He's got his buddy Simple with him. And they're working their way back in now. Fnatic being corralled towards jungle and connected. Like Guardian's got to be careful though. 3 players now going through, but well played by Edward as well to stay in support. But there's a problem. There's Olaf and Flusher left, and they still need to defuse that bomb.
Yeah, that's going to be an issue. Olaf Meister has got a pretty safe position right now, but the defuse is going. Flamey in through the smoke. Sometimes when there's smoke, there's Flamey, and the bomb does get defused. First round for Na'Vi coming up. I love it when you roll your eyes at me, Lauren.
It's becoming such a common factor. Every single game. No, nice composure from Na'Vi to play back into that then. Didn't lose too many players, even though that kind of wolf pack almost from Fnatic came out.
What do you think about that aggression from Fnatic?
You got to gain ground somewhere. You can't just leave yourself pinched in the middle of the site. I don't blame them. You try and get that control towards CT, don't get it. They already back away. They have Simple on the quick rotate.
That's 3 players.
All right, let's try and get towards jungle or maybe connect to something. And they gave it a go. But now they're down to the Pistolas, P250s. Deagle now gone from the hands of Olafmeister. You've got the double play on short coming out between Seized and Edward. And really no one facing towards middle that much. Guardian's the only one there. Now he's going to play in Edward. Now pulls the attention one way, and they punch from the other side. This is brutal so far. 5 alive, good stuff for Na'Vi. Stabilizing themselves, getting a nice bit of money behind them. This is a very good start and a very shaky one for Fnatic. No AWP, or at least no double AWP, should I say, even in the close thoughts of their mind. So this could be a bit of a problematic half for them. Their T-side is certainly under scrutiny, so this is where they need to prove us wrong.
And Virtus.pro did this very well also when they played. And when Snacks had the AWP, they could peek mid, but quite often it was working from connector and from short, respectively, and just playing that in tandem, and timing their peaks well, just as we saw from Na'Vi in that prior round. So bear that in mind.
Is JW just going to go through the smoke? He's baiting it out. He's baiting out the steps, but didn't actually go on it. Now, Na'Vi don't have that much information at the moment. They haven't pushed on A. They haven't pushed up mid. So they might not be fully aware here, and Seized isn't alone though. There's still Guardian, and Guardian is keeping a watchful eye towards those apartments. Seized now under pressure though. Fnatic going for that big contact hit. Simple's on the quick route over, but Guardian's now under pressure and he crumbles. JW catches him out, and now there's 3 players playing retake, and it won't be easy.
Simple now going to make his way through corridors. Player at Forest, player close on sight, 1 over towards that short archers there as well. So Simple doesn't have any easy shots to make at all. Except for that one. Olafmeister just tracks back into his crosshair, but it's traded out. And that's what Fnatic are able to do, because if it's so long to set up on this site, They've got all the angles covered, and Flamey isn't able to do too much about that one. Nicely done. Crims and JW still stand, and AWP is salvaged, and the first round comes around for the Swedes.
Impressive they managed to pull that one off, just going for that kind of, I wouldn't say necessarily a dry hit towards B, but they made their way through that. Instant response though from Na'Vi. Look at this buy. Double orbs coming right back out.
Edward.
And this he's going to swip it over towards Guardian, Simple. And he is on just a 5-7. So yeah, Edward's taking a big hit here to allow this to happen, and JW's got his own AWP as well out. So this could get quite interesting. We've got Dennis playing over by 8. 4 players doing the take towards mid here, so Na'Vi got to keep your eyes peeled.
Okay, that's Flamey smoking short there, so gives away his presence, although it should essentially be expected. There's 3 smokes in mid in total at the moment, so Fnatic can advance, but the problem is they have no idea what they're advancing into here. Na'Vi just have not bothered with mid window so much in this round. No, there's always going to be a smoke there, and that's the way that this map's changing actually as well. Teams are sort of going away from that standard peak. Sometimes you roll the dice a little bit too much with that, like Dust 2 double doors.
Okay, they've gone for that deep smoke towards Connector. It gives them even further time to be able to check through Connector and pressure towards short. The bigger issue now, C's going down, is they have less presence towards middle. So Na'Vi have to respect this and back away, but still Flamey finds one through towards Connector. Simple's got his eyes trained towards ramp. You've got Guardian watching through from jungle, so they've got a bit of an AWP crossfire towards A. They're believing this hit's coming in, but the problem is Flush has also been let loose. Ladderum's got an issue, and that issue has a gun. Flusher finding Flamey through the small little pieces of that scaffolding, and now Edward looking for a reply. But that could have been shut down before it began, but Simple doesn't manage to land the shot too perfectly, and JW still alive finding Edward, and there, finally he makes the impact count.
2v3, Bomb getting B now, Flusher already on the site. So again, Fnatic have a chance to put something together, and Flusher likely just sits himself in this corner. So this is going to be really, really nasty for Na'Vi to deal with if they have to push into this one at all. Minimal Connector presence for Na'Vi in this round. They actually could have maybe traded out for C's death on short if they had a player there, but they were playing around the smoked out mid-window, and it's as easy as that. Flusher there to receive Simple, and Guardian thinking better of even challenging this one out. Problem is, Dennis was lurking.
Good positioning from Dennis to hold his nerve that long, wait for the rest of his team to get into the position they need to get the bomb down, and he just plays to find Guardian in the end. So with that big investment, Na'Vi's money is now in ruins. Shattered down to about 2k at most, but on the other side, Fnatic reading, of course, that situation. Flusher right onto that Mach 10, wants to just fly through the map and find him, catch that stack wherever it may be, and it so far looks like maybe they go aggressive, make a play towards ramp, maybe just try and make something happen, catch out a solo player somewhere, but the only, I guess, vulnerability was Dennis, but he's already backing away, maybe getting a little nervous, wondering what's happening, and Flusher sees no one's broken the window at B as well, so it kind of indicates, maybe no one's here. But it also can be a bait, right? That can also be a factor. Oh, just don't break the window. Maybe they'll fall for it. And so far, Dennis is in the perfect spot to catch all of these Na'Vi players if they actually go around towards T-spawn. But he's actually going to back away. So I guess he has to get the bomb and come towards B. Yeah, Flush has cleared out B. They've seen no one's there and like, all right, let's get going.
One reason why this was made a little bit harder of a round to win for Na'Vi is that Flusher bought the Mach 10, so he's going to be fast on B. He's going to be challenging. If there were players there, he would have known that they would have had pistols or very little money given the economic flow of the game. So Fnatic basically were able to get information about the B site really, really early in the round. And when there's a stack at A, Na'Vi just don't have the time to respond before there's a bomb plant. If this was like a Fnatic expecting like a force buy or something more on the side of Na'Vi, it's unlikely that you actually see Flusher go so aggressive on his own into B and get that information so early. But it is what it is.
Yeah. Not too much probably come from this. Just don't want to feed Flusher more than anything. Crim's gonna find seized. Guardian Edward praying someone walks into the trap, but looking unlikely. And oh, Dennis, if only you knew a couple of seconds more and he could have had something then. But again, Fnatic have enough here. And Flusher, are you going to be a
Edward's money's pretty average. Oh, he's just bought
ooh, Dennis. Now, I like this. Dennis has the good mid spawn. Obviously, if he uses it, there's still a threat in the fact that Na'Vi, they're not going to buy whatever they can. They're being quite careful with their money to a degree. They're only buying to this amount. A couple of upgraded pistols, a little bit of armor. Or they've retained the pistols, should I say, or most of them did. And now they just supplemented it with armor. Now, Fnatic have the option of whatever they want to do. This is the first time we might see this big A hit. It looks like Crims is going for the smoke towards stairs, one towards jungle from Flusher. They might just face CT, leave it open, leave for a swing out on it, because, well, they know they're up against pistols, so don't have to necessarily expend everything towards it, but there's a problem in the form that there's still Simple here as well, sat in towards Sandwich. Flamey's quite up close. If they start to feel this out, that can change this plan, but so far they're doing fine.
Flamey wanted to play close up to T-Ramp, but actually then reconsidered it a couple moments ago. So now he plays back and he's been spotted out here. So Fnatic know to play a little bit slower towards that part of the map. Seas gets an AK though. But it is Na'Vi being softened up and now getting a little bit of energy. Guardian at least able to find JW in towards Palace. There's an AK and there's a P250. Dennis is hoping to make mincemeat of that one, and he does. He clears out Guardian. The bomb, a little bit slow, because Fnatic encounter quite a lot of aggression and contact over on that T-Ramp, so they play that one a little bit slower. Gives time for Seas to get into position, but facing down 3 is going to be nasty.
There it is. Fnatic stabilised after what was a very rocky start. Na'Vi looked a little worrying. They had to go to those double orbs early, didn't work out. So you saw the kind of reset coming through almost here. So Na'Vi considering their options, no other orb coming out. It's just the one on Guardian. Nothing was simple this time. We saw Seized obviously opting it on Train, a little bit curious there. But back to the basics for these boys, and Fnatic, of course, of JW on his. But a quick bit of play towards mid. Smoke goes in towards the window. Doesn't mean they necessarily go for this. There's still so many options available. Full utility here to play with. So they can take their time, play up through mid, get that mid control that they were denied so readily in that last game against Virtus Pro, and then build towards one of the 2 sites. So Na'Vi, let's see if you're ready for this. Oof, that nade.
This is, again, this is really passive mid positioning for Na'Vi. There's actually no one in connector, and Simple's playing passive in mid window, so you don't get those little, you know, 2-player sort of rock'em sock'ems, I guess, that we saw from VP. It's a very different approach to mid, and well, we saw what VP managed to do to Fnatic, you know, with the way they played through mid, and Na'Vi are just giving a lot of this up and actually not taking much for it. It's just playing into Fnatic's hands now to give them this degree of control. Even Edward now backing away up on short, very passive.
I guess if you want with Fnatic, you give them enough rope, they can hang themselves. If you want to play that passive style, so you know that Fnatic like to get those picks as quickly as possible and build off it, that kind of looser style than maybe other teams like to play with. But so far, JW finding Guardian actually plays very well into the hands. Flamey's in a pinch. He's got players right, players left, and he's just hoping he catches one of the 2 out. But his time will start to run out soon and dwindle, and they are checking on this. Look at these nades, but they didn't quite go far enough, so he might get away with this. Unless Dennis, Dennis has better ideas. Look at this guy. Not going to let him get away with that. And now the issues start to mount as Fnatic just, I guess, just add pressure to the vice here. It's Edward's time to save. He can't do anything about this. Fnatic got mid control, they got the pick, they got everything they wanted that round.
So let's talk about that. I mean, we talk about, you know, maybe Fnatic are a team that you can give rope and sort of expect them to hang himself with that. I mean, what's required for that to happen? Because Fnatic actually, the more room that they have, the more control they have. It feels like they have more space to actually play that methodically. They play that early round a little bit aggressive in getting control and actually fighting and taking duels to get that real estate. And then it seems like very comfortably they're able to take pick after pick and move in. Would you almost rather see Na'Vi actually put up more of a front in the middle of the map?
And if you have Snacks, sure. If Snacks is having a game like that, go for it. If Guardian's feeling he's got his big boy boots on, no worries. He's on 45 right now, so he's not exactly shining. You gotta, if you're gonna take on Fnatic, you better be ready to take on these aimers, right? It's as simple as that. These guys don't often make mistakes that you can punish readily, right? Especially on an individual basis, at least in my eyes. So I don't know. You have to sit somewhere. You can't just sit on the middle of the fence. You either play passive, play that kind of quieter game. You play the kind of like, okay, we know it's Fnatic. We'll give them enough rope. We'll see what they do with it. And we'll just stop them when we need to. Or you go full Snacks, right? And you just take the fight because you know you're going to win it. Edward fancies his odds. All right, let's see how this one goes for him. He's playing a little bit close to connector. He can still back away. They've shown a little bit, and they're going to back off from this. Smoke out towards connector, but there's a couple of players already up here. This is the issue. Don't sit halfway through on these sort of ideas. Either commit or don't, because right now, Fnatic have found an opening, but there's been a reply. Flamey's found a frag back, which is big, but it's encouraged Dennis to go leaping forward. There's no one holding towards A.
Look how far forward he is. No A presence at all for Na'Vi. Their A presence was the 2 players playing in connector. They didn't use anyone sort of from the B side or in mid window. So, yeah, their site's completely gone. I mean, Na'Vi have a UMP and a Deagle, so you can try, but really, what's the point in attempting this round?
Oh, this is interesting. Apparently, Na'Vi's new coach on the AMA did in Russian said that Seized is the secondary op specifically on Train as of now, and Simple the rest of the other maps. So that's quite an interesting take on it. So clearly he's having a very active impact towards Na'Vi. So thank you to the person on Twitter who informed me of that. My Russian's a little rusty. Very limited words, but what's not limited is JW's frags this round. 3 to be precise to close that one down and shut the book on Na'Vi's face here. And the pause comes in. I can hope this is from Na'Vi just to try and get their mindset into, okay, how do we play this? Let's make a decision and stick to it.
It seems in whatever way or another. And all of these rounds, and Navi are getting a bit unlucky with their positioning as well. I think there was a degree of that. But again, you know, they left A essentially watching T-Ramp, no one was watching Palace because they wanted to commit those two players in towards Connector. Now, we talked about Edward in the way that he stepped into mid and said, oh, maybe he's a little bit neither here nor there. The timing also really hurt him because he wanted to plunge into that smoke, but just as he did, the Fnatic player up on Catwalk saw him. So, unfortunate timing. You can attribute that to luck, but that's a part of the game here. Let's see now. Again, maybe lighter A presence again in this round for Na'Vi. It's just Flamey that's really dedicated to watching it.
But I like this. Maybe making the assumption that as soon as Na'Vi are on that double up, we go to a site hit. And it's a good theory, of course. It's something that Threat became very vocal about, that he believes that this is the best way to get around it. You know, limit their capabilities, force them to play retakes, which make them incredibly uncomfortable. So maybe why Fnatic are going for these sort of hits right now. Flamey, again, very isolated from the rest. Edward's trying to bail him out, but Fnatic have held off. They haven't pulled the trigger yet on the actual hit. They're waiting to see if anyone plays into it. And Flamey on the verge of doing so, but has to back away. Tries to find a new position, peeks towards Tetris. Good spot here, and Dennis doesn't punish. There it is. Finally, Olaf and JW come back in on it, but Guardian still found room to be relevant.
Flamey getting 2 kills there is big. It's actually more than you probably expect from that position, especially with 2 players facing him down. We'll see how that actually materializes, or if it does later into the round here, because Crim's forced JW was busy trying to deal with Connector and in towards jungle. He has to back away with this bomb now. And RV, like we discussed, give control, flex into this one and allow Fnatic to push and then go for that retake attempt. There's a lot of smoke on that site. Fnatic justifiably could have gotten there. It was all about Flamey shutting him down.
Nice read from Guardian, good timing, round the back, doesn't risk taking the one-to-one fight, waits for him to pass, takes the shot. So Na'Vi back into this, keep the 2 orbs up as well, so that's good for their money to keep that retained. Edward's a little low, but he can get dropped out. He can get sorted from the others. But this, as you said, was the big moment. I'm surprised that Dennis didn't trade this quick. He was checking towards Sandwich. No one was there quickly enough. You could see the big response coming out from Palace, which, again, quite a risky play to swing out that wide on it, but it worked out for a small moment. But it almost got too far away already. So nice impact there from Flamey, again, making big waves for Na'Vi in the rounds they've won. So maybe Fnatic going back to what maybe they feel works for them, this mid-take that's been working quite nicely. But there are a double-up play coming out, so it could, again, hinder this.
Guardian has this AWP over towards this A site, and this is simple here on short. So maybe a little bit more of a concerted effort to wrest some of this mid-control away from Fnatic and just vary the pace of play on the side of Na'Vi. Again, both you would have seen 2 grenades, and those are 2 players there, but Olaf catches him. Crims goes down. He was actually in towards underpass there, trying to make something happen. So not too much gained nor lost here, and Na'Vi are quickly rotating in the direction of B. And Flusher seems to be joining his teammates here. In a moment, C's going to be hanging on the site. 1 goes down. The 1-for-1 is acceptable because Na'Vi have now a few moments to set up here through Kitchen. Not what you want if you're Edward there. Face that down. JW just plays the fringes of the smoke so perfectly. A quick about face standing and delivering as well. And Flamey is no more.
Yeah, Fnatic somehow finding their footing here, even in the most curious of ways. This from JW. Hello. That's a little spicy.
Yeah.
That's a kappa. 3-7. Now, money's getting nice and robust for the T side. You can see that they're starting to sit on 9k towards Flusher. Decent amount with JW. They know they're going up against probably a very light purchase from Na'Vi. There's a couple of deals spread around. A bit of armor by Edward, but beyond that, you're looking at bare minimum at this point. In fact, just going to be walking in towards A probably. Wonder if they're going to actually play out the smokes or anything, or just go for that dry hit. They are taking fights. They are facing into it. They want to see if they can find out what the plan is here. One of the big threats has been removed. Flusher finding Edward removes the man with armor and the deagle, and now you've only got one more upgraded piece on the Na'Vi side.
Seized is a fact. It could be a factor, at least flanking long around towards A, but it needs to be pretty quick. It's only pistols here, of course, for Na'Vi. Very little to work with. They're hoping to play in, 2 or 3 players into a fight and try and wrest it back. But with Fnatic, all boots are on the site. Very, very hard to make any real inroads here. C's probably bound to get a rifle here. Simple finding Dennis. There's a possibility here if C's can get the creep up. It'll be a 1v3. Are you for real? JW is, lazily turns his head in his direction, and he's not having any of that.
No, absolutely not. No fun allowed, boys. The fun police is here. And we have a very weak buy coming out from Na'Vi.
Extra 1,500 would have been so nice.
Yeah. Oh, good old... got Famus is there. No UMPs. Na'Vi not having any of that, apparently.
Yeah,
Guardian goes quick swing out here, but actually doesn't go into the molly or, through the molly, but he misses the shot. That's huge. That's opened up such a big chance for Olaf, and he somehow gets away. I don't know how he's still alive. I guess the flash was just long enough to allow him to escape from Olaf Meister's clutches. And look at the 2 players going through underpass as well. Simple taking the fight here. Even with the new skin, it's not going to be working out too well, as he does at least get away with his life.
We're in a decent position here. Crim seems to be expecting his presence, but it's not enough. The Famus does find its mark. A weapon falling out of favour with a lot of players as of late. This has been discussed. I think Pimp's one of the few who actually will prefer that over the UMP 9 times out of 10. Fun fact aside, though, Na'Vi have taken a lot of damage in the early stages. Seized and Guardian are very low, and they still see this mid control. Now, JW went on his own towards B. Didn't know that there'd be 3 Na'Vi players there and waiting, and they're simple in mid, just to put down the law.
Maybe Fnatic losing a little bit of focus here, and Na'Vi kind of pulling up the bootstraps a little bit. As Flusher left in the 1v5. 3 players are low. And Flusher not going to get the play this time. Flamey being the backbone so far of this ace site, being a consistent nuisance to a couple of these hits that Fnatic have tried to pull. But the problem is it's still only 4 rounds on the CT side. Fnatic seemingly turning up a little bit on this T side that we have been questioning a little bit here. So they've so far delivered. I think we can put that to, I guess, a decent margin, but there's still a lot of room to be seen. Now, Na'Vi can go back to the double ops. Last time we've seen that coming out, Fnatic went for the A hits. Quick flash out, and he's going to be taking a little bit of a fight towards middle. That's with Flame beside him, but Fnatic going for a bit of a pinch through underpass here. Olaf Meister up at the top. Got to be careful. Guardian doesn't normally miss those shots too many times in a row, and he doesn't this time.
Yeah, that was a pure peak Olaf Meister in towards mid. Doesn't work out. JW still has an AWP, and Crims has made his way in towards underpass here, so that's the kill on Edward. 4 players over towards the B side of the map here for Fnatic, and it's only Seized actually on the site right now. Edward was playing up on short there, so Seized lacking backup, but Fnatic don't look to pressure that advantage. Back away into spawn and maybe even rotate through towards A. Now, if you're a Na'Vi and you're worried that Fnatic somehow know that you're so light on the B site, you are going to rotate a player over at least. They're going to split this one 2 and 2. And Flamey and Guardian, I hope one of them wraps in through CT here and at least get some presence on that side of the A site. They do. So Fnatic with the advantage, even in numbers, split Na'Vi between 2 sites, a 4v2.
Oh, this is tough for Guardian. This is a big test for him. You've got players from 2 directions coming in. He's pretty isolated. Flamey's actually just pulling himself a little bit further away from being able to help him out, but the adjustment is
spanked.
Unbelievable from Guardian. High flash comes in. Somehow doesn't land that shot. It looked like it was on, but he's read the game plan. He's going to spot another. No, he didn't see him jumping out from Palace.
So lucky.
That's a huge problem, but he sees another. Flush again towards Sandwich. There's still a nade coming in, and I wonder if it's towards CT. It is! It hits him. It's enough. It's done the work. And it's left JW now, the last man standing, but they've removed Guardian and allowed JW to focus in on the last 2, but he's being baited by Simple and played in towards Seized, but he's reading it well, but the time, it's dwindling.
Simple's got a molly here, and Seized can approach now. They can actually set this up for a nice crossfire. Each side of the box. permeated by many bullets, and Seized is not going to be able to hang on. Or should I say JW? Seized to find him there. So Na'Vi bring it back, and they play a little bit slower. Again, they allow Fnatic to have that control. They set 2 at each site. And to do that, to be confident that you can receive a 4-player push with 2 people at the site, you need to rely on people like Guardian hitting those shots, though. It does just seem like Guardian's a little bit uncalibrated. You know, he's hitting these first shots, but then a couple shots he needs to be hitting. A couple rounds ago, we took it all up in towards mid against Olafmeister. Not quite connecting.
No. 5-8 now, Na'Vi. There's a step back here. This is the game I've wanted to see between these two. JW just takes the 1-to-1 and wins it. Guardian blinked, missed it, died, and now has to sit there and watch Simple on the AWP. Let's see if this works out any better for him. JW's holding down mid as the air hit's starting to pour in. He's down to Flamey to lock it down, but he can't. He's been smoked, mollied out, flashed out, everything poured at him. And Fnatic take the site.
Well, there's a gap of that smoke there as well, and I think Dennis was hoping to make some use of it, but Flamey's full flash, and Dennis sneaks in under the cover of that grenade. And now the bomb is down, 3 players surround it, and JW in a good position to control the presence in mid. Easy shot for him. Seized never knew what hit him, nor did Guardian earlier on in the round, and this is what we're talking about. JW on his own. That was a solo peek towards mid, just JW, no backup, no flash, no nothing, clean as a whistle.
You kind of sit there like, who does that?
Well, that's what I was just going to say to you.
Who does that?
I was going to say, like, how many teams do you really expect that from?
At this level as well. It's like you're up against Guardian or Simple, one of the two. Do you just take the dry peek? Of course you do, JW. Of course you do. That's the confidence you want to see, though. There's been glimmers of that JW of yesteryear, and we're all hoping to see a bit more of it. But again, this 4-1 might be coming through for Fnatic. But Flamey can push up towards Palace here. This could be quite nice. I don't know if Crum spotted him. And Dennis is on ramp. Oh, he didn't spot him at all. Flamey gets away with murder, but Dennis replies. But that's giving away the plan here. They're going to see the bomb. They're going to see it all. But Edward denies the play through mid. Now they're all focused towards A.
Guardian key position for him, but JW catches him super early on into the play. And Edward had multiple angles to cover. None of them were going to help him, and it's going to be Seized to rotate through from behind. Now, Dennis hears him. He's just heard him now. Needs to be a really quick peek, and that's hard to win out. Dennis steadfastly holds. And Simple misses a shot he really otherwise should have hit there. And that is going to be the half, Lauren. It's 10-5 in favour of Fnatic so far. Again, a Fnatic swinging like a pendulum. Bit of a difference between tonight and yesterday, but still, Mirage looking much better for the Swedes this time. Let's see how it all transpires in the next half. Well, Lauren, Fnatic back on the attack, recovering from a bit of a lackluster performance on Mirage last night to take Na'Vi to task. It's 10-5 at the half. A very solid T-side from the Swedes.
A very solid start for Fnatic, but there is certain life in Na'Vi yet. These guys showed us a great game just a moment ago on Train. And now it's their time to see what they can do on the T-side here And Edward is the raid boss, Superman, whatever you want to call it. He is a beast with the Tech 9, and we might get to see that put to play. So, Flamey, I'm not sure what the game plan is for him over by A. He's very, very much isolated from the rest. Yeah, it could be a bit of a bait, but he can't be relevant to the round all that easily. So maybe just seeing if there's ramp aggression or anything coming through his way. And there's nothing there, so we might just rejoin the gang as they do line up by B.
All it is at A right now for Fnatic is Dennis watching T-Ramp and Crim's anti-flash, so nothing really to be seen. But this is what we're looking at here. So flashing over the top, Olofmeister completely unperturbed by that one here. Again, just needs to sort of throw himself into the grinder here. Hope to get a couple peeks around this corner onto his right. But Na'Vi not convinced that this is actually the way they want to go.
No, and they're going to show the next part of the idea. Show Guardian and Flamey towards middle. The jiggle peek in the corner. They might take a step out soon. And then you hit B. Here comes in the other flash, and that's the one you go on. So it is a B hit. Flamey and Guardian going to work their way up. But the problem is that Olofmeister, as you highlighted, did not get blinded, and he has not been moved. And he's having none of what Na'Vi are trying to sell. And the flank comes in, and things just go from bad to worse, leaving Flamey and Guardian with it all to do. But Flamey's up to the task, apparently. Flash's head goes rolling, but it's just Guardian now in the 1v3. No armor either.
It's all well and good to show a couple players mid to try and confuse your opponent, but no one was watching from Fnatic in mid. They didn't even see the two players shown there, so all Na'Vi did was isolate their main force. Fnatic were ready for that B hold, and Olaf with 2 quick kills definitely set them on a good trajectory in this round. He had 2, Dennis had 2 as well, and Fnatic not really tested at all. And this first shot was probably the most important. The second one a little bit messy. You can see a little bit of left and right there, but he does find the head ultimately. Again, look, your margin of error is quite slim playing from that position as well. You can see that Olofmeister was trying to use just that right side of the, I guess, the rendered wall there just to try and stay away from that third player. But nicely done. 2 kills and a lot of stall. 11 of 5. UMP's been brought up en masse for Fnatic.
Flusher, Crims, Olofmeister, just going to be running those.
Running the jewels.
Very nice. Very nice. The Glocks on the other side, not going to be doing too much, I can imagine. And not going to get away with it, really. So you're not going to get much done. Maybe trying to get a plant is in the back of your minds, but Flamey's had a bit of a walk out towards A, but not going to connect anything. Fnatic keep 5 alive. 2 kills on the UMPs. They are still SMGs, believe it or not. So they do get a fair bit of money going for themselves off it.
Yeah, and we get to really see what the greater plan here is for Na'Vi and the use of Flamey. Obviously, they're playing that 4-in-1. Chad talked about it on the desk as well. We see this from a lot of teams. Play that Wolfpack and have that loose player that you can pivot around. And this time it's going to be simple, actually, is that lone player over on the A side here. Probably won't really show himself till later in the round. Na'Vi would love to transition actually through Connector here and take control of mid, but yes, JW will be waiting. No AWP for him yet, but this is usually sufficient. Not this time, though, only the trade.
12-5 certainly be burrowing into the minds of Na'Vi here. Got to be able to pull themselves through this one. Mid is slipping in towards their control. No one on short, no one really watching it elsewhere. Fnatic playing a very strange game. Olofmeister's going walkabouts, but look at this. There's no real information at any point other than this. There's good info, but Flusher's completely pulled off of A. He's now sitting towards CT. Crims walking back towards window, and if that smoke dissipates at the right time, or he plays it at the right time, he gets it all to do.
Bomb loose here for Olofmeister and smoke on top. Just to compound the issue a little bit more here for Na'Vi. Doesn't want a challenge, he knows he's walking into AKs. But this is now a very frustrating play for Flamey, who was on the other side of that smoke.
Look at the bombers, that's the worst thing in this round. They have control in A, but it's all about that bomb fight, and why are we not watching it? Why are we not watching it?
Flamey pushed the smoke.
Got Olofmeister. No, why did we miss this?
Ballsy stuff. That's ballsy stuff.
Look, it might all be for nothing anyway, because Crims is going to watch this. So, yeah, it was like, okay, well, that was exciting, but it's fallen apart. And now at 25 seconds, and Dennis is on the side. He can just buy a bit of time here, get Flusher into a very relevant place.
Dennis jumping across. Back in towards CT now. So Guardian, I guess a moment to breathe, but maybe not even to plant. Flusher, yeah. Flusher going to be testing there as well. And that's a correct decision from Guardian. He needs to find the 1v1. That's a position for a T-side player that you know that you actually need to come forward and get aggressive. Doesn't quite work out. 13-5 here. A mirror image. Fnatic so good at these games. You know, they play so well in one and sometimes really quite average in the other. Another split series seems to be on the horizon for them, and the only mirage so far is a Na'Vi victory on this map if they keep going at this rate.
Here we go. JW eyes towards mid time. Who is that madman at the top of mid? You ever been on the subreddit, Mad Lads? It's seized. That's it.
Mad Lads.
That's the one. He's taking wide peaks against JW, just, alright, I'm here. Na'Vi looking for the
swab.
Na'Vi looking for the plan. They might play in through underpass, try and get in through connector, try and avoid the eyes of JW and maybe feed C's to the machine. But here we go. Flashes, smoke start being put out, and well, so is C's. He's been put out to pasture. As now the rest of the players do start to make their pinch. Edward has success.
So far, so good for Fnatic here. Well, okay, Edward. We know what he can do with the Tech-9 here as well. He came leaping and bounding in, but Olfmeister was there to back up JW, who seemed to be a little bit frazzled by the movement patterns of his assailant. And Simple now just going to brief sojourning connector here. Doesn't quite have the same touch of the Tech-9 that we just saw from Edward, but still, 14-5. This is, yeah, the nasty territory now. And Na'Vi in a position where they can sort of buy into these AKs, but nothing more. Really haven't been able to work with an AWP on this T side at all, and that's got a sting.
Yeah, and no players having a huge performance. That's a weird thing as well for them. You look on the other side, Dennis having a pretty big game for himself there. But JW and Olofmeister, these two starting to go at it. But Na'Vi haven't had anyone really kicking off. That's the big thing. You look at them, those before, it's like, oh, Simple's going to be... Hello. I guess it's the smoke. You get the different smoke on Spectator. So...
Again, with the X-ray, we...
Yeah, you get to see everything pretty much.
Right then, well, C's going to back away. Lucky enough to be getting away with his life in general. But now JW's starting to make amends for the earlier bit of issues that he had. 2 kills for him over on this A side. Now needs to back away into connector, and the smoke will assist him in this regard. Seized, if he's caught lurking too long, he could be in deep trouble. JW a little bit too high. I mean, that's a hard shot to make, no doubt about it. So retake for Fnatic.
You start to expect things from JW because it's JW, even though it's just not something you normally see. So, 3 players left alive here. Molly goes in, going to force Simple out of the corner. Force him into the eyes of Flusher. That's the first, but Guardian's very actively looking for fights and sees getting played in well here. Does get the first shot down in the end. And JW's so low, it's going to be tough for him to do anything in this situation. Staying alive would have been, I guess, something, but that's not even going to be the case here. Guardian going to keep this one alive now for Na'Vi. 6 rounds on the board for them. Still not much to work with.
An AWP, though, for Guardian. So, you know, that's the take-home, at least, from that round there. Yep. Keeping themselves afloat. It's unlikely that even if Na'Vi had won that round, they'd actually be able to afford the AWP. I don't actually think their economy was in a good spot prior to that one. A little bit of a mess. Dennis in mid. He, one of the 2 AWPers on the side of Fnatic. Na'Vi play it, so there's going to be a smoke on short. Enough at least for them to get across. Olaf doesn't really see anything. Even the Guardian's actually standing up on top of the boxes here. But Dennis isn't peeking because of the smoke in mid that was just laid. So now Fnatic have to cede mid control to Na'Vi. They're pretty insistent on taking it.
Yeah, Na'Vi are good at taking it too. You have to play around there. You do have to respect it. And with Fnatic knowing what they've got, it's not perfect, but they do have the double ult, and they've gone for this. And it's weird that JW doesn't have it either. Dennis gets picked up very swiftly. Flamey at the helm of that one, but we've got the Deagle arrow here. We've got a little bit of Crims maybe having a bit of a shot at something. Flusher trying to buy a bit of time. There it is. Deagle comes true, and now Flusher is there, adding insult to injury on even the less than ideal buys. Fnatic still have so much fire behind them.
Yeah, a team like Fnatic, you know, there's at least a couple rounds like that per game. They probably shouldn't win. They still end up winning. It's a very fortuitous time for that to occur now, but it's still a 3v2. 2 AKs and a UMP to work with here. And Crimson's going to make his way up short. Now, Flusher is very, very low, and Guardian meets Crims there at the head.
You lose a 2v4, do you, Fnatic? Because that's going to be in the back of their minds. You shouldn't lose these, even on this weaponry. But it's looking likely. No kits, Flusher low. Unless somehow JW finds a miracle frag very quickly. This one is starting to dwindle out of time. They've got to be quick about this, but there it is. JW comes through and Flusher sprays in, desperate for a connection. He's got the tag.
Do it.
But
Do it big.
Guardian, the destroyer of hope.
Do it big, Guardian. That's what we love, a little bit of that. Let's see it from his perspective here as well. I'd love to know. out the pistol and just very clean kill. To be fair, from Flusher, that seemed super aggressive. Obviously, just sort of firing at the bench, hoping to get some of that penetration damage with the UMP. All right, now we bring a couple rounds back here. This puts Fnatic in a very nasty little economical situation and a chance for Na'Vi actually to develop their own, which is more important, especially that we haven't seen the full power of their T side until they actually get that AWP in Guardian's hands.
Surely nothing gonna come through this round. Should be a nice 14-8. Get Na'Vi back with a shot. And Simple might have the best or the worst timing in the world, and doesn't matter apparently. Doesn't matter.
The way Crims walked out there was very interesting. I don't think he expected Simple to be there either, so neither of them were ready for it.
Yeah,
Flusher traded that though.
Which is quite impressive. Now that's played in the chance to recover a gun, but no one's got armor on Fnatic. So if they can maybe hinder the bomb, but look at this positioning from JW. He's just hooned it over towards B. So game back on, but not for much. Unless these Deagles do something disgusting, this should be pretty much a shutdown here.
Flamey turns the lights out, and now it's JW. Desert Eagle. Nothing much really gotten. The only Desert Eagle kill, the only kill for Fnatic in that round was Flusher. The trade out on Simple as he dropped down from Palace. Speaking of which, Simple, a little bit of a quieter game for him. Actually, a quieter night in general. It was mentioned on the desk that, you know, now he's being forced or required to play a role. Can't really be, like it was said, that loose cannon rolling around the deck. And that's not necessarily a death sentence for players of Simple's caliber, but still he seems to be struggling to fit into that mold right now.
JW, you don't walk into that. He's going to back away from the window, look for new ways elsewhere, but Flamey lighting it up through connector, but JW is there, sprays him wildly, but gets met by his opposing number, I guess you can almost call it, Guardian with the AWP. We're down to a 3v3, but let's look where the bomb is. Still working its way through Palace, and there's still Dennis here. If he can maybe find a bit of play, find a bit of an awkward position to put himself in, he can still be so relevant to this round. The rest of his team, though, are believing in this B hit.
Given where Edward and Guardian are playing now through mid, Dennis will probably have a chance to challenge C's, because if you're in C's position in Palace, you've got to plan in a position that's quite possibly vulnerable to the CT ramp, the T ramp, should I say. So, I mean, Dennis has done good work here. I like this. The idea that if you're at a local man advantage, i.e. like it's a 3v3 across the map, but it's maybe a 1v2 at that site, coming from a really weird angle will allow you to equalize that and at least give you a fighting chance.
Now, it's whether or not Dennis holds his nerve now. This is where it gets interesting. Two players up short, they're making noise, they're making it very obvious they're here. Dennis, let's switch over and see if he's going to keep it under wraps. Here we go, yeah, locked down, but seized. How has he landed that? He's got it back to a 1v2. He's got decent HP, but no utility to make play with. He doesn't know how quick they've been on this rotate. Spots out one by Jungle, looks for the straight-up fight. Russia gives it away. This gets dangerous now. Olaf's got a nade. This could clear out the spot in one swift move. If he puts it here, it's done. Yeah, this could be it.
Himself away.
No, C's has moved. He's moved forward as far as he can, but it doesn't matter. The rifle does the job, but that could have been different.
Yeah, tough one for C's there as well. He knows he can't retreat back to Palace, can't give control of the site back to Fnatic, because that is smoke. They're just going to smoke him in there and make life really hard for him. But this is Olafmeister pushing in there as well. So the nade would have killed C's if the shots didn't. Either way, you can always count on Olafmeister to get done what needs to be done, and this puts Fnatic one round away from closing this affair out. JW 23-11 in this map. So, again, you know, there are so many things, you know, that we can count back 1 year, 2 year in CS that we're so fond of, right? We have fond memories of the teams that were, always kind of hoping for that to come back. But the sooner we realize the game's changed and the way people play the game's changed, maybe we can sort of, you know, curb our enthusiasm in that regard. But JW is looking shades of the old.
It's scary when this happens, isn't it? You start to get worried if you're an opposing team. But 15-8, at least Na'Vi this time have a good buy to work with. But already Flusher dismantles part of it. Flamey goes down, who's been integral so far, and Flusher won't move. He's standing out here. Look at this man. Given everything he has, and he just gets completely wrecked by Guardian. Okay, now the problems start to begin. It's back to the 3v3, but look at the HP.
Oh,
Crims just lines them up and knocks them down. And we're down to this 2v2, but Guardian's low. Seized is low. But Dennis is in an awkward spot here.
It's compromising position here.
Yeah, this is not easy.
Guardian's able to loop back and leave Seized in mid now. Sees the head of Dennis. Dennis has no idea. It should be an easy pickup now. Should be an easy pickup. That's the operative term anyway. Dennis now making the peaks. Grenade won't catch him. And Dennis gets away with that. Somehow, he's going to have the chance to get back over towards B and actually give Fnatic a 2v2.
How How has this happened? Here we go. Guardian going to look for the fight straight towards Dennis. There's a
he's got
time
that
limit
unlocked,
on this.
surely.
There is a time limit. He can be relevant here because there's pressure from short at some point. That's what he's worried about. He couldn't stay there too long. Has to adjust now. He has no idea where they're coming back from, aside from Dennis. Now, you might start hearing Crims landing a couple of shots fly. Yes, so Guardian now knows where they both are. Seized has to help him out in this as well. He's got to help him to the left. Guardian misses a very uncharacteristic shot. Now Dennis gets up close and personal, and it's down to the 1v1. Seized against Crims. And Seized, where are you? Crims?
Oh, he could have had that.
He could have had it.
Unbelievable.
Didn't hold his nerve, didn't hold down the bomb, but he's now dancing with danger, and Seized keeps it together, even in the highest pressure moments. Na'Vi have a lifeline of recovery now as they've broken Fnatic's money.
In fairness, that's very believable, right? Like, you never really think. Pros don't fake, boys. Seized had a lot of money into that round, about 7k, so he's just going to distribute that across his teammates as much as possibly can. I think that AWP for Guardian was of Seized's purchase here. So that still keeps him topped up pretty nicely. Fnatic, like you said, average economy. It'll be time for one of those Fnatic rounds again with those pistols. A la FaZe Clan would go down a treat right now.
Shouldn't, but might. You never know. Seized. He's Chris block there from Seized.
Thanks, Seized.
But no. Olofmeister tries to find a pinch, bit of room, but Seized, all too aware, not going to fall for it. Stays up and standing, barely losing any HP, which is nice. Not feeling too vulnerable. And the last three remaining players are the Deagle brothers. Three of them. Dennis, Flusher, Crims. Anything they can pick up is a bonus, but it's very unlikely.
With the UMP, so not necessarily playing within optimal range, but this gun is really good right now in a lot of ways. Very versatile for the cost. Dennis trades him. Fnatic go, could get the UMP. Don't really have the time for that one. It really is insane, actually, what you can do with that weapon from that range.
Yep.
Okay, well, that's a conversation for another time. Fnatic still on the cusp of taking this game away, but they're forced to take a double eco, or at least I dare say, maybe they a little bit of utility. But nothing over the top I shouldn't expect here. Yeah, P250s, 5-7, Desert Eagle.
I think we see some aggression. Just do something with it, you know what I mean? Just try and push somewhere, stack something, make a little bit of peace happen. Because you got Flusher with a flash, so maybe they can create something together. Or maybe just play it out as per standard. Maybe a little bit of a play towards mid here. 3 players could face it, 2 in connector, 1 towards window. JW's gone for a bit of aggression towards Palace, and I like that. However, you're up against Simple, who seems all too aware this could be a possibility.
I mean, it's fine. Look, you've got P250. First shot, though. You have to hit it. If you don't, you're probably going to be in trouble.
Yep.
Totally winnable situation. You're just not supposed to. All right. One by one. A lot of these rounds, really, we've actually seen both of these two teams in economic troughs on multiple occasions. So this is a game where you're actually going to see more of these eco rounds, these pistol forces in than maybe normal. It's going to be Crims on 16 HP, though. Does get 2 kills for his trouble. But Na'Vi, I mean, the question of dealing with their burgeoning economy isn't really an option right now. I mean, Na'Vi are looking quite good. They did have to dig a little bit deeper a couple rounds ago, but...
You can say for Fnatic, they've got a couple more rounds to play, but they are adamant they want to work with this double AWP. And it gets costly. You can't keep going back to this and keeping your money up unless you win the round, right? But we'll see. I don't know. It gets a little risky. But they want to make this stick. Now, JW's got his, Olofmeister's on his. JW from, I guess, the more deep angle, they wanted to go for that. No one's actually gone for it, though. Guardian gets fed a big pickup. Olofmeister being found is massive. And now Fnatic looking for options elsewhere. Na'Vi have not really shown much across beyond that. And that's just Guardian slow walking out towards B. And there is still a player here. If you're playing against Fnatic, you know there's probably going to be Flusher around somewhere, and he is. He's waiting down just off the side here. Guardian keeps walking any further, there will be that little bit of a pixel in towards the sights of Flusher.
One of 2 of the Fnatic AWPs getting a bit of a dust coat right now after that one as well. So, Olofmeister losing out on that challenge. I mean, you already covered that pretty extensively, but it seems that Na'Vi aren't really convinced that they've actually made enough damage on B and softened Fnatic up to actually be going with it. So, backing away now, and this is annoying if you're in the 4-player position. If you're Fnatic, you're like, well, okay, what now? Fnatic preemptively actually stacked already 2 players fairly deep on that A side, so they're entrenched. But again, what's to stop Na'Vi from going short to B? Just Crims.
Both of the AWPs now on B, because Flush was able to recover his. GW's going to be watching towards short. And all Flusher's actually swung around to it as well. The AWPs are ringing true. It's 3 players now for Na'Vi to run the gauntlet. They have to get past these 2. The first will fall, but JW is still there. Now, even odds sit between these 2 teams, but Fnatic on 15 rounds means in the next 20 seconds, excluding the bomb plant, of course, we'll see if they can actually close out in this round.
Issue is that Crimson Dennis don't really have the option to go for, different angles here. I don't think there's time to drop into underpass and go the long way, so they have to double face here. Guardian, again, this is about as close as to living in a fort as you can be. In CS, but he gets tagged in the head. Now needs to go for the peak. He finds it. A little bit off, a little bit on and off Guardian has been now, but look at how low they both are. Crims doesn't have a grenade to exacerbate this and still needs to get it done the old-fashioned way. Oh, that cost him.
Yeah, it's save time now. Off we go. That one little bit of a shot coming through, and Guardian somehow staying alive again. Guardian playing from that spot is actually so good. People call it, I think, Forest every now and then, or Bench. But
I call it Forest. Well, that was, I think it was called Forest far before CSGO.
Yeah. But Guardian just making it his own at the moment. He's really found form there for some strange reason, but you almost felt like that was Fnatic's chance to seal it then. You had both the AWPs there just working out perfectly, but no. Pulled right back into line, and Na'Vi's money's sitting nice now. They can get whatever they want, that full buy. Fnatic's right back down to the dust because they're going on these double AWPs, constantly backward and forward here. Even in close rounds, they're going to be poor as you like. Crim's going on the M4 though, so he's kept that one through, so he'll be okay going forward, but the rest are going to have to suffer through this, and that's part of it.
A Desert Eagle in mid-window, that's JW. You can hear that ringing out. Sometimes a clarion call for death, sometimes nothing to worry about for Na'Vi. I'll just see which case this is because they've already made their way over towards B. And they're on the site, so they're in. It's going to be Fnatic play that retake. Flusher actually managed to find a kill up at the top of mid, if I'm not mistaken. C's lurking a little bit too long. Retake with Deagles, this might be a thing. JW finds Edward up close and personal, gets himself an AK.
Oh god, he just wants to get out.
Yeah.
Crim's almost blocked him then.
A bit of a stack up inside kitchen, but they're making it happen now. 2 players remain for Na'Vi. The bomb is down, and Fnatic still need to respond to this. And Simple's going to deliver. 2 kills, a spray comes through. Can't quite get a third, and Olaf and Flusher shut it on down. Na'Vi straight in the duddy. Fnatic split yet another series. And again, the top 8 spots in this league are still under question. Neither of these teams really pulling free of them. But what an exciting series. A great start, especially. Train was fantastic. Looks like a car I had when I was a kid. Cost me $500. Best investment ever, but Fnatic, you can't be too upset about that, Lauren.
No, they will be pleased as you like to close that one out. And of course, there is always that little bit of an element of it still being Fnatic. You might slightly forget it for a couple of rounds when it gets close, but they win on the pistols, they win on those crazy things. If you're Na'Vi, you're frustrated, but it was a good game.
And that's all she wrote for that Clash of Titans. Now over to the desk for Moses and the boys to give us the scoop.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, if you're Na'Vi, you are very frustrated considering you were making that push towards overtime and it's pistols that stop you. And how Fnatic is that? They struggle in most of the gun rounds leading up to that point. And then the CZs, the Deagle, the 5-7.
It felt like overtime was destined to happen at that point. But yeah, of course, it's the CZs and the Deagles and one push for a smoke, of course, that actually enables them to pick up the win and get an AWP and everything.
How fitting.
Yeah.
This was, I mean, again, though, we talked about Mirage, pretty good map for Na'Vi on the T side, but on the CT side, they still seem to have some struggles, maybe losing some confidence on that side.
Yeah, I think on the T side yesterday when they went up against VP, every time they went for a duel, whether they took map territory and then went for a fight, they lost it, or when they went for early map control and VP challenged them, they lost the fights as well. Today, Simple was trying to, fight them from connector or from short, and he was losing the fight, so Fnatic were getting free picks there. When they took their time and were able to work out that Na'Vi were playing in the sites, they was always finding that opening pick. So I think that was the big difference in their T sides. It seemed like they addressed the game very similarly to yesterday.
Yeah.
They were taking mid control, they had a couple of people in B apps, getting underpass control, boosting to pick windows. Just today they were finding the frags. That was the only real difference I saw. Yeah, a little bit shaky on the CT side, but a win's a win, right?
Absolutely. Much better than yesterday. Actually, starting on the T side this time, and actually they lost the pistol, in fact. They went down 2-0, but managed to pull it back in the third round after getting the bomb down in the pistol, I believe. And then they had a massive string of rounds. I think it was like 6 in a row to manage to get them like a huge lead at that point. They finished off the half 10-5, and that's got to be a much better result than what they had against VP, right? I kind of, just to point out as well, Chad's kind of idea of sending like the 4 players towards B, one on the other side, they actually pulled that in a couple of times on the map as well, and actually worked to quite good success.
Yeah,
so did Fnatic, they did as well.
We had a little bit of a chat during that game that you can't draw too many like massive conclusions from the online Counter-Strike, the online leagues, but what exactly is there anything you can make of the fact that Fnatic yesterday destroys VP on Train, gets destroyed on Mirage. Today they go against Na'Vi, they get destroyed on Train, and then they win on Mirage.
It's a difficult one.
Is this a Fnatic thing, or is this just like their style of play lends it to these kind of results?
There are inconsistencies with online CS for sure. It's difficult to really give you a clear statement in return to that. But they did look better overall, I think. Obviously the Train was a bit ropey, but coming back and winning the Mirage, got battered on yesterday. That's promising at least. They've obviously rectified some of the holes that were kind of leaking before, so that's better. But yeah, like we said, there's always going to be inconsistencies, and different matchups lead to different results as well, depending on play styles and how these teams match up against each other.
It seems like the general feeling about Fnatic from analysts and from casters is that this is a team that's going to be good, and we're seeing improvement. They're just not quite there yet.
I think the weird thing at the moment is I think there are so many teams that are going to be good that we're going to have a top 8 to 10 teams that are all fantastic. You know, they're all super competitive, all playing the same brand of Counter-Strike, just with super stacked lineups. That's what, if you look at the scene at the moment, all of the teams who we think are either going to be a top team or are currently a top team have so much firepower. You know, the liabilities seem to have died out of the scene right now. Everybody's been weeded out, and we have the top 3 is clear. But I think there's 5 to 7 teams below that who are just could win any given Sunday type of thing. So that's what's really exciting, and the inconsistencies are going to prop up, especially with online Counter-Strike. You're going to see these things from time to time. Yeah. It's good, that they're bouncing back. That's the best part. They're not just getting blown out. The mentality's there. They're like, hey, we still want to win. If you lose a 16-2, normally you go into the next map and you're crushed. But VP yesterday proved that they could come back. Today, Fnatic proved that they could come back on the second map, and these are good signs.
Na'Vi as well, we're seeing good things from them, despite, we had that segment with Mitch earlier where he talked about Starks, leaving the team, wanting to become a player again. Where do we have Na'Vi at? Are they a team that we see, an improvement in a future for?
It's difficult to say right now. This is the first outing we've seen since Starks has left, right? This is actually the first game they've played since that's been happening. So I'm not really sure where it's going to go. I think they'll be fine. Obviously, like I said, there's another guy coming in to kind of replace or be more of an analyst, I guess, instead of a coach. I'm not really sure.
He was the analyst. Now he is the head coach. Yeah.
So okay, but still,
big shoes to fill.
I think that's a good thing for Caesar. Now he doesn't have to crush to fall back onto his Starks. Now he really has to take the bull by the horns at this point and say, okay, if I'm going to be the in-game leader, I'm the only one who's capable of doing it. And if this team's going to be successful, I have to really embrace this role now. I can't just fall back on the Starks at the events where he can call for me. I need to actually give this a good go. So hopefully that's going to be something good for him.
We've got about like 1 minute, so I just want to get quick thoughts from each of you, because we haven't actually discussed this between us at all, and now just for the viewers and everything.
Go on.
Thoughts on Starks take a step out from coach and saying he's open to playing again?
Well, we saw him play in Malmo, right? He actually had to step in for Guardian. He actually looked pretty decent still. I would like him to come back, I think. Obviously, I think that's the headline of CSGO right now. The in-game leader is the hottest property.
All-time premium, yeah.
Yeah, so if he was going to come back, this would be the perfect time to do it. He still has got the skills. Like we saw in Malmo, I thought he was pretty decent, actually. He stepped in as the secondary AWP to Guardian, and he looks all right. So I think if he's, from a business point of view, why he's going to go right now, I think that's a perfect idea, and I think he probably should do it.
I think the Russian factor / Ukrainian thing is the big issue. You have to build another team. The talent's there in the CIS region. He could grab some players from other teams to build a squad. It's
Vegas
just
Squadron.
Yeah. Yeah, there's lots of good players, like that Miri guy, I think it is, or something along those lines.
Yeah.
There's talent there, and he could build around himself, right, and make a team that he wants to run with. Could be an exciting future for him, especially, with the growth of Counter-Strike at the moment.
Yeah, cool. We'll have to see what that future holds for Stark. But tonight, Na'Vi and Fnatic are done. They split maps for the evening, 1-1 for both teams, though that's going to affect the standings a little bit. We'll check that out later tonight. But when we return, we will have Envy taking on North for the last match of the evening.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
Hey Future Pros, back on Nuke today and I have another slick smoke to help you with your T side. Playing Nuke can feel like hell, but with this Heaven smoke, you'll be winning round after round. The first step to executing this smoke is to shoot out the back left skylights. Once done so, run along to silo and position yourself over this line. Aim just to the left of the second rail post and slightly above the roof. Find mouse 1 on your gaming mouse and then press it. And just like that, Heaven will be perfectly smoked.
Now, as much as Rushley would like you to think otherwise, being a future pro is more than just watching videos. You can start your career as that pro, though, in the Mountain Dew League. The Mountain Dew League is giving amateurs a direct path into the ESL Pro League. Check it all out at esca.net/MDL. Now, coming up next is Envious versus North. North, who played yesterday in the Danish derby against Astralis and split the series 1-1. It's been roster mania at the moment, of course, and Envy is looking a little bit different. We'll have to see if it will be enough, though, to take down North, who have been very, very strong lately. Let's go over the desk and find out.
Yes, thank you, Mitch. Welcome back to Pro League once again. We've got one more matchup for you. It's going to be Envy versus North. But first, we have some kind of fun stuff. We kicked Henry off the desk, which was always, I mean, that's fun.
Physically.
Yeah. Hello, Lauren.
Hello. I didn't want to bring back up the worms thing, but you know, now you've only got
but
one
you're
betrayer.
Do it anyways.
Yeah, you've only got one betrayer on it.
It's
No,
been
I
a
like to remind you guys.
All right.
I just bring it back.
Cool.
Well, yeah. Well, we'll move swiftly on from that before I get angry again. And we'll go towards a rather cool discussion that was had on Twitter with some of the pros just the other day about some of the weapon balancing we have going on. Some thoughts, especially on the FAMAS.
Don't get me started, Jason.
Oh, you love a bit of these discussions, don't you, Chad?
This is just silly at this point.
We need a FAMAS upgrade very soon, Valve. We have one. It's called the UMP. Apparently, everyone other than Pimp prefers the UMP over FAMAS. And yeah, I mean, there's always going to be questions of weapon balancing, but at the moment, it certainly does feel that UMP is a little bit too strong. The FAMAS, even like you almost prefer a pistol over the FAMAS at this point.
Yeah, back like in Renegade's days, me and Azza had an argument that I said the FAMAS was pretty good. He said that he could beat me in a one-on-one only using an MP7. Now, I know I'm terrible. He did beat me. So that's not saying a lot. But that a player with as much skill as Azza saying that the FAMAS is nowhere near as good as an MP7 is ridiculous in the sense of he is right. The FAMAS needs either a buff, the burst fire needs to be more accurate, so you know you can actually use it at range. You want to pick it up at range, right? Yep. And the UMP, let's maybe change the kill rewards of the weapons if you want to do something quickly. Give a FAMAS a $600 kill reward and the UMP a $300 kill reward. That's a quick fix, right? Because that way you're going to get more incentive for having the FAMAS. You're going to get more money. The UMP, we know it's a little bit OP.
Yeah.
Maybe
we've seen Flusha do some magical things.
Give them less money for that weapon.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
They get 2 kills. The value of the weapon is earned back. Ludicrous. You have an AWP.
You know what else would be fun to have the burst fire back in it would be the Glock. Some of that nostalgia. Bring that back.
I still do it.
I know, because you want it so bad.
I wish it was
if you believe enough.
It was like the best feeling in 1.6 was like when a Glock burst fire hits someone in the head.
Incredibly
satisfying.
Just
the best.
But let's, if we want to keep talking about weapons, CZ kill reward, make it 300.
Yep.
AWP kill reward, make it 300. It's the most, well, okay, arguably the most skilled weapon in the game. But you get an ace with an AWP, you get 50. Is it 100?
It's 50. I think.
Is it 50?
I think so.
If I don't know. Anyway, I'm not a very good analyst.
Yeah.
You don't get much money for the kills. How ludicrous. I'm pretty sure it's 100.
Okay.
Could it be 50?
It could be 100.
I'll meet you halfway. 75.
We'll find Twitter. Yeah, 75 works.
Yeah.
Someone's going to tweet. We're going to move on away from the numbers. The other cool kind of thing that happened is obviously there was the update from Valve and Counter-Strike last night. The big changes coming to Nuke, the newest map added into the pool, or reintroduced back into the pool. Not the newest, sorry, second newest. But they do have some pretty cool updates on Nuke. Chad, I know you're a big fan of Nuke. Let's have you walk us through it.
I don't know which one we're going to start with here, but if we whack up the clip,
I think it's your decision which one to start with. We're putting it all in your hands.
Let's go with the outside change where they got rid of the 3 boxes near warehouse. Okay, so these 3 lovely boxes that were here before basically made it so there wasn't like a one-way for the AWPer to pick up to silo. Now those boxes are gone. The AWPer can actually sit in warehouse and look through the grate of the catwalk and see the player on silo. And the player on silo is going to have a very rough time taking that duel. I don't know if we have a first-person view of that. No, we don't.
No, this is just...
Okay, so this is the hut change where they've actually thinned out that wall you can see in the middle of your screen right now. So you can actually get a better angle to pick up to the rafter. Lauren and I were playing around before, and now the Molotov can go so much deeper into hut, actually. So for the CTs, it's a positive as well. They can Molotov real deep into that hut. And this is the roller door and mini. It's been raised, so as a terrorist coming in to pick the rafters, you have a better line of sight right now. It seems a little bit more fair. You're not just going to get your feet, when they see your feet and just absolutely pepper you, you get an even jewel in this scenario.
Yeah, that's actually pretty cool. And I mean, that's one of the most nightmarish angles to try and find a kill in when you're in the bomb site. So these changes, you think going to have a positive effect? You think we're going to see maybe a little bit more tier CT sided?
The only one I don't like is the boxes being removed outside. It's an easy fix. I think you just have to make, you can see on the railing, there's a solid part. Just make that a little bit longer. No,
I think take it away.
A solid part.
Yeah, well, on the bottom of it, of the scaffolding piece almost. I don't know if you can see it on the game.
Probably not.
It's just like a really weird view. You don't get any benefit.
No, but if you make it, if you extend it, then no one can see through the grate either direction.
Riveting discussion, guys. We're going to move on to Envy versus North. Really,
well, I enjoy Counter-Strike, Jason. I don't know about you, but
obviously don't enjoy Counter-Strike. Listen, I'm getting the people in my ear saying, move along now.
The voices in your head, Jason, you need to lock them down, all right?
Yeah, so Envy is going to be playing against North, and Envy is the team doing better than G2, the super team that was created. Envy was considered to have gotten the short end of the stick, but it doesn't seem that way at the moment.
It happened last time around with the French Shuffle as well, right? We were surprised by it was G2 back then, doing better than Envy, who got Kenny and Apex. But this team, I think, they had some really good results based off Scream just going absolutely nuts, just carry performances, right? Happy seems to have diversified the way he plays. He's still doing his solo stuff, but he seems like he's more active in strategies from time to time, which is a good mix-up. And he has to be more of a carry factor, I think, so that also helps the way he plays the game. RPK, solid as usual. Sixer, we've seen some brilliance with the ore from him. Nothing consistent at this point. He might be able to grow into that, but I don't think he's going to be a superstar AWPer. And then XMS is just, I guess he's just a role player in the team, right? I see him doing some entry stuff from time to time. Yeah. He's doing his job. So
yeah, and he's actually been pretty diligent at it as well. You look at him, he was a name that went under the kind of radar in comparison to all the other big changes, of course, but he stepped in and held his own to a degree, statistically doing perfectly fine. He's not excelling, but he's holding his own in the role he's been given.
It's kind of cool with some of the struggles of these French teams. I mean, that part's not cool, but it is cool to see that some of the players from the lower French scene have gotten chances now. We've seen Bada, we've seen Devil, now we're seeing XMS get a chance in the big leagues. Sixer back into it. I mean, this is just kind of a cool necessity that has been required out of some of their struggles. They're going up against North, Lauren, and Chad has that brilliant thought that Astralis has beaten North and Heroic now on Nuke. Is this fake? Yeah, I mean, but North has to be considered the second best Danish team, and definitely even on Nuke, the second best team on Nuke.
Yeah, they are outstanding at it. They're very, very good. We saw the struggles yesterday. Astralis looked good, but it wasn't an easy one for either side. But North, they're going from strength to strength. I feel like it's waiting to see how well does AZ fit in. We saw Cajun B having a game that we didn't expect before. He really went above what we normally put the category towards him on, especially on Overpass. Maybe proving a point. First time he got to play against his ex-team, really, since he joined these guys, and they went to the bigger form that they've been able to hit. But yeah, North has huge potential. Nuke seemed to fit them very, very well as of late, and adding it to the map pool quite drastically for themselves. And I think these changes are going to only encourage what they like to do. You saw those aggressive hits. You saw Magisk loves to plow through, loves that aggressive play. He can now get peeking towards rafters very early on. If that CT side doesn't get money, it could be quite harsh.
I'm glad to hear you talk about Magisk's aggression, because Chad has wanted to talk about that for some time. We've got a little video.
Yeah, this is just 2 little clips. There's nothing too exciting, but basically, Magisk is really good at pushing out Squeaky Door, uses this nade and the smoke as cover. This was last night against Astralis. He was able to find Dupree on multiple occasions. We just have two of the things right now, but the way that he can exploit that position, get down the vent, force rotations, it's really good to see someone able to do this time and time again and be a master, of that position. So the way that he plays the Squeaky Door role is very good to see. He's going to do it again. Get this, right? So, Dupree's like, oh, has he pushed out into the smoke again? Let's have a little look here. Check the way he picks this line. This is just, he just knows what he's looking for every time. And you are dead.
And then one thing I love about this is that he's killing the guy who does it for Astralis on their T side.
Yeah.
Dupree's the guy who goes Squeaky. So you're having this nice little mind game between the two, both knowing how it feels to be in that position, how to make the other incredibly uncomfortable, and Magisk obviously being incredibly good at it during this one.
Yeah, and he had a brilliant game yesterday on this map, even in a loss against Astralis. And the other thing we saw is on the CT side, just as aggressive. We highlighted in the post game yesterday.
Yeah.
those ramp pushes at times.
I was watching back the demo this afternoon, and the way that he, the ramp, he did that aggression from time to time, but most of his kills he was finding while rotating back to help. And that's one of the hardest things to do, right? As a player who would always play a swing position, it's so hard going into an environment where your teammates have either just been completely wiped out or you have to come in and fill a hole quickly and the T's already have ground and make kills. He does it so well. That's something, that I definitely admire in a player.
Yeah, I mean, those are the kind of impact kills that we talk about. That can't really be counted how much of an impact they have, especially considering the ramp room player, his two options to rotate if that upper bomb set is lost is through vents, massive disadvantage, and up the ladder, which is also a massive disadvantage. So, massive player he is for this North team. But what are we expecting out of Envy? Because I think actually, even when G2 has played this map, or the old G2, the roster before this kind of shuffle, surprisingly they had some pretty good games on it, despite no one really expecting them to be a strong Nuke team. But I mean, you still have to think that there's a lot of talent on this, a lot of places for Happy to lurk. RPK as a rock can really find some way to lock down sites.
The old way that Happy used to do it on this map was everyone else would go and take ground, like Apex and stuff, and Kenny would go push through smokes in yard, and then Happy would always late lurk like Hut or Squeaky. And it was terrible because, there's only there are two small choke points, right?
Yeah.
What he needs to do is be an aggressive lurker. He needs to take the territory. He needs to be the one getting into secret. He needs to be the one getting down the vent. And then he can lurk because they're going to come to him and he can just take as long as he wants. He doesn't have to do anything once he takes that territory. He just has to take that initial risk because he is a great lurker. He's an amazing player. I just think that's the mix-up we need to see from them. I don't know. I think they've had one Nuke result and they lost
Big.
on it. But
they won against Big, but it was like 16-14.
Okay, so
it wasn't
really
a clean
close.
game.
Yeah, but this is, I think, when Scream was still a stand-in, right?
Possibly.
Yeah.
Quote,
so
unquote.
we don't know where they're at right now, but I think this is
Yeah.
the surprising thing about Envy, right? We don't know what to expect, and they could have a lot of cool executes to come out of the bag.
Yeah, will be interesting. And always the question with these guys is how big is Stream going to go and how effective is Happy's looks going to be? And to take us through finding out all of those interesting answers, we have Henry and Sadikist.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
We're here. We're ready. It's going to be North. It's going to be Envy. Do you envy anything about the new Envy?
I'm not sure I envy anything about them. I kind of like the look of the new team right now. I think they're looking quite promising. We've only seen them in Pro League so far. I haven't seen them at the LAN. That's obviously going to be the final testing ground for them. But so far, it's a nice upward trajectory. They seem to be getting better and better.
There's a lot of new teams. The big name teams, obviously, we saw their roster changes. They've gone to events. There's a lot of teams that were on the other side of the roster which we've yet to see on LAN. That's a good point. Mousesports being one of them. G2 yet to play a big LAN, to be fair, although we've seen enough of them and people have been critical. Envy, definitely want to wait and see what they're actually capable of with Happy still on board that side of the roster. Yeah, there's some interesting storylines there.
Well, we saw North play against Astralis yesterday. It was a bit of a mixed bag. They actually dropped a Nuke as well, so that was kind of interesting. But we'll see what happens here against Envious. How do we feel Envious is going to be preparing for this? Like, obviously, they've had a bit of time now. The roster's been together maybe about a month, I would say, with Scream joining. Maybe a little bit less than that. But they know this map's coming up, and historically, it was a decent map for Envious, and we'll see whether they can actually step up here against North. Probably one of their best maps, I would say.
Yeah, I would say so. I think the Danish teams in general, heroic as well. It seems like Nuke is Danish territory right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Major Boy, especially on the T side, as Chad was pointing out, that was one of the things I was loving yesterday. That squeaky door play he's got is amazing. But let's get into it then, shall we? The Superman buy has come in now. We said that was kind of dying out. There's some interesting buys there. Deagle for AZ, and then the Superman buy for KGB. That suggests an upper rush, usually maybe towards ramp as well. MSL will be holding up towards that area. In terms of the CT setup, nothing too aggressive as of yet. We have got a smoke to work with that might be used towards the main entrance position, or maybe save for the lower plant. We'll see what they decide to do as MSL holds up for any CTs pushing into his crosshair.
This doorway is going to open at some point in time, but it's Cajun, not Magisk, on the other side of it. Scream, back vent, more and more players using this to their advantage. You can't play the rafters above on this side of the door. I know it seems obvious at this point. Without the second vent, it also means they limit themselves quite heavily on that position on the floor. I'm surprised so many players love it, actually, because of that reason.
So the idea here is right now, AZ's gone all in with the Deagle buy. He's going to try and work a pick here, challenge the USP towards that outside area. That's why his teammates are waiting for, to see if he can get some information, maybe a kill. That'd be fantastic. But look how passive this is from Happy. He's actually holding up on the right-hand side of Garage there. Not necessarily facing him, getting much for his team, just stopping them getting towards Heaven right now. And this could be to his downfall. Look at the timing. He hears a footstep. That's AZ. So now this kill becomes very important. It's going to be AZ going down. Happy actually picks up the frag, and that should cue for his teammates to go towards ramp at this point.
Should do. Sixer gets to Turnpike. That's going to be enough for the rotation back off. MSL, meanwhile, has got to be a bit careful trying to cover off toward the hut. So to Scream, they get inside the window. Con picks up the first kill, and RPK will back it off. Define config, that buys them space, and QXMS. He's another player in this lineup, by the way, that I'm curious to see more of.
Sure.
Saw a bit of him, the whole Devaduck thing, XMS. You know, we're talking about Denmark right now, and the amount of depth they have in their scene. We talked about it in Sweden for a while. The French scene's got an equal amount. They just didn't ever really get a chance to showcase.
Yeah, poor old LDLC just keep getting wrecked in every French shuffle. They lose their star players every time. They just get themselves out of a promising position.
Well, there was also Millennium, but they had Fixio, so they couldn't do anything. They couldn't go to any of the major events.
He couldn't actually attend because he's banned, right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter. Anyway, it's going to be a little force buy here from North. They've got one player down towards the vents, Majors Boy. He did this yesterday. And we'll see if it works out. His teammates going towards Secret. They're trying to do a lower split at this point. The idea of Major's position, fortunately, he's only got 10 HP. He's designed to stop rotations coming towards that vent area and force him to come from ramp or Secret, which is what they're trying to do right now.
Sixer plays the window, packs it, but the tags. That actually cost him so much. Little shot in the ass, suddenly the legs don't work. He gets slowed down, they're able to track him out. But Happy comes back around to take control of the control room with the UMP. 2 kills for him, looking for a third. Hug the wall. He's got low HP on Majestic. It should be pretty straightforward as well, considering he has the bomb, but he's just got to be careful that he doesn't go down too soon before his teammates get in position, which they now are. Good headshot onto screen, but he gets the kill, and he can afford to back off with a 2-man advantage inside of the site. They're fine.
Yeah, it's just a case of bleeding them out now. So it was quite an interesting approach from North, like getting one player towards a vent. So in that position now that we only have one vent map, obviously in the old iteration you had 2 vents either side, that wasn't really a viable choice. You had to drop down to vents, then get out straight away because you couldn't watch both angles, right? But now you can actually viably hold that position and stop rotation from the CT side. But when you've got 10 HP and a PT50, it's not really going to last too long there. His teammates go towards outside. He get down Secret. No bomb plant comes in. Happy saves the day coming from that window room position. So we go into the third round here. Nothing really to report. North from just Glocks and 1 PT50. This should be quite a clean cut round. Majors does not make it on the fence. About to say he's about to actually get a plant down there. Maybe. That would be fantastic. But RPK and Happy deny that possibility. That's going to be the round over. And they get a couple of kills. That'd be something. But Happy's continuing his good form here. Lots of money farmed from him in the last few rounds. He actually gets 5 in the last 2. So plenty of money for him. You can see he's only got $10,000. This is certainly bonus round kind of territory right now for the CTs. They have 2 UMPs, an MP9, and a FAMA. So that would suggest maybe something aggressive towards ramp, get the first pick, maybe 3 players to outside, a boost, something like that. Just something a little bit different going up against these AKs now.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how much we're going to see of that small change outside tonight. Ooh, Scream.
They got rid of an MP9 just to note. Upgraded to an MP4. That's probably a good idea. 3 outside. This is the adjustment. See if you can go aggressive. Get the first pick.
Ooh, that's very aggressive. XMS gets 2.
Works.
And RPK goes around the corner. Scream finding 1 as well. That's taking the fight to North. That's going to set something in their mind.
Like I said, those kind of rounds, you've got SMGs left over. It's a bit of a Hail Mary. You're not expecting to win it, but if you can, you're in such an amazing position there. 3 players towards outside. XMS lines 2 of them out the FAMAS. Not really much the fallen teammates of North can do at that point. There's such a so much chaos going on towards that area that is running into the crosshairs of Envious. They didn't expect that call at all. Like I said, in my opinion, that's kind of obvious. You're going to be waiting for that aggression to come in those sort of rounds, but they get shut down there. It's going to be 4 versus 1. Make it a 4 versus 0 as RPK finds the final kill with the AK-47. They'll be upgrading to full rifles here. Happy still has a UMP. He's fine to stay on that weapon. And we're interested to see in terms of the AWPing on this map for Envious especially. It's rumored now that 6 is going to be the main AWP for this team. I'm not sure that's cemented right now. Obviously, Happy can AWP as well, but 6 in 1.6. He was a very prolific AWPer, actually one of the best in France. So I'm interested to see whether he can actually go back to that role fully and be as good as he was in the other games.
That's one of the things we say about a lot of players. I think there could be...
If you think about like Markelov, right? That's probably the prime example.
Thorn just did a video on that, if I'm not mistaken. Or I think he did.
I think I saw that.
Yeah, I saw a topic come up. I didn't have time to watch it. I think maybe even been this morning that I saw it. But Sixer, got to be there, exactly that. Careful, because they're starting to get position on him where they'll have shots with the pistol. Scream. Low HP already, and decides to take that fight. I think he was trying to get utility that was already down toward outer where his teammate had died, but didn't even consider the windows.
Yeah, well, this round is starting to fall apart. Just Deagles and no armor purchased for North. They managed to find 3 kills here without dropping a single player. Up to RPK and XMS, though. No bomb planted as of yet. There's still some work here to do from the Danes, as they're looking to get towards upper potentially. But RPK And that strong position towards upper, backed up by XMS now. Makes sense to stick together, take a bit of a gamble here. If they go towards the upper site, you're in great position. But that's another headshot. XMS goes down to 26 HP. And that should be the cue now for the rest of the terrorists to go towards upper. They trade successfully. Round should be concluded at this point. XMS gets another frag, but KGB finishes it off. And that's the way North enter the game, apparently. Deagles, no armor, no nades towards that side. The Danish Deagles are something to behold now. We see it across these teams. All these teams have similarities like Heroic, Astralis, etc. And North especially very good at the Desert Eagles. It seems to be a trend in Denmark. And they managed to pick up that first round. So Envious now will pick up the AWP. Sixer. This is what I'm interested to see how this develops. I thought he was a really solid rifler before. And whether he can continue this sort of form. Like he was just getting to the point where I was actually really respecting him as a player and the way he actually approached situations. Now he's getting to an AWP role. That changes everything.
Definitely changes everything. The point I was going to make too, you mentioned the Markelov instance, but I think there's a lot more content that could be done about players from 1.6 who may have translated well into Go players who maybe quit too soon. I know we've had discussions about this in the green room, or players that are not really peaking as you would have expected.
Prime example of that.
Yeah, I think RPK has done fairly well. I didn't expect him to come back at the same level he was at. Oh, that second shot, they've already got one. And a leg shot now in MSL just to get them jumping back across into safety. But yeah, I think there's more to discover on that topic.
Well, if we get a pause time, we'll go into the reasoning behind that. But for now, 5-on-3 is going to be MSL down to 24 HP as well. So there's opening picks coming in. It's going to be Envious running away with this round. Nothing gathered for North whatsoever. Scream looking to finish things off as well. Very clean round there from North, from Envious, I should say. And North going to be fully reset at that point. You win one round. It was an eco, to be fair, so there should be some residual cash. You can see AZ's got 5,200. Not really enough to buy. He could drop some Deagles, Tech 9s, maybe that'd be about it. But Envious looking very good at the moment. We'll have a look if they buy anything. So there's an AK from AZ. Very talented player. This looks like a full investment, to be fair. I'll have a look at the final money left over. So 1,500 on Cajun. AZ about the same. 0 on MSL and Major. Scan config. So this is a pretty much all-in force buy. Happy towards outside this time. I think Sixer has changed his position, getting towards ramp. That's quite common these days. Shows some presence towards outside or upper, then go towards ramp. But Scream goes down first. Once again, these pistols doing work, and it's Major's boy towards Squeaky Door. As Chad pointed out, he's excellent in this position, and he finds that first kill.
Bait switch position toward radios. They get more and more aggressive. That's going to be the invitation, though, to get fully aggressive. And that is, whoa, I was going to say a kill redressed. It's not. Magisk comes back out with the AK, finds the flank, takes them down, and MSL's got a deagle shot onto Happy. So, North can be broken all they want. But again, with odd weapons, they have a position here to find a round. And we know North's good on this map. So they're basically, this is what we used to say about Classic Fnatic, the 7 win in a row current lineup, but back when they were at the top, is that in games like this, if you even gave them a little bit, they would find a way to win it. They would take everything. You had to be perfect. They're giving North a lot of opportunities to get back into this game.
Absolutely. So the 2 rounds they've picked up so far have been off pretty weak pistol buys here. Major's boy, what an amazing round that was. 3 kills, one of which is a complete 180 of a player that had him dead to rights. He turned around, finishes him as well, kicks things off with the Tech 9 towards Squeaky Door, finds a kill in Hut. RPK maybe a bit aggressive at that point. Yes, they've lost the man advantage. Is it worth taking the close range duel? You have such an advantage in terms of being up in the rafters. Players have to commit to the upper site. He gives another kill back in return. Sixer trying to desperately hold on to his AWP at this point. It's going to be KGB that goes down. They run towards T-spawn. That smoke will kind of help him out a little bit. The incendiary will slow them down a bit more. The smoke's not great, but he should be fine. I say that with bated breath, though, as Config's on the hunt. So the incendiary does do the job in the end.
Yeah, smoke was abysmal.
Yeah.
Incendiary was great. I think he meant to bounce it off the gate with a low throw so it would cover the whole thing, and he just missed it because he was running.
Okay, then. Well, it's North to win a second round against all odds. There it is. Opposite in the hands of Sixer, though. He saves their weapons, so they can still buy into this round. Still a ton of money for Happy. He got so many UMP kills before. As we went to round number 8. I want to see a round picked up with the AKs, to be fair, from North. That'd be nice. And we'll see. This will be more the same, I think. Just Majors to go towards Squeaky Door. He kills everyone there. So we'll see what he can do. Sixer's back towards outside. Flashed off for now, but not fully. So he will be committing. And you can see the terrorists are trying to bait out a shot from him right now just to work out whether he's there.
Sixer will get smoked off. This is the new angle. Doesn't elect to sit and try and utilize it. Instead, he wants to cover outside directly. Small vision. Big shot. Big gun to do it with. He flashed off, though. Gets left in the open. Sixer. That would have been nice to see because he responded. He was looking almost at the ground when Config found that first shot. He stays alive to find yet another as well. And Scream will fight back up to the top of the stairs. So once again, guns come out for North, and they do worse off than the fast pace by which they use the pistols. And you got to start to consider where North looks on the map because they're not getting into ramp. They're playing very aggressive toward ramp, Envy. outside it's been 50-50, but they're not getting the map control there, so...
Shut down again.
HUD executions? Yeah. That is quite nice, actually.
I want to see how he got the second kill. This would be super close range. Nice little scope there. I'm maybe doing a quick scope depending on Go TV delay there, but still, it's round number 9, and North will be fully investing once again. And why not, to be fair, Matt? They have picked up 2 rounds with weaker buys than this before. So, smoke towards outside from MSL, and the AWP this time is going to be towards the top of the ladder. I like this position, makes sense. Major's boy, he's out of squeaky door once again, though. Looking to cause chaos, spots a player, but he gets flashed off.
Just gets inside of his doorway, but trying to cover the hut as he always does. The pistols.
What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, I think it says something about the play style North is taking when they have these guns. It's not done this time just yet. Down to a 2 versus 2. Sixers still on the off. But they've got rifles down below, and bomb, is it planted or not? Cajun now has confirmation that they will be Molotov back, so he smokes off main entrance. That's the next most likely place by which they'll try and retake the site. And they will commit to the upper position. And you got to think North with the guns, try and just bust onto the upper site with the same style when they get them up next round, because that's where they seem to be having the greatest success. They know the obligations they want. They know the roles they want. We saw him just still trying to cover off hut with his teammates covering off the upper site, and this time it's going to work. They get the crossfire set up at the post plant. They get yet another round. All 3 of them have been force buys.
Yeah, that's actually kind of insane. One of them, to be fair, was just Deagle's no armor, no nades. So, this is a very strange game of CS so far. It's quite difficult to analyze when that's going down. But yeah, I kind of agree. If those rounds are working out so promisingly, just pistols, why not use the same playstyle, keep it fast and loose towards outside, and just use your aims to overwhelm the CTs. The problem is you don't have the same run and gun potential with the AK-47s. That's what seems to be working for the safe at the moment. But they are going fast, Matt, as we kind of just speculated. It's working the pistols. Let's give it a go now with the AKs. Happy. I like this position. That's kind of new. I haven't seen anyone play like that before. That's actually really cool. It's a kill from it as well.
That's pretty sick.
Yeah.
I knew that spot was actually really good, but I thought it was to the corner. I never thought to peek that way with it. That's pretty neat. Thank you, Happy, for being so innovative.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
They know he's there. They're trying to just get flashes as deep as possible so they'll take some vision from him and cause them confusion, perhaps panic, trip over himself and leave himself in the open, but so far so good. He's not done so. That's a little bit better. But Happy's prepared, has the smoke, deploys it. Oh, does he see him above? Sees him in certainty as he fires up. The Cajun goes down. Happy walks out. 3 kills in the round from him, all playing one spot. That's how powerful it really is. That's how hard it is to distill. Now, you gotta think that Valve, they put that there so you could jump back up onto the catwalk. is that spot going to be suddenly, I think as more and more people start to use it, it's situational.
Yeah, he's playing there, right? And if there's a single smoke, that position's like useless at that point. Like he was taking a bit of a gamble there.
That's true, if they wall it off.
Yeah, so that's when it's not so strong. But that sort of scenario, they're going a little bit dry and just use one swing towards Garage. It looks very good indeed, and that works very nicely. And we're going to see another force buy from North, Matt. Why not? It's been working. Let's get the Tech 9 to Deagles. Made his boy towards Squeaky Door, trying to make that first pick happen. I don't think anyone will be on the HUD at this point. Stay away from him. Just let him do his thing. And don't give him that first frag. We've got to win one of these rounds, though, Envious. As Mady's boy makes it towards defense, like I said, they're allowing him to have some control here, which is fine for now. He has not got the bomb, so happy defensive once again. Gets a little headshot there, but he might go down.
Packing off, little lob nade toward the front entrance. But they're in again, and the pistols open up once more. Bomb plant to commit. 12 HP for MSL, has to be a little bit careful. 2 players spotted coming out of secret, though. They now know they have confidence. Sixers having trouble hitting the shots in the upper side, I will say. Outside, he's up close. I can't say up close because he's had some outside up close. And outside, in general, he's been decent, but... Majisk.
It's happening.
That's another one. Another gun picked up. Sixer can't get this angle. Every time he comes back up for a retake, he's really struggling to get a shot with the op.
Yeah, they're going to save weapons at this point. So there it is. North find their 4th round, down to just pistols there. Keep it fast, find that first pick, and it seems to fall apart. It's always RPK that seems to go down first or second. That's a good point. And he's not really fragging anything in return. It's kind of strange to watch that. Like, you feel like he's got a huge advantage there, right? He's got a call, they're in towards lobby, they're coming towards upper. You're always guaranteed, right? They've got to find you. You're the defensive side. Like, he shouldn't be going down about a single frag every single time. But the thing is, MVS keep their rifles up once again. They'll be able to buy up into this round, and they've been shutting North down every single time. No one's... In the last... Let me have a look. 7 rounds. No one's strung like 2 rounds together as of yet. It's just been so back and forth, and the 4 rounds North have all been down to pistols. Then they get shut down and win a round after that. Kind of insane, really. Not a usual game for CS, this one.
Yeah, it's not at all. But it says something, though. Analytically, it says something just about the speed and the confidence of the pistols. Look, now, finally, they've got a bit to work with at ramp. This they've not had with guns, and it's always been the rotations from that position that shut them down. Scream again. We'll find MSL at Turnpike. That will leave the bomb awkwardly dropped toward the ramp room. They've got to go back to grab that as well. That's the perfect kill. If he's going to get one of the 2 players that bypassed him, that's the one you want, because look at the complications that it creates. RPK is able to swing back through from the lobby, and bomb remains in his control. 2 HP from Majisk. If bomb gets to lower where the first 2 players got past Scream, it's already planted.
Well then, Mage's boy with 2 HP, like he said. Chips it down. Odds are against him. And he has to come from lower as well. RPK will notice it's a possibility. Right now, he's keep fixated on that bomb. As long as that's there, he's got the advantage. But he has no idea where Mage's boy is. That's what the young Dane has working in his favor. He's coming from the ramp now. No nades to come in with. He's going to come down to some brutal aim. And Mage's boy has got bucket loads of it.
Bucket loads. But there's a hole in my bucket, dear Liza.
Then fix it. I think that's the way it goes, isn't it?
With what? With straw, etc., etc. Pretty straightforward. No straw could fix Majisk there.
Indeed.
Stitched up like a scarecrow. Maybe that's the only straw.
Stitched up like a scarecrow. That classic saying. It's going to be 8-4 now. Mage's there. He had his hope the timing's going to work in his favor. RPK obviously had a lot to watch, but he had a vision of the bomb. Just keep watching that bomb. You're going to be fine at some point, and he manages to hit the shot. So once again, North with the rifle shut down. They will be force buying, of course. Why not? It's working every single time, so just keep doing it. 8-4 as we enter round number 13 here. 3 Tech 9s, 1 AK, KSB on the UMP as well. And Mage's boy's been such a menace, and he's going to have another player on top of him. Surely not, please.
He loves that. Yeah. As Chad called it, the line.
So what he does is okay, this is good. Shut him down. We know he's there. Pincer him, kill him, get rid of him. And
but look at how much space it's given them elsewhere.
It's fine. They have to man advantage now, right? They still have to plan. The Scream's got vision on the other side. This should be okay. I say that.
Yeah, I'm holding, my breath right now. Jump through, Scream. I'll let you finish because my breath's still held. Sixer. Oh, no. You can't. Where's Peter from HLTV?
Go on.
Where is he? He's got to tell us what the statistic is for most amount of force buy wins in a single game is.
Depends what you define as a force buy, whether you had that stat.
Yeah, okay, all right. Fair enough. That's fair. But the fact that all of the rounds that they've won already have been where they've not been the
I guess you could do it if they entered the round with 3 pistols. Like that
I would even say some
work, right?
SMGs, because that's like it's not a non-optimal. Yeah, that is it is tough to quantify that. Consider it's circumstantial.
Because they've had AKs a couple of times. This round they had an AK and a UMP and 3 Tech 9s. Yeah, it's difficult to work that out. But still, they managed to make it work. They actually lost the first frag there. It was quite a nice play from MVS. Okay, there's one player towards lobby to shut him down. We've pushed towards ramp. Pins to him, they've got him. But you're absolutely right. Outside is completely open. At that point, the Tech 9, the close range weaponry gets towards lower, overwhelms the CTs one by one, and it's just going to be poor old Sixer now. No AWP this time. He's going to have a full array of utility to work with. But 3 players to find. It's incendiary dropped. That gives away his position, unfortunately, and it's a real tight choke point to try and get out of that one. So I think he'll just be saving his M4 at this stage. Maybe try and find an AWP. I don't think there is one down, to my knowledge. Maybe he upgraded or downgraded, whichever way you look at it.
So it's going to go 8-5. You know what I miss? The boost diffuse from lower to upper.
Okay, was that possible in CSGO?
I think at one point it was, and they instantly patched
I know you could wallbang from upper to lower. Like I remember in 1.6.
Anders had one in Theorycraft too. You can do it from Squeaky. I think it still exists.
You could boost like here in source, and you could diffuse.
I like how you're saying here.
I'm just showing you. We're just having a private conversation, you know, on a live broadcast.
Outside of control room on the railing. I think most people have seen the Pub Masters where they do it.
That's true. Well, that's going to be another round for North, and of course, it's the force by victory for them. That has shut down finally the money of Envious, though, so a chance for North to maybe finish off this half 8-7. There's going to be a force buy in return from Envious here. So 5-7s, CZs, and a Desert Eagle. They've got a smoke and 2 flashbangs, no kits. In terms of how you win these rounds, it's a very interesting question. I would say maybe stack upper, maybe one player to aggressive towards ramp, try and get a 1 dig. Looks like they're going quite standard at this point. Nothing really to report in that manner. RPK towards upper, XMS at ramp. A little crossfire ramp, but you can see North are very aware this is going to be eco territory now. They've whistled them down. This last exchange, the last like 8 rounds have been insane.
So MSL takes a different approach to hold off lobby this time. Slower pace from North yet again. And finally, Envious is the one with the pistols, which means they should win. Based on how this game's gone.
We'll see. So the bomb's still down. They will just be feeding out towards ramp. You can see Major's Boy leading that progression. He's going to fall back slightly, though. The bomb's heading towards outside. So probably quite standard play here. You can see they still have 5 smokes. They haven't really given anything away just yet. Just waiting to see if they can get intel as to whether they've got pistols or maybe a scout, some SMGs. They haven't really spotted anyone yet. So contact play. This is exactly why we call it contact play. You're walking like this until you spot a CT. And at that point, as soon as you get spotted or find contact, that's when you're exploding to your final destination. So Happy is waiting in that same position, though. But look, Matt, you said it was such a great spot, but he has no vision. But this is where it gets interesting. Okay, seems to be a little bit aware.
Yep. Yeah, I guess in situations it's very OP, but it's situational indeed. North, they'll wrap around, take control of Heaven, and make this an 8-6 game. So it looked very good for Envious at 5-1, considering the money. But then, like we said, they were giving North every opportunity back into the game, and now they are firmly, you should say, as well. And Scream's got an AK picked up to carry over. That'll benefit them going into round 15. But if I'm not mistaken, the money's still going to be fairly limited. It's only going to be 1 round worth of income in the lost round bonus.
Yeah, it's in 1,900.
It'll be 2 now, I guess, sorry.
Yeah. So they get an AK and $1,900 on top of what you can see on the screen right now. So Scream, he can maybe drop like a Famous over. And if 6 saves 5-7, he's got that. He can maybe get a Mag 7. It's not going to be great, and this is looking very likely now to be 8-7. In favor of Envious still, but it's been a really bizarre game of CS. It's a bit of a nightmare as an analyst to tell you what exactly went wrong. I would say the lack of fragging ability from RPK on the upper side with his challenge against the pistols, never finding a single kill, being overwhelmed every single time. Some interesting ideas from North, like 1 player towards lobby, showing that presence from Boy from the squeaky door area, then 4 outside. The CT setup from Envious has been a bit of a mixed bag overall. The outside position not really controlled that heavily. Relying on Happy to play that air conditioning unit and just try and patrol it by himself, get information, but as soon as the smokes go down, he loses that bit of intel for himself. But still, here's the buy. AKs, UMPs, 5-7s, and smokes towards outside. North know they have a massive advantage here. KHMB's got the AWP, so they should be slowing things right down. They can boost over the smokes, maybe they wanted to.
The smokes they're going to use to go inward. Different team, different variation. Wall of smoke down. Some will throw wide on big garage and then wrap toward main. They've gone with vision toward garage. hoping that it's left open, and Happy has gotten there, but he's outside with a 5-7 of all weapons. Smokes are gone, he can see through and see them all, but this is my point, 5-7. Oh, that works! That's very clever! That puts them all off. The pistol can do the damage. Unfortunately, he doesn't find both. But that's a good way of thinking about it.
Yeah, soften them up a little bit.
Yeah. Take down that craggy exterior.
Well, they do have a chance in this round now. 4 on 3. AZ and Config are low HP as well. Last round of the half, everyone has to go for it. No saving this time. And Cajun, he's towards main entrance, trying to find an opening pick here for his team. Not gonna happen. He has to pull back to the Tech 9. Gets the all back out. The 6 head there. Stand up once more.
Pick up from XMS. He's got another. He's got the bomb as well. 9-6 to Envy. They'll close the last one, considering they were the ones without the ideal weapons. But Envy could have come out, I think, a lot better off, considering the pace of North. They were quite good with the pistols, as we mentioned, getting 5 rounds with less than what they were worth, potentially.
Yeah, a very strange half of Counter-Strike indeed, but an exciting one. The pistols always deliver in CSGO. We're going to take a quick break. Do not go anywhere. We'll see how Nuke concludes after the break.
So 9-6 on Nuke. I say that it's a Danish map, but it was French territory for a lot of this. They never gave up the lead, but they did certainly make it interesting for us. We'll see if they can convert it. I think Envy, I have to say, I've got some subtle joy for this team. I won't say it's pure joy, but I'll say subtle joy because they've got Sixer on the op that looks promising. Happy seems to be giving himself a bit more freedom in this structure, and XMS I'm quietly confident about.
Yeah, me too. Like the lineup overall, it seems to be getting better and better. Like I said in the pre-game, it's an upward trajectory so far. They've got some decent results. Only seen them online, of course. It's difficult to really kind of paint a picture as to where we think they'll be going at LAN events, but it's looking okay. We'll get into the second half right now. It's going to be 9-6 in favor of the French side on Nuke here. They switch over to T side. They're going to have 3 sets of armor. No strange buy. Remember, we saw Tech9 armor and a Deagle in the first half. I'm not sure I particularly agree with that buy, but we'll see what they decide to do here. Scream's got a PD-50 and a smoke and a flashbang. We'll see where this leads. It will be going towards lobby, so no outside smoke going to be used. Maybe towards ramp to take away from vision from the CTs here, but Major's boy's waiting for them, and he's very good in this position.
Just is waiting, but he's going to have to wait a little longer. They get there, commit, doesn't spot the cross. P2000 for Magisk as well. I do always point that out because not many players still elect to use that instead. I certainly don't. I think it sounds like a little cracker can firework thing that you pull at Christmas time at the table, but that's a better shot than the table because Cajun, he's got 2 shots in the USP. Immediate rotation onto Turnpike. That'll slow things down. Bomb will be re-grabbed by RPK, and Happy's now going to open things up for them instead. That's not going to happen. This should be fairly straightforward, but we'll see if RPK can pull one back. A fast one on them. Not even. AZ's there.
Well, shut down towards ramp. A bit of a lackluster approach there from MVS, I have to say. Didn't really bring much towards the ramp. It's a very tight shape when you get out. You want to maybe be throwing flashbangs, trying to overwhelm the CTs, get the refrags going. Didn't really work out for them at all. So it's going to be North picking up the second half pistol here. They should tie things up at 9-9, but it's going to be a force back from MVS. They're also very good with the Tech Knights and Deagles. So it's always going to be a problematic round. It's never a foregone conclusion. But no nades on the T side of Nuke. That's a bit of a problem in my opinion. I don't see many of these rounds working out. But happy towards Squeaky Door. Trying to work with the Deagle, and he throws it behind him. It's Bright. As he gets Molotov out, trying to give himself a little hole to work with here. That's quite clever.
Amazing. This sits above to see down inside of that hole. Scream will get outside instead. Does pretty decent damage. Config, by the way, that's not a UMP, considering he was one of the ones. I take that back. It was Magisk, I think, that tweeted about it. I can't remember.
No, Config did.
It was Config.
Yeah.
That's right, at the top of the hour. That's right.
Yeah,
Config's good on Twitter.
And he's been, especially this evening. Not
yeah,
bad.
He's doing great. He's learned from me, perhaps.
Yeah, you're the master, so...
Well, Thorin's the master.
Yeah, true.
But it is 4 HP for Magisk and 8 and 13 for Config. So perhaps Config still favors the FAMAS at range to some extent because he is playing the most open position on the map. Cajun's going to come over to help him because he can't afford to peek or get aggressive on the peek. Cajun does spot 1, but they didn't see Sixer. So he has a chance if he can swing in and line up a headshot immediately on peek to catch them off. It wasn't a headshot, but the aim punch factor. Easy catches off as he tries to push through, and thankfully he's the next to be there because look at the HP.
Yeah, got a bit rough there, but MVS, once they got that damage inflicted, they lost 2 players, no nades, they were separated as well. It's going to be a very difficult round to pick up at that point. Not going to happen, and it should be a full eco for MVS here. Maybe 1 PT50, not even that by the look of things. Someone always chucks one in at the end. There it is, Scream. Only you can resist.